I warned my husband not to take credit for my money. So, after his son excluded me from the $12,500 cruise I paid for, I sold the house out from under them. Days before our dream cruise, my stepson sent a cruel text demanding only his real mother come and called me a poor woman, while my husband simply nodded and walked away with him anyway. My phone buzzed at 5:58 in the morning. I remember the exact time because I'd set an alarm for 6 and the buzz beat it by 2 minutes. Tyler's name lit up the screen. Change of plans. Only my real mother comes on this cruise. Not you. Poor women don't belong on trips like this. I read it twice, lying flat in the dark, waiting for the words to rearrange themselves into something that made sense. They didn't rearrange. They just sat there glowing, cruel, and grammatically correct. My suitcase was already by the door, packed the night before, tagged with a little silver luggage tag shaped like an anchor. I paid for every stitch of it on my card. I got up and walked into the bathroom. Greg was leaning over the sink, brushing his teeth, still in the navy undershirt he'd slept in. I held the phone up without a word and let him read it over the sound of running water. He rinsed his mouth, spit, set the toothbrush down in the cup we'd bought at a Target that didn't exist anymore. Then his eyes drifted past me toward the hallway, toward my suitcase sitting there with its anchor tag. He nodded. Small, almost nothing. The kind of nod you give a weather report that says it might rain later. Inconvenient. Not worth arguing with. He's stressed about graduation. Greg said, picking his toothbrush back up like the conversation was already closing. I'll talk to him on the ship. Smooth it over. Smooth it over, I repeated. He didn't hear the edge in my voice. Or he heard it and decided, the way he always decided, that hearing it and responding to it were two different jobs and only one of them was his that morning. 20 minutes later, a horn honked out front. 2 short taps, familiar, impatient. I looked through the curtain and saw Tyler already sitting in the driver's seat of the Ford Escape I had been quietly making payments on for 2 years, sunglasses on, radio loud enough that I could feel the bass through the window glass. Greg grabbed his duffel bag off the bed. He kissed my cheek the way you'd kiss a stranger who was holding up a boarding line. Fast and impersonal, already turning away before his lips left my skin. We'll talk when I'm back, he said. I stood in the doorway in my robe and watched the car back down the driveway, watched it swing out onto Elmwood Drive, watched it shrink into nothing at the end of the block. Neither of them turned around. Not once. Not even the fast, guilty glance you'd give a house you were leaving behind for a week. I didn't cry. I want to be clear about that because I've told this story enough times now to know people expect the crying part. It didn't come. What came instead was a strange, cold clarity, the kind you get right before you do something you can't undo. I sat down at the kitchen table, still in my robe, and opened my banking app. Not to feel sorry for myself. I promised myself that, sitting there with the coffee maker gurgling behind me and the house gone quiet in a way it hadn't been quiet in 8 years. I opened it to finally look, really look, for the first time without flinching away at what my money had actually been doing in this family and what it had been buying everyone except me. I am 38 years old. I run a small corporate accounting firm out of a converted sunroom 2 blocks from downtown Crestwood, Illinois. A business I built from nothing starting the year I turned 27. Back when I was doing tax returns for bakery owners at their kitchen tables in exchange for whatever cash they had in the register that week. My firm now has 14 regular clients, a full-time assistant named Maya, and a waiting list that embarrasses me a little when I think about how small the operation still is compared to what people assume when they hear I own a business. I bought the house on Elmwood Drive when I was 26, a modest 3-bedroom with a leaky gutter and a kitchen that hadn't been touched since 1992. Priced at $215,000 because the previous owner needed to move fast for a job in Chicago. I put down everything I had, financed the rest over 15 years, and lived there alone for 4 years, eating a lot of ramen and refusing every invitation that cost more than $15. When I was 30, my mother died of ovarian cancer. Fast, the way it sometimes goes. 5 weeks from diagnosis to the funeral home, she left me $75,000 in life insurance. Money she'd been quietly building for 2 decades working as a postal clerk. Money she never spent on herself because she was always saving it for someone. I used almost all of it to pay off the remaining balance on the house. I remember standing in the loan office on a Wednesday morning, signing the paperwork, and feeling like I'd finally exhaled after holding my breath for 4 years. I met Greg a year later at a Crestwood business mixer I only attended because Maya made me go. He was 51 then, recently divorced, still carrying the particular exhaustion of a man who'd spent 2 years fighting over custody schedules and car payments with a woman who no longer wanted him, but also didn't want to let him go easily. He had a 15-year-old son named Tyler. He talked about that boy the entire night over cheap wine and a cheese plate in a way that struck me as devoted rather than desperate. I liked that about him. I still think, honestly, that it was real. We dated for 2 years before we married. I met Tyler properly about 4 months in. A stiff, watchful boy who called me by my first name and nothing else, who studied me across the dinner table the way you'd study a substitute teacher you weren't sure you had to respect. I told myself that was normal. Kids don't warm up to their parents' new partner overnight, especially not a kid who'd watched his parents' marriage come apart in real time. Greg's divorce had left him in rough financial shape. Sarah, his ex-wife, had run up almost $22,000 in credit card debt during their last 2 years together. Debt that got split in the settlement, and Greg's credit score was still recovering when we got married. That's the reason, or at least the reason he gave me, for why we never refinanced the Elmwood house to put his name on the deed. Let's wait until my credit's cleaner, and if I. He said the year we got married, standing in that same kitchen with the 1,992 cabinets I'd since replaced. No sense doing it twice. I agreed. It made sense at the time. We simply moved him and Tyler into my paid-off house instead of buying something new. And for 8 years, let's wait quietly became we never did. Our wedding was small, 45 guests, held on a Saturday in September at a church that smelled faintly of roses and old wood. Tyler was 15 and wore a suit that didn't quite fit him yet, sleeves an inch too short, and stood beside his father looking like a boy who'd been told to be somewhere, rather than a boy who wanted to be there. I remember catching his eye during the reception, trying to smile at him the way you'd smile at a nervous kid, and he looked away first toward the dessert table. I told myself that was fine, that trust takes time, that 15-year-olds are allowed to be guarded. Update 1. The first year of the marriage was, if anything, gentle. We settled into a rhythm. I drove Tyler to baseball practice twice a week because Greg's schedule at the logistics company ran late on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I learned which snacks he'd actually eat and which he'd let go stale in the pantry. I sat through 2 parent-teacher conferences where his freshman history teacher kept calling me mom before Greg gently corrected him each time. I didn't mind the correction. I minded a little that Tyler never once corrected it himself. Never once said, "She's not my mom, but she's here." Which would have cost him nothing and would have meant everything. I want to tell you about the Ford Bronco because, if I'm honest with myself, that was the first crack, the first moment I should have understood exactly what kind of family I'd married into. Tyler turned 17 the November after our wedding. He wanted a car. Greg didn't have $10,500 sitting around, child support and the divorce debt had seen to that. So, I did. Tucked away in a savings account I'd built slowly, dollar by dollar. In the years before I met either of them, I found a used Ford Bronco at a dealership in Peoria. Dark blue, 88,000 miles, $10,500 out the door. I paid for it in full. On the morning we surprised Tyler with it in the driveway, keys tied with a ribbon, Greg stood next to him with his arm slung over his shoulders and said, "Your dad worked a lot of overtime for this one, buddy." I was standing 4 feet away. I remember the exact distance because I remember doing the math on it later. 4 feet, close enough to touch. Close enough that there was no possible way Tyler hadn't seen me standing there when he said it. Tyler turned and hugged him, just him. He never looked my direction at all, not even to say a perfunctory thank you. And Greg never corrected the record. Not that day, and not in the 8 years since. I told myself it was nothing. I told myself a lot of things were nothing for a very long time. 2 years ago, Tyler's Ford Escape, the car he'd had since starting college, bought used with a small loan co-signed by Greg, needed a new transmission after the old one finally gave out on the highway. Before that, though, there was the matter of the monthly note itself, in $350 a month, and Tyler was chronically short. Greg came to me quietly one evening in the garage. "Can you just cover his car payment for a while?" he asked. Quietly, though, so he doesn't feel like he owes you. Let me tell him it's coming from the family account. There was no family account. There was my account and there was Greg's, and mine had considerably more in it. I agreed anyway. $350 a month straight out of my checking, timed to hit 2 days before the due date so it would never bounce. 6 months into that arrangement, we were at a 4th of July cookout at Greg's cousin Brenda's house, paper plates and a card table sagging under potato salad. I heard Tyler telling a group of his friends near the cooler, "My dad's been covering my car note this whole time, man, never lets me down." I was standing 8 feet away holding a plate of deviled eggs. He never once looked my direction. Brenda, overhearing, turned to me and said, "Your husband's a good man taking care of that boy like that." And I said, "He really is." Because what else was there to say? The transmission died the following spring. $3,500. A number the mechanic gave Greg over the phone while I sat in the next room doing invoices. Greg came and found me, phone still in his hand, and said, "I don't have it right now, not until payday. Can you wire it tonight? I'll make sure Tyler knows it came from both of us." I wired $3,500 at 11:40 that night, sitting at my kitchen table in the dark. Greg never told him it came from both of us. I heard it secondhand 3 weeks later from Maya of all people, who'd run into Tyler at a gas station. He said his dad pulled $3,500 out of nowhere for him. Said it like it was nothing. Junior year, Tyler hit a snag with his financial aid that left a $7,200 gap between what the university expected and what had actually cleared. Greg called me from his office, voice tight in a way I recognized as panic dressed up as calm. If this doesn't get paid by Friday, they'll drop him from his classes. Can you cover it? I'll pay you back. He never paid me back. And I never asked him to. I moved $7,200 from my business's rainy day fund into Tyler's tuition portal myself. When it was done, Greg said, "Let's not tell Sarah. She'll feel like she failed him if she finds out we had to step in like this." My name hadn't even come up as a possibility for hurt feelings, only hers. The cruise was supposed to be different, a gift freely given. Tyler was graduating with a degree in sports management. Greg floated the idea back in February. 7 nights out of Miami, he said. Bahamas, private island stop, the whole thing. I want to do this for him, for us, really. I found the booking myself. Balcony suite, upgraded dining package, excursion bundle. $12,500 charged in 2 installments to my card because Greg's was still recovering, always still recovering. I set the whole thing up under my rewards account. I was the family's de facto travel agent the same way I was its de facto accountant. 2 weeks before we were supposed to leave, Greg took a work trip to Springfield. I drove down to have dinner with his group. One of Greg's coworkers, a cheerful man named Kevin, leaned across the table and said, "Greg tells us you're taking your boy on some big graduation cruise. That's great, man." Greg smiled and said, "Yeah, figured he earned it. Kid worked hard." I sat there with a fork halfway to my mouth. I had booked the trip, I had paid for the trip. And in that entire sentence, there had been no room made for me at all. Not even a passing "we." 10 days before we were supposed to fly to Florida, I noticed the tone in the house shifting. Tyler had been distant, but this was different, a coldness with an edge to it. I overheard Greg on the back porch. "I know, Sarah, I hear you. It's a family trip and I want it to feel like that." He came inside and wouldn't meet my eyes. Sarah mentioned maybe doing something separate with Tyler before the cruise, some kind of mother-son thing. I told her we'd figure it out. That same night, Tyler came home from Lily's apartment, his girlfriend of a year and a half, and walked past me in the hallway without a word. Thumbs moving fast on his phone screen. I remember the particular quality of that silence. Heavy, deliberate, the silence of someone rehearsing something. Which brings me back to that kitchen table, coffee going cold, banking app open. I started scrolling back through the transactions methodically. $350 recurring. 24 consecutive months. $8,400. One transfer, $3,500 even. Memo line reading transmission. One transfer to the student accounts portal, $7,200. 2 charges to the cruise line, $4,500 and then $8,000. $12,500 total. I sat with a pen and an actual piece of paper and added the numbers. $31,600 in 2 years. Quietly funneled through my accounts and credited publicly to a man who, 4 hours earlier, had watched his son call me a poor woman and responded by nodding and brushing his teeth. Almost without deciding to, I opened my laptop and pulled up the shared family email address we'd set up years ago for logistics between our house and Sarah's. I wanted to see the cruise confirmation email one more time. But while I was in there, I saw a thread from 3 years earlier that I had never opened. It was between Greg and Sarah. Sarah had written, asking to split costs for Tyler's senior prom. Greg's reply, 3 lines long, stopped my breath. "Don't worry about it. I've got it covered. Vivian doesn't need credit for this stuff. It's easier if Tyler just sees me as the one who provides for him. Keeps things simple." I read it 4 times. It wasn't carelessness. I had spent years telling myself Greg's silence about my money was thoughtlessness. But this email proved it was a strategy. A deliberate, considered choice. Vivian doesn't need credit for this stuff. He had decided that on my behalf. Further down, in another thread from college move-in, Sarah asked about the dorm deposit. Greg replied, "We're fine. Vivian's got the account handled, don't worry about it." My name appeared exactly twice in 3 years. Both times as a resource to be managed rather than a person to be acknowledged. I closed the laptop, I sat very still, and then I picked up my phone and called Chloe, a friend who ran a company that did fast cash closings on residential properties. "Is your company still buying on Elmwood Drive?" I asked. "Always," she said. "What's going on?" "I need to sell my house, this week if it's possible. Cash, as is." She was there in an hour. We sat at the kitchen table where Greg would later eat cereal without looking at me. She walked me through the numbers. The house free and clear. Appraised at $290,000. Her company could offer $275,000 cash. Close within 72 hours. No inspection contingencies. "Once we start this," Chloe said, "I'm not slowing down for second thoughts." "I've never been more sure of anything," I told her. I signed the preliminary paperwork that afternoon. Then I opened the loan servicing app for Tyler's Ford Escape and canceled the automatic payment I'd set up 2 years earlier. No further payments will be processed. I spent the next 2 days packing only what was truly mine: my mother's jewelry box, her hand-stitched quilt, my grandmother's Bible. I left the mug Tyler had given me 3 Christmases ago that read, "World's okayest stepmom." I left it sitting exactly where it sat on the counter. One box I packed slower than the others. Our wedding album. I sat with it open on my lap for almost 20 minutes before I finally closed it and set it in the box. 3 days after the text, I sat in a quiet office above a title company. Sunlight coming through Venetian blinds, a notary sliding pages across a table toward me. "Congratulations," the notary said, stamping the final page. "The sale is final." By that evening, I was already renting a truck. By the following morning, I was 2 states away, unpacking boxes onto bare floors in a small apartment on the edge of Grand Rapids, Michigan, a city I'd chosen almost at random. Update 2. The ship was due back into Miami on a Saturday. I knew that. I'd booked the whole trip myself. I pictured them driving back to Crestwood from the airport, tan and relaxed, with no idea at all what was waiting, or rather, what wasn't. The call came at 4:12 that Saturday afternoon. I was standing in my new kitchen unpacking a box of mismatched dishware when my phone lit up with Greg's name. I let it ring twice before I answered. "Vivian." His voice was already cracking. "Vivian, what did you do?" "We're standing in the driveway. There's a moving truck here. There's furniture on the lawn that isn't ours. The locks don't work. What is going on?" "I sold the house," I said. My voice came out flatter than I expected, almost gentle. "You sold? Vivian, that's our house. That's Tyler's home. You can't just." "It was my house," I said. "It's been my house since I was 26 years old. Your name was never on that deed, Greg, because you never asked to see it, and I never offered. I found the email you sent Sarah 3 years ago. About the prom. About how I don't need credit for things. About keeping it simple." The line went quiet. In the background, I could hear Tyler's voice, sharp and rising, and then another voice. Sarah, apparently there to pick Tyler up, or drop something off. I heard her say clearly enough to Carrie, "Greg, what is she talking about? What email?" "Nothing," Greg said. Even in the middle of the collapse of everything, his first instinct was still to smooth it over. "It's not nothing," I said, loud enough that I knew it would carry through the phone. "For 2 years, I paid Tyler's car note, $8,400. I covered his transmission, $3,500, wired at midnight because you asked me to and told me you'd tell him it came from both of us. You didn't. I covered a $7,200 gap in his tuition. And you asked me not to tell his mother because you didn't want her to feel like she'd failed him. And days before a cruise I paid $12,500 for, your son told me poor women don't belong on trips like this. And you nodded. You nodded, Greg. And then you finished brushing your teeth." I heard Sarah's voice again, quieter this time, edged with genuine shock. "Greg, is that true?" "I can explain all of it," he said. "I'm sure you can," I said. "I'm not a poor woman, Greg. I'm the woman who paid for absolutely everything in this family and asked for nothing except to be told the truth about it. You had 8 years to say my name out loud in front of your son. You chose not to every single time. I'm done funding a life that keeps making it painfully clear I don't belong in it." I heard Tyler's voice cut in, tight and furious. "This is insane. You're punishing us for a text. You're seriously homeless shaming us over a text." "I'm not punishing anyone," I said, entirely calm. "I'm simply no longer available to be your family's invisible bank account." "That's not punishment, Tyler. That's a boundary. You should look up the difference sometime." I hung up. My hands weren't even shaking. What I learned later, mostly from Brenda, came in pieces over the following weeks. Sarah had come because Greg had asked her to swing by with a spare phone charger Tyler had left at her place before the cruise. An errand that put her directly in the driveway at the exact moment the entire architecture of the marriage came down. Brenda told me Sarah stood on that lawn for a long time after I hung up, arms crossed, saying almost nothing, while Greg paced in circles trying to call me back 4 separate times. Greg and Tyler spent that first night in an extended stay America. Sarah offered them her guest room for a few nights out of guilt, but made it clear it wasn't a long-term arrangement. Her husband apparently was not thrilled about hosting his wife's ex-husband and stepson. The car came apart next. Tyler's lender sent a missed payment notice 5 days after I canceled the automatic transfer. By the second missed payment, a repossession warning followed. Greg, for the first time in 2 years, actually paid it himself. Brenda told me it took him 3 separate calls and a payment plan just to keep the escape from getting towed off Sarah's street. I felt a strange, aching relief watching someone finally do under pressure the thing you'd spent 8 years quietly hoping they'd do on their own. Sarah reached out to me directly about 3 weeks later. "I owe you an apology I don't think I can fully make," she said. "I knew he leaned on you for money sometimes. But I always assumed you two had agreed on it together as a couple. I didn't know he was writing emails like that behind your back. I want you to know I never asked him to keep you out of it. I believed her mostly. We left it there. Two women who would probably never be close, but no longer had any reason to be enemies either. Lily, Tyler's girlfriend, texted me separately. She told me she'd overheard enough in the driveway that day to understand finally why Tyler sometimes talked about money the way he did, casually entitled, as if it simply appeared when needed. I'm sorry for how he's treated you, she wrote. I've tried talking to him about it and he mostly just gets defensive. I told her she deserved a partner who understood the difference between being provided for and being handed things without ever learning where they came from. Tyler's friends found out, too. Kevin, the coworker, apparently mentioned the cruise offhand to someone who knew one of Tyler's college roommates. From there, the actual numbers made their way back to campus. Brenda told me Tyler complained to her once that people kept asking him whether it was true his stepmom paid for basically everything, and he just never told anyone. He changed the subject fast, the way people do when a question lands somewhere they'd rather not look. The family split cleanly. Brenda called me on a Tuesday night and told me a story about her own first marriage 20 years earlier to a man who used to introduce her at parties as my wife. She doesn't work. Despite the fact that she'd been running the books for his construction business unpaid for 6 years, I recognized what you were describing the second Greg told me about it, she said. He did it on purpose, Vivian. There's no accident in a sentence like that. Greg's desperate moves started slow and then came in a rush. Texts at 2 a.m. alternating between apology and blame. I never should have let it go on this long. Tyler's just a kid. You're really going to throw away 8 years over this? I answered none of them. Then came the calls to my lawyer, Evelyn. Greg's attorney floated the idea that the house sale constituted marital property. An argument that lasted exactly as long as it took Evelyn to produce the original deed, dated 3 years before our marriage, my name the only one on it, along with 8 years of mortgage-free property tax filings that had never once listed him as an owner. The claim disappeared within a week. The divorce moved quickly. No jointly owned property, no shared mortgage, a modest joint checking account split evenly down the middle. It was finalized in early September. I let myself grieve somewhere in there. Not for Greg, but for the specific family I'd let myself imagine we could be. The one where Tyler eventually grew into a man who understood what had been given to him. The one where Greg learned to say my name in rooms where it mattered. I sat on the floor of my new apartment looking at a photograph from our 3rd anniversary. The two of us laughing on a dock, Tyler rolling his eyes behind us. I let myself cry for the first time. Not for what happened, but for what didn't, and now never would. Tyler texted me once in October. I heard you sold the house. That's messed up, honestly. Hope you're happy. I read it twice, waiting for something in it to soften. There was no apology. No acknowledgement of the $12,500 or the $8,400 or the $7,200. I didn't respond. Some doors are better left exactly where they are, just closed. It's been a little over a year now since I sat at that kitchen table in the gray early light and added up 8 years of my own life on a piece of paper. I still live in Grand Rapids in a different apartment now, one with real hardwood floors and a small balcony. My accounting firm followed me here without missing a single client. It turns out most people don't care where their accountant lives as long as the numbers reconcile on time, and mine always do. I adopted a dog about 6 months after I moved, a scruffy terrier mix from the county shelter. I named her Ledger. Half as a joke about my profession, and half because it felt right. A small, dependable thing that had simply been waiting for someone to notice her worth. Some mornings when I wake up before my alarm, I reach down and put my hand on her just to remind myself that I'm not lying there waiting for a cruel text anymore. There's just a dog and a quiet apartment and a life that is entirely, finally, mine. People ask me sometimes whether I regret how fast I moved, whether I wish I'd given Greg more time to prove he could change. I understand the impulse. We're taught that leaving quickly looks like cruelty, even when staying quietly was the actual cruelty all along. But I think about that email now. Vivian doesn't need credit for this stuff. He wrote it calmly, deliberately, as a strategy for managing his son's affection at my expense. I didn't leave too fast. I left exactly as fast as the truth allowed once I finally let myself see it clearly. I was never the poor woman in that family. I was the only one keeping an honest ledger, the only one who could have told you to the dollar exactly what love was costing me and exactly what it was returning. Everyone else got to live comfortably inside the story they told themselves. I was the one who eventually had to do the math. I feel steady. I feel most days like a woman standing upright in a house that is entirely her own. I still think about that anchor luggage tag sometimes, the one clipped to a suitcase that never made it onto a ship. I don't miss the cruise. What I miss is the version of myself who still believed right up until 5:58 that morning that if she was just generous enough, quiet enough, she would eventually be counted as family instead of funding. I don't believe that anymore. That plain, unglamorous knowledge that love which requires your erasure to survive was never really love at all, it was just accounting dressed up in nicer language. And I was the only one in the room who ever bothered to check the math. My parents tried to have me declared mentally incompetent to steal my home and give it to my brother. I sold the property to a litigator and watched their lives crumble on security cameras. I am Oliver, and I am 31 years old. A month ago, I woke up to a nightmare I never could have anticipated. I looked out my front window to see my parents literally unloading a moving truck onto my driveway, carrying my older brother's peeling leather sofa straight toward my front door. I was right in the middle of a critical deployment meeting for the cloud infrastructure firm where I work as a senior systems architect. My screen was full of 15 different faces from across 3 continents. The stakes were incredibly high. Then my doorbell camera started pinging my phone like a fire alarm. I muted my microphone, looked at the live feed, and my blood ran completely cold. In broad daylight, under a clear Michigan sky, my father was directing 2 hired men carrying a massive oak dresser. My mother stood on my porch, waving cheerfully at the lens. I ran downstairs, threw the door open, and demanded to know what on earth they thought they were doing. My mother didn't even blink. She just smiled this sickeningly sweet smile and said, "We're here to help with the transition. You work from home, right? Where you stay doesn't matter. Just grab your laptop, honey. The basement is all ready for you." In that moment, staring at the people who were supposed to love and protect me, I felt a rage so pure it almost blinded me. My own parents were hijacking my property. So, I planted my feet, looked them dead in the eye, and told them I was calling the cops in exactly 10 seconds. They backed off that day, but they thought they were dealing with the same quiet, compliant kid they had steamrolled for 3 decades. They had no idea about the bulldog real estate attorney I already had on speed dial, or the heavy, ironclad trap I was preparing that would leave them with absolutely nothing. Before I tell you exactly how I dismantled their insane scheme piece by piece, please do me a favor, hit that like button if you believe that blood doesn't give anyone the right to steal from you, and drop a comment telling me where in the world you are tuning in from. Now, let's rewind to where this absolute madness truly began. To understand the sheer audacity of that moving truck pulling into my driveway, you have to understand the dinner we had 3 weeks prior. I live in a beautiful, modest 3-bedroom craftsman home that I bought entirely on my own 2 years ago. This house is my sanctuary. I laid down the hardwood floors myself. I transformed the largest spare bedroom into a state-of-the-art home office with acoustic paneling and a dedicated server rack. I earn a very high salary in the tech industry, and I worked brutally hard to get here. My older brother, Marcus, is 35. He lives about 20 minutes away with his wife, Jessica, and their 3 young kids. They live in a cramped 2-bedroom apartment. Marcus has always struggled, but his financial mess is entirely due to his own terrible decisions, his refusal to hold down a steady job, and Jessica's absolute obsession with keeping up appearances on maxed-out credit cards. We were sitting around my parents' dining room table for a Sunday roast. The air was heavy with the smell of overcooked beef and an unspoken, lingering tension. Jessica kept making passive-aggressive comments about how nice it must be to have a quiet house. My mother, Helen, wiped her mouth and started asking pointed questions about my daily routine. "So, Oliver," she said, "you really just sit at that computer all day long? You don't actually go anywhere?" I sighed internally. "Mom, yes, I work from home, but I am actually working. I manage complex digital infrastructure and a team of 15 engineers." My dad, Richard, scoffed loudly, scraping his fork against his plate. "But it's not like real work, is it? You don't have to put on boots. You work in your pajamas. It's a pretend job that just happens to pay you." I should have seen the trap closing right then. My mother folded her hands together and looked at me with manufactured pity. "Well, Oliver, your father and I have been thinking. Since you don't really need all that space in your house, you just need a desk and an internet connection. Wouldn't it make more sense for Marcus and his family to live there? You could move into our basement." We picked out a lovely shade of gray for the walls. I actually laughed out loud because the joke was so incredibly absurd. But nobody else was laughing. Marcus stared at his plate. Jessica had this predatory glint in her eye, like she was already measuring my living room for her oversized sectional. "You're not joking," I said, the amusement draining from my face. My dad leaned forward and launched into a literal presentation. He argued that a family with 3 growing children has actual physical space needs, while a single guy with a laptop doesn't deserve a whole house. He actually said, looking me dead in the eye, that they would generously allow me to use the main floor bathroom during work hours, provided I didn't interrupt my mother's soap operas. I kept my voice steady, though my heart was pounding. I reminded them that I pay the mortgage, the property taxes, and the insurance. It is my name on the deed. I saved for a 20% down payment while eating ramen noodles for 3 years. My father just shook his head in absolute disgust. "But you earned that money sitting in a chair at home. Family helps family. You have a surplus and they have a deficit. We are fixing it." I stood up, grabbed my coat, and walked out. I foolishly thought they would wake up the next morning, realize how insane they sounded, and drop it. I was so incredibly wrong. Update 1. The nightmare escalated faster than I could process. The next morning, my phone exploded with text messages from my mother. She wasn't apologizing, she was sending me links to paint swatches for the basement and asking when I could drop off my house keys so Jessica could bring a contractor by to look at tearing down my kitchen walls. It was a profound violation of my existence. Growing up, Marcus was the undisputed golden child. When he was 23, he wanted to open a custom auto shop. My parents quietly drained our shared college fund, including my half to pay for his lease and tools. The shop went bankrupt in 9 months, and my parents completely forgave him. Meanwhile, I worked agonizing night shifts at a warehouse to pay for my computer science degree. My success highlighted Marcus's failure, so my success had to be invalidated. I replied to my mother with one definitive sentence: "Do not contact me about this again, you are not getting my keys, and I am not moving." Later that evening, my dad left a voicemail that chilled me to the bone. "Oliver, a man who works in his pajamas shouldn't be hoarding real estate while a real family suffers. We are coming to an arrangement regarding the house with or without your cooperation. Prepare yourself." The next day, I noticed an old spare house key was missing from a hook in my kitchen. I had given it to my Aunt Linda 2 years ago to water my plants. She had handed it over to my parents. That was the turning point. The guilt evaporated, replaced by a cold, razor-sharp survival instinct. I went to the hardware store, bought the highest-grade security deadbolts available, and spent 3 hours changing every lock. I installed 4 new high-definition security cameras and linked them to my private server. That brings us back to the moving truck incident. When my dad tried to use the stolen spare key and found it didn't work, his face turned a dangerous shade of purple. I threatened them with the police, and they finally backed down and drove away. But toxic families don't recognize boundaries, they only see them as challenges. Having failed the physical invasion, they pivoted to a psychological siege. Jessica launched a brand new Instagram account called Apartment Life with 3 kids. My feed was flooded with highly curated, dramatically lit black and white photos of my nephews looking miserably cramped. The captions were masterclasses in emotional extortion. "It's so incredibly hard explaining to an innocent boy why his wealthy uncle has 3 empty bedrooms while he shares a twin bed. Number family first, number selfish world." My mother shared the posts, tagging our extended family and church members. They meticulously painted me as a greedy corporate monster. Neighbors I used to drink beer with started giving me cold stares. One neighbor, Tom, actually came to my fence and told me I was a disgrace for kicking my brother out on the street. My parents had told the neighborhood I had explicitly promised Marcus the house and was now backing out to build a private gym, but the absolute peak of their insanity happened the following Tuesday. My motion alerts went off. I looked at the camera feed and saw my parents standing on my front lawn. My mother was hammering a massive, professionally printed real estate sign into my grass. It read, "Future home of the Baker family. Renovation starting soon." I marched outside, yanked the heavy wooden sign out of the dirt, and threw it onto the pavement. My mother walked up to me, her face pulled into a mask of pure, terrifying condescension. She looked at me not like a son, but like a psychiatric patient. "Oliver, sweetheart," she cooed. "We are doing this for your own good. You stare at screens all day. We have consulted with the family and we are stepping in to manage your affairs because living alone is severely affecting your mental state." She didn't just sound entitled, she sounded clinical. They were actively strategizing to strip me of my autonomy. Update 2. The psychological warfare reached a fever pitch. A few days later, I found a heavy-duty steel realtor's lockbox attached to my front doorknob. I snapped it off with bolt cutters. Then came the mail. I received a thick envelope containing a fake residential lease agreement drafted by my parents. It demanded I pay them $750 a month to live in their basement, required me to formally surrender the deed to my house within 30 days, and included a strict 10 p.m. curfew. The stress began to crush me physically. I missed a major coding deadline. During a virtual meeting with my department director, Rachel, I finally cracked. I told her everything. Rachel is a fierce, no-nonsense executive based out of Seattle. She listened quietly, took notes, and then looked directly into the camera. "Oliver, what you are describing is severe psychological abuse and targeted harassment," she said firmly. "Stop treating them like your parents and start treating them like hostile actors. Call a lawyer right now. Also, the principal architect position in Seattle just opened up. I'm putting your name in. Get out of Michigan. We'll cover your relocation." A lifeline. But before I could even process the relief, the final, most terrifying piece of my parents' sinister puzzle arrived in the mail. It was a certified letter on the official letterhead of Dr. Harris, our old family physician. The letter stated that based on repeated reports from immediate family members regarding sudden behavioral changes and severe paranoia, he was formally recommending a full psychiatric evaluation to determine my mental capacity. They weren't just bullying me. They were trying to establish legal medical guardianship over me to forcefully seize my real estate and bank accounts. I didn't panic. I felt absolute, freezing clarity. I compiled every text, voicemail, and security video into an encrypted folder and called Mr. Vance, a bulldog real estate attorney. Let them push, Mr. Vance told me, his voice dripping with dark professional satisfaction. When they cross the final line, we will drop the hammer so hard they won't know what century they're in. I spent the next 3 days in complete silence. I packed my most valuable items into a secure storage unit. I was a ghost in my own home. I knew they would take the silence as weakness and escalate. I was exactly right. It was a Tuesday night. At exactly 3:14 a.m., my phone vibrated violently. A critical alert from my backyard camera. Motion detected. I opened the live feed, and felt the breath leave my lungs. Standing in the pitch dark, illuminated by infrared night vision, was my brother Marcus. He was gripping a heavy solid steel crowbar. Crouched in the bushes behind him was his wife, Jessica. This was my flesh and blood. The man who had drained our college fund was now actively trying to pry the frame away from my glass patio door. They had crossed the threshold into violent criminality. I didn't yell. I minimized the camera app and dialed 911. I calmly told the dispatcher my brother was breaking into my home with a crowbar. As I stayed on the line, the sound echoed through the silent house like a gunshot. Crash! Marcus had swung the heavy end of the crowbar directly into the double-paned glass, kicking the center out. I heard his heavy boots crunching on my custom hardwood floors. Suddenly, the pitch-black darkness of my bedroom was illuminated by the rapid strobing flashes of red and blue lights. The police had arrived silently. A booming voice erupted from a megaphone in my backyard. Police department. Drop the weapon. A terrifying scream ripped through the night air. It was Jessica in the bushes. Downstairs, I heard a loud thud and a scramble of boots. It's my brother's house. Marcus shrieked, his voice high and absolutely terrified. I have permission. We're family. I'm securing the residence. I walked downstairs. The scene in my kitchen was surreal. Shattered glass glittered everywhere. Pinned face down on my expensive hardwood, hands securely cuffed behind his back, was Marcus. Standing by the broken door, sobbing hysterically in handcuffs, was Jessica. The veteran officer looked at me. Do you know these individuals, sir? Marcus looked up at me with wide, desperate eyes. Oliver, tell them Mom said it was okay to move stuff in tonight. All the years of my achievements being diminished, all the stress, the fake lease, the lockbox, it all coalesced into a single block of ice in my chest. I know them, I said, my voice dead flat. That is Marcus and Jessica Baker. They broke into my property. I want to press full felony charges. Jessica let out a wail like a dying animal. They hauled Marcus up, real tears of panic streaming down his face, and loaded them into the cruisers. By 8 a.m., I was walking into the local police precinct. My parents were sitting on a plastic bench in the lobby, waiting to bail them out. When my mother saw me, she marched over, her eyes blazing. You monster! She hissed. You had your own brother arrested. Tell the sergeant you are dropping the charges. We handle things internally. We don't handle felonies internally, Mom, I replied. Just then, my lawyer, Mr. Vance, walked through the doors carrying a thick leather briefcase. He looked like a shark. Mr. and Mrs. Baker, Mr. Vance said smoothly, I strongly advise you to stop harassing my client before we add extortion to your charges. Extortion? My mother scoffed. We are simply trying to manage a family asset. Ah, yes, the family asset, Mr. Vance said, pulling out a file. Because from the financial records I subpoenaed yesterday, it seems your own house is practically owned by the bank. You are 60 days past due on a massive $250,000 second mortgage. The color instantly completely drained from both of my parents' faces. Mr. Vance continued, his voice echoing in the quiet lobby. A mortgage you took out to pay off the owner of a vintage Ferrari that Marcus completely destroyed at his failed auto shop. We know exactly what you were trying to do. The fake lease, the doctor's letter, you weren't trying to find Marcus a place to live. You were trying to get conservatorship over Oliver so you could legally liquidate his real estate and drain his accounts to save yourselves from bankruptcy. The silence was deafening. The sheer, ugly truth hung in the air. They were cowardly, desperate thieves. It's not fair. My mother suddenly sobbed, abandoning her anger for pure victimhood. You have so much, Oliver, we were going to lose our home. He's your brother, it's your duty to share your wealth. I built my life with my own 2 hands, and you tried to steal it, I said coldly. You are dead to me. I turned on my heel and walked out. Update 3. The fog of guilt was completely gone. I accepted the promotion in Seattle and immediately told Mr. Vance to sell the house off market. Within 48 hours, he brought me a private cash buyer, Mr. Sterling, a ruthless corporate litigator moving from out of state. My parents, out on bail and suffocating under debt, made one final desperate maneuver. A week before closing, my father tried to file a fraudulent mechanics lien against my property for $95,000, claiming I owed him for childhood room and board. Mr. Vance obliterated the fake lien within hours with an emergency injunction, threatening to add felony fraud to my father's charges. I hired a specialized moving team to pack my life in the middle of the night. I left no trace. Closing day. I was sitting on the balcony of a beautiful high-rise apartment in downtown Seattle, looking at the mountains. I still had access to the exterior security cameras of my old house for one final week. At exactly 10 a.m., my parents' SUV pulled up to the curb, trailing a massive rented U-Haul truck. I watched the live feed in high definition. They looked haggard but triumphant. They had absolutely no idea the house had been sold. My father marched up to the door with heavy bolt cutters, accompanied by a confused local locksmith. My mother was waving a stack of envelopes. I turned the audio feed on. "We have tenant rights." My mother was yelling at the locksmith. "We have established legal residency. Look, mail addressed to us." They had literally mailed themselves junk catalogs to my address to claim squatters' rights. Before the locksmith could touch the door, a sleek black sedan pulled into the driveway. It was Mr. Sterling, the new owner. He stepped out, looking incredibly irritated. "Who are you people? And what are you doing on my property?" "Your property?" My father puffed his chest out. "This is my son's house. Move your car before I have it towed." "Leet. Your property." Mr. Sterling didn't flinch. "I closed on this house 3 hours ago. The deed is in my name. You have 30 seconds to get off my driveway before I call the police for attempted burglary." The paralyzing shock on my parents' faces was a cinematic masterpiece of devastation. My mother dropped the fake mail. "Sold?" she shrieked. "Mr. Sterling dialed 911. The locksmith sprinted to his van and sped away. 10 minutes later, 2 police cruisers arrived. And because the universe loves irony, one of the officers was the exact same cop who had arrested Marcus. Officer Miller asked Mr. Sterling for his digital closing documents, which he provided instantly. "Sir, ma'am," Officer Miller said into his radio mic, "you have no legal right to be here. Furthermore, you are currently out on bail for trespassing against the previous owner. Put your hands behind your back." My mother completely melted down, throwing herself onto the grass, screaming for the neighbors to help. Tom, the neighbor who had judged me, stepped onto his porch, saw the sheer madness, and quietly went back inside. I watched my father get shoved into the back of a police cruiser. The U-Haul sat empty in the driveway, a monument to their spectacular ruin. The domino effect was merciless. With my parents in jail again for violating bail, the bank foreclosed on their home. Marcus's retail management company caught wind of his felony arrest and fired him immediately. Jessica, realizing the golden goose was dead, filed for a vicious divorce. A surprising ally emerged. Jessica's mother, a no-nonsense retired nurse, filed for emergency custody of the 3 kids so they wouldn't go into the foster system. The kids were safe, which was the only closure I needed. It has been 6 months. The promotion changed my life. Setting boundaries isn't just about changing locks, it's the painful process of accepting that the people who were supposed to love you are incapable of doing so. Blood does not mandate loyalty. Yesterday, I checked my spam folder and saw an email from a generic address. The subject line was unmistakable. "Oliver, please, we need you." I opened it out of sheer curiosity. It was a rambling, desperate plea from my mother. She detailed their horror, living in a cheap motel, my father's pension being garnished for legal fees, Marcus living on a couch and only allowed supervised visits with his kids. She begged me to wire them money for a better lawyer. I didn't feel anger. I just felt a profound sadness. They gambled everything on destroying me, and they lost. I didn't reply. "Thank you for watching." I just clicked delete and permanently blocked the address. I built this life, and no one has the right to demand the fruits of your labor simply because they share your last name. Top comments. User 1, the audacity to draft a fake lease demanding $750 to live in an unfinished basement while trying to steal a whole house. "I'm so glad your boss recognized the abuse and got you out of there. Enjoy Seattle." User 2, that moment when the new owner pulled up while they were trying to claim squatters' rights with junk mail is absolute poetic justice. Mr. Sterling is the MVP. User 3, you did the right thing pressing charges. If they were willing to fake a psychiatric hold to get control of your bank accounts, there's no telling how far they would have gone. Good on Jessica's mom for saving those kids, too. "I need space," my girlfriend texted from another man's apartment. I replied understood, canceled her credit cards, and let foreclosure do the rest. My name is Marcus 28 male, and up until a few months ago, I was in a 2.5-year relationship with Chloe, 24 female. We didn't officially live together. She had her own quaint little studio apartment downtown, and I had my own place closer to my corporate job in the financial district. But for the last 14 months of our relationship, I had essentially become her sole financial provider, her safety net, and her personal ATM. To understand how we got here, you have to understand Chloe's delusion. About a year and a half into our relationship, Chloe decided to quit her perfectly good part-time job as a barista. She constantly complained about smelling like roasted coffee beans and dealing with rude customers. Her ultimate dream was to become a full-time lifestyle, beauty, and travel influencer. She was convinced she was just one viral video away from securing massive brand deals. The glaring problem was that her influencer gig wasn't bringing in a single dime. In fact, it was a massive, gaping financial sinkhole. She was constantly buying new designer outfits, expensive ring lights, high-end cosmetics, and booking aesthetic coffee shops just to capture the perfect Instagram shot. Because I loved her deeply and believed in supporting a partner's ambitions, I foolishly stepped in to bridge the financial gap while she grew her audience. I fell victim to the sunk cost fallacy. And by bridging the gap, I mean I was entirely bankrolling her existence. I had given her 2 premium credit cards in my name, listing her as an authorized user. I was paying her unlimited cell phone plan, her premium car insurance, her luxury $150 a month gym membership, all her music and television streaming services, and even her upgraded cloud storage for all those high-resolution photos she took daily. Altogether, her lifestyle was costing me roughly $2,200 a month. And that $2,200 didn't even include the lavish weekend dinners we went on, the random gifts she'd demand for her unboxing content, or the occasional $300 cash transfers I'd send her via Venmo when she inevitably couldn't make her portion of her studio apartments. Rent. Enter Liam, 27 male. Liam was Chloe's so-called best friend from her college days. He was the classic, textbook orbiter, the guy who was always the absolute first to like her posts, dropping heart eyes and fire emojis on every single selfie within seconds of it going live. He was the one she always swore was just a platonic friend, and repeatedly told me I was being deeply overreacting, controlling, and insecure if I ever brought up his obvious intentions. This was the dude who was texting her "Good morning, beautiful, hope you crush it today" before I even had the chance to wake up and make my morning coffee. I always had a gut feeling about him, but I suppressed it to keep the peace. 4 weeks ago, the absolute peak of audacity occurred. I was sitting at my desk at work, buried in complex financial spreadsheets, when my phone buzzed. It was a massive paragraph from Chloe. "Hey babe, so Liam's roommate completely bailed on him out of nowhere, and he's offering me the extra room in his apartment for super cheap. I really need this opportunity, Marcus. It's time for me to get out of my tiny studio and focus entirely on my brand without any outside distractions. I think we need to do no contact for a month, okay? I'm just really trying to figure myself out, find my creative voice, and protect my peace. We're still together, obviously. I just need space to breathe and grow. Love you so much." I sat there in my ergonomic office chair, the fluorescent lights buzzing above me, and stared at that glowing screen for a solid 10 minutes. My brain was completely short-circuiting trying to process the sheer, unadulterated entitlement radiating from those words. Let me get the logistics of this straight. She is packing up her life and moving into an apartment with another man, a man who clearly, desperately wants to sleep with her, but we are obviously still a committed couple? And I am suddenly considered a distraction that needs to be cut off for a whole month. While I am simultaneously expected to continue quietly covering her $2,200 monthly living expenses from the shadows. A cold, terrifyingly calm wave of absolute clarity washed over me. The thick, blinding fog of love completely evaporated in an instant. I didn't write a long, emotional paragraph back. I didn't beg her to stay. I didn't call her crying and asking what I did wrong. I typed a single word. Understood. Arky. And then, I got to work. Real work. Update 1. I stood up, walked over to my office door, and locked it. I pulled up my personal laptop, opened a new browser window, and brought up every single banking and utility application I possessed. The great purge commenced. First, the credit cards. She had 2 of my premium travel cards where she was listed as an authorized user. One had an $8,500 limit, the other a $6,000 limit. Both were practically maxed out from her endless business expenses, which translated to designer shoes, luxury brunches, and trips to Sephora. I had been making the minimum payments like an absolute clown for a year. I navigated to the Account Management tab, clicked Revoke Authorized User Access, and then selected Deactivate Card for both pieces of plastic. A green checkmark appeared. Done. Her physical cards were now completely useless pieces of plastic. Next, the phone plan. I logged into my Verizon family account. There was her number, happily utilizing my unlimited 5G data to upload her TikToks. I selected her specific line, clicked Remove from Family Plan, and hit Confirm. Effective immediately. She would have no cellular service the second she stepped off Wi-Fi. Car insurance was next. I logged into my Geico portal. She drove a leased Honda Civic that was somehow bundled onto my policy to save us money. I swiftly removed her vehicle and deleted her name as an insured driver. She could figure out how to drive legally on the roads by herself. Then came the daily lifestyle perks. The $150 a month luxury gym membership. Cancelled online. The Spotify Premium Family Plan? Booted her device permanently. The Netflix, Hulu, Max, and Amazon Prime accounts she used every single evening? Passwords changed to complex alphanumeric strings, and I forced a global sign out of all devices command. Even her precious online shopping accounts that were tied to my email address and payment methods, I went in and deleted the entire profiles, wiping her saved carts and wish lists into the digital void. The whole systematic dismantling of her financial safety net took me exactly 45 minutes. When I finally closed my laptop, I felt lighter than I had in 2.5 years. The crushing weight of her financial burden was gone. I picked up my phone, navigated to her contact, and hit block. She wanted a month of no contact to find herself? She was going to get exactly what she asked for, down to the absolute letter. The clock was officially ticking. The absolute silence lasted for exactly 3 days. On the afternoon of the 4th day, my phone started lighting up like a Christmas tree with rapid-fire calls from unknown numbers and mutual acquaintances. I didn't pick up a single one, but the voicemails they left were absolute cinematic gold. I poured myself a glass of bourbon and listened to them in my living room. The first voicemail was from her enabler friend, Jessica. "Oh my God, Marcus, what the hell did you do? Chloe's card just stopped working at the mall and she's completely losing her mind. This is so incredibly low and toxic of you. You are literally financially abusing her. Call her back right now and fix this." The second was from her mother, Brenda. "Hi Marcus, honey, it's Brenda. There seems to be some sort of strange mix-up with Chloe's credit cards. She thinks it's a bank glitch but she can't get a hold of you because her calls aren't going through. Can you please call the bank and sort it out? She's really upset and stressed out." The third voicemail was from Chloe herself, clearly using Liam's phone number. "What the actual hell, Marcus? My card just got declined at Whole Foods in front of literally everyone. The cashier looked at me like I was a homeless person. How could you do this to me? This is literal financial manipulation and abuse. Turn the cards back on right now. You are ruining my life." Financial manipulation? That was a phenomenally bold accusation coming from a woman who had just packed her bags, moved into another man's apartment, and demanded zero contact while fully expecting her boyfriend to blindly bankroll her existence. I listened to the voicemails, laughed out loud, and went back to eating my dinner. I ignored every single one of them. She wanted space, and I was committed to giving it to her. But the absolute best voicemail came late that same night. It was Chloe again, and this time the anger was gone. She was hysterically, uncontrollably sobbing. "Marcus, please pick up. My car insurance lapsed because you took me off, and I got pulled over for a busted taillight. The cop gave me a $520 ticket for driving uninsured and almost impounded my car. I don't have the money to pay this. And Liam saw my card get declined at the grocery store today. I had to pretend that I accidentally grabbed my old canceled debit card. It was so humiliating. Please, Marcus, I'm begging you, just turn the cards back on. I'll pay you back eventually, I swear on my life. This is so embarrassing." Embarrassing? Perfect. Maybe that was something she should have considered before she moved into a guy's apartment who actively thirsts over her, and told the man paying her bills that she needed no contact. Update 2. The chaos finally erupted in person yesterday afternoon. It was a Saturday, and I was in the middle of meal prepping for the week when there was a frantic, aggressive pounding on my front door. I looked through the peephole. It was Chloe. And standing awkwardly right behind her, looking like a lost puppy, was Liam. She had actually brought the guy she moved in with to confront me about cutting off the voluntary allowance I was giving her. I unlocked the deadbolt, opened the door, and leaned against the frame, crossing my arms. Chloe looked like a complete wreck. The polished, flawless influencer veneer was completely gone. She had no makeup on, her hair was shoved into a greasy, messy ponytail, and she was wearing a pair of faded, oversized sweatpants. Liam stood a few feet back on the porch, looking incredibly uncomfortable and aggressively staring at his shoes while fiddling with his phone. "Marcus, we seriously need to talk right now," Chloe demanded, her voice trembling with a mix of rage and panic. "You asked for a month of no contact," I said calmly, not moving an inch. "It's only been 2 weeks. You're breaking your own rules. Stop it, Marcus, just stop," she screamed, her face turning red. "You know exactly what you did. You completely tanked my credit and ruined my life." "Your credit?" I raised an eyebrow, genuinely amused. "Chloe, those are my credit cards. They are in my name, tied to my social security number, paid from my checking account. You were just an authorized user spending my money. Your credit is completely unaffected." Liam finally decided to play the white knight and chimed in, his voice cracking slightly. "Dude, you gotta admit, that's kind of harsh. She was heavily relying on those cards to survive." I slowly turned my gaze to Liam. I let the heavy silence hang in the air for a few agonizing seconds before I spoke. "You're seriously standing on my porch right now? She moved into your apartment, Liam. She's living with you. But I'm supposed to keep paying her bills and buying her groceries while she plays house with you. Liam's eyes darted back and forth nervously. Look, man, it's not like that. We're just friends. She just needed a place to stay to focus on her art. Right, I said, nodding slowly. Just friends. Well, friend, she's your roommate now. You feed her. Chloe stepped between us, her fists clenched. Marcus, I need those cards turned back on right now. I have a massive brand partnership meeting tomorrow morning via Zoom and I need to look professional. I don't even have the money to get my hair done or buy my specific foundation. You are sabotaging my career. That sounds like a massive you problem, I replied, totally deadpan. I swear to God I will take you to court, she shrieked, pointing a shaking finger at my chest. You controlled me financially. You made me dependent on you and now you're punishing me for needing space. My followers will ruin you. Sue me for what, exactly? I laughed, unable to hold it in anymore. Stopping the flow of free money? Go right ahead. Please, take me to court. Call a lawyer right now. I have over 2 years of bank statements showing tens of thousands of dollars spent at Sephora, Ulta, Zara, and high-end coffee shops, all while you posted on Instagram about being an independent, self-made queen. I looked over at Liam, who was suddenly looking very pale and sweaty. Yo, Liam, didn't she tell you I was a controlling, toxic boyfriend? Liam shifted uncomfortably, looking at Chloe and then back at me. Yeah. She said you were financially abusive, and wouldn't let her leave. Toxic? I asked, looking back at Chloe. I paid every single one of her bills while she chased an influencer dream that generated zero revenue. And controlling? She literally packed her bags and moved in with you, buddy. Does that sound like I controlled her movements or who she hung out with? Chloe's face went from red to a sickly white. You are destroying my life. My engagement is dropping because I can't afford to keep up my content. My car registration is expired and I can't afford to renew it. I can't even afford food. I feigned shock and looked at Liam. Wait, what? Liam's not covering the grocery bill? That's so odd. I thought you guys were roommates? Surely he's helping out with the household expenses. Liam looked at her, his confusion morphing into visible irritation. I paid your share of the rent this month because you said your funds were tied up in brand investments. Not right now, Liam, Chloe snapped at him aggressively. You could physically see the gears turning in Liam's head. The realization was washing over him in real time. He thought he was moving in a vulnerable, beautiful girl who was finally leaving her toxic boyfriend, and that he was going to swoop in, be the hero, and get a girlfriend. Chloe, on the other hand, thought she was getting a free place to stay with her pathetic orbiter while keeping me on the hook as her personal ATM. Look, I said, stepping back into my apartment and grabbing the door handle. You wanted space to focus on yourself and your brand. I am giving you that exact space. Now get off my property before I call the police and have you both trespassed. Chloe immediately broke down into hysterical, ugly tears, dropping to her knees on the porch. You don't get it, Marcus. I have bills. I have responsibilities. My minimum payments on my personal student loans are $400 a month. Then get a job. Content creation is my job, she wailed. Your 4,500 followers aren't paying your bills, Chloe. I was. And now I'm not. Goodbye. I started to close the door. She quickly shoved her foot in the jam to stop it. I'll post about this. I will expose exactly what kind of abusive person you are on TikTok. I will ruin your reputation. Please do, I smiled warmly. Make sure you explicitly mention the part where you moved in with another man while expecting your boyfriend to fund your entire life. I'm sure that will get a ton of likes and sympathy. I shoved her foot back with my shoe, slammed the heavy wooden door shut, and locked the deadbolt. Her little smear campaign kicked off almost immediately. That evening, she posted a tearful, highly edited video on TikTok and Instagram about surviving financial abuse in relationships and how her toxic ex left her stranded with nothing. It got maybe 600 views. And the comments from her own followers were absolutely ruthless. Wait, didn't you just post last week that you moved in with your male bestie? So let me get this straight. Your ex paid all your bills and you left him, and now you're mad he stopped paying? Where do I sign up for this kind of financial abuse? This is so incredibly cringe. Delete this before more people see it. She deleted the video within 3 hours. Update 3. The real desperation hit the following Tuesday. I was at the gym, doing a set of deadlifts, when I got a direct message on Instagram. It was from Liam. Hey man, we seriously need to talk. Chloe has been lying to me this whole time. She told me she had enough savings to pay half the rent and utilities for the next 6 months, but she is completely broke. She's been eating all my food, using my expensive shower products, and she just sits on the couch crying all day refusing to clean. She already owes me $1,100 for rent and groceries. Is there any way you can take her back or at least help her out financially? I read the message while wiping the sweat off my face and actually laughed out loud in the middle of the gym. I typed back, that sounds like a massive issue for you, buddy. She's your roommate now, Her mom lives 25 minutes away. Tell her to go there. Liam replied immediately, his panic obvious through the text. I tried. Her mom won't take her in unless she deletes her social media and gets a real full-time job. She refuses to do it. Bro, this isn't even funny anymore. She tried flirting with me last night to get me to pay for her car insurance. When I told her I didn't have the money, she flipped out, threw a glass at the wall, and called me a broke loser. I had to leave my own apartment to get away from her. You wanted her as a roommate, I replied coldly. You played stupid games, Liam. Enjoy your stupid prize. Do not contact me again. The real kicker, however, came from Chloe's mother Brenda. Brenda actually called me the next day, and unlike Chloe, she sounded genuinely apologetic, exhausted, and deeply embarrassed. Marcus, honey, I am so deeply sorry to bother you. Brenda sighed heavily over the phone. I had absolutely no idea you were covering all of her expenses. She lied to my face. She told me she was earning a fantastic income online from brand deals and affiliate links. Brenda, she made maybe $250 a month from random Amazon affiliate links, I explained gently. That was her entire income. I paid for everything else. Oh my dear Lord, Brenda gasped, her voice breaking. And the credit cards? She told me there was a bank error and you were holding her money hostage. Are they really maxed out? Yes, I confirmed. Between the two cards, there is about $14,500 in debt. All clothes, makeup, luxury dining, and random aesthetic junk for her videos. If you check her socials, every single post, every meal, every outfit was directly funded by my paycheck. There was a long, heavy silence on the other end of the line. I could hear Brenda taking a shaky breath. I am cutting her off entirely too, Marcus. I told her she can come home, but only if she gets a job at my friend's dental clinic as a receptionist. She has to work 40 hours a week, and pay me rent. I am done enabling this delusion. I raised her better than this. Good call, Brenda. You're a good mom, and you're doing the right thing for her long term. You're a good man, Marcus. You deserve so much better than how my daughter treated you. I am so sorry for the pain she caused. Hearing that from her own mother felt like the ultimate vindication. Update 4. Yesterday marked exactly 1 month since the infamous I need space text. Right on cue, like a perfectly programmed robot, Chloe texted me from a completely new phone number. Hey love, the month is officially up. I've done a lot of reflecting and journaling, and I miss us so much. Can we please meet up and talk? Liam is being super weird and creepy and I really need to leave this apartment. I read the text and left it on read. No reply. An hour later, my phone buzzed again. Hello? Yes. 10 minutes later, Marcus, please. I know I messed up. I'm sorry. 5 minutes later, I will do literally anything. Just respond to me. 2 minutes later, fine. Be immature and ignore me. See if I care. But she did care. And it escalated to a level of insanity I never anticipated. At 2 p.m., I was in a crucial quarterly financial review meeting in the glass conference room at my office. Suddenly, I saw my manager looking out into the main lobby with a horrified expression. I turned around in my chair. Chloe was in the lobby of my corporate office building. She was completely unhinged, sobbing hysterically, makeup running down her face, and actively trying to push past the front desk security guard, a large man named Stan. I need to see Marcus. He's my boyfriend. He left me homeless. He stole my money. She was screaming at the top of her lungs, causing a massive scene. My coworkers were all staring through the glass, completely dumbfounded. Building security had to physically restrain her arms and aggressively escort her out of the building. As she was being dragged through the automatic sliding glass doors, she caught sight of me sitting in the conference room and shrieked, I just want my things back. Marcus, give me my things. What things? We never even lived together. I didn't have a single item of hers at my apartment. My boss pulled me aside after the chaos subsided and the police were called to issue a trespass warning. Hey man, are you good? Do you need HR to help you file a restraining order? That was intense. I might actually need to look into that, I muttered, deeply embarrassed but also completely detached from her absolute insanity. When I finally got off work and checked my phone, I had 7 missed calls from 5 different unknown numbers. The voicemails had devolved from begging to pure, unadulterated venom and threats. You completely ruined my life. She screamed in one voicemail, her voice hoarse. Liam is officially kicking me out by Friday. My credit score is completely shot. You are a textbook narcissist and an abuser. I'm going to call your mother and tell her exactly what kind of monster she raised. She actually didn't call my mom. My mom called me, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Marcus, your crazy ex-girlfriend just called me crying hysterically about credit cards and homelessness. My mom chuckled over the phone. I told her that the local McDonald's down the street is hiring at $15 an hour, told her to wear a hairnet, and hung up. Thanks, Mom. Chloe had immediately texted my mom back, called her a bitter old hag, and blocked her. It was the absolute funniest thing that happened all week. Update 5. Liam lasted exactly 36 days. He finally grew a spine and gave Chloe a written eviction notice. It literally said, "Leave by Sunday at 5 p.m. or all your crap is going on the curb." It wasn't technically legal, since she had established residency and wasn't on the lease, but the message was crystal clear. How do I know this? Because Chloe took a photo of the handwritten note and texted it to me with the caption, "Look at what you caused." I finally replied, "You caused this entirely on your own. I am literally going to be homeless on Sunday." She typed back, "Your mom's house has plenty of space. She wants me to work at her friend's dental clinic as a receptionist." Do you have any idea how degrading that is for someone with my platform and aesthetic? More or less degrading than having your card declined at Whole Foods in front of the guy you left me for? I absolutely hate you. Okay. That was it. Just okay. She proceeded to send 55 more rapid-fire texts that I didn't even bother reading. I just cleared the notifications and went about my day. But the real, universe-delivered karma? That came from the maxed-out credit cards. Unbeknownst to me, during the last few months of our relationship, Chloe had been engaging in some incredibly shady, borderline illegal financial maneuvers. Because the cards I gave her were maxed out, she had secretly been using a third credit card, one she opened in her own name, to pay the minimum balances on my cards, and then using a sketchy cash advance app to cycle the money back. She was creating a fake payment loop to artificially inflate her available credit and keep the plates spinning. When I abruptly canceled the cards and locked the accounts, that delicate house of cards collapsed instantly. The sudden halt in the payment cycle flagged her personal accounts for highly suspicious activity. I received a call from the bank's fraud department, asking about the unusual payment history. I explained exactly what happened. I was the primary account holder, she was an authorized user, and I had no idea she was cycling payments from external, unverified accounts using cash advances. The bank investigator thanked me for my cooperation. They are now officially investigating Chloe for credit fraud and check kiting using someone else's accounts for a payment cycle scam. It is highly illegal, and it carries severe financial penalties and potential criminal charges. Who knew? Well, I did, eventually. That's why I kept meticulous records of every single transaction, every text, and every bank statement. Update 6. Chloe's influencer career officially crashed and burned in spectacularly public fashion yesterday. She decided it was a brilliant idea to post a Get Ready With Me video on TikTok to prove to her followers she was still thriving. She was wearing a recycled outfit from 3 years ago, and she was filming it in Liam's cramped, dirty bathroom. Right in the middle of her applying her concealer and talking about positive vibes, you could loudly hear Liam pounding aggressively on the bathroom door. "Chloe, get the hell out of there. I need to shower for my actual, real job." Liam shouted clearly in the background. She tried to play it off and giggle, but the internet is undefeated. The comments were utterly brutal. Is this the girl who survived financial abuse? Why is her roommate yelling at her? This is so pathetic. Roommate drama? Yikes. Are you actually homeless now? Girl, that's the same Zara top you wore in 2020. You're screaming broke. She had a total mental breakdown and permanently deleted her entire account. All 4,500 followers, gone in a single click. Later that evening, Liam messaged me one last time. "She's finally out, bro." Her mom showed up with a U-Haul truck and literally dragged her out of my apartment. Chloe was screaming the entire time about how everyone in her life was betraying her and holding her back from greatness. She went totally unhinged. Good luck to whoever has to deal with her next. I am so completely done. Also, Liam added a minute later, "I'm really sorry. She genuinely convinced me that you were an abusive monster. I honestly thought I was saving her from a bad situation." "You thought you were getting a girlfriend, Liam," I replied. "Yeah. Honestly, that too. I was an idiot." At least he finally admitted it. Brenda, the mom, texted me later that night. "Marcus, Chloe is home. She starts at the dental clinic on Monday morning at 8 a.m. sharp. Regular job, regular pay. Thank you for not pressing formal harassment charges after she showed up at your office." "No problem, Brenda. I just hope she finally learns how the real world works. She says you guys are just on a temporary break, and that you will reconcile and take her back once you cool off." Brenda added, "She is completely delusional." "That's exactly what I told her," I replied. According to Brenda, Chloe is now paying market rate rent to live in her childhood bedroom. She apparently cried for 6 hours straight when she realized she had to wake up at 6:30 a.m. to commute to a desk job. Final update. It has now been exactly 2 months since Chloe sent me that infamous text and moved in with Liam. The dust has finally settled, and here is the landing. Chloe is living with her mother, working a soul-crushing 9 to 5 shift at the dental clinic, answering phones, filing paperwork, and scheduling root canals. Her social media accounts are entirely private now, and she has exactly 52 followers. Brenda recently sent me a photo of Chloe sitting behind the reception desk, wearing oversized blue medical scrubs, looking absolutely miserable and defeated. I looked at the photo, and for the first time in years, I felt absolutely nothing. No pity, No anger, just complete indifference. Liam recently posted an ad in a local Facebook housing group seeking a new roommate. His listing included very specific demands: must have proof of steady W-2 income, absolutely no influencers or content creators. The comments on his post were full of mutual friends brutally mocking him about the Chloe situation. He learned his lesson the hard way. As for me, I am absolutely thriving. That $2,200 a month that I am no longer spending on Chloe's delusions is now aggressively paying down the credit card debt she racked up. I should be completely debt-free in about 7 months. My credit score has already shot up by 45 points. I am also dating an incredible woman named Maya. She is a 7-year-old structural engineer I met at my local indoor climbing gym. Maya is fiercely independent, pays her own way, and finds the entire Chloe saga absolutely hilarious. Last weekend, Maya and I ordered spicy pad thai takeout, opened a nice bottle of wine, and spent the entire evening reviewing my old credit card statements, just laughing at the sheer absurdity of the charges I used to blindly pay for. $450 at a high-end cosmetics counter for essential investment pieces. $350 for a massive ring light that she used exactly twice. $250 for a business networking dinner at an exclusive downtown nightclub. $180 for content creation brunches consisting of avocado toast and mimosas. The total financial damage over the course of our 2-year relationship? Approximately $38,000, and that includes the rent assistance, the phone bills, the car insurance, and the endless stream of random cash transfers. Maya looked over the spreadsheets, took a sip of her wine, and said, "Marcus, you weren't her boyfriend, you were her angel investor, and she was a terrible startup." Pretty much perfectly summarizes it. Just last week, Chloe tried one final, desperate play. She texted me from yet another new number. It was a massive, 4-paragraph text about her personal growth, the deep lessons she's learned, and the special, undeniable connection we share. The craziest part? She actually wrote that she forgave me for overreacting to her moving in with Liam. She forgives me? I replied, "Who is this?" "Stop it, Marcus, you know it's me. Sorry, I don't have this number saved in my contacts. It's Chloe. Please do not contact me ever again. Marcus, I am literally trying to apologize to you. No, Chloe, you are broke, you are miserable at your job, and you need a financial sponsor. I am not that guy anymore. Goodbye." Blocked. Her friend Jessica even tried to reach out to me, claiming that Chloe was genuinely sorry and was willing to set up a payment plan to repay me for the credit cards. "With what money, Jessica?" I asked. "She's working full-time now," Jessica defended. "She makes $21 an hour." I replied, "After taxes, rent to her mom, and living expenses, it would take her roughly 4 years to cover the $14,500 on those cards, assuming she gives me her entire disposable paycheck. Hard pass." She swears she didn't mean anything by moving in with Liam. It was purely platonic. I literally do not care anymore, Jessica, the relationship is done. Stop contacting me. Some of our mutual friends actually bought into Chloe's fabricated financial abuse narrative. I lost a few friends over it, but I kept the ones who mattered, the ones I showed the actual bank statements to, quality over quantity any day. I recently heard that Chloe started a new, anonymous Instagram account dedicated to debt-free living and offering financial independence tips for young women. It currently has 14 followers, most of which appear to be spam bots. Her recent post about avoiding toxic money dynamics in relationships got exactly 3 comments, all from her mother's middle-aged friends saying things like, "Just focus on your job at the clinic, honey." The sheer audacity is almost impressive. I learned an incredibly costly lesson about establishing boundaries, recognizing red flags, and understanding my own self-worth. $38,000 is an incredibly steep tuition fee for the school of Don't Be a Chump, but the education I received is absolutely priceless, right? Maya and I are currently planning a 2-week backpacking trip through Europe for next summer. I am paying my exact half of the trip, and she is paying her exact half. We booked the flights together, split the Airbnb costs down the middle, and planned our budget like actual, mature adults. It is the most refreshing, liberating feeling in the world. To anyone out there who might be in a similar situation, reading this and feeling that pit in your stomach, cut them off. The absolute second someone blatantly disrespects you, takes your resources for granted, or treats you like an ATM while prioritizing other people, believe them. Do not wait for them to pack their bags and move in with another guy before you finally open your eyes. Chloe explicitly told me she wanted space to figure things out. Well, she got exactly what she asked for. She figured out that without my credit cards, my patience, and my bank account, she is just another ordinary person with a regular 9-to-5 job, living in her childhood bedroom with her mom, posting inspirational quotes on the internet that absolutely nobody reads. And honestly, that is exactly the life she earned. Top comments. User 1. The absolute sheer audacity of her moving in with her best friend who actively hits on her, and then having the nerve to get mad that you stopped paying for her lifestyle. She literally wanted to play house with another man on your dime. You handled this beautifully, Marcus. Enjoy Europe with Maya. User 2. Maya's comment about you being an angel investor for a terrible startup is the most accurate thing I've ever read on this app. $38,000 is a tough pill to swallow. But look at it this way. You paid $38K to get a parasite out of your life before you married her, and she took half of everything you own. Money well spent. User 3. As someone who works in banking, the fact that she was doing a payment cycle scam with cash advance apps to artificially inflate the credit limit while you were paying the minimums is wild. That's textbook credit fraud. The fact that the bank is investigating her is the sweetest karma possible. She really thought she was a financial genius until the music stopped. Enjoy your filthy cabin. My sister smirked after stealing my inheritance. So, I let her contest the will, knowing it was sitting on $100 million. My sister laughed in my face at our father's will reading, mocking me for inheriting a worthless shack, while she walked away with a $5.2 million Miami penthouse. She thought she had won the ultimate victory, solidifying her status as the golden child while branding me a filthy drifter. So, I packed my bags, drove to that shack, and found the $120 million secret my father had buried under the floorboards, a secret that is about to tear her meticulously curated life to absolute shreds. Let me backtrack, because none of this makes sense without understanding the toxic, suffocating ecosystem that is my family. My name is Elias Vance. I am 35 years old, and for the past 10 years, I have served as a logistics and supply officer in the United States Navy. I have spent my entire adult life navigating high-pressure environments, managing millions of dollars in military assets, and learning how to keep my heart rate steady when everything around me is going up in flames. My former commanding officer once wrote in an evaluation that I possess the emotional baseline of a concrete bunker. In my line of work, that is a survival trait. In my family, it made me an outcast. My father was Arthur Vance. He was the founder and sole owner of Vance Engineering Group, a heavy-duty commercial architecture and engineering firm based in Chicago. He built that company from a single rented desk in a damp basement into a regional empire over the course of 45 years. My father was a man carved from granite. He was stoic, relentless, and fiercely private. He rarely smiled, but when he did, you knew you had earned it. He passed away suddenly in late April, a massive coronary thrombosis. That is the clinical way of saying his heart just stopped working on a rainy Thursday afternoon. He was 71 years old. There was no lingering decline, no tearful bedside goodbyes. Just a frantic phone call from his secretary, a rushed flight on a military transport plane, and a sterile hospital waiting room where the doctor shook his head and handed me my father's watch in a plastic bag. My sister, Savannah, is 30 years old. She has never worked a standard 40-hour week in her life. This isn't me being bitter, it is a statistical fact. Savannah is a professional lifestyle curator. She lives in Miami, spends thousands of dollars a month on cosmetic dermatology, and boasts over 500,000 followers on social media, where she posts highly edited photos of her drinking matcha lattes on yachts she doesn't own. She is beautiful, ruthless, and possesses the empathy of a starving shark. For as long as I can remember, Savannah has viewed our father not as a parent, but as a bank vault she was waiting for the combination to. In the last year of his life, my father and I had a rare, quiet phone call. He sounded exhausted, his voice raspy from decades of cigar smoke and corporate warfare. She's circling, Elias, he had told me, the resignation heavy in his chest. Savannah. She's measuring the drapes. She thinks I don't see it, but I see everything. What are you going to do about it? I had asked, sitting on my bunk in a naval base hundreds of miles away. There was a long, heavy silence on the line. I could hear the faint sound of him tapping his pen against his mahogany desk. I'm going to give her exactly what she wants, he finally said. And I'm going to give you something she'll never understand. He refused to elaborate further. 2 months later, he was dead. The funeral was held at a historic cathedral in downtown Chicago. It was a grand, somber affair that smelled of expensive lilies and performative grief. I flew in wearing my dress blues. I didn't wear them to show off. I wore them because my uniform is the truest representation of who I am, and I refused to shrink myself to fit into my family's high society aesthetic. Savannah, naturally, turned the funeral into a content creation opportunity. She arrived wearing a custom black designer dress that cost more than a petty officer's annual salary. She brought a professional photographer, a guy named Jax, who hovered around her like a drone, snapping candid photos of her dabbing her perfectly dry eyes with a silk handkerchief. My mother, Eleanor, drifted through the reception like a ghost. My mother is a woman who has spent 4 decades avoiding conflict at all costs. She is not evil, but she is terminally passive. She long ago realized that fighting Savannah's tantrums was exhausting, so she simply surrendered. During the reception, she clung to Savannah's arm, nodding along as my sister loudly complained about the catering to a room full of grieving colleagues. I stood in the corner, holding a lukewarm glass of water, watching the circus unfold with a tight Joe the mother. The next afternoon, we gathered in the dark, mahogany-paneled office of Julian Hayes. Julian was my father's estate attorney, a sharp, humorless man in his late 60s who had navigated my father's legal minefields for over 30 years. He sat behind a massive oak desk, looking at us over the rim of his reading glasses. The room was suffocatingly tense. Savannah sat directly across from me, repeatedly checking her reflection in her phone screen. My mother sat beside her, wringing her hands. Julian cleared his throat, opened the thick leather binder, and began to read. To my daughter, Savannah Vance, I leave the luxury penthouse property located in Miami, Florida, unencumbered by any mortgage, along with a 25% minority shareholder stake in Vance Engineering Group. Savannah let out a breath. It wasn't a sigh of relief, it was a hiss of triumph. A smug, sickeningly satisfied smile spread across her face. She leaned back in her leather chair, crossing her legs, radiating the energy of a monarch who had just been crowned. The Miami penthouse was currently valued at roughly $5.2 million. The engineering shares would pay out massive quarterly dividends for the rest of her life. She was instantly, independently wealthy. Julian turned the page. The room went dead silent. To my son, Elias Vance, I leave the family cabin and the surrounding 300 acres of undeveloped woodland located in the Ozark Mountains of Arkansas. The silence that followed was so thick you could have choked on it. It was the kind of silence where everyone stops breathing because they are waiting for the explosion. I didn't flinch. I kept my eyes locked on Julian, my face an absolute mask of military indifference. Then, Savannah laughed. It was a sharp, biting sound that echoed off the wood-paneled walls. A cabin? She giggled, looking around the room as if waiting for a punchline. A cabin in the woods? Oh my God, Elias. That is just poetic. She leaned forward, her eyes glittering with malice. You've spent the last 10 years living out of a canvas duffel bag on a ship. Now you get a moldy shack in the middle of nowhere to match. It's perfect. Savannah, please. My mother whispered weakly, looking at the floor. What? I'm just being honest, Savannah snapped, her voice dripping with venomous joy. Dad, obviously knew the score. He left the prime real estate to the daughter who actually knows how to live in civilized society, and he left the dirt to the transient. No offense, Elias, but you're basically a drifter with a government paycheck. At least now you have a filthy little hole to crawl into. Julian shifted uncomfortably in his seat. My mother squeezed her eyes shut. I sat there, feeling a slow, boiling heat rising in my chest. I had a dozen responses loaded in the chamber. I could have torn her apart right there. I could have pointed out her empty, parasitic existence. But I remembered what the Navy taught me: never fire a weapon just to make a loud noise. You only fire when you have a target lock. I stood up slowly, smoothing the wrinkles from my uniform jacket. I looked at Julian and extended my hand. Thank you for your time, Mr. Hayes. I'll be in touch regarding the deed transfer. I didn't look at Savannah. I didn't look at my mother. I just turned on my heel and walked out of the office. As I reached the heavy double doors, Savannah called out behind me, unable to resist one last twist of the knife. Don't be mad, Elias. Dad knew you didn't have the taste for Miami anyway. Enjoy your shack. I pushed through the doors and walked out into the chilly Chicago air. I wasn't just angry, I was vibrating with a cold, focused fury. But beneath the anger, there was a nagging sense of confusion. My father was a brilliant, calculated man. He didn't do anything by accident. He didn't make emotional, petty decisions. There was a missing piece to this puzzle, and I was going to find it. The very next morning, my mother showed up at my hotel room unannounced. She was wearing her expensive pearls and a stiff designer coat, her armor for uncomfortable situations. She sat on the edge of the bed, refusing to meet my eyes. Savannah feels awful about how things sounded yesterday. My mother lied smoothly. She wants to make things right. She thinks the Arkansas property might be better utilized as a corporate tax write-off. She's willing to buy you out, Elias. She's offering you $750,000. Cash. I stared at her. Yesterday, she called it a filthy hole. Today, she wants to hand me $750,000 for it? My mother swallowed hard. She knows some developers. She thinks there might be some timber value. It's a very generous offer, Elias. You could buy a nice condo. S. No, I said flatly. Elias, please, don't be stubborn, take the money, let your sister handle the land. The answer is no, Mom. If Savannah wants to talk about my land, she can drive out to the Ozarks and knock on my door. My mother left looking terrified. That interaction confirmed everything. Savannah didn't just want the land, she knew something I didn't, or at least she suspected something. I immediately packed my truck, took 30 days of accumulated military leave, and started the 9-hour drive south to Arkansas. The drive was long, winding, and isolating. As I crossed into the Ozarks, the highways turned into two-lane roads, which eventually turned into unmarked dirt paths winding up steep, densely forested mountainsides. It was nearly midnight when my headlights finally washed over the property. I put the truck in park and stepped out into the freezing night air. I looked at the shack. It wasn't a shack at all. It was a beautiful, masterfully constructed log cabin. It was small, maybe 1,000 square feet, but it was built from massive, weather-treated timber, resting on a solid stone foundation. A wide porch wrapped around the front, and a sturdy stone chimney rose into the night sky. It looked like a fortress built to withstand a century of storms. I unlocked the heavy oak door and stepped inside, expecting the musty smell of rot and neglect. Instead, I smelled cedar, faint wood smoke, and lemon polish. The floors were swept, the windows were clean, dry firewood was neatly stacked next to the hearth. Someone had been taking meticulous care of this place. I flicked on a heavy iron lamp on the side table. Above the fireplace mantel was a framed photograph. It was my father, looking to be in his late 20s, standing in this exact cabin, smiling a genuine, relaxed smile I had never seen in my life. Standing next to him was a woman with striking silver hair and sharp, intelligent eyes. Written on the bottom of the frame in my father's handwriting was, Clara and Arthur, 1982. The foundation. Before I could even process the photo, there was a heavy knock on the door. My hand instinctively dropped to my hip, a reflex drilled into me from a decade of service. Before I remembered I was unarmed. I opened the door to find a man in his late 60s standing on the porch, holding a steaming thermos. He wore a faded flannel shirt and had the unmistakable, rigid posture of a military veteran. "You're Elias," he grunted. It wasn't a question. "I am. Silas Thorne. I live a mile down the ridge." He held up the thermos. "Your old man told me you'd show up eventually. Said you'd likely drive straight through the night and need black coffee when you got here." I let him in. Silas was a retired Marine Corps gunnery sergeant. He had lived in these mountains for 30 years. We sat at the heavy wooden kitchen table, drinking scalding, bitter coffee. "Your dad came up here almost every month," Silas told me, his eyes locked on mine. "He didn't bring the Chicago noise with him. He was a different man up here. Quiet. Respectful." Silas paused, taking a slow sip. "He talked about you all the time. Said you were the only one in that family with a spine. He never mentioned your sister." Silas set his mug down. "He told me to tell you about the floorboard. Kitchen pantry. Second plank from the right. He put it there 18 months ago." Silas left shortly after. I walked into the small pantry, knelt down, and pressed on the second oak plank from the right. It shifted slightly. I wedged my pocket knife into the seam and pried it up. Beneath the floorboards was a hollowed-out cavity containing a heavy, waterproof metal lockbox. I pulled it out, carried it to the kitchen table, and cracked the seal. Inside was a stack of documents, a flash drive, and a handwritten letter from my father. I unfolded the letter first. "Elias, if you are reading this, it means I am gone, and it means you didn't sell out to your sister. I knew you wouldn't. You have always been the only real iron in this family. The woman in the photo is Clara Whitmore. She owned this land before me. She was an environmental lawyer who spent her life fighting corporate greed. She sold me this land decades ago for pennies, on one strict condition, that I never let it be destroyed by vultures looking for a quick payout. She taught me that true legacy isn't money in a bank, it's what you protect." 18 months ago, I had a private geological survey done on these 300 acres. I didn't use my normal firm, I used a private, out-of-state contractor. What they found changes everything. I could have sold it. Savannah would have wanted me to sell it so she could buy more designer trash. But I remembered my promise to Clara, and I remembered the man you grew up to be. Look at the survey, Elias. Build something that matters. Let your sister have her glass tower in Miami. You have the kingdom. I love you, son. I'm sorry I was too stubborn to say it to your face. Dad. My hands were shaking. I put the letter down and pulled out the thick, bound document stamped with the seal of a private geological engineering firm out of Denver. I flipped to the executive summary. The 300 acres of worthless wood sat directly on top of one of the most concentrated, high-purity deposits of lithium and cobalt ever discovered in the region. The minerals were in critical, desperate demand for global electric vehicle battery manufacturing and aerospace technology. I scanned down to the estimated valuation. My breath, caught in my throat. Estimated extractable value, conservative yield, $85 million, $120 million USD. I sat alone in the dead of night, staring at a piece of paper that made my sister's $5.2 million penthouse look like spare change found in a couch cushion. My father had known. He had known for over a year. He had deliberately given Savannah the flashy, immediate wealth to satisfy her ego, while secretly handing me an empire, trusting me to handle it with the discipline the military had beaten into me. Savannah thought she was playing chess. My father had been playing orbital strikes, and now, I had the launch codes. Update 1. The absolute audacity of my sister became apparent less than 48 hours later. I was sitting on the front porch at 7 a.m., drinking coffee and watching the fog roll off the mountains, when a sleek, black Cadillac Escalade with Florida plates came crunching up my private dirt driveway. It parked aggressively close to the cabin. Two men in tailored suits stepped out. One of them was holding a leather clipboard. They didn't even look at me, they just immediately started pointing at the tree line and taking photos. I set my coffee mug down. The clink of ceramic on wood echoed loudly. I stepped off the porch, squaring my shoulders. You have exactly 10 seconds to explain why you are trespassing on my property before I physically remove you, I barked, projecting my voice the way I used to on the flight deck. The taller suit turned, flashing a condescending, corporate smile. Mr. Vance, good morning. We represent Apex Development Group. Your sister, Savannah, retained us. We're here to do a preliminary topographical assessment for clear cutting and... Get off my land, I interrupted, my voice dropping to a low, dangerous gravel. Sir, your sister indicated that she is in the process of acquiring this parcel, and... My sister doesn't own a single blade of grass on this mountain. I stepped closer, closing the distance until I was inches from the man's face. If you take one more photograph, I will smash your camera into pieces, and then I will call the county sheriff to arrest you for criminal trespassing. Get in your shiny truck and leave. Now. They looked at my eyes, realized I was absolutely not bluffing, and practically sprinted back to their Escalade. They sped off, kicking up a cloud of dust. I immediately went inside and called Julian Hayes, the estate lawyer. When he answered, I didn't say hello. I just said, Savannah sent corporate scouts to my property. Julian sighed deeply. I was afraid of this. Elias, Savannah knows about the lithium. How? I demanded. She illegally accessed your father's private email archives through a contact at his old company. She found a vague reference to a geological survey. She doesn't know the exact dollar amount, but she knows there are valuable mineral rights attached to that land. That's why she tried to buy you out for 800 grand. She was trying to rob you blind before you figured it out. Can she take it from me? I asked, my grip tightening on the phone. She's going to try, Julian said, grimly. She officially filed a lawsuit this morning contesting the will. She is claiming that your father was suffering from cognitive decline and dementia at the time he altered the estate. She is arguing that leaving a worthless cabin to his son while giving her a penthouse proves he was not in his right mind, and therefore, the land should be split as a collective family asset. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. How long can she drag this out? Months. Maybe years, Julian said. But Elias, your father anticipated this. He told me to tell you not to worry. Just let her file the paperwork. 4 days later, Savannah decided to grace me with her presence. She drove a rented Mercedes G-Wagon up the mountain, bringing our mother along as a human shield. Savannah stepped out of the car wearing pristine white designer boots that immediately sank 2 inches into the Arkansas mud. She shrieked, cursing loudly, before stomping up to my porch. Are you insane? She screamed, not bothering with a greeting. You threaten my contractors? You are living like a feral animal in this disgusting shack. I leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. It's my shack, Savannah, why are you here? She pulled a thick legal document from her designer tote bag and slammed it onto the porch railing. I am trying to save you from yourself, Elias. Dad was out of his mind when he wrote that will. Everyone knows it. I am offering you $800,000 right now. Sign the buyout. If you don't, my lawyers will tie this property up in probate court for the next 10 years, and you will bankrupt yourself trying to pay the legal fees. You're a Navy grunt. You don't have the money to fight me. My mother stood by the car, looking miserable. Elias, just sign it, she pleaded softly. We can all just go back to being a family. We were never a family, Mom, I said, not taking my eyes off Savannah. We were a hostage situation, and Savannah was the negotiator. I looked down at the contract. $800,000. She was trying to steal $100 million fortune for less than $1 million, smiling to my face while she did it. The sheer sociopathic greed of it was breathtaking. I picked up the contract, looked Savannah dead in the eyes, and slowly tore it in half. Then I tore it into quarters. I let the pieces flutter to the muddy ground at her feet. Get off my mountain, I said softly. Savannah's face twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The fake influencer smile vanished, replaced by something ugly and vicious. You are going to lose everything, she hissed, her voice trembling with fury. I am going to crush you in court, Elias. You're going to walk away with absolutely nothing. She stormed back to the G-Wagon, her ruined white boots leaving deep tracks in the mud. As they drove away, I pulled out my phone and texted Julian. Let her sue. Update 2. The court battle was the shortest, most humiliating legal massacre I have ever witnessed. Savannah had hired a massive, aggressive corporate law firm out of Miami to handle the contestment. They filed a mountain of paperwork, demanding injunctions, freezing the property rights, and aggressively pushing the narrative that my father was a senile old man who had lost his grip on reality. We had our first preliminary hearing in a Chicago probate court 3 weeks later. Savannah sat at the plaintiff's table, wearing a tailored gray suit, looking incredibly smug. She was flanked by 3 high-priced lawyers who looked ready to chew through drywall. I sat next to Julian Hayes, wearing a simple suit, my posture perfectly rigid. The judge, a no-nonsense woman with tired eyes, looked over the filings. "Counselor," she addressed Savannah's lead attorney, "you are alleging that Arthur Vance lacked testamentary capacity due to severe cognitive decline when he updated his will 18 months ago. Do you have medical evidence to support this?" Savannah's lawyer stood up, puffing his chest. "Your Honor, the very nature of the asset division leaving a multi-million-dollar penthouse to one child and a dilapidated, low-value cabin to the other is prima facie evidence of an irrational, deteriorated mind." Julian Hayes slowly stood up. He didn't look worried. He looked bored. "Your Honor, the defense would like to submit Exhibit A into evidence." Julian handed a flash drive to the bailiff. 18 months ago, anticipating exactly this frivolous legal challenge from his daughter, Arthur Vance proactively sought out Dr. Eris Thorne. Savannah's lawyer frowned. "Who is Dr. Thorne?" "Dr. Eris Thorne," Julian continued smoothly, "is the chief of neurology at Johns Hopkins Hospital. He is one of the foremost experts on cognitive function in the United States. Arthur Vance flew him to Chicago for a comprehensive, 3-day psychological and neurological evaluation. Exhibit A is the 40-page medical report, completely clearing Mr. Vance of any cognitive decline. Exhibit B is a 2-hour, high-definition video recording of the examination, during which Mr. Vance looks directly into the camera and explicitly states that he is leaving the Ozark property to his son Elias because he knows his daughter Savannah is too dangerously greedy to be trusted with it. The color completely drained from Savannah's face. She looked like she had just been shot out of an airlock. The judge skimmed the medical report, her eyebrows raising higher and higher. She looked at Savannah's lawyers. "Counselor, did your client fail to mention that the deceased had a world-renowned neurologist certify his sanity specifically to prevent this lawsuit?" Savannah's lead lawyer looked at Savannah, his jaw tight. "Your Honor, we were not aware of this documentation." Case dismissed with prejudice. The judge slammed her gavel down. "And counselor, I suggest you have a long talk with your client about filing fraudulent claims in my courtroom." Savannah's lawyers practically ran out of the room, leaving her sitting alone at the table, staring blankly at the wall. I didn't say a word to her, I just walked out. Over the next 6 months, my life changed entirely. I officially resigned my commission from the Navy. I moved into the cabin full-time. Working with Julian and a team of specialized environmental lawyers, I established the Times Clara and Arthur Vance Foundation. I didn't sell the land to the highest bidder. Instead, I leased the deep subterranean mineral rights to a highly vetted, eco-conscious tech manufacturer. We designed a closed-loop extraction method that would harvest the lithium without strip mining the surface, preserving the 300 acres of pristine forest above. The initial signing bonus alone was $15 million, with quarterly royalties projected to hit $2.5 million for the next 20 years. I used the surface land to build exactly what my father wanted: a high-end, fully funded retreat and rehabilitation center for combat veterans suffering from PTSD. We built beautiful, sustainable lodges hidden among the trees. We hired therapists, outdoor guides, and medical staff. Silas Thorne became the head of facility operations. We created a place where men and women who had been broken by their service could come to the quiet of the mountains and learn how to breathe again. Savannah didn't find out the true value of the land until the corporate lease was publicly filed with the SEC. She called me on a Tuesday afternoon. I was standing on the porch, watching a group of veterans fishing by the lake. I answered the phone. "Hello, Savannah." There was a long, shaky silence on the other end. When she finally spoke, her voice was a hollow, trembling whisper. $120 million? Give or take, I replied calmly. You knew. You knew the whole time." She was hyperventilating, the sheer gravity of her loss crushing her lungs. "That was supposed to be mine, Elias. I'm the eldest. I'm the face of this family. You stole my inheritance." "I didn't steal anything, Savannah," I said, my voice steady and cold. "Dad gave you exactly what you valued: a shiny, expensive box in a loud city to show off to strangers on the internet. He gave me dirt. You laughed at the dirt. You mocked the dirt. You tried to steal the dirt for pennies. The only thing you're choking on right now is your own greed. I'll sue you again," she screamed, her voice cracking into a hysterical sob. "I'll tie you up in federal court. I'll ruin you." "You can't afford to sue me, Savannah," I said softly. "Your lawyers dropped you. The penthouse property taxes are eating you alive. And I have a war chest that could bury you in legal filings until you're 90. Do not ever call this number again." I hung up the phone and blocked her number. Last week, we held the grand opening of the Veterans Retreat. The sun was shining, illuminating the brilliant green canopy of the Ozarks. Over 50 veterans were there, laughing, eating barbecue, and finding peace in the silence of the mountains. My mother actually showed up. She drove herself. She didn't wear her expensive pearls, she just wore a simple sweater. She stood on the edge of the porch, looking out at the magnificent lodges we had built, tears quietly streaming down her face. She walked up to me and touched my arm. "He would be so proud of you, Elias," she whispered. "I am so sorry I didn't see it sooner." "It's okay, Mom," I said, and for the first time in my life, I actually meant it. I look at the photo of my father and Clara on the mantle every night. My father played the longest, most brilliant game of chess I have ever seen. He let the golden child blind herself with her own vanity, and he left the real legacy to the filthy drifter. He was right. Money spent is gone. Things built to last remain. And out here, in the quiet of the woods, we are building something that will last forever. My family called me mentally unstable to steal my $2.1 million beach house. Then, the judge learned I secretly owned the building they worked in. "Your little real estate game ends here, Maya," my brother-in-law whispered, smirking as he walked past me in the courtroom, armed with a forged contract to steal my $2.1 million beachfront villa. He stopped smiling an hour later when the judge looked down at the evidence and asked why an allegedly mentally incompetent woman secretly owned the very luxury commercial high-rise he worked in, along with 11 other massive properties across the city. By the time the gavel fell, my family's entire life was destroyed, and I didn't even have to lift a finger. To understand the sheer magnitude of the absolute bloodbath that occurred in that courtroom, you have to understand exactly how my family viewed me for my entire life. I 32F have always been the invisible daughter. My younger sister, Chloe, 29F, was the golden child. She was a former pageant queen, perpetually outgoing, effortlessly charming, and exactly the kind of daughter my image-obsessed parents, Helen and Robert, wanted to parade around their country club. I, on the other hand, was quiet, analytical, and deeply introverted. 9 years ago, when I was 23, the defining moment of my life happened. I was sitting in my parents' immaculate, suffocatingly sterile living room. The air smelled of expensive leather and my mother's overpowering floral perfume. I had just presented them with my plan to start a small real estate investment portfolio instead of going to graduate school for a degree I didn't want. My father didn't even look up from his tablet. "Real estate, Maya? Please, you don't have the stomach for it. It's a shark's world, and you're barely a minnow. You'll be chewed up and bankrupt in 6 months." My mother chimed in, adjusting her diamond tennis bracelet. "We've decided we are no longer going to fund your lifestyle, Maya. Chloe's wedding to Derek is coming up, and frankly, Derek comes from a good family. It's a massive expense. Investing any more money into your little phases is a waste. You should just find a nice, average man and settle down before you get too old." I sat there, staring at the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally. In their eyes, I wasn't just untalented, I was a bad investment. They were discarding me to focus entirely on Chloe's extravagant $150,000 wedding. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just stood up, packed my bags, and walked out the door. In the cold air of that November night, I made a silent, unbreakable vow: I would never rely on anyone again. I would build absolute, untouchable financial power, and I would do it entirely in the shadows. For the next 9 years, I lived like a ghost. I worked 3 jobs: a night auditor at a hotel, a barista at dawn, and a freelance data entry clerk on the weekends. I lived in a terrible, drafty studio apartment where the heat barely worked. While Chloe was posting photos of her honeymoon in the Maldives and my parents were bragging about Derek's mid-level corporate promotions, I was aggressively saving every single penny. I read every book on property law, tax codes, and structural engineering I could get my hands on. 2 years into my self-imposed exile, I bought my first property, a run-down, deeply distressed duplex in the Southside District. My family didn't know. Nobody knew. I spent my nights tearing out moldy drywall and fixing plumbing leaks myself because I couldn't afford contractors. I rented it out, refinanced, and used the equity to buy a small, 4-unit commercial strip in the West End, then a 6-unit apartment building, then a small warehouse. My strategy was ruthless and meticulous. I lived entirely on the income from my day jobs and reinvested 100% of the real estate profits. Over 9 years, through literal blood, sweat, and agonizingly sleepless nights, I quietly amassed a portfolio of 12 highly lucrative properties. My net worth skyrocketed into the tens of millions. All the while, whenever I was forced to see my family at obligatory holiday dinners, I played the part they assigned me. I wore cheap clothes. I drove a 10-year-old sedan. My father would introduce me to his friends, saying, "This is Maya. She's still finding her way. Not everyone can be a superstar like Chloe and Derek." I would just smile, knowing that I literally owned the building where his favorite high-end steakhouse was located. The catalyst for their destruction happened 3 months ago. I decided to finally treat myself and purchased a stunning, $2.1 million beachfront villa in Coastal Cove. It was meant to be my private sanctuary. I purchased it through one of my LLCs, but a luxury lifestyle magazine caught wind of the sale and did a feature on the property. They didn't name me directly, but they mentioned the LLC, and through a catastrophic stroke of bad luck, Chloe's husband, Derek, who works in corporate finance, recognized the LLC name from a minor tax document he had arrogantly insisted on helping with years ago to prove how smart he was. The next day, my phone rang. It was Chloe. Her voice dripped with that fake, syrupy sweetness she always used when she wanted something. Maya, oh my God, Derek just told me the craziest thing. He said you bought that incredible beach house in Coastal Cove, the one in the magazine? How on earth did you afford that? Did you take out a massive predatory loan? It's just an investment, Chloe, I said coldly, feeling my heart rate spike. Well, she continued, her tone shifting from sweet to entitled in a millisecond, Derek and I were talking. You're single. You don't have kids. It makes zero sense for you to hoard a massive luxury house all to yourself. We have the twins now, and mom and dad would love a place by the water. We're going to start using it on weekends. Derek is drafting up a schedule for the family. It wasn't a request, it was a declaration of ownership. They saw something shiny, realized the sister they deemed worthless had it, and immediately decided it rightfully belonged to them. Absolutely not. I replied, my voice shaking with 9 years of suppressed rage. It is my private property, none of you are stepping foot on it. Ever. I hung up and blocked her number. I thought that would be the end of it. I severely underestimated their greed and their delusion. 3 weeks later, I was served with a massive lawsuit. Update 1. The sheer audacity of the lawsuit left me physically nauseous. Derek and Chloe, backed by my parents' money, were suing me for control of the beachfront villa. But they weren't just claiming a verbal agreement. They submitted a physical, signed contract to the court. The contract stated that the Coastal Cove property was purchased jointly as a family trust asset, and that I had legally signed over management and access rights to Derek. Attached to this forged document was a lengthy, entirely fabricated psychological evaluation drafted by Derek's sleazy lawyer. They were claiming that I suffered from extreme emotional fluctuations and bipolar-like financial mania. Their narrative was sickeningly clever. They claimed I was a deeply unstable spinster who went through manic phases where I recklessly signed predatory loans to buy things I couldn't afford. They claimed the contract was signed during one of my lucid phases where I realized I needed Derek's financial guardianship to save me from ruin. Because I was now trying to back out of the contract, they argued I was slipping back into a manic episode, and asked the court to enforce the contract and grant Derek emergency conservatorship over the property to protect the family's financial interests. They were literally trying to legally gaslight the court into believing I was insane, just so they could steal my house. I took the lawsuit straight to my attorney, Arthur Sterling. Arthur is a legal shark who usually handles multi-million-dollar corporate litigations, but he manages all my real estate trusts. When I showed him the lawsuit and the forged contract, he didn't look worried. He looked absolutely lethal. Maya, Arthur said, adjusting his glasses and staring at the fake signature. They have no idea what they've just walked into, do they? They think I'm a broke, unstable loser who got lucky on one house, I replied, feeling a cold, dark sense of anticipation settling in my chest. Then we are going to let them walk right into the courtroom, present their entire fraudulent case, and then we are going to drop a nuclear bomb on their lives, Arthur said, pulling out a legal pad. For the next 2 months, we prepared in absolute silence. We hired the most expensive forensic document examiner in the state to analyze the fake contract. We compiled thousands of pages of financial records, tax returns, structural engineering reports, and commercial leases. I didn't speak a single word to my family. They took my silence as a sign of weakness. Derek even sent me a smug email saying, "Don't bother fighting this, Maya, you know you need help, we're doing this because we love you." I printed that email out and handed it to Arthur. "Add it to the pile," I said. Update 2. Add. The day of the hearing arrived. The air in the courthouse was stale, smelling of floor wax and old paper. I walked in wearing a tailored, charcoal gray designer suit, a stark contrast to the cheap cardigans they were used to seeing me in. Derek, Chloe, and my parents were already seated on the plaintiff's side. They looked like they were attending a country club brunch. Chloe was wearing a pastel designer dress, giggling behind her hand. My parents looked stiff but immensely satisfied, projecting the image of a respectable family burdened by a troubled daughter. As I walked down the aisle, Derek leaned over the wooden divider. "Your little real estate game ends here, Maya," he whispered, a triumphant smirk plastered on his face. I didn't even look at him. I just sat down next to Arthur, who was calmly organizing a stack of thick, black binders. The Honorable Judge Harrison, a sharp-eyed, no-nonsense woman in her late 50s, took the bench. From the very first minute, Derek's lawyer, a slick guy named Vance, launched into his theatrical performance. "Your Honor," Vance began, his voice dripping with feigned sorrow, "this is a tragic case of a deeply troubled young woman. Miss Maya Linwood has a long, documented history of extreme emotional instability and impulsive, manic behavior. She lives in squalor, yet recently, in a fit of financial mania, She leveraged herself to the brink of ruin to purchase a $2 million beachfront property she cannot possibly maintain. Vance paced in front of the judge, holding up the forged contract. Recognizing her own incompetence during a moment of clarity, Miss Linwood signed this binding agreement, placing the property under the protective management of her brother-in-law, Mr. Derek Vance, a respected corporate financial officer. Now, slipping back into her erratic state, she is attempting to renege on this promise out of spite. We are simply asking the court to enforce this legal contract to save this young woman from her own self-destruction. It was a flawlessly constructed lie. My parents nodded solemnly in the gallery, playing the part of grieving parents perfectly. Derek looked like a proud savior. Judge Harrison looked at the contract, her expression unreadable, and then turned her piercing gaze to me. Mr. Sterling, Judge Harrison said, addressing my lawyer, your client is facing serious allegations regarding her financial competency. How do you respond to this contract? Arthur stood up slowly. He didn't look panicked. He looked like a predator who had just cornered its prey. Your Honor, Arthur's voice boomed through the quiet courtroom, clear and unshakable. The plaintiffs have painted a very colorful picture of my client as an unstable, incompetent woman teetering on the edge of ruin. They claim she has no business acumen and requires a guardian for a single beachfront property. I would like to address her incompetence by submitting Exhibit A, the complete, audited financial portfolio of Miss Maya Linwood's wholly owned real estate empire. Arthur placed a massive, 6-inch thick black binder onto the judge's desk. The heavy thud echoed in the room. Derek's smirk faltered slightly. Chloe looked confused. Let us review the evidence of my client's mania, Your Honor, Arthur continued, opening his own copy of the binder. Property number 1, acquired 9 years ago, a distressed duplex in the Southside District. Miss Linwood saved the down payment by working 3 minimum wage jobs simultaneously, sleeping 3 hours a night. She personally gutted and renovated the property, increasing its value by 400% in 2 years. I glanced at my father in the gallery. The smug satisfaction was draining from his face, replaced by utter bewilderment. Property number 2, Arthur stated, turning a page. A commercial strip in West End, purchased with the leveraged equity of the first property. It currently houses 4 thriving local businesses and generates a net positive cash flow of $14,000 a month. Derek's face was beginning to lose its color. He leaned over and furiously whispered something to his lawyer, who frantically started flipping through his own sparse notes. Property number 3, property number 4, property number 5. Arthur listed them off, detailing the square footage, the commercial tenants, and the millions in valuation for each one. With every word, the atmosphere in the courtroom grew heavier. The bailiffs were staring. The court reporters' fingers were flying. Let us discuss property number 6, Your Honor, Arthur said, his tone sharpening. A historic brownstone downtown. Shortly after purchase, a massive, undisclosed foundation defect was discovered. The repair costs exceeded $1 million. The banks refused to help. The plaintiffs claim my client is emotionally unstable and prone to collapse. Yet, when faced with actual bankruptcy, Miss Linwood did not collapse. She spent 3 months eating nothing but rice and beans, studied advanced structural engineering codes in the public library, personally negotiated with 6 different contracting firms, and successfully executed a reinforced underpinning strategy that saved the building. Today, that property is worth $4.5 million. Chloe's jaw was practically on the floor. She was clutching Derek's arm, her knuckles white. She was looking at me like she was seeing a ghost. And finally, Your Honor, Arthur said, the crescendo of his argument reaching its peak. Property number 10, the address is 450 Riverside Avenue, commonly known in this city as the Obsidian Mill. The entire courtroom went dead silent. Even Judge Harrison's eyes widened behind her glasses. The Obsidian Mill was the crown jewel of the city's recent downtown revitalization. It was a massive, abandoned textile mill that an anonymous developer had purchased 4 years ago and transformed into a breathtaking luxury mixed-use complex. It housed high-tech startups, an art gallery, and the most exclusive, impossible-to-book restaurants in the state. My client, Arthur said, savoring every single syllable, is the sole owner and visionary developer of the Obsidian Mill. She managed an $8 million renovation project entirely in secret. In fact, Your Honor, the plaintiff, Mr. Derek Vance, works for a corporate finance firm that currently leases the entire 4th floor of my client's building. He pays her rent every single month. I looked directly at Derek. He looked like he was going to vomit. His skin was the color of wet ash. The man who had called me an incompetent spinster, the man who had spent years mocking my cheap clothes and my old car, had just realized that the luxurious, high-status world he desperately clung to was literally owned by me. So, Your Honor, Arthur concluded, closing the binder with a sharp snap. I asked the court, does this portfolio reflect the actions of an unstable, manic woman who needs her brother-in-law to manage a single vacation home? Or does it reflect a highly calculated, brilliant businesswoman who has been targeted by a greedy family desperate to steal a piece of an empire they had no hand in building? Judge Harrison leaned back in her chair. She looked at the massive binder, then slowly turned her gaze toward Derek and his lawyer, Vance. The air in the room was so tense it felt like it could shatter glass. Mr. Vance, Judge Harrison said, her voice dropping to a dangerously quiet register. You submitted a petition claiming this woman is mentally unfit to manage her own finances. You claimed she was on the brink of ruin. How do you explain the fact that she owns 12 commercial properties and the very building your client works in? Vance was sweating profusely. He stammered, shuffling his papers. Why, Your Honor, we were unaware of the extent of her holdings. But the contract. The contract for the beachfront property is still legally binding. She signed it. Ah, yes, the contract. Arthur interrupted smoothly, pulling a thin, red folder from his briefcase. Your Honor, we anticipated this. We commissioned a full forensic analysis of the document submitted by the plaintiffs. I have provided copies of the expert's report to the court. Arthur handed the folder to the bailiff, who passed it to the judge. According to the state's leading forensic document examiner, Arthur stated, his voice turning lethal, the signature on that contract is a crude, traced forgery. It does not match Miss Linwood's biometric handwriting patterns, with a 99.2% probability of fraud, but that is not even the most damning piece of evidence. Arthur paused, letting the silence stretch out to maximize their terror. The plaintiffs claim this contract was signed 2 years ago, in March. However, the chemical analysis of the ink used to sign the document tells a different story. The ink is a specific proprietary blend called Aquaglide Pro, manufactured by a boutique stationery company. Your Honor, I have attached an affidavit from the CEO of that company. Aquaglide Pro was not invented, patented, or sold until October of last year, exactly 4 months ago. A collective gasp echoed from the gallery. A young law clerk sitting near the front actually covered her mouth. Unless the plaintiffs possess a time machine, Arthur mocked, staring daggers at Derek, it is scientifically impossible for this contract to have been signed when they claim it was. It was fabricated, backdated, and forged mere weeks ago, shortly after they discovered my client owned the beachfront villa. This is not a family dispute, Your Honor. This is a calculated, malicious act of felony fraud, perjury, and attempted grand larceny. Vance, Derek's lawyer, looked like he had been struck by lightning. He physically backed away from Derek at the plaintiff's table. He realized instantly that his clients had lied to him, handed him forged evidence, and just destroyed his career. Your Honor, I had no knowledge of this. Vance stammered, his voice cracking in panic. Derek shot up from his chair, his face red with manic desperation. It's a lie. She's lying. She set us up. She's a psychotic bitch who planned this whole thing to ruin us. Bang. 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 Judge Harrison slammed her gavel down so hard I thought the wood would splinter. Her face was a mask of absolute, terrifying judicial fury. Mr. Vance, you will sit down and remain silent, or I will have you chained to that chair, she roared. The courtroom fell instantly, deathly silent. Derek collapsed back into his seat, trembling uncontrollably. Chloe was openly sobbing, her face buried in her hands. Judge Harrison took a deep, stabilizing breath, but her eyes never lost their lethal edge as she looked at my family. She spent several agonizing minutes reading through the forensic report. Finally, she set the papers down and looked directly at me. The harshness in her face softened into something resembling profound respect. Miss Linwood, Judge Harrison said gently, I am deeply sorry that you have been dragged into this courtroom under such vile, fabricated pretenses. The sheer resilience you have shown in building your life is extraordinary. Is there anything you wish to say on the record before I issue my ruling? Arthur nodded at me. This was it. The moment I had waited 9 years for. I stood up slowly, smoothing the jacket of my tailored suit. I didn't look at the judge. I turned and looked directly into the gallery, locking eyes with my mother and father, and then down at Derek and Chloe. 9 years ago. I began, my voice steady, carrying the weight of a decade of silent warfare. My parents sat me down in their living room and told me I was a bad investment. They told me I had no talent, no drive, and no future. They cut me off to fund my sister's extravagant lifestyle because she was the exceptional one. They wanted me to fail. My mother flinched as if I had slapped her. My father stared at the floor, utterly broken. They wanted me to be poor, I continued, because my failure validated their choices. It justified their favoritism. When I bought my first property and worked until my hands bled, they didn't know, and they didn't care. When Derek mocked me at every Thanksgiving for driving a cheap car, I said nothing, because I knew the truth. My success destroys their entire worldview. It proves that the daughter they threw away was the only one capable of building an empire. I turned my gaze to Derek, who was shaking with tears of humiliation. The forged contract they submitted wasn't just about greed, I said, my voice echoing off the wood-paneled walls. It was about control. They saw something beautiful that belonged to the sister they despised, and their immediate instinct was to steal it and legally bind me in a straitjacket of incompetence. They didn't just want my house. They wanted to destroy my sanity to protect their fragile egos. They wanted to rewrite my reality. But my reality is built on concrete, steel, and 9 years of absolute independence. They have no power here. They have nothing. I sat down. The silence in the courtroom was absolute. You could hear a pin drop. Judge Harrison stared at my family with a look of unparalleled disgust. She didn't just dismiss their case, she annihilated them. The petition for conservatorship and enforcement of this contract is dismissed with extreme prejudice, Judge Harrison declared, her voice ringing out like a death knell. Furthermore, the actions of the plaintiffs in this courtroom today go far beyond a frivolous lawsuit. You have weaponized the legal system, submitted scientifically proven forged documents, and attempted to steal millions of dollars in assets while maliciously attacking the mental health of an innocent woman. She looked at the bailiff standing near the door. I am immediately referring this case, along with all submitted forensic evidence, to the District Attorney's Office for Criminal Prosecution. Mr. Derek Vance and Mrs. Chloe Vance, you are to remain in this courtroom. Bailiff, take them into custody for suspicion of felony perjury, forgery, and attempted grand larceny. Chloe screamed. It was a visceral, horrifying sound. No. Mom, Dad. Help us. Derek, do something. Derek didn't do anything. He was paralyzed with shock. 2 armed bailiffs approached the table, pulled Derek's arms behind his back, and slapped cold steel handcuffs onto his wrists. The man who had strutted into the courtroom smirking was dragged out weeping like a child, his designer suit rumpled, his pride entirely shattered. Chloe was handcuffed next, sobbing hysterically as they led her away. Judge Harrison then turned her wrath onto my parents in the gallery. Mr. and Mrs. Linwood, you sat in my courtroom and nodded along to this grotesque charade. You endorsed the destruction of your own daughter. While you are not legally bound to the forged contract, your complicity is a moral stain that I suspect will haunt you for the rest of your lives. Get out of my courtroom. My parents stumbled out of the double doors, looking like they had aged 20 years in 2 hours. Update 3, the aftermath. It has been 6 months since the trial, and the fallout has been nothing short of apocalyptic for my family. Derek was indicted on multiple felony charges. Because he worked in corporate finance, the moment the charges of forgery and fraud hit the public record, his firm fired him instantly. They also initiated a massive internal audit of his past accounts. He ended up taking a plea deal to avoid a 10-year sentence. He is currently serving 36 months in a state penitentiary. Chloe managed to avoid prison time by turning on Derek and claiming he forced her to go along with the forgery, but she received 5 years of severe probation and 1,000 hours of community service. However, her punishment in the real world was far worse. In her obsessed, upper-crust social circle, reputation is everything. The news of her attempting to steal her sister's house and her husband going to prison made her a total pariah. She was kicked out of the country club. Her friends blocked her numbers. Without Derek's income, her massive house went into foreclosure. She is currently living in a tiny, cramped apartment, working as a receptionist at a dental clinic. As for my parents, Arthur and I didn't stop at the criminal trial. We filed a massive civil suit against them for intentional infliction of emotional distress and complicity in the fraudulent lawsuit. The legal fees alone drained their retirement accounts. To avoid a public trial that would completely destroy their high-end furniture business, they settled out of court for a massive sum, which I immediately donated to a charity that helps women escape financial abuse. Their business took a massive hit anyway when the local gossip mill got hold of the story. They had to sell their luxury cars and downsize to a small condo. They spend their days miserably blaming each other for their ruin. I was granted a permanent, ironclad restraining order against all of them. My entire 12-property portfolio, including the beachfront villa and the Obsidian Mill, has been placed under a complex web of blind trusts. Even if they wanted to find me, they legally and financially cannot touch me. Yesterday, I sat on the balcony of my Coastal Cove villa. The sun was setting over the ocean, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and purple. I drank a glass of incredibly expensive wine, listening to the waves crash against the shore. I thought about the scared, exhausted 23-year-old girl who walked out of her parents' house with nothing but a suitcase and a vow. I didn't just survive the shark's world, I became the Leviathan, and my waters are finally completely peaceful. Tell everyone your Navy nickname. My sister smirked at her wedding rehearsal. So I did, and the groom's uncle forced her to apologize while the room. That was the very first thing I noticed. Chloe had raised her crystal flute and aimed her perfectly glossed smile across the long, candlelit table directly at me. It was the exact kind of smile she had been weaponizing since we were 8 years old. She was already giggling before the words were even out of her mouth, before I'd even had a chance to process the ambush. That's how you know a social execution is premeditated. Tell everyone your Navy nickname, Sarah, she chimed, her voice cutting through the low hum of classical music and polite conversation. 35 people instantly stopped eating and turned to look at me. Chloe's future mother-in-law, Liam's cousins from Boston, his senior partners from the law firm, Jenna, her maid of honor who was already biting her lip to keep from laughing too early, and the banquet manager hovering near the Mamansiogany doors who had suddenly gone very, very still. And across the room, because I only truly noticed him later when the atmosphere shattered, sat one older man with iron gray hair, a rigidly straight back, and a tailored suit. He had stopped mid-sip, his eyes locking onto me with an expression I couldn't quite decipher yet. I looked back at my sister. She was absolutely glowing. She wore a bespoke ivory silk dress, her soft curls cascading perfectly over her shoulders, the ambient light catching the fizzing champagne in her glass. She had spent 14 grueling months planning this weekend in Oak Ridge, Pennsylvania. The historic estates, the 6-course menus, the agonizingly specific seating charts, the curated toasts, every single microscopic detail had been calibrated for maximum aesthetic impact, including this ambush. "Come on, Sarah," she said, her voice ticking up a notch in volume. "Don't make it weird for everyone." And I thought, there it is, that was always her signature trick. Corner someone, trap them in an impossible social situation, and then blame them for the awkwardness when they refuse to play along. I slowly folded my hands on the pristine white tablecloth. I said one word, undertow. "You need to understand something fundamental about Chloe and me before any of the fallout makes sense. We grew up in a house that was perpetually suffocating, entirely too small for the sheer volume of psychological warfare our family managed to generate. My mother, Karen, was a real estate agent who believed in keeping the peace above absolutely everything else. She valued the illusion of harmony above honesty, above fairness, and certainly above her youngest daughter's mental well-being. My father packed his bags and left when I was 10, and Chloe was 13. After the door clicked shut behind him, maintaining the illusion of a flawless, happy family became my mother's full-time, obsessive occupation. Chloe understood this dynamic instantly. She figured out that if she smiled at the right moments, played the victim flawlessly, and blamed her messes on other people quickly enough, she could avoid almost any consequence. She was charming, quick-witted, and objectively beautiful, and people desperately wanted to believe her. Teachers, boyfriends, extended family members who only saw us at Thanksgiving, they all bought the routine. And then there was me. I was the stubborn one, the one who categorically refused to let things slide, the one who made things complicated by refusing to pretend that her bullying hadn't happened. By the time I was 18, that dynamic had a permanent label in our household: Sarah being difficult. I enlisted in the Navy at 19. It wasn't out of desperation. I actually had a partial academic scholarship to Penn State waiting for me. I enlisted because I possessed a desperate, clawing need to belong to an institution that required me to be exactly who I was. No performative nonsense, no walking on eggshells, no emotional maintenance, just grueling work, raw competence, and objective truth. The Navy gave me exactly that. It also gave me the nickname. I was stationed aboard the USS Nimitz for my first major deployment, working on the flight deck. For those who don't know, the flight deck of an aircraft carrier is the most dangerous, chaotic working environment in the world outside of active, kinetic combat. You are surrounded by deafening jet engines, highly volatile aviation fuel, and massive steel cables that can snap and cut a person in half in a fraction of a second. There is zero margin for hesitation. You learn to read a catastrophic situation before it has finished happening. You learn to move without waiting for a direct order. My chief, a gruff 15-year veteran named Thomas Vance, started calling me undertow about 6 months into my deployment. I had asked him about it once while we were leaning against a bulkhead, exhausted after a 14-hour shift. He was eating a stale protein bar and barely even looked up at me. "An undertow doesn't fight the surface water, Sarah," he said, his voice raspy from the sea air. "It moves beneath it. You can't see it coming, it doesn't make a big splash, but it's pure, unstoppable force. You can't stop it once it takes hold." He took another bite, chewing slowly. "When things go to hell on that deck, you don't panic. You just pull the chaos under. That's you." The name stuck permanently. It wasn't a punchline to the men and women I served with. It was an acknowledgement, a badge of honor, a shorthand for something I had bled and sweated to earn. But Chloe had heard the word undertow the one time I made the fatal mistake of mentioning it during a rare phone call home 2 years ago. She had laughed hysterically then, too. She said it sounded like an edgy, rejected pro wrestler name. She said I was always so extra and dramatic about my military stuff. She didn't know what it actually meant, the blood and focus behind it, and she actively didn't want to. And now, she had calculated the exact moment to turn my earned title into a cheap punchline at her $120,000 rehearsal dinner. She did it in front of Liam's aristocratic family, in a room full of people who would inevitably laugh because she was the bride, and brides own the room. I knew this was coming because I knew Chloe. What I didn't know, what absolutely none of us knew, was that Arthur Pendleton was sitting across that dimly lit room, and that the word undertow meant something incredibly specific, something sacred, to a former Navy commander from a completely different generation. The laughter started the literal second the word left my mouth. Chloe burst out first, deploying that bright, performative, bell-like laugh she reserved specifically for large audiences, and then the rest of the table rippled with amusement. Liam's cousins chuckled, a few of his law firm partners smirked, and even Jenna, the maid of honor, glanced at me with a faux apologetic grimace as she giggled into her napkin. Undertow, Chloe repeated, wiping a fake tear from her eye. God, that sounds like a villain from a cheap comic book. More laughter erupted. Someone at the far end of the long table echoed it mockingly, watch out for the undertow. What were the other options? Chloe continued, completely in her element now, surfing the wave of 35 people's undivided attention. Captain Buzzkill? Major mood swing? The table absolutely loved that one, they roared. I sat perfectly still. My hands remained folded, my shoulders level, my face completely neutral. The Navy teaches you that, too. There are terrifying moments on a flight deck when absolutely everything goes wrong simultaneously. When the wind suddenly shifts, when an arresting cable snags, when an F-18's trajectory becomes instantly, catastrophically unpredictable. In those moments, the absolute worst thing you can do is let your physical body announce your internal panic before your brain has finished calculating the solution. So, you learn stillness. You learn to let the storm rage and scream around you while your mind remains a steel trap. I was doing exactly that right now. My mother's manicured hand suddenly found my forearm under the heavy tablecloth. Her nails dug into my skin. She leaned in, her perfume suffocating me, and hissed a whisper into my ear. Just let it pass, Sarah. Smile. I turned my head slowly to look at her. Why, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, is that always my job? She didn't answer. She never answered that question, because answering it honestly would require her to admit that letting things pass had been her cowardly survival strategy for decades, and that it had cost both of us pieces of our souls we would never get back. Chloe was still going strong. She had turned to Liam now, using her fiancé as a prop in her stand-up routine, leaning into his shoulder with exaggerated, theatrical disbelief. Can you imagine a bunch of grown adults actually calling her that with a straight face? She shook her head, her curls bouncing. The military is so incredibly ridiculous sometimes. That was the exact moment I heard it. A heavy crystal glass touching the mahogany table. It was a soft, deliberate sound, the absolute opposite of an accidental clink. I looked across the sprawling room. The older man with the iron gray hair had set down his water glass. Both of his large, weathered hands now rested completely flat on the table, and he was staring at my sister with an expression I can only describe as profound recognition. Not recognition of her as a person, but recognition of something she had just accidentally, fatally revealed about her own character. I didn't know who he was yet. I had been rapidly introduced to approximately 50 members of Liam's extended family and professional circle over the past 48 hours, and the faces had blurred. But I noticed his posture immediately. It was military straight. The kind of straight that doesn't fade, even in your 70s, and I noticed that his face had gone terrifyingly still. He wasn't confused. He wasn't overtly angry. He was calculating. He pushed his heavy oak chair back. The harsh scrape of the chair legs on the hardwood floor cut through the lingering laughter like a razor blade through a silk screen. Every single head in the room snapped toward him. The man stood up slowly. He wasn't a towering giant of a man anymore. Age inevitably compresses the spine. But when he stood, the entire atmospheric pressure of the room reorganized itself around him. It had nothing to do with physical height and everything to do with the invisible weight that people who have spent their entire lives in command carry in their bones. He looked directly at my sister, his eyes pinning her to her seat. Apologize, he said. The word landed in absolute, suffocating silence. Chloe blinked rapidly, her champagne glass still suspended in the air, her glossy smile still glued in place, but frozen now. Confused, glitching. What? She asked, a nervous trill in her throat. Apologize to her. His voice remained low, calm, and perfectly modulated. It didn't rise in pitch. It didn't crack with emotion. There were zero theatrics in it, no performance, no rage, and that, I realized instantly, was exactly what made it so utterly terrifying. You can dismiss anger, you can argue with shouting. But calm, immovable authority like that? You cannot fight it. Chloe forced out a tight, breathy laugh. Uncle Arthur, come on. It was just a harmless joke. Uncle Arthur, Liam's uncle. I mentally filed that critical piece of information away. No, Arthur said, his voice dropping a fraction of an octave. It wasn't. Chloe looked around the table instinctively. It was a deeply ingrained reflex. The exact same thing she had always done since childhood. The thing our mother had trained both of us to read automatically, the find an ally scan. She was desperately looking for the face that would smile back. Looking for the enabler who would laugh, break the agonizing tension, and make her cruelty acceptable again. She scanned 35 faces. Not a single person smiled. Not Liam. He was staring at his uncle with a horrifying dawn of realization, spreading across his features. Not his wealthy parents, who had both gone rigidly straight in their chairs, sensing the catastrophic shift in the room's politics. Not the Boston cousins who had been snickering like children 2 minutes ago. Not Jenna, the maid of honor, who was suddenly studying her fork as if it held the secrets of the universe. Chloe was completely alone in the dead center of the trap she had built for me. I didn't mean anything by it. She stammered. Her voice had shrunk, retreating to a high-pitched register I hadn't heard since we were teenagers, long before she had learned that sheer volume could successfully substitute for actual vulnerability. Arthur's jaw tightened. A microscopic movement, but devastating. That, he said, his words slicing through the air, is exactly what cowards say when they want to inflict the damage without taking any of the responsibility. Liam suddenly shifted in his chair. He leaned slightly toward Jenna, who was sitting 2 seats down, her face pale and sweating. Jenna, Liam said, his voice dangerously quiet. Did Chloe plan this little bit before dinner? Jenna swallowed hard. The word times plan times sat in the dead air between them, heavy and radioactive. Jenna. Liam's voice was careful, precise. Answer me, please. Jenna looked up at Chloe in a panic. Chloe's eyes locked onto Jenna's across the table, and I watched an entire, desperate conversation pass between them in the span of 2 seconds. Don't you dare. I'm asking you as your best friend. As the woman who paid for your $600 dress. Do not betray me. Jenna looked down at her plate, her hands shaking. Then, she broke. She said the Navy nickname bit would absolutely kill. She workshopped it in the bridal suite. Update 1. The table went entirely cold. Not quiet. Cold. There is a massive psychological difference. Quiet is simply the absence of noise. Cold is a physical presence. Cold is 35 people simultaneously processing the exact same horrifying information, arriving at the exact same damning conclusion, and absolutely nobody wanting to be the first one to say the ugly truth out loud. Chloe's perfect facade physically cracked. It happened in agonizing stages. The way structural integrity fails under immense pressure. Not all at once, but in a horrific sequence. First, the glossy smile twitched and vanished. Then, the arrogant ease drained completely from her shoulders, leaving her slumped. Finally, something deep behind her eyes violently shifted from performative confidence to pure, unadulterated panic. Liam stood up. He did it slowly, deliberately. He wasn't dramatic about it. He didn't shove his chair back aggressively or throw his napkin down in a huff. He simply rose from his seat the exact way a man does when he has just made a life-altering decision and needs his physical body to confirm it. He didn't shout. He didn't scan the room to see who was watching his reaction. He wasn't doing this for an audience. I need a minute, Liam said, his voice hollow. You're walking out? Chloe whispered, her voice trembling violently. Taking a minute? During our rehearsal dinner? He looked down at her. There was no fiery anger in his eyes, and I think that was what truly undid her. The absolute absence of rage. There was only something quiet, clinical, and profoundly final. It was the devastating look of a man aggressively reassessing someone he thought he knew inside and out. Because I do not want to say what I am actually thinking in front of all these people, Liam said softly. Then he turned his head and looked directly at me. Sarah. I am so deeply sorry. He turned on his heel and followed Arthur out of the banquet hall. The heavy mahogany doors closed with a soft, definitive click times behind them. Chloe stood frozen at the head of the table. Her dress was still perfect, her hair was still immaculate, and the crystal champagne glass was still gripped tightly in her hand, though it had ceased being a triumphant prop and had become just a fragile object she was clutching because she had no idea what else to do with her hands. The room no longer belonged to her. The kingdom had fallen in less than 3 minutes. I've thought about that specific moment a lot since that night. About what it actually looks like when a narcissist loses their captive room. It's not a dramatic explosion. It's a quiet, brutal subtraction. One by one, without making a sound, the people around you simply revoke their attention. They stop being your audience and become your judges. My mother had both of her hands clamped tightly over her mouth. I honestly don't know if she was horrified at Chloe's behavior, or horrified at herself for the 30 years of, just let it pass, that had finally culminated in this spectacular public detonation. Chloe turned to look at me, and for the very first time in the entire evening, perhaps the first time in a decade, her face was just her face, stripped bare, no armor, no performance underneath it. This is unbelievable, she whispered, her voice cracking. I calmly picked up my water glass, took a slow, measured sip, and set it back down precisely on the coaster. You knew I said no, I said. I hadn't actually planned to speak, but the words were sitting right there in my throat, and I was so violently exhausted from swallowing them for her comfort. I told you on Tuesday, I continued, keeping my voice dead level. When you called and asked if you could make a joke about my Navy service during the toasts, I explicitly said no. I told you that some of those names carry heavy weight. I asked you, as my sister, to respect my boundary. I didn't raise my voice. I had learned how to project calm authority from the Nimitz flight deck, too. But you kept going. I said, staring directly into her tear-filled eyes. Because the room was laughing with you. You thought you were untouchable. You laughed at the name, Chloe. Meanwhile, I remember the faces of the people attached to it. Chloe's mouth opened to argue, but nothing came out. Her throat worked uselessly. And into that suffocating silence, from the doorway, came Arthur Pendleton's voice. He had walked back into the banquet hall quietly, standing just inside the threshold. I have no idea how long he had been standing there observing us. Long enough, clearly. What did they call you that for? Arthur asked me. His tone wasn't unkind. It was intensely curious. The specific, respectful way a seasoned veteran asks a question when they already suspect the heavy answer. Flight deck operations, sir. I answered automatically, my posture straightening. USS Nimitz. My chief said I moved like I could see the chaos before it finished happening. I pulled the panic under. Arthur nodded slowly, absorbing the information. Then he spoke, and his words changed the entire atmospheric pressure of the room yet again. There was a young woman stationed on our support ship in 1982, Arthur said, his voice carrying effortlessly across the silent room. They called her Undertow. Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class, Margaret Hayes. He paused, his eyes glazing over slightly with memory. She dragged 3 unconscious men out of a flooding, burning below-deck compartment during a catastrophic systems failure off the coast of the Mediterranean. Nobody ordered her to do it. Nobody even had the time to process the breach. She just moved into the fire while everyone else froze. He slowly turned his gaze back to Chloe, who was visibly trembling now. We do not give names like that out as punchlines, Arthur said, his voice cold as ice. We give them as warnings, and as honors. The room was as silent as a tomb. Chloe slowly sank back into her chair, utterly defeated. My phone vibrated violently against the nightstand at 11:42 p.m. I was lying on the stiff mattress in my hotel room, room 312 at the Oak Ridge Inn. The yellow lamplight cast long shadows across the walls. I was eating a stale bag of vending machine pretzels because the rehearsal dinner had been abruptly, awkwardly terminated 2 hours early, and I hadn't even gotten to touch my main course. You humiliated me in front of Liam's entire family. I read the text message twice, sighed, and set the phone face down. 10 seconds later, it buzzed again. I hope you're incredibly happy with yourself. You ruined my weekend. I stared up at the popcorn ceiling. I thought about Margaret Hayes, Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class, a woman I had never met, but whose ghost had just fundamentally altered my life. A flooding, burning compartment in 1982. I thought about the sheer, undeniable weight in Arthur's voice when he spoke her name. The specific reverence you only use when speaking of someone who saved lives, a story you've carried in your chest for 40 years. I thought about Chief Vance handing me that stale protein bar, telling me I was the water. I thought about the thousands of times I had let my mother and sister crush my boundaries to keep their fragile peace. I turned my phone on silent, rolled over, and finally went to sleep. The sharp knock on my door came at exactly 7:14 a.m. I know the precise time because I had been wide awake since 5:30 a.m., staring at the wall, running complex mental calculations, figuring out exactly how this was going to play out. What I was willing to tolerate, and what I absolutely wasn't. Where my immovable lines were drawn in the sand. Now that I had finally, definitively decided I was allowed to have them, I unlatched the deadbolt and pulled the door open. Chloe was standing in the hallway wearing her expensive, ivory monogrammed bridal robe, the one she had aggressively texted me a dozen photos of 3 months ago. Her makeup was a chaotic disaster half done, mascara smudged under one eye, expensive foundation stopping abruptly at her jawline. She looked exactly like someone who had started getting ready for the biggest day of her life, and then abruptly stopped when she realized there was a massive, bleeding wound she had to triage first. I'm sorry if you felt mocked last night, she said, her voice tight, crossing her arms defensively. I didn't move, I just looked at her. I looked at her for a very, very long time, letting the silence stretch until she shifted uncomfortably on her feet. That is not an apology, Chloe, I said flatly. That is a PR statement. Her jaw clenched tight. I'm trying, Sarah. Jesus. An actual apology for what you did sounds like this, I said, stepping slightly into the hallway. I maliciously planned to humiliate you in front of Liam's wealthy family to make myself look better. You explicitly asked me not to, and I did it anyway because I arrogantly thought I would get away with it, like I always do. That is what actually happened. That is what you need to apologize for. It was just one stupid joke. She hissed, glancing nervously down the hallway. You told Jenna it would kill, I replied, keeping my voice dead level. You sat in your luxury suite and workshopped my military service into a comedy routine. You premeditated it. She didn't deny it. The sheer, damning fact that she couldn't even formulate a lie to deny it was its own pathetic admission of guilt. It is my literal wedding day, she pleaded, her voice suddenly shifting into a softer, desperate register. She was appealing to something ancient, some basic, toxic sister contract she just assumed was still legally binding. I am fully aware of what day it is, I said. And I genuinely want to be there for you. But if you want me standing beside you at that altar today, you are going to apologize. Not just to me. You will apologize in front of Liam, in front of Arthur, and in front of Mom, publicly, for exactly what you did. Chloe went completely rigid. Absolutely not. I am not humiliating myself on my wedding day. Then I am packing my bags, and I will not be your bridesmaid, I said, my hand moving to close the door. The silence that followed was deafening. I watched her perfectly curated face violently cycle through a dozen different emotions in rapid succession. Disbelief, furious anger, the frantic formulation of a counterattack, and then, finally, something that might have actually been genuine fear underneath all the armor. I had spent 30 years learning to decode Chloe's micro-expressions. I knew every single mask she wore. What I saw buried under the panic was the look of a woman who had finally done the math and realized she was completely bankrupt. Then, her phone vibrated aggressively in the pocket of her silk robe. She pulled it out, looked down at the glowing screen, and I literally watched the blood drain from her face, leaving her chalk white. It's Liam, she whispered, her voice hollow. What does it say? She was dead quiet for a long moment, reading the text message. Her terrified eyes moved across the screen twice, once rapidly, then agonizingly slowly. When she finally looked back up at me, the very last lingering traces of the arrogant, rehearsal dinner Chloe were entirely gone. The smug smile that had owned the banquet room, the effortless ease, the absolute certainty that the universe would simply arrange itself around her if she threw a big enough tantrum evaporated. He wants to meet in the hotel lobby before the ceremony, she said, her voice shaking violently. Just you two? I asked. She slowly shook her head, tears finally spilling over her eyelashes. No, he wants Arthur there. And his parents. And his family's trust lawyer. Update 2. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. I found out exactly what transpired in that devastating morning meeting from 3 separate sources over the next few weeks: Liam, Arthur, and eventually, shockingly, Chloe herself. Liam had spent almost the entire night awake, pacing his hotel room, talking to his uncle, Arthur Pendleton, Lieutenant Commander, retired, 25 years of decorated service, had served with men and women who had bled and died to earn call signs like the one Chloe had callously turned into a punchline. He had watched that sacred name get stripped of its honor and mocked in front of 35 clueless civilians. But Arthur wasn't just a military man, he was the patriarch of Liam's family, the executor of a massive generational trust. And he had sat with Liam for 3 hours, explaining carefully, without any dramatics, exactly what he had witnessed. He explained that he had seen a woman, me, who had learned to hold perfectly still while a room full of people threw stones. And he had seen a bride, Chloe, who possessed a dark, rotting cruelty at her core. But the twist, the absolute, mind-bending reversal that I didn't see coming, was what Liam had discovered when he started pulling at the threads of Chloe's lies that night. Liam had always known Chloe had a flair for the dramatic. He thought it was just charm. But after the dinner, deeply disturbed by her cruelty, Liam had logged into the shared laptop they brought for wedding logistics. He found a hidden folder of emails between Chloe and his wealthy mother. For the past year, Chloe had been feeding Liam's family a completely fabricated, highly toxic narrative about me. She had told his parents that I was a deeply troubled, mentally unstable, dishonorably discharged deadbeat who was intensely jealous of her success. She had painted herself as the saintly, successful sister who was constantly burdened by my episodes. She did this to make her own background look more tragic and heroic, securing the sympathy and financial backing of Liam's ultra-wealthy parents. She used my military service as a weapon to make herself the victim. Arthur, being a retired commander with deep connections, had made a single phone call at 2 a.m. to verify my service record. He discovered the absolute truth. My record was pristine, highly decorated, and completely honorable. Chloe wasn't just a mean sister making a bad joke. She was a pathological liar who had constructed her entire integration into Liam's family on a foundation of sociopathic deceit. When Chloe walked into that 8 a.m. meeting in the lobby, she thought she was just going to apologize for a bad joke. Instead, she walked into a financial and relational firing squad. Liam told me later, his voice completely devoid of emotion, exactly how it went. Arthur didn't yell. He simply placed a printed copy of my actual service record on the glass table. Next to it, Liam's family lawyer placed a hastily drafted, ironclad post-nuptial agreement. When Sarah said no to your little comedy routine on Tuesday, Arthur had asked her coldly, "What exactly did you think she meant?" Chloe had tried to play the victim one last time. "I thought she was just being oversensitive. She's always been jealous of me." "Stop lying," Liam had snapped, sliding the printed emails across the table. "You told my mother she was a discharged, unstable liability. You lied to my family for a year to get my parents to pay for this $120,000 wedding. You used her honor to buy our pity." Chloe had completely shattered then. Real, ugly, hyperventilating crying. Not the strategic, single-tear crying she deployed to win arguments with our mother. This was the catastrophic breakdown of a narcissist who had finally slammed into a concrete wall she couldn't manipulate her way out of. Liam gave her an absolute ultimatum. Sign the postnup, which completely severed her from the family trust and required her to attend intensive psychiatric therapy for her lying, or he would cancel the wedding right there in the lobby and walk away forever. She signed it. Her hands shook so badly she tore the paper. The wedding still happened. I want to be brutally clear about that, because I know the part of you reading this is desperately craving a cinematic blow-up, a runaway bride, a cancelled reception, a massive disaster. But real life is often much quieter and far more painful. The wedding happened. Chloe walked down the aisle. She looked objectively stunning. Liam was crying before she was even halfway to the altar. But it wasn't the joyous, overwhelmed crying of a man watching his soulmate approach. It was the heavy, grieving tears of a man mourning the illusion of the woman he thought he was marrying, realizing the brutal work that lay ahead of them. I stood in my designated place. Second bridesmaid. Sage green chiffon dress, nude heels, holding a small, tight bouquet of white ranunculus. But before we had gone to the venue, before the hair extensions and the airbrush makeup and the frantic choreography of the morning, Chloe had knocked on my hotel room door a second time. It was 9:45 a.m. I had my duffel bag half packed, fully expecting to be sent home. She walked in. No robe. Just sweatpants and a t-shirt. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face swollen from crying so hard she had burst blood vessels in her cheeks. I lied to them about you. She whispered, her voice completely broken. I told them you were crazy, so they would think I was strong for dealing with you. I planned the joke to make you snap in front of them, to prove my lies were true. I stopped folding my shirt. The sheer magnitude of the betrayal hit me like a physical punch to the chest. You tried to trigger me so I'd look unhinged? Yes, she sobbed, collapsing onto the edge of the hotel bed. I've been doing it my whole life, Sarah, setting you up to react, and then playing the victim when you get angry. I did it because you went away and became something real. You earned respect. I just bought expensive clothes and manipulated people. I am so deeply horribly empty inside, and I couldn't stand that you weren't. I thought about all the years of my mother whispering, just let it pass, Sarah. All the corners I had been backed into, all the times I was called the difficult one for simply demanding the truth. I signed a postnup, she confessed, staring at the carpet. Liam knows everything. He's making me go to therapy. If I don't change, he's divorcing me in a year. She looked up at me, her face a mask of absolute terror. I don't know how to be a real person, Sarah. I don't know how to stop performing. Alder. I looked at my sister. Really looked at her, stepping entirely outside the toxic grooves of the patterns we had inhabited for 30 years. She looked small, exhausted, and for the very first time in her life, she looked brutally honest. It's going to take years, Chloe, I said quietly. One breakdown doesn't fix 3 decades of abuse. I know, she whispered. I didn't hug her. I didn't forgive her in that moment, but I unpacked my dress, and I stood beside her. Not because she deserved it, but because the undertow doesn't run from a wreck. I have to tell you about Arthur Pendleton, because this story isn't complete without him. Late that evening, after the agonizingly tense reception, after the painfully stiff first dances and the forced smiles, I found Arthur sitting alone outside on the venue's sprawling stone terrace. He had a glass of neat scotch in his hand, watching the sun sink behind the Pennsylvania hills, casting everything in deep orange and violet. I walked over and sat down in the wrought iron chair next to him. We were quiet for a long time, the good kind of quiet, the kind that doesn't demand to be filled with nervous chatter. Thank you, sir, I finally said, for last night. And for this morning. He waved his hand dismissively, a small, tight gesture that meant times don't mention it, but also intrinsically meant you're welcome. What happened to her? I asked softly. Margaret Hayes, the undertow. A genuine, warm smile touched the corners of Arthur's weathered eyes. Maggie? She retired as a chief petty officer in '94. She lives down in Pensacola now. Has about 7 loud grandchildren and a vicious, ongoing blood feud with her local HOA over the height of her privacy fence. He took a slow sip of his scotch, the ice clinking softly. She's fine, Sarah. She turned out absolutely fine. I let that sink in. A hero from a burning ship in 1982. Over 40 years of life, grandchildren, and petty suburban disputes. You moved exactly like her, Arthur said quietly, staring out at the fading horizon. Last night, when everything in that room went completely sideways, when the hostility spiked, the way you held your ground, the way you didn't let the panic touch you. He turned his head, and looked me dead in the eyes. That is not nothing, sailor. That is a rare, formidable force. No, I agreed, feeling a knot in my chest finally, permanently untangle. It's not. 6 months have passed since the wedding. Chloe is in intensive therapy twice a week. She called me last Tuesday, an actual phone call, not a curated text message. She told me her therapist forced her to realize that her entire personality was a survival mechanism that had metastasized into a weapon. She is trying to dismantle it, brick by painful brick. We still aren't close, but the silence between us is finally honest. My mother is furious that Liam's family cut off their financial support to her, but for the first time in my life, I simply blocked her number instead of absorbing her complaints. And right before Christmas, I received a thick, heavy envelope in the mail from Boston. Inside was a handwritten card from Arthur Pendleton. There was only one line written in crisp, black ink. Some currents leave deep, permanent marks on the seafloor. People will try to tell you that is damage. Do not listen to them. It is simply evidence of your force. It is pinned to my refrigerator, and that is exactly where it is going to stay. Mother slapped me so hard, because I refused to take out a $250,000 loan for my sister's luxury spa. I walked out and didn't speak to them anymore. The slap echoed in the dining room, rattling the expensive china, while my sister just smirked at my burning cheek. That was the night I walked out, cut them off, and let them think they'd won until 8 years later, when my mother called me 42 times at 3 a.m. begging me to save my sister from a 10-year prison sentence. Let me start by saying that I never wanted to be the villain in my family's story. My name is Chloe, I'm 33 years old, and I live a very quiet, meticulously organized life in Denver, Colorado. My apartment is painted in soft, calming shades of sage and cream. My sheets are crisp, white linen, everything in my life is quiet. I like the quiet. It took me a long, agonizing time to get used to a silence that wasn't heavy with tension, guilt, or the impending demand for my wallet. Growing up in Seattle, I was the sturdy one. I was the reliable one with plain brown hair, brown eyes, and a quiet disposition. My sister, Maya, is 2 years younger. From the exact moment she took her first breath, she was the undisputed princess of the household. She had these massive, expressive blue eyes that would well up with tears the second she was denied anything she wanted. She was delicate. She was creative. She was, in my mother's words, a sensitive soul who needs extra care. I, on the other hand, was just Chloe. I did my homework without being asked. I cleaned my room. I got straight A's. My mother used to pat me on the shoulder and say, "Chloe, you're the strong one. Maya needs our help. You don't." For a long time, my naive, childlike brain took that as a compliment. I thought being strong meant I was special. I didn't realize until much later that being the strong one was just a convenient trap. It meant I was the designated beast of burden. It meant my needs were secondary, if they existed at all. It started with the little things. "Chloe, let Maya have the last slice of cake. You don't need the calories. Chloe, do Maya's chores this weekend. She's feeling a little overwhelmed. Chloe, give Maya your allowance." She saw a dress she really wants and we're strapped for cash. I always said yes. I wanted to be good. I desperately craved that rare, fleeting smile of approval from my mother. I wanted my dad to look up from his newspaper, pat my head, and say, "Good job, kiddo." But as we got older, the stakes shifted from cake and chores to my actual livelihood. When I was 17, I got a job stocking shelves and running the register at a local grocery store. I worked every Friday night and pulled double shifts on weekends. I saved every single crumpled dollar bill and shiny quarter. My goal was a used, beat-up Toyota Corolla. It wasn't fancy, but it represented freedom. I was exactly 2 weeks away from having the cash in hand. Then, Maya crashed her brand new electric scooter. She was completely unharmed, but the scooter was totaled, and she had managed to take out a neighbor's expensive cedar fence in the process. My mother came into my bedroom that night. I remember the exact look on her face, tired, annoyed, and expectant. "Chloe, we have a situation," she said, sitting on the edge of my bed. She explained the fence, the scooter, and the angry neighbors threatening to sue. "We need to use your car fund," she stated. It wasn't a question. It was a royal decree. "But Mom," I stammered, my voice shaking so hard I could barely form the words. "I've been working for a year and a half. That's my money. I need that car for college." Her face turned to stone. "Chloe, family sacrifices for each other. Your sister is in serious trouble. Do you want the neighbors to drag us to court? Do you want us to be the laughingstock of the neighborhood? Stop being so incredibly selfish." Selfish, that was her favorite weapon. If I wanted to keep the money I bled for, I was selfish. If I wanted a boundary, I was selfish. I cried until I threw up that night, but the next morning, I handed over my savings envelope. Maya got a replacement scooter a month later, paid for by my dad. I rode the city bus until I was 23. The financial extraction only accelerated when I went to college. I attended a state university on a full academic scholarship. I worked 2 jobs waitressing at a diner and tutoring freshmen in statistics just to afford my textbooks, rent, and ramen noodles. I never asked my parents for a single dime. Maya, naturally, went to an out-of-state private art institute that cost an absolute fortune. My parents paid for everything: her tuition, a luxury off-campus apartment, a leased SUV, and an endless stream of supplies that usually consisted of designer clothes. During my junior year, I came home for Thanksgiving. I was running on fumes, wearing boots with a hole in the left sole because I couldn't afford a $40 replacement pair. Maya was sitting on the couch, flaunting a new Prada handbag. "Isn't it gorgeous?" she squealed. "Mom got it for me as a reward for getting a B in my ceramics class." I looked at my mother, who was busy basting a turkey. "I made the dean's list again," I said quietly. "I have a 4 gigapascals." My mother didn't even turn around. "That's nice, Chloe. But you've always been book smart, it comes easy to you." Maya is a creative. The world is harder for artists. We have to encourage her spirit. I went into the downstairs bathroom, locked the door, and stared at my pale, exhausted reflection. I looked 10 years older than my actual age. My eyes had dark, bruised-looking circles under them. Why was my suffering invisible? Why was my hard work expected, but her bare minimum was celebrated? When I graduated and landed a high-paying job as a financial analyst at a major firm, the dynamic morphed from emotional neglect to outright financial abuse. I was finally making real money. I thought, this is it. This is my ticket to freedom. But my mother saw my salary as a communal family asset. First, it was a phone call. "Chloe, the water heater blew. Dad is having panic attacks about the cost. Can you wire us? $800? I wired it. 2 months later, "Chloe, Maya was invited to a destination wedding in Cabo. She can't go looking like a peasant. She needs $1,200. I transferred it. 6 months later, "Chloe, we're behind on property taxes. Just this once, $3,500. I paid it. Every time I hit send on my banking app, a wave of nausea washed over me. But right behind the nausea was a pathetic, lingering hope. Maybe this time they'll say thank you. Maybe this time they'll see my value." I was literally trying to buy my family's love, but the price was infinite, and the product was always out of stock. Maya never thanked me. She would take my hard-earned money, post glamorous Instagram photos sipping margaritas on a yacht, and complain about how exhausting her life was. Meanwhile, I was working 60-hour weeks, eating canned soup and popping antacids to deal with a stress-induced stomach ulcer. The breaking point the moment my soul finally snapped happened 8 years ago. It was a chilly Tuesday evening. My mother called me at the office. "Come over for dinner tonight. It's extremely important." Important in my family was code for expensive. I drove to their house with a knot the size of a golf ball in my stomach. When I walked into the dining room, it looked like a scene from a magazine. The good china was out. Crystal wine glasses caught the light of the chandelier. The smell of roasted chicken, rosemary, and expensive Pinot Noir filled the air. My dad was sitting at the far end of the table, staring intensely at his napkin, refusing to make eye contact. That was red flag number 1. Maya was seated to his right, wearing a silk blouse I had paid for, sipping wine and checking her reflection in the blade of her butter knife. She looked bored. My mother was bustling around, aggressively cheerful. Sit, eat." We ate in an agonizing, suffocating silence. The only sound was the clinking of silverware and the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Finally, my mother dabbed her mouth with a linen napkin and folded her hands on the table. "Chloe," she began, her voice adopting a sharp, business-like tone. "We have an incredible opportunity, a life-changing opportunity for Maya." I put my fork down. The chicken suddenly tasted like ash. "What kind of opportunity?" Maya rolled her eyes and sighed, as if explaining this to me was a physical burden. "A high-end lifestyle boutique. I'm going to launch my own curated fashion and wellness line. I have a vision, Chloe. It's going to be a massive disruptor in the retail space." "That sounds ambitious," I said, trying to keep my voice neutral. "Do you have a business plan, a market analysis, a supply chain strategy?" Maya scoffed loudly. "God, you are so boring. Mom is handling the boring legal details. I'm the visionary." My mother leaned forward, her eyes locking onto mine like a predator. "She needs startup capital, Chloe. Real capital to secure a prime commercial lease in the Arts District, renovate the space, and purchase the initial inventory." "How much?" I asked, bracing myself. I figured she wanted $10,000, maybe $20,000. I was already calculating how much I could pull from my emergency savings without defaulting on my own rent. $250,000, my mother said. She didn't blink. The number just hung there in the warm air, suffocating and absurd. I stared at her. Then, I laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was a harsh, involuntary bark of pure shock. "Mom, are you insane? I don't have $250,000 sitting in a checking account. I'm an analyst, not a hedge fund CEO." "We know you don't have it in cash," my mother replied smoothly, unbothered by my reaction. "But you have a flawless credit score. We checked. You can take out a small business loan or a massive personal line of credit. You can just co-sign with us, but the primary debt needs to be in your name to get the best interest rate." We checked. The words echoed in my skull. We checked. They had run an unauthorized background check on my credit profile without my consent. "No," I said. It was the first time I had ever said that word to her with zero hesitation. My mother blinked, her polite facade cracking. "Excuse me?" "No," I repeated, my voice dropping an octave. "I am not taking out a $250,000 loan. That's a mortgage. That is a life-ruining amount of debt. Maya has never held a job for more than 6 months. She has zero business experience. If this boutique fails, and statistically, it will, I am on the hook. I will be bankrupt." "No. It won't fail," Maya shrieked, slamming her hand on the table. "You never believe in me. You're just jealous because you sit in a cubicle all day and I actually have dreams." "It's not about jealousy, Maya, it's about basic math," I shot back. "It's an insane risk, and I refuse to be your collateral damage." My mother stood up. Her chair scraped violently against the hardwood floor. Her face was flushed dark red. "Chloe, this is your sister. This is her dream. You are going to ruin her one chance at happiness because you are terrified of a little financial risk? You are the most selfish, ungrateful child I have ever known." There it was, the magic word. Selfish. "I'm not doing it, Mom," I said, standing up as well. "I'm done. I am completely done paying for her life. I am done being this family's ATM. Give me your credit card, Chloe," my mother demanded, holding out an open palm. "We need to put down a $15,000 deposit tonight to hold the commercial lease. Give it to me right now." Last. No. That was when she hit me. It was so fast I didn't even see it coming. Her hand cracked across my left cheek with the force of a baseball bat. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet room. My head snapped violently to the side. The heavy silver forks rattled against the china plates. My face instantly erupted in a burning, stinging agony. My left ear started ringing with a high-pitched whine. But the physical pain was nothing. The real agony was looking around that room. I looked at my father. He was staring intensely at his mashed potatoes. He didn't flinch. He didn't speak. He didn't defend me. I looked at Maya. She wasn't shocked. She wasn't horrified. She was sitting there, swirling her Pinot Noir, with a slow, triumphant smirk spreading across her face. She loved it. She loved seeing me put in my place. And my mother? She just glared at me, her chest heaving, waiting for me to break down, apologize, and hand over my wallet like a good, obedient dog. Something inside me didn't just break, it completely vaporized. The desperate, people-pleasing daughter died on that dining room floor. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I didn't fight back. I calmly picked up my purse from the back of the chair. "I'm leaving," I said. My voice was a dead, flat whisper. "If you walk out that door," my mother screamed, her voice shrill and hysterical, "don't you ever come back. You are turning your back on this family." I paused at the doorway, turning to look at them one last time. "You turned your back on me the day she was born." I walked out into the freezing Seattle night. I got into my car, locked the doors, and drove. I didn't go back to my apartment. I was terrified they would show up, pound on the door, and break me down. I drove 30 miles out of the city and checked into a dingy, $40 a night motel off the interstate. I sat on the lumpy mattress, staring at the peeling wallpaper, touching my swollen, throbbing cheek. I felt hollowed out. I felt like an astronaut whose tether had been cut, drifting into the infinite, freezing void of space. But beneath the terror and the grief, I felt something else: relief. I didn't have to find $250,000. I didn't have to listen to the guilt trips. I was free. Update 1. For the first month, I lived in a state of hypervigilance. I changed my locks. I jumped every time my phone buzzed. I expected angry voicemails, screaming texts, or my mother ambushing me in the parking lot of my office. But there was nothing. Complete, absolute silence. At first, the silence hurt more than the slap. It was the ultimate confirmation of my deepest fear. I was only valuable to them when I was paying the bills. The second the money stopped, my existence was erased. Then, about 6 weeks later, I was in a Target a few towns over, grabbing some laundry detergent. I turned the corner of aisle 12 and almost slammed my cart into my cousin, Rachel. Rachel and Maya were practically best friends. When Rachel saw me, her eyes went wide, and she looked incredibly uncomfortable. "Oh, hey, Chloe," she stammered, gripping her basket tightly. "Wow, haven't seen you in a minute." "I've been really busy with work," I said, trying to push past her. "Yeah, I bet," Rachel said, lowering her voice and leaning in. "Look, I know you and your mom had a massive blowout, but honestly, it's really amazing of you to fund Maya's boutique anyway. She's been bragging to everyone about it." My blood turned to ice water. The ambient noise of the store, the bad pop music, the squeaking cartwheels faded into a muffled hum. "What are you talking about? The boutique?" Rachel looked confused. "Maya said you guys fought, but you eventually came through and backed her. She signed the commercial lease 3 days ago. She's hiring contractors for the renovation." I left my cart right there in the middle of the aisle. I sprinted out of the store, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I got into my car and locked the doors, my hands shaking so violently I couldn't get the key into the ignition. I pulled out my phone and frantically logged into my banking app. Checking account, normal. Savings account, normal. Then, I pulled up my credit monitoring app. I stared at the screen, my breath catching in my throat. There were 4 hard inquiries in the last 3 weeks. 2 massive small business loans, 1 huge personal line of credit, and a commercial lease agreement. All approved, all under the name Chloe, my last name. They hadn't just asked for the money. When I said no, they simply took it. They used my social security number. They used my pristine credit history. They used my old address. My mother and my sister had committed massive, coordinated financial fraud, and I was holding a $250,000 bag. I felt violently ill. I opened my car door and dry heaved onto the asphalt. This was no longer just toxic family drama. This was a federal felony. I needed absolute proof before I dropped the nuclear bomb. I couldn't call my mother, she would gaslight me. I couldn't call Maya, she would laugh in my face. So, I called my dad. He answered on the 4th ring. Hello? He mumbled. Dad, I said, my voice shaking with a terrifying, cold rage. Meet me at the diner off Route 9. Right now. Do not tell Mom. If you aren't there in 20 minutes, my next call is to the police. He hesitated. Chloe, your mother is still very upset with. 20 minutes, Dad. I hung up. He walked into the diner 25 minutes later. He looked pathetic. I guess. His shoulders were slumped, his hair was uncombed, and he was wearing a stained flannel shirt. He slid into the booth across from me, refusing to meet my eyes. I didn't order food. I just had a mug of black, bitter coffee in front of me. Rachel told me Maya signed the lease, I said, keeping my voice dangerously low. She said the funding is in my name. My dad stared at the sugar packets on the table. His hands were visibly trembling. Look at me, I snapped. He flinched and looked up. His eyes were red and watery. Did they steal my identity? He swallowed hard, giving a tiny, pathetic nod. How? I demanded. They need signatures. They need government ID. They need tax returns. Your mother. He whispered, his voice cracking. She kept all your old documents in the safe. Your birth certificate. Your old W-2s. She spent 3 nights at the kitchen table practicing your signature from your old birthday cards until she had it perfect. A wave of pure disgust washed over me. My mother, sitting at the table where we ate family dinners, meticulously practicing forgery so she could ruin my life to fund my sister's delusions. And you knew? I asked, feeling the last shred of respect I had for this man evaporate. You watched her do it? I told her it was a bad idea. He pleaded, leaning forward. I said you would be furious. But you know how she is, Chloe. Once she sets her mind on something for Maya, she won't stop. And honestly, we just need a little time. Why? Maya's boutique is going to be a huge hit. The business will generate revenue, and your mother has a plan to pay off the loans before you even notice. A plan? I laughed. It was a sharp, jagged sound that made the waitress at the counter turn around. Dad, this isn't a misunderstanding. This is wire fraud. This is identity theft. This is years in federal prison. My dad went pale. No, Chloe, don't say words like that. It's family. We just borrowed your credit. You're strong, Chloe. You can handle the stress. Maya is fragile. She needs this win. Please, just give it a year. There it was. The ultimate truth. Because I was capable, because I was resilient, I was allowed to be a sacrificial lamb. My strength was my punishment. Maya's weakness was her shield. I stood up, pulling a $10 bill from my purse and dropping it on the table. I am strong, Dad. You're absolutely right about that. And I am going to handle this. But you are not going to like how I do it. Chloe, what are you going to do? He asked, genuine terror in his eyes. I'm going to protect myself, I said, since my father refused to. I walked out of the diner. I didn't go home to cry. I didn't call a therapist. I sat in my car and Googled financial fraud attorney Seattle. I found a highly rated firm, Vance & Associates, specializing in identity theft and corporate fraud. I called them from the parking lot and scheduled an emergency consultation for the next morning. Mr. Vance was a sharp, no-nonsense man in his late 50s. He wore a tailored suit and had a gaze that could cut glass. I sat in his plush, mahogany office and laid out the entire story. I gave him the credit reports, the names of the banks, and the confession from my father. He listened in complete silence, taking notes with a silver fountain pen. When I finished, he leaned back in his leather chair and steepled his fingers. Chloe, Mr. Vance said smoothly, you are standing at a fork in the road. Path A. You accept this debt. You become legally responsible for $250,000. You will spend the next 20 years paying it off. Your credit will be destroyed. You will never own a home. And, most importantly, your family will absolutely do this to you again, because you will have proven that there are 0 consequences for abusing you. He paused, letting the grim reality sink in. Path B. We file a comprehensive affidavit of identity theft with the federal authorities and the local police. We dispute the loans as fraudulent with every bank involved. The financial institutions will immediately freeze the funds. They will launch aggressive fraud investigations. You will be completely legally cleared. But your mother and sister will face severe criminal charges, grand larceny, wire fraud, or identity theft. They will likely see prison time. I looked down at my hands. They weren't shaking anymore. I thought about the slap. I thought about the smirk. I thought about my mother practicing my signature like a master criminal. Path B, I said, looking him dead in the eye. Burn it down. The next 2 weeks were a masterclass in calculated destruction. I didn't act out of wild rage. I acted like a surgeon excising a malignant tumor. I closed every single bank account I had. I moved my money to a completely different institution. I placed a permanent, impenetrable freeze on my credit. Meanwhile, Mr. Vance went to war. He fired off legal notices to the 3 banks, the commercial landlord, and the credit bureaus. My client is the victim of severe identity theft. These accounts were opened fraudulently. Any funds dispersed must be frozen immediately. The fallout was instantaneous and catastrophic. The banks froze the $250,000 before Maya could spend more than the initial deposit. The commercial landlord, spooked by the fraud investigation, canceled the lease and locked Maya out of the building. The boutique was dead before it even existed. 3 days later, my phone exploded. I was sitting at my desk at work when the barrage began. 15 missed calls. 30 missed calls. 50 missed calls. Then the text messages poured in. Mom, Chloe, what did you do? The bank locked the accounts. The landlord changed the locks. Answer the phone. Mom, the police just called us asking questions about fraud. Are you insane? You are ruining your sister's life. Call the bank and tell them you authorized this right now. Maya, you jealous, vindictive bitch, I am going to kill you. You ruined my dream. Fix this now or I swear to God I will destroy you. I didn't reply to a single one. I forwarded the threat from Maya to Mr. Vance, who added it to the police file. Then, I walked into a Verizon store, handed them my phone, and said, I need a new number. Today. I changed my phone number. I deleted all my social media. I put in my 2 weeks' notice at my job, packed up my apartment, and moved 1,300 miles away to Denver, Colorado. I vanished, like a ghost. For the first 2 years in Denver, I was terrified. Every time I saw a car that looked like my mother's, my heart would stop. Every time a blocked number called my office, I thought it was them. But they never came looking for me. Tracking me down would have required effort, money, and a genuine desire to reconcile. They possessed none of those things. I was a broken ATM, and they had simply thrown me away. Over the next 8 years, I built a beautiful life. I climbed the corporate ladder and became a senior director at a wealth management firm. I bought my own condo. I went to therapy and unpacked 2 decades of emotional abuse. I met Liam, a high school history teacher who is the kindest, most patient man I have ever known. We got engaged. He knows my whole history, and he is my absolute rock. I kept tabs on my family from a safe, digital distance, mostly through public records and occasional Google searches, just to ensure they weren't plotting a comeback. I watched the consequences of their actions unfold. Because the banks caught the fraud early and recovered most of the money, the district attorney offered them a plea deal. My mother and Maya both pled guilty to lesser charges of financial fraud. They got 3 years of intense probation and a massive fine. Maya's credit was permanently ruined. My mother had to downsize her house to pay the legal fees. I thought the lesson had been learned. I thought they would never dare touch my name again. I was wrong. Update 2. It was 3:14 a.m. on a Tuesday. The digital clock on my nightstand glowed a soft blue in the pitch-black bedroom. Liam was sound asleep next to me, breathing softly. Suddenly, my phone, which was resting on the dresser across the room, started vibrating violently against the wood. It was a harsh, aggressive sound. I groaned, threw off the covers, and stumbled across the room, assuming it was an automated server alert from work. I picked up the phone. The screen blinded me for a second. When my eyes adjusted, my stomach plummeted as if I had just stepped off the edge of a cliff. The caller ID read, unknown number. But beneath it, the notification center displayed the terrifying truth: 42 missed calls. 18 new voicemails. My hands started to shake. 42 calls at 3 a.m. In a normal family, this means someone is dead. It means a catastrophic car crash, a heart attack, a house fire. But I don't come from a normal family. In my family, an emergency is just a manipulation tactic. I stood there in the dark, my heart hammering against my ribs. I hadn't spoken to my mother in 8 years. Why now? The phone buzzed again in my hand. Call 43. I took a deep breath, exactly like my therapist taught me, and swiped to answer. I didn't say a word. I just held the phone to my ear. Chloe? It was my mother. Her voice sounded entirely different from the domineering, arrogant woman I remembered. It was high, thin, raspy, and laced with absolute panic. She sounded old. "Hello, Mother," I said. My voice was calm, deep, and steady. It was the voice of a 33-year-old executive, not the terrified 25-year-old girl she used to bully. "Oh, thank God, she babbled, her breath catching in the microphone. "I didn't know if this number was real. Rachel's husband found it through some online background check thing. Chloe, you have to come home. You have to fly to Seattle right now. I live in Denver, Mom. I am home. And it's 3 a.m. I'm not going anywhere. You don't understand," she shrieked, the panic escalating into hysteria. "The police were just here. Detectives, Chloe. 2 of them. They banged on the door, they had a warrant, they took Maya's laptop. They took her phone. They are talking about a grand jury. They are talking about federal prison. Chloe, you have to fix this." I closed my eyes. A cold, dark vindication washed over me. What did she do this time? Nothing. She did nothing. My mother cried out, defaulting to her ancient defense mechanisms. "It's a massive misunderstanding. Maya was just trying to get her life back on track. She started an online consulting business. She just needed a small bridge loan to get the website running. The banks are so predatory, Chloe." "Whose name did she use, Mom?" I asked, my voice cutting through her lies like a scalpel. Dead silence on the other end of the line. Just the sound of her ragged breathing. "Mom, whose name?" "Chloe, you know how hard it is for her," my mother whispered, her voice trembling with toxic guilt. "Because of what happened 8 years ago, her credit is completely destroyed. She couldn't even get approved for a $500 credit card. She just used a cosigner. She forged my name again," I stated flatly. It wasn't a question. No, she didn't forge anything." My mother desperately backpedaled. "She just digitally signed it. It's an electronic signature. It's not a real crime. It's just a computer glitch. But the police won't listen. They're calling it aggravated identity theft. Because she was already on probation years ago, they're saying she's a repeat offender. They're saying it's a 10-year mandatory minimum. How much money did she steal this time?" My mother let out a pathetic sob. $75,000. I let out a harsh breath. $75,000. They never learn. They never change. A decade of silence, a previous criminal conviction, and they still thought they could use me as their personal piggy bank. "Chloe, please," my mother begged, her voice breaking. "You have to call the Seattle Police Department tomorrow morning. You have to tell them you authorized the loan. Tell them it was a verbal agreement between sisters and you just forgot. If you say you authorized it, the criminal investigation collapses. It becomes a civil dispute. We will pay you back, I swear on my life, we will pay you back every penny. You want me to commit perjury and lie to federal investigators to cover up a $75,000 felony?" I asked, utterly astounded by her audacity. "I want you to save your sister," she screamed, the old, vicious mother finally clawing her way to the surface. "She will not survive federal prison, Chloe. She is delicate. She is your blood. You owe us this. You abandoned us." I stood in the darkness of my bedroom, looking at Liam sleeping peacefully. I thought about the life I had built. I thought about the ulcer, the panic attacks, the empty bank accounts, and the slap. "Okay," I said quietly. My mother gasped, a wet, hopeful sound. "Okay? You'll do it? You'll call them?" "I'll meet you," I lied smoothly. "I have to fly in for a business meeting in Seattle tomorrow anyway. Meet me at 10 a.m. at the Starbucks down the street from your house. Do not talk to the police until I get there." "Yes, oh my God, yes, thank you, Chloe. I knew you were a good girl. I knew you wouldn't let your family be destroyed. I knew you were a good girl." I hung up the phone. I didn't go back to sleep. I walked out to my living room, opened my laptop, and pulled up my secure files. Here is the part my mother didn't know. The part that makes this entire story so incredibly satisfying. She thought this 3 a.m. phone call was a surprise to me. She thought I was caught off guard. But when you are the victim of familial identity theft, you don't just move on. You build a fortress. I pay a premium for top-tier, real-time credit and identity monitoring. 4 weeks ago, I received an encrypted alert on my phone. New credit inquiry, $75,000. Business loan. Applicant, Chloe last name. I didn't panic. I didn't call my mother to demand an explanation. I didn't cry. I simply called Mr. Vance's law firm. He had retired, but his junior partner, a shark of a woman named Sarah, took my case immediately. We didn't just dispute the charge. We built an ironclad, nuclear-level criminal dossier. We pulled the digital application. We traced the IP address directly back to my mother's Wi-Fi router. We proved that the funds were deposited into a shadow account controlled by Maya, and we tracked where the money went. Spoiler: it didn't go to a consulting business. It went to a luxury lease on a Range Rover, a first-class trip to Miami, and massive online gambling debts. 3 days ago, my lawyer handed that dossier directly to the fraud division of the Seattle Police Department and the FBI field office. The police weren't at my mother's house at 2 a.m. by coincidence. They were there because Times sent them. I booked a 6 a.m. flight to Seattle. I didn't pack a bag. I wore a sharp, navy blue tailored suit. It was the suit I wore when I negotiated multi-million-dollar contracts. It was my armor. I walked into the Seattle Starbucks at exactly 9:55 a.m. The sky was gray and drizzling, classic Seattle weather. I spotted them immediately in the back corner. They looked like absolute garbage. My mother had aged 20 years. Her hair was thinning, her skin was gray, and she was wearing a stained trench coat, frantically tearing a paper napkin into microscopic shreds. Maya sat next to her, and the sight of her almost made me laugh out loud. The delicate princess looked like a cornered rat. She wore a baggy hoodie pulled over her head, huge dark sunglasses hiding her eyes, and she was violently biting her fingernails. When my mother saw me, she practically lunged out of the booth. "Chloe, you came." I didn't hug her. I didn't smile. I slid into the booth across from them, placing a thick, black manila folder on the table between us. "You look very successful," my mother noted, her eyes darting nervously over my expensive suit and my diamond engagement ring. "I am," I said. Maya wouldn't look at me. She just stared at the table, her jaw clenched. "Okay, listen." My mother leaned in, whispering frantically like a mobster. "The detective left his business card. His name is Detective Miller. You just need to call him right now. Tell him it was a sisterly loan. Tell him you gave Maya permission to use your digital signature because you were out of town. Once you say that, they have to drop the warrant." "And then what?" I asked, leaning back and crossing my arms. "Then we figure out the money," my mother said quickly. "Maya has some assets. We can sell her car. I can take out a third mortgage. We will pay the bank back. Nobody has to go to prison. We have got a 9 sec. Maya doesn't own the car, Mom," I said smoothly. "She leased a Range Rover, and you don't have equity for a third mortgage. Furthermore, she blew $30,000 of it on a high-stakes online poker site in Miami." I saw the forensic accounting. Maya's head snapped up, her sunglasses slipping down her nose. Her eyes were wide with sheer terror. How do you know about Miami?" "Because, Maya," I said, leaning forward, resting my elbows on the table and staring directly into her terrified soul. "I am the one who gave the IP addresses and the bank routing numbers to Detective Miller." The silence that descended on that table was heavy enough to crush bone. The ambient noise of the coffee shop completely vanished. My mother's mouth slowly dropped open. She looked like she was trying to process a foreign language. What are you talking about?" I opened the black folder. I pulled out the 40-page police report, the IP traces, and the sworn affidavit of identity theft. I slid them across the table. "I got the credit alert 4 weeks ago," I said, my voice completely devoid of emotion. "I didn't wait. I didn't call you. I called my legal team. We built the case. We handed it to the district attorney. The police raided your house last night because I authorized the warrant." "You?" My mother's face turned a horrifying shade of purple. The veins in her neck bulged. "You sent the police to my house? You set up your own sister?" "You set up your own sister?" "No," I corrected her calmly. "Maya set herself up. Maya committed a $75,000 federal felony. I just refused to be the victim." "You absolute psychopath," Maya shrieked, slamming her fists on the table so hard her coffee spilled. People at the counter turned to stare. "You have money. You're wearing a Rolex. You could have just paid the $75K. It's nothing to you. Why do you want to destroy my life?" "I didn't destroy your life, Maya," I said, my voice eerily calm against her hysteria. "You stole from me 8 years ago. I let you walk away. I gave you a decade to grow up, to get a job, to become a functioning adult. Instead, you decided to rob me again. This isn't revenge. This is just gravity. You jumped off the cliff, and I am simply refusing to be the net that catches you." "I am your mother," my mother hissed, reaching across the table and grabbing my wrist with a claw-like grip. Her nails dug into my skin. "You will call Detective Miller right now and retract this statement, or I swear to God, you are dead to me. Do you hear me? Dead to me?" I looked down at her hand gripping my wrist. I remembered that hand slapping my face 8 years ago. I remembered the burning sting. I remembered the power she used to hold over me. I felt nothing but pity. I calmly reached over, peeled her fingers off my wrist, and dropped her hand back onto the table. "I was dead to you the moment I stopped paying your bills, Mom," I said softly. I stood up, buttoned my suit jacket, and picked up my folder. "The detective has everything he needs. The bank is pressing the fraud charges. Not me. It is completely out of my hands. It is the state of Washington versus Maya now. Have a nice life. Chloe, please," my mother suddenly wailed, the anger evaporating into pure, pathetic desperation. She started sobbing, real, ugly tears. "Please don't walk away. We can't afford a lawyer. She's going to go to prison. Please, I'm begging you. You kicked me out of the family the night you slapped me, I said, looking down at her. Today, I am finally honoring your decision. I turned around and walked out of the coffee shop. I heard Maya screaming obscenities at my back, but I didn't turn around. I walked out into the cool Seattle rain, got into my rental car, and drove straight to the airport. I was back in Denver, sitting on my couch with Liam, eating takeout Thai food by 6 p.m. The fallout over the next year was absolute and total destruction. I didn't have to lift a finger. I just sat back and received periodic updates from the district attorney's office. Because Maya had a prior record of financial fraud, from the first time they stole from me, the judge showed zero leniency. The evidence I provided was bulletproof. The IP addresses, the forged digital signatures, the money trail, it was insurmountable. My mother completely bankrupted herself trying to save her golden child. She drained her pathetic retirement account and sold her house at a massive loss just to afford a high-priced defense attorney. It was completely useless. Faced with a mountain of irrefutable evidence, Maya took a plea deal to avoid a trial. She pled guilty to aggravated identity theft and wire fraud. She was sentenced to 4 years in a federal women's correctional facility, followed by 5 years of heavily monitored probation and full financial restitution to the bank. I didn't go to the sentencing, I didn't need to. I read the brief article in the local Seattle online paper. Local woman sentenced in $75K identity theft scheme. There was a blurry photo of Maya leaving the courthouse in handcuffs. She looked haggard, terrified, and old. She wasn't smirking anymore. Because my mother sold the house and blew the money on legal fees, she had nowhere to go. My father, who had been quietly enabling this madness for decades, finally broke. He filed for divorce, packed his truck, and moved to Idaho to live in a trailer park with his brother. My mother is now living in a tiny, run-down, one-bedroom apartment on the bad side of town, working as a cashier at a pharmacy at age 62 to survive. People on the internet might read this and think I'm a monster. They might think I orchestrated a master plan of revenge to destroy my family. But it wasn't revenge, it was a quarantine. When you have a toxic infection in your body, you don't negotiate with it. You don't give it $75,000 and hope it leaves you alone. You cut it out. I received exactly one piece of mail from my mother, about 6 months after Maya went to prison. It was a crumpled, handwritten letter sent to my office. Chloe, I hope you are happy. You completely destroyed this family. Your sister is locked in a cage with criminals. She cries every time I talk to her. I lost my home. Your father abandoned me. You did this. You are a cold, heartless, evil girl. I pray to God you never have children, because if you do, I pray they do to you exactly what you did to me. Mom. I stood by the window in my high-rise office, looking out over the beautiful Rocky Mountains, holding the letter. I didn't cry. I didn't feel guilty. I just felt a profound sense of closure. Even after losing everything, her home, her husband, her daughter's freedom, my mother still refused to take accountability. In her twisted, diseased mind, Maya committing a massive federal crime wasn't the issue. Me reporting the crime was the issue. She lived in an alternate reality where love equaled submission, and abuse was just a quirky family dynamic. I tore the letter into tiny pieces and dropped it into the recycling bin. 2 years have passed since that day. Maya is still in prison. Liam and I got married last spring in a beautiful, small ceremony in the mountains. We didn't invite a single person from my biological family. My best friends walked me down the aisle. I am safe. I am successful. I am loved for who I am, not for what my bank account can provide. I didn't destroy my family. I just stopped being their human shield, and the reality of their own actions destroyed them. My parents publicly disowned me for making $72K a year, then the spotlight hit my face at their own gala. My parents formally disowned me at a luxury restaurant, handing me a legally drafted severance letter while my brother filmed my reaction, waiting for me to break down and cry for the family group chat. 2 weeks later, my mother's crystal champagne glass slipped from her hand and shattered against the floor when the blinding spotlight hit my face, and the entire room of 600 industry elites erupted in deafening applause for the new director of global operations. To truly understand the absolute magnitude of what happened on the evening of November 20th, you first have to understand the Vance family. And to understand the Vance family, you need to comprehend a very specific, suffocating truth. In our household, money was never just currency. It was our native language. It was the only acceptable proof of life. It was the sole unit of measurement that anyone in my bloodline actually trusted or respected. My father, Arthur Vance, is a man who built a commercial real estate empire across the Midwest over 35 years. His portfolio now generates somewhere north of $600 million in annual revenue. He accomplished this through a terrifying combination of genuine, razor-sharp intelligence, a ferocious, sleep-deprived work ethic, and a complete, sociopathic inability to respect anyone who operated below his financial altitude. He is the kind of man who shakes your hand, looks you dead in the eye, and simultaneously calculates your exact net worth, your liquid assets, and your inherent usefulness to his bottom line. He has been doing this for so long that he doesn't even realize he's doing it anymore. It is just how his brain processes human beings. My mother, Eleanor Vance, runs the Vance Family Foundation, a massive charitable organization boasting an endowment of approximately $65 million. The foundation heavily funds arts education, classical music programs, and high-visibility community development initiatives across Chicago and the greater Midwest. She is constantly photographed at black tie galas, dripping in understated diamonds, giving breathless keynote addresses about the critical importance of empathy and community. Yet, in 35 years of marriage, she has never once told my father he was wrong about anything in front of another living soul. She is a masterclass in performing absolute warmth without actually feeling a single organic emotion. Then there is my older brother, Tristan. At 35, Tristan is the undisputed golden child, a man who recently closed a massive $250 million acquisition of a regional logistics and supply chain company. He possesses my father's bone-crushing handshake, my mother's terrifying ability to fake sincerity, and an ego that requires constant, daily validation. He started recording candid family moments on his iPhone about 5 years ago when he realized that capturing other people's discomfort, failures, or awkwardness generated high engagement on his social media and endless amusement in his private group chats. And then there was me, Julian Vance, the second son, the colossal, undeniable disappointment. I was the one who studied high-level hospitality management at Cornell University simply because I genuinely, deeply loved the industry, not because it was a degree that would impress my father's country club associates, which, to be clear, it absolutely did not. I was the one who, after graduating, intentionally took a grueling floor manager position at the Oakhaven, a highly respected but not globally famous Michelin-starred restaurant in downtown Chicago. I took the job because I wanted to learn the industry from the absolute ground up. I wanted to understand the trenches, the chaotic reality of the floor, the very thing my father always claimed to respect in self-made men but never actually respected when applied to his own flesh and blood. I was 32 years old, making $72,000 a year, working 60-hour weeks on my feet, while my immediate family controlled over $750 million. To them, my life was an extended, embarrassing joke that they had finally decided to stop finding funny. I had been grinding at the Oakhaven for nearly 5 years, when the inciting incident happened. It was the thing that none of my family ever gave me a single ounce of credit for, the exact moment that, as it turned out, a stranger had seen with crystal clarity from across a crowded, dimly lit dining room. It was a torrential Thursday evening in early September, exactly 6 weeks before the dinner where my family would legally sever ties with me. The restaurant was operating at maximum capacity. Every single table was full, the mahogany bar was 3 people deep, and the kitchen was pushing out plates at a frantic, blistering pace. It was the kind of intense, controlled chaos that a good floor manager lives inside like it's their own personal weather system. I was running the main dining room, tracking ticket times and managing VIPs, when Sarah, our panicked assistant manager, grabbed my elbow near the frantic service corridor. Her face was entirely drained of blood. "Chairman Park is here," she whispered, her voice trembling. I instantly knew the name. Chairman Park Dae-sung was the legendary, notoriously strict CEO of Dae-sung Shipping, South Korea's second-largest maritime logistics company. He was a man whose massive conglomerate my father's real estate firm had been desperately courting for nearly 3 years for a massive downtown commercial development deal worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 million in pure commissions. He was visiting Chicago for a crucial international trade conference. His executive team had made a VIP reservation at the Oakhaven a full month in advance. "Fantastic," I said, wiping down a menu. "Table 7 is prepped and ready." Sarah's eyes widened in sheer terror. Her face told me the catastrophic news before her mouth even opened. "Table 7 got double booked," she choked out. "The Montgomery party is already seated there. They just ordered their first course. Marcus gave the table away an hour ago because he thought the park party was a no-show, and he forgot to log the time zone adjustment." The entire chaotic room seemed to go completely, terrifyingly quiet around me. It wasn't actually quiet. The restaurant was a roaring symphony of clinking silverware, loud laughter, and jazz music, but it was that specific, agonizing internal quiet that arrives when you suddenly understand the colossal size of the disaster standing right in front of you. I looked toward the front. Chairman Park was standing at the host stand. He had 3 senior executives flanking him. He had just traveled 16 grueling hours from Seoul. His reserved table did not exist. He saw me moving swiftly toward him, and his expression instantly shifted. It wasn't anger. Not yet. It was the terrifying, cold, evaluating patience of an incredibly powerful man who has been deeply failed before and is simply waiting to see exactly how badly he will be failed this time. Our general manager, David, was frozen like a statue near the wine cellar. I could literally see him calculating his own resignation. I didn't hesitate. I stepped forward. I didn't offer a standard, pathetic restaurant apology. I bowed. I bowed correctly, the exact right depth, holding the exact right beat of respect, for a man of his immense stature. And then, I apologized to him in fluent, formal Korean. Not textbook Korean. Not the clumsy, broken phrases you learn from a language app on your phone. I used the highly specific, deeply respectful honorifics I had spent 3 grueling years mastering after Cornell, because I had long ago identified the massive influx of Asian corporate wealth as the absolute future of high-end Midwestern hospitality, and I had decided to be completely ready for it before anyone ever told me to be. I use the kind of language that communicates, in its precise register and vocabulary, not just "I am sorry your table isn't ready," but I deeply understand the specific, profound nature of how our establishment has failed your honor, and I take complete, personal responsibility for it. Chairman Park's rigid expression shifted again. The ice cracked. Something genuine and surprised opened up in his eyes. I immediately moved him and his executive team to our private, glass-enclosed wine tasting room, a highly exclusive space we strictly reserved for massive celebrity buyouts. A room not typically available on a random Thursday night. I didn't ask David for permission. I just took the keys. I walked directly into the screaming kitchen and personally spoke with the executive chef. I completely rebuilt Chairman Park's entire evening from scratch. I designed a custom tasting menu specifically tailored to the intricate dietary preferences his assistant had vaguely specified in the original email months ago. I personally curated a premium soju and vintage wine pairing. I meticulously adjusted the pacing of the courses for a party that had been traveling across the globe all day and desperately needed the meal to breathe. I checked on them exactly 5 times. Not intrusively. Just at the absolute perfect, invisible moments. By the time dessert arrived, Chairman Park was laughing loudly, his jacket was off, and he was enthusiastically showing me pictures of his golden retrievers. He signed a massive letter of intent with my father's commercial development team the very next morning. A $3 million deal secured on a table that hadn't even existed 2 hours prior. When my father eventually heard about the legendary save, the story had been filtered through David, then through the development team, and finally to his desk. His exact response, which was gleefully relayed to me secondhand by my sycophantic cousin Greg, who had been in the boardroom when it was announced, was this: "Well, thankfully someone with actual corporate authority was there to close the deal and babysit the client." Someone with authority. I had been the sole authority in that room. I had saved his $3 million deal. I let it go. I was incredibly good at letting things go. I had 32 years of grueling practice. What I absolutely did not know was that across the dining room that night, sitting quietly at a small corner table that I hadn't paid any attention to because I was too busy managing a massive, career-ending crisis, a man named Victor Sterling had been intensely watching the entire thing unfold. Victor Sterling is the legendary CEO and founder of Sterling Hospitality Group. They own 42 ultra-luxury properties across North America, Europe, and Asia. They generate over $4 billion in annual revenue. Victor is a man who has spent 45 years in the brutal trenches of high-end hospitality and inherently knows, as he told me much later, within about 60 seconds of watching a person work a room, whether they have the elusive it factor or not. His private, encrypted email arrived in my inbox exactly 3 days later. "Mr. Vance, I sat in the corner of the Oak Haven on Thursday night. I watched you save a doomed room. I believe your immense talents are being significantly, criminally underutilized. I would welcome a highly confidential conversation about your immediate future at your earliest convenience. Victor." I read the email 4 times, my hands were actually shaking. I closed my laptop, took a deep breath, and went back to the restaurant floor. I didn't tell my family, I didn't tell my friends. I didn't tell a single living soul. What followed were 5 of the most grueling, intense, terrifyingly brilliant interview rounds of my entire life, spread secretly over 2 months. Each round was exponentially more demanding than the last. We discussed high-level operational strategy, global crisis management, cultural fluency in emerging markets, complex revenue modeling, and deeply philosophical leadership tactics. Victor Sterling asked me questions that absolutely nobody had ever bothered to ask me before. He didn't ask what I had done, he asked how I thought. He asked what I fundamentally believed about the hospitality industry, about human psychology, about what true service actually meant in a broken, exhausted world. I left every single secret interview feeling like someone had finally turned on a massive floodlight in a dark, suffocating room I had been blindly navigating for my entire adult life. The official offer letter arrived via encrypted courier on October 1st. Position: Director of Global Guest Experience. It was a newly created, immensely powerful role reporting directly to the CEO himself. I would have absolute responsibility for experiential standards, crisis management, and VIP relations across all 42 global properties. Base salary: $310,000. Equity package: $600,000, vesting over 4 years. Relocation, perks: a massive, Company-provided luxury penthouse apartment on the 50th floor of the Sterling Chicago flagship hotel for the first 2 years, complete with private elevator access. Start date, November 1st. I sat alone at my tiny, scratched kitchen table in my cramped apartment with the thick, watermarked offer letter sitting in front of me. I stared at the numbers. I listened to the specific, extraordinary, deafening silence of a singular moment that permanently alters the entire trajectory of your life. Then, I picked up the phone and called my attorney. Jonathan Reyes, a senior partner at a top-tier employment and contract law firm, reviewed the massive offer over the following week. He flagged 3 minor non-compete clauses, aggressively negotiated adjustments on all of them, and confirmed the massive equity structure was ironclad. He told me, with the measured, utterly calm tone of a man who is professionally trained not to show any excitement, that this was one of the most exceptional executive offers he had seen for someone my age in a decade. "Sign the damn paper, Julian," he said. I signed it on October 10th. I still told absolutely no one. My start date was November 1st. My family's mandatory birthday dinner for me was scheduled for October 15th. Looking back, I absolutely should have known that something was deeply, fundamentally wrong about the dinner. My mother called me to confirm the reservation 4 times in a single week. This wasn't entirely unusual for her. She ran her social calendar like a ruthless military operation, but her voice had a strange, clipped quality that I couldn't quite identify at the time. It was careful. Rehearsed. Like she was reading from a legal script. The restaurant she purposefully chose was Lumiere, a ridiculously pretentious, hyper-expensive downtown spot known for its $400 tasting menu and its wildly wealthy clientele. It was the exact kind of place you go when you specifically want to be seen by the city's elite while you are celebrating something. I had been there exactly once. The lighting was meticulously designed to make everyone look powerful and important. I wore my best charcoal suit. It was an Armani I had saved up for and bought myself the previous year. It was the exact same suit my mother had once casually described, completely unprompted, as trying a bit too hard for someone in your low-level position. I wore it anyway. I felt like armor. I arrived precisely at 7 p.m. The massive mahogany table in the center of the room was already completely full. My father, my mother, Tristan, my Aunt Victoria, my Uncle Richard, and my cousin Greg. 7 people for my birthday dinner, which was exactly 3 more than they usually bothered to invite. I registered the strange audience, but I actively told myself it meant nothing. My mother gave me a stiff, completely loveless hug at the table. It was incredibly brief. Her cold eyes immediately darted to her glowing phone screen the absolute second she pulled back from me. We sat. We ordered the absurdly expensive wine. The conversation moved exactly the way it always did, following the rigid Vance family script. My father aggressively held court about a recent ruthless real estate acquisition. Tristan loudly bragged about his $250 million logistics deal while constantly checking his Rolex. My mother dominated the remaining airtime talking about the massive Sterling Foundation gala she was co-organizing for late November. I quietly ate my perfectly seared duck confit, listened to the noise, and contributed occasionally, exactly the way you do when you have spent 32 years being a completely ignored supporting character in your own family's grand, narcissistic story. Then, dessert arrived. The plates were cleared. The waiter poured the final round of espresso. The table suddenly went dead silent. My father reached inside his tailored Brioni suit jacket. He pulled out a thick, heavy, cream-colored envelope and placed it deliberately on the table directly in front of me. It was made of expensive, heavy stock paper. My full legal name, Julian Arthur Vance, was printed on the front in stark, black, typed font, not handwriting. Typed. He was smiling. It was a terrifying, cold, utterly triumphant smile. "A little something from all of us," my father said, his voice dripping with condescension. My mother immediately looked down at her manicured hands, refusing to make eye contact. I glanced to my right. Tristan had his phone raised directly at my face. The red recording light was glaring. He had purposefully angled it to catch my eyes. He wanted the raw reaction. He wanted the tears. He wanted the pathetic, broken crumple, the emotional breakdown, the devastating moment of weakness that would play incredibly well to the toxic family group chat and maybe even beyond. I slowly picked up the heavy envelope. I broke the wax seal. The letter inside was 3 pages long, single-spaced. It had clearly, undeniably been drafted with the assistance of a very expensive legal team. The language was cold, precise, and utterly ruthless in a way that personal letters never are. It formally and legally outlined the Vance family's unified decision to instantly sever my inclusion from all family trusts, all future estate plans, all foundation involvement, and absolutely all family business considerations, effective immediately. It explicitly cited, in carefully neutral, legally bulletproof language, my stagnant career trajectory, my lack of ambition, and my demonstrated life priorities as being fundamentally incompatible with the Vance family's public standing and financial expectations. It was signed in blue ink by my father, my mother, and Tristan. At the very bottom of the third page, there was a dotted line demanding my immediate acknowledgement signature. I read it once, very fast, just to absorb the sheer, stunning audacity of it. Then I read it again, very slowly, committing every single word to memory, the way you read a document that you are going to need to remember for the rest of your life. Tristan's phone was hovering barely 6 inches from my face. I could hear his shallow, excited breathing. He was practically vibrating with anticipation. He wanted me to shatter. But as I sat there, under the expensive lighting of Lumiere, surrounded by people who shared my DNA but absolutely nothing else, I felt something incredibly strange bloom in my chest. It wasn't what they desperately expected. It wasn't grief. It wasn't heartbreak. It wasn't even anger. It was something significantly cooler, cleaner, and infinitely more final than grief. It was the profound, absolute feeling of a massive steel door slamming shut forever. It was the sudden, crystal clear understanding that I had been desperately standing in the wrong room, begging for scraps from the wrong people, for my entire existence. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I didn't throw my drink. I calmly and meticulously folded the 3-page letter along its original creases. I flattened it perfectly with my thumb. I placed it smoothly into the inside pocket of my charcoal suit jacket. I looked directly into the lens of Tristan's camera. "Thank you," I said. My voice was completely, terrifyingly steady. My father's smug smile violently flickered. His brow furrowed in deep confusion. "This makes everything easier for everyone, Julian," he said, trying to regain control of the moment. "Easier?" I repeated. I said the word like I was tasting something utterly foul. "Written, legal proof," I said, slowly standing up from the table and calmly buttoning my jacket, "that I owe absolutely none of you a single damn thing for the rest of my life. Where the hell do you think you're going?" My mother snapped, her fake composure finally cracking. "Sit down. The conversation isn't over." I looked down at her. I looked at Tristan's phone, still recording. I looked at my Uncle Richard, who was already composing his face into an ugly, mocking smirk. "My show," I said quietly, "starts tomorrow morning." I turned my back on all of them. I walked straight out through Lumiere's packed dining room, striding past tables of wealthy people eating beautiful food in that perfect light. I pushed through the heavy glass double doors, stepped out onto the Chicago sidewalk, and let the freezing October air hit my face. My phone started violently buzzing in my pocket before I even reached my car. "Tristan, ungrateful little brat. We gave you literally everything. Mom, you are completely dead to us. Julian, do not call. Dad, dead." Tristan immediately posted the video he had taken to the massive extended family group chat. The brutal replies from aunts, uncles, and cousins started flooding in within seconds. "Aunt Victoria, about time Arthur cut the dead weight. Cousin Greg, LMAO, he couldn't even cry properly. Just ran away like a coward. Uncle Richard, drama queen, always has to make every single thing about himself." I sat in the silence of my car. I read every single one of the 50+ messages. I didn't delete them. I opened my notes app and meticulously typed out the exact time, the exact date, and the names of every single person who had mocked me. Then, I systematically screenshotted the entire vicious chain. I started my car, drove back to my cramped apartment, packed my bags, and set my alarm for 5 a.m. Tomorrow was November 1st. My first 2 weeks at Sterling Hospitality Group were simultaneously exactly what I expected and absolutely nothing like I could have ever imagined. The sheer scale of the operation was mind-bending. 42 ultra-luxury properties. 4 different countries. Thousands upon thousands of dedicated staff. Intricate, massive digital systems that touched every single microsecond of the guest experience, from the initial reservation click to the final checkout signature. I had a dedicated elite team of 14 directors reporting directly to me. I led exhaustive weekly strategy calls with regional vice presidents from Tokyo to London. I was given a massive, glass-walled corner office on the 48th floor with a staggering, unobstructed view of Lake Michigan. I stood at that massive window for exactly 3 minutes on my first morning, taking it all in, before I forced myself to sit down at my desk and actually get to work. Victor Sterling ran his massive empire exactly the way the absolute best operators in the world do, clearly, directly, with terrifyingly high expectations, but with a genuine, profound investment in the people who were actually meeting those expectations. During our very first one-on-one meeting, Victor sat across from me, steepled his fingers, and said, "Julian, I don't need you to be impressive here, I need you to be right." I instantly understood exactly what he meant. I had spent my entire adult life being casually dismissed by wealthy, arrogant people, who constantly confused loud performance with actual competence. I knew the difference in my bones. I was incredibly good at this job. I had always been good at this kind of work. The only difference now was that the work was actually being seen, respected, and compensated at the highest possible level. My peer director, a brilliant woman named Elena Rossi, had 20 years of experience in European luxury hospitality operations. Within the first week, she became the absolute most useful professional relationship I had ever had. She knew exactly where all the bodies were buried in the massive corporate organization. She explicitly told me the political landmines without even being asked, and she fiercely expected the exact same loyalty in return. My executive assistant, Marcus, was 27, terrifyingly hyper-organized, and possessed a borderline psychic gift for anticipating exactly what files, coffees, or data I needed approximately 2 minutes before I even realized I needed them. And then, on November 10th, Victor casually called me into his office and dropped the bomb about the gala. Sterling Hospitality's massive annual Global Industry Summit was scheduled for November 20th. It was to be a highly exclusive, black-tie event held in the legendary Grand Ballroom of the Sterling Chicago Flagship Hotel, 600 guests. The absolute most significant, powerful names in North American and European hospitality. Billionaire CEOs, massive investment partners, aggressive development executives, 4 top journalists from Forbes covering the luxury industry, and 2 major television networks doing live features on global travel trends. It was also, Victor casually mentioned, the exact same event that my mother, Eleanor Vance, had aggressively been on the organizing committee for since January. The Vance Family Foundation had publicly co-sponsored the charitable component of the massive gala, pledging $100,000 toward arts education programs. My mother had been sitting in tedious planning meetings for 10 months. She had a front row, center VIP table specifically reserved for her and her family. She had absolutely no idea that her disowned son was the new director of global guest experience for the company hosting her. I knew this because I had purposefully kept the job entirely quiet. I had contained the secret with the same ironclad discipline I had used during the grueling 2-month interview process. But I also knew it because my mother, had she actually known, would have immediately, shamelessly made it entirely about herself. She would have called my father, called Tristan, and immediately begun the sickening process of forcibly inserting the Vance family name into my massive achievement before I had ever had a chance to own it for myself. I sat across from Victor's massive oak desk and thought about the heavy cream letter currently sitting in the inside pocket of my jacket, the one I had folded so carefully, the one with 3 arrogant signatures. "Victor," I said quietly, my heart pounding in my chest, "can I tell you something highly personal about my family?" He leaned back in his leather chair, sensing the shift in my tone. "Tell me everything, Julian." So, I told him absolutely everything. I told him about the grueling years at the Oakhaven. I told him the exact details of the Chairman Park save that he had witnessed. I told him about the toxic, money-obsessed Vance family dynamic. I told him about the Lumiere dinner. I told him about the disownment letter. I told him about the vicious text messages. I even told him about the humiliating video Tristan had proudly posted to the family group chat, which had by then accumulated a sickening audience of extended relatives who had all gleefully weighed in on my inability to cry correctly. Victor listened the exact same way he always listened, completely, intensely, and without an ounce of fake performance. When I finally finished the story, the massive office was dead silent for a long moment. Then, Victor leaned forward, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. "The keynote address on the evening of November 20th, he said softly. "I was originally planning to deliver it myself. I would like to officially offer it to you." I stared at him, stunned. "Me? The entire global industry needs to hear exactly what happened at the Oakhaven on that Thursday night," Victor said, his voice hard. "The Chairman Park recovery. I have been telling that exact story in highly private boardrooms for 2 months as the absolute pinnacle of crisis management. It needs to be told publicly, with you standing at the podium, by the man who actually bled to make it happen." He paused, a dark smile playing on his lips. "Unless, of course, you'd prefer I just continue giving you credit in rooms you aren't standing in?" I immediately thought about my father's arrogant, dismissive response when he had heard the story. Thankfully, someone with actual authority was there to close the deal. "I'll take the keynote," I said. The 10 days leading up to November 20th were the absolute most hyper-focused, intense period of my entire professional life. I worked directly with Victor's ruthless director of communications, a brilliant woman named Sarah Jenkins. Sarah had 25 years of experience in corporate PR. She was the kind of woman who could restructure a massive speech in real time and make it sound like you were delivering the word of God. I knew the story. I knew the hospitality industry inside and out. But what Sarah gave me was the precise architecture. She taught me exactly how to walk into a massive room with 600 powerful people and speak to every single one of them intimately. I rehearsed in the completely empty, cavernous ballroom on the 18th and 19th. I stood at that imposing podium, looked out at 600 empty velvet chairs, and I spoke my absolute truth. I did not call my family. I did not send a warning text. I did not prepare them in any way for the absolute hurricane that was about to hit them. On the evening of November 19th, exactly 24 hours before the gala, My attorney, Jonathan Reyes, sent me a highly urgent, brief email. Julian, one critical thing before your big night tomorrow. I finally got a copy of the disownment letter you received on October 15th. Depending on its highly specific language regarding the Vance family trusts and the overarching estate, I strongly suggest you have it formally reviewed by a probate judge. If the exclusion was executed merely as a letter without the proper, complex estate documentation and trust amendments being legally filed with the state, it is legally incomplete. It is essentially a piece of angry theater, worth a serious conversation when you have time. Jonathan. I stared at the email. I smiled a very cold smile. I filed it away. Tomorrow first. Tomorrow was for the gala. The grand ballroom at the Sterling Chicago, when filled to its absolute maximum capacity, is one of those incredibly rare rooms that possesses a distinct, vibrating sound even before a single person speaks into a microphone. It is the heavy, layered hum of 600 intense conversations, the clinking of expensive crystal, the rustle of silk gowns, and the specific, undeniable frequency of a massive room, entirely full of people who matter deeply in their respective industries, and absolutely know it. I was standing perfectly still in the dark wings of the stage at 7:52 p.m. My assistant, Marcus, had texted me at exactly 7:41 p.m. Target acquired. VIP table 3. Front row, dead center. All three of them are seated. I didn't look out at them right away. I waited until the massive house lights shifted and dimmed. Then, I peered carefully through the heavy velvet curtains. My mother. My father. Tristan. My mother was aggressively working the room even from her seated position. She was turned completely sideways in her chair, wearing a stunning black Oscar de la Renta gown, talking animatedly to a billionaire developer beside her. She was doing the exact thing she did at every single major event, making absolutely sure that the right people knew she was present and important. She had been on this organizing committee for 10 months. This was her gala, too. In the deeply narcissistic way she experienced most things adjacent to the center of power, but close enough to desperately claim it as her own. My father sat rigidly beside her, his jaw set, nursing a scotch, radiating his usual aura of impatient superiority. I watched Tristan pull his phone out of his tuxedo pocket. He was bored. He started photographing the glossy, gold-embossed event program sitting on his plate for his Instagram story. I watched closely as his eyes lazily scanned down the page. I watched the exact millisecond his eyes hit the bolded keynote listing. I watched his arrogant face completely freeze. He violently leaned over to my mother and shoved the open program directly into her face. I couldn't see her exact facial expression from where I stood in the shadows, but I clearly saw her hand shoot up and grip the heavy edge of the table so hard her knuckles turned pure white. I turned away from them, closed my eyes, and faced forward. Victor Sterling stepped confidently up to the podium. The crowd instantly quieted. He spoke eloquently for exactly 4 minutes about the state of the global industry, about the massive challenges of the past year, and about the incredible future that Sterling Hospitality was aggressively building. Then, Victor paused. He looked out over the massive crowd. 2 months ago, Victor said, his voice echoing powerfully through the silent ballroom, I quietly witnessed something in a restaurant in this very city that I have been describing in private boardrooms ever since as one of the absolute finest, most brilliant examples of crisis leadership I have ever seen in my 45 years in this brutal industry. The massive room completely settled. You could hear a pin drop. A highly senior executive of a major Asian logistics firm arrived at a restaurant after a 16-hour flight, only to find his reservation completely lost. Victor continued. The manager on duty froze in terror. Every single second of inaction was a second closer to a massive crisis that would have cost a $3 million business relationship and, far more importantly, would have confirmed to an exhausted guest that he simply did not matter. Victor paused again, letting the tension build. One man stepped forward. Victor said. He didn't panic. He bowed correctly. He apologized in fluent, respectful Korean not as a cheap performance, but as a genuine, profound act of cultural respect. He completely rebuilt the entire evening from scratch. He turned a massive operational failure into a multi-million-dollar relationship. I hired him the next week. The spotlight violently moved from Victor. It swept across the stage. It found me standing in the wings. Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Sterling boomed into the microphone. Please welcome our keynote speaker, the new Director of Global Guest Experience for Sterling Hospitality Group, Julian Vance. I walked out into the blinding light. The entire room erupted. It wasn't polite, golf clap applause. It was genuine, roaring applause, the way a massive room responds to a powerful story that has already deeply moved them before the speaker even reaches the podium. I walked to the center of the stage. I did not look at VIP table 3 first. I looked out at the massive room. I looked at the flashing cameras, at the Forbes journalists taking frantic notes, at 600 powerful faces seeing me not as the Vance family's pathetic second son, not as the lowly restaurant floor manager, Not as the massive disappointment formally discarded in a gold envelope, but exactly as who I truly was, a titan in their industry. Then, and only then, I looked down. I found them. My father's mouth was literally hanging open. He wasn't performing. He wasn't angry. He was genuinely, utterly paralyzed. It was the extremely rare expression of an arrogant man whose entire model of reality has just been publicly, violently ripped apart and revised. Tristan's phone had completely fallen out of his hand and clattered onto the table. The screen was facing up, recording the ceiling. He looked like he was going to vomit. My mother had the heavy gold program clutched in both of her hands. She had crumpled it into a tight ball, the way you desperately hold onto something when your hands need something to destroy to keep from shaking. I stepped up to the podium. I calmly adjusted the microphone. I smiled a warm, confident smile, and I began. I spoke flawlessly for exactly 22 minutes. I talked in depth about the Chairman Park evening, not using his actual name, but referring to him as a senior executive of a major Pacific Rim firm, which was highly accurate and legally sufficient. I talked passionately about what it truly means to see a crisis coming before it ever becomes one. I talked about cultural fluency as a genuine, hard operational skill, not just a soft, HR-mandated credential. I talked about what hospitality actually is, not just delivering food to a table, but the profound, almost sacred practice of making another human being feel that they are exactly where they belong in a chaotic world. And then, I talked about the grueling years at the Oakhaven. I didn't speak bitterly, I spoke factually. I talked about the critical importance of learning the brutal reality of the floor before you ever step foot into the boardroom. I talked about the specific, irreplaceable education that is only available to someone who has actually managed a room full of furious people who need things simultaneously, and has had to hold all of that immense pressure at once without breaking. Finally, I looked dead center into the front row. I talked about what it means to be constantly, violently underestimated by the exact people who should know you best. I talked about the power of walking away from tables where you are no longer valued. I did not say my family's name. I didn't need to. By the time I finished my closing remarks, all three people in the front row were perfectly, terrifyingly still. They were still in the exact way that very exposed, deeply guilty people go, still trying desperately to take up less physical space, trying to be entirely invisible, trying to retroactively alter what had just happened, by refusing to react to it. It didn't work. Because Tristan's phone was still sitting face up on the table, it was still recording. And, in the absolute chaotic panic of seeing my name bolded in the program and violently grabbing his mother's arm, Tristan had accidentally opened his family group chat and hit the live video broadcast button. He had left it running. 52 extended family members, aunts, uncles, and corporate associates had just watched, in stunning, high-definition real-time, as the keynote address at one of the hospitality industry's most massive, heavily photographed annual events was flawlessly delivered by the exact man they had all been viciously piling on and mocking just 2 weeks earlier. About time Arthur cut the dead weight. LMAO, he couldn't even cry properly. Drama queen. The massive family group chat. I was gleefully told later by my cousin Greg, the exact same sycophant who had relayed my father's arrogant comment about the Daesung deal months ago, and who immediately switched sides when he saw the power dynamic shift, went completely, utterly dead silent within 30 seconds of my face appearing on the live stream. Not a single person typed a word for the entire 22 minutes. When I finished my speech, the standing ovation lasted for 4 uninterrupted minutes. I shook Victor's hand. I shook Sarah's hand. I shook Elena's hand. Then, I slowly walked down the short stairs from the massive stage. I walked deliberately through the crowded room, past table after table of billionaires and executives who I would soon learn to know deeply in this industry. People reached out to shake my hand as I passed. I walked straight to VIP table 3. I stopped. My mother slowly looked up at me. She still had the crumpled, ruined program in her lap. The crystal champagne glass she had been holding had been entirely cleared away by a waiter. It had violently shattered when she gripped it too hard during my opening remarks. I noticed a small, bleeding cut on her index finger. A white cloth napkin had been hastily wrapped around it. My father was incredibly still, staring straight ahead at the empty stage, refusing to make eye contact with me. Tristan's phone was still broadcasting the ceiling. I looked at the three of them for a long, heavy moment. I didn't give a grand speech. I didn't deliver a final, crushing movie line. I didn't give them a performance. They didn't deserve my words anymore. Enjoy the gala, I said quietly. And then, I turned my back on them and walked away into the crowd. The epilogue of this story is significantly shorter than the rest of it, because the rest of this is where the story actually lives and breathes, but the fallout was absolute. My attorney, Jonathan Reyes, formally filed a massive legal review of the October 15 disownment letter in early December. The exclusion, exactly as Jonathan had brilliantly suspected, had been executed entirely without the proper updating of the underlying, highly complex estate documents. My father's arrogant attorneys had drafted the brutal letter to scare me, without ever actually completing the massive, legally required corresponding trust amendments with the state of Illinois. Legally, it was nothing more than an angry expression of intent, without a single shred of legal documentation to actually support it. It meant, in plain, beautiful English, that the exclusion was real as a toxic emotional statement, but completely, utterly incomplete as a binding legal instrument. My father's panicked attorneys frantically reached out in late January to discuss a clarification and amicable restructuring of the family's estate planning. Jonathan responded on my behalf with a simple message: "We are reviewing the documents. The legal conversation is ongoing. We are dragging it out. I am incredibly patient. I have all the time and money in the world now." The video that Tristan accidentally live-streamed to the family group chat was screenshotted, saved, and ruthlessly shared. Not by me. I want to be incredibly clear about that. I did absolutely nothing. It was shared by 3 younger cousins who found it absolutely extraordinary that the man the family had formally, publicly excommunicated 2 weeks prior had just delivered the keynote at a major billionaire industry event. The screenshot spread like absolute wildfire in the exact way things spread when they contain a clean, deeply satisfying story of revenge. My father does not attend public galas anymore. At least, not the ones that I might possibly be at. My mother called me in late February. I stared at the caller ID and let it go straight to voicemail. She left a 3-minute, rambling message. She was crying. She said she desperately wanted to talk. She said things had moved way too quickly that night, and she hadn't had any time to think clearly. She said that my father was the one who had aggressively pushed for the letter, and that she had just been going along to keep the peace, which, honestly, may even be entirely true. She has always been a coward. I haven't called her back yet. Maybe I will one day. Maybe the older, broken version of me that would have, without question, called back immediately, the one who spent 32 years desperately trying to be seen by toxic people who had already fully decided what they were looking at, would have called. But maybe that guy is the one who needed to die that night at Lumiere. I am currently sitting in the massive penthouse on the 50th floor of the Sterling. The morning sun hitting the freezing waters of Lake Michigan is something I am still not entirely used to. I don't think I ever want to get fully used to it. I think the entire point of a good life is to keep noticing the beautiful things. I have the heavy, cream-colored envelope sitting in the top drawer of my mahogany desk. I don't keep it to be dramatic. I don't keep it as some sort of villainous prop. I keep it simply because my father signed a legally drafted document boldly declaring that I was owed absolutely nothing, and I desperately want to remember, on the incredibly hard days, what the arrogant man who believed that is doing right now, and what I am doing instead. They gleefully handed me the exit. So, I used it to find the door. I need to back up, because the wedding, the sheer, unadulterated panic on my mother's face, the way my sister Chloe's fingers turned bone white as she gripped her fiancé's arm, the single, earth-shattering question Julian asked my father that made a vineyard full of 200 wealthy guests go dead silent. None of it makes sense without the party that started everything. The celebration that was supposed to be about me, but never really was. I was 17 years old, standing in my parents' manicured backyard in a navy blue dress I'd bought off the clearance rack at Walmart for $18.50. I remember the exact price because I'd saved up for it myself, bagging groceries and scrubbing floors at the Safeway on Miller Avenue since I was 15. I remember every single agonizing detail of that afternoon the way you remember a car accident. The strange, crystalline clarity of trauma. Your brain simply refuses to let you forget, even the parts you'd give absolutely anything to burn out of your skull. I had just received a full academic scholarship to the University of Michigan. A full ride. Not a student loan that would chain me to debt for decades, not a partial grant that would leave me begging my parents for scraps. Every single dollar of tuition covered, plus a generous stipend for housing and textbooks. The thick, cream-colored acceptance letter had arrived 3 days earlier. I had read it probably 50 times, running my thumb over the raised university seal like it was a holy relic, a golden ticket out of the invisible cage I had lived in my entire life. My high school guidance counselor, Mrs. Higgins, a woman with 30 years in public education who remembered every student's dream, had called my house personally. She told my mother it was one of the strongest, most flawless applications she'd ever seen come out of our entire district. My mother's response? How nice. Then, she started planning the party. I am not an idiot, but I was a desperate child. I told myself the party was a good sign. I lied to myself, whispering in the dark of my room that maybe, finally, I was going to get the version of my parents that other kids seemed to just have effortlessly. The proud parents. The ones who framed report cards, who cried at graduation ceremonies, who embarrassed you by bragging to random strangers in the grocery store checkout line about your GPA. I wanted that so deeply, so viscerally, that it physically ached in my chest. I had convinced myself I already had it. Standing there in that cheap, scratchy polyester dress with the heavy scholarship letter folded carefully in my cardigan pocket, I watched my mother arrange expensive fruit skewers on a catering table decorated with massive, floating balloons that said, Congratulations. She hadn't asked what my favorite color was when she bought those balloons. They were lavender. Lavender was Chloe's favorite color. I forced myself to swallow the lump in my throat and told myself it meant nothing. The backyard filled up around 4 p.m. Distant cousins I barely spoke to. Aunts who smelled overwhelmingly of expensive perfume and cheap gossip. Neighbors who had watched me grow up quiet, studious, and entirely invisible. My father's golf buddies. My mother's country club friends. Everyone was eating the extravagant spread. My mother had spent 3 days preparing. And she was a genuinely phenomenal cook, I will give her that. But they were chatting, laughing, and moving around me like I was a piece of ugly furniture that had been awkwardly placed in the middle of the room. No one was there for me. They were there for the spectacle of my mother's hosting abilities. Then there was Chloe. She was 15, already 5'9", with the kind of effortless, striking brunette beauty that made grown adults stop and say things like, "You belong on a magazine cover," and actually mean it as a statement of fact rather than polite flattery. She had breezed past me when I arrived, gave me a limp, one-armed hug, and muttered, "Congrats, Maya." I had felt a fleeting, pathetic spark of warmth for exactly 1 minute before I noticed she was wearing a breathtaking, clearly expensive new sundress that my mother had bought her specifically for this occasion. No one had offered to buy me a graduation dress. I told myself that was nothing, too. I was an expert at telling myself the blatant favoritism was nothing. Then, the moment that broke the illusion forever, my mother looked at me. She didn't just glance, she really looked at me, performing a slow, quiet inventory of my cheap dress, my unstyled hair, my sensible shoes. She let out a sigh, not a tired sigh, a profoundly disappointed one. The kind of sigh that carries the heavy, toxic weight of regret. "Well, at least she's smart," my mother said to my Aunt Beatrice, her voice intentionally loud enough that the cluster of relatives nearest to them all stopped talking to listen. God knows the beauty genetics entirely skipped her. My father, standing by the grill, chuckled loudly into his beer. Chloe tilted her head, her glossy hair falling perfectly over her shoulder. 15 years old, and she had already mastered the art of sliding a knife between someone's ribs while smiling sweetly. "You look like somebody's depressed substitute teacher," she giggled. The entire backyard erupted into laughter. Not a polite chuckle. A roaring, collective laugh. Sure, there were a few people who looked away, who suddenly found their shoes fascinating, who pretended to inspect the punch bowl. But enough of them laughed. Enough that the sound hit me like a physical blow to the stomach. I stood there in my $18.50 clearance dress, my fingers gripping the scholarship letter that represented 4 years of waking up at 4 a.m. to study, every extracurricular activity I had forced myself to endure, every shift at the grocery store smelling like bleach and rotting fruit, and I thought, with terrifying clarity, this is it, this is the celebration, this is all I will ever be to them. I heard my own voice. It was quiet, steady, and devoid of any emotion. "Why would you say that?" My mother's smile didn't fade, it retracted, snapping back like a switchblade. "Oh, Maya, don't be so dramatic. We're obviously joking, stop ruining the mood. It was never a joke when I was the punchline. I didn't cry, I want to make that explicitly clear, because the twisted, sanitized version of this story, my family peddled to relatives for the next decade, involved a lot of my supposed crying, my instability, my hypersensitivity. I did not shed a single tear. I smiled blankly at a few neighbors, ate exactly half a plate of dry pasta salad, watched my father light the candles on a cake that had my name misspelled in cheap blue icing, and thought with a strange, icy calm, I am leaving in 2 weeks, and I am never, ever coming back. I left exactly 14 days later. I packed 2 duffel bags. I had $450 from the Safeway job wrapped in a thick rubber band at the bottom of my backpack. My parents didn't even offer to drive me to the bus station, let alone the university. My mother casually mentioned they had been planning to take Chloe to look at elite summer dance programs in Chicago that weekend. She said it like a logistical fact, not a deliberate choice to abandon her eldest daughter on the day she left for college. I took the Greyhound bus. I sat by the window, watching the city limits of my childhood fade into the distance, and felt nothing but the terrifying, exhilarating rush of absolute freedom. My roommate at UMich was a girl from Detroit named Sarah. She talked aggressively in her sleep, survived entirely on instant ramen and black coffee, and over the next 4 years, became my first concrete evidence that chosen family was a real concept. By Thanksgiving of my freshman year, my childhood bedroom had been completely gutted and converted into Chloe's influencer studio. It had a walk-in vanity, professional ring lights, and a custom-built mirror my parents had driven 3 hours to Grand Rapids to purchase. I only knew this because my cousin Jessica, who possessed zero tact but an endless supply of gossip, texted me a photo with the caption, "Did you know about this?" I hadn't known. By Christmas, my name was entirely missing from the family holiday card. I found this out the same way. Jessica texted me a high-resolution photo of the family Christmas card featuring my mother, my father, Chloe, and the family's new golden retriever, Bailey, posed in front of a massive, heavily decorated tree. 4 subjects, not 5. Note: they had literally replaced me with a dog. I stared at that photo for a long, quiet hour. Then, I turned my phone on silent, flipped it face down, and went back to studying for my organic chemistry finals. By the following summer, relatives had begun speaking about me in the past tense. Aunt Beatrice told someone at a 4th of July barbecue, according to Jessica's increasingly detailed espionage, that Maya had gone off to college and just sort of faded away from the family. As though I were a ghost. As though I had simply evaporated into thin air. So, I let them have their ghost. I stopped calling. I stopped texting on birthdays. I stopped sending the carefully chosen Mother's Day cards that I used to spend hours picking out, only to receive absolute silence in return, save for an occasional, sterile one-line email from my father that read like an automated bank notification. I stopped begging for a version of parents I was never going to get. I accepted the reality with the bone-deep exhaustion of someone who has finally finished mourning a corpse. That was simply who they were. I was the scapegoat, Chloe was the golden idol. I moved forward. 12 years is a very long time. It was long enough to finish my undergraduate degree in 3 years instead of 4, taking maximum credit loads every single semester. Long enough to get accepted into Johns Hopkins for medical school. Long enough to survive the brutal, soul-crushing 100-hour weeks of residency. My surgical advisor, Dr. Eris Thorne, the chief of plastic and reconstructive surgery, a man who had spent 20 years as an attending and was the most terrifyingly precise, demanding human being I had ever met, told me during my 3rd year that I had a gift. "You have instincts that cannot be taught, Dr. Vance," he had said, staring at a complex tissue flap I had just completed. I specialized in severe reconstructive surgery. I spent my days, and most of my nights, rebuilding what fire, industrial accidents, and catastrophic trauma had destroyed. I put human faces back together. I know exactly how dramatic, almost cinematic that sounds, but it is the brutal, bloody reality of my life. I work with burn victims, blast survivors, people who woke up in hospital beds and were told by crying relatives that they would never look like themselves again. I performed the marathon 12-hour surgeries. I navigated the terrifying post-op complications. I sat in sterile, freezing recovery rooms at 2 a.m. holding the hands of patients when the night terrors hit them hardest. I watched mothers, fathers, and young adults look into a mirror for the first time after months of refusing to see their own reflections, and I watched the exact moment their soul came back into their eyes. I was good at it. By every professional and metric standard, I was one of the best young reconstructive surgeons on the East Coast. I was 29 years old, living in a beautiful, minimalist apartment in Fells Point, Baltimore. I had an impressive collection of medical journals, a thriving career, and a small but fiercely protective circle of colleagues and friends. And then, the heavy ivory envelope arrived in my mailbox. "Chloe Elizabeth and Julian Vance request the honor of your presence at their wedding." There was no handwritten note, no sticky note apologizing for the 12-year silence. No explanation for the massive, gaping void between the last time my parents had deemed me worthy of a Christmas card and this exact moment, when my name had suddenly been remembered and printed in clean, expensive gold embossing. Just the formal invitation, the venue, a massive, ultra-exclusive vineyard outside Bethesda, the date, a Saturday in late October, and an RSVP card with a checkbox for filet mignon or herb-crusted salmon. I dropped it on my kitchen island and didn't touch it for 4 days. It felt like a radioactive object. My closest friend and colleague, Dr. Elena Rostova, a 33-year-old trauma surgeon who possessed the highest emotional intelligence of anyone I had ever met, found it sitting next to my coffee maker when she came over for dinner on Thursday. She picked it up, ran her finger over the gold foil, read the names, and looked at me with the specific, piercing expression she usually reserved for complex triage cases. "You are going," she stated. It wasn't a question. "I haven't decided. I'll probably throw it away," I replied, chopping vegetables with a little too much force. "You are going," she repeated, leaning against the counter and pouring us both a generous glass of Cabernet. We sat on my balcony and talked about it for 5 hours. I told her everything. I told her about the $18.50 clearance dress, the backyard graduation party, the cruel substitute teacher joke, the Christmas card with the golden retriever, the 12 years of absolute, deafening silence that I had not initiated, despite whatever twisted narrative my family had undoubtedly spun to justify my absence. Elena listened the way she always did, with absolute, unwavering focus. She didn't offer empty platitudes, she didn't try to play devil's advocate. When I finally ran out of words, she took a slow sip of her wine, looked out at the Baltimore skyline, and said, "Maya, you have spent the last 12 years bleeding, sweating, and fighting to become Dr. Maya. You built an empire out of the scraps they left you. I think it is time you go back and remind them exactly who you are. Let them choke on it." I RSVP'd for the salmon. I didn't go to Walmart this time. I went to an exclusive boutique in downtown DC, and found the dress. It was emerald green silk, tailored perfectly at the waist, with a slit up the thigh and a neckline that demanded you stand with absolute, unapologetic confidence. It cost more than my entire first semester's rent in undergrad. I swiped my card without a single second of hesitation, which, for a woman who used to agonize over the price of generic brand cereal, was a massive psychological victory. I drove to Bethesda the Friday before the wedding and checked into a luxury hotel downtown. I didn't call my parents to tell them I was in the state. I lay in the massive king-sized bed that night, watching the city lights crawl across the ceiling, and felt a strange, heavy sensation settling in my ribs. It wasn't anxiety, it wasn't fear. It was something ancient, something that had been curled up and sleeping in the dark corners of my mind since that backyard party 12 years ago. It was the quiet, patient hum of absolute certainty. It was waiting for the moment it would finally be allowed to speak. Update 1. The vineyard was, objectively, stunning. Rolling hills bathed in the golden, dying light of early autumn. A massive white pavilion tent strung with thousands of warm fairy lights. Crystal centerpieces that easily cost more than my entire 4-year college tuition. I arrived exactly on time. I walked in alone, my heels clicking sharply against the stone pathway. I walked into that venue the exact same way I walk into an operating theater when a patient's life is actively fading on the table, with total, unbreakable composure. I am a trauma surgeon. I have held a human heart in my hands while it tried to stop beating. I can survive walking into a tent full of people who hate me. I felt my mother's presence before I actually saw her. It's an animal instinct, a survival mechanism hardwired into my nervous system after 18 years of monitoring her micro-expressions to gauge if I was safe or about to be verbally eviscerated. The air pressure in the room simply shifted. I turned slowly. She was standing 20 feet away, holding a crystal champagne flute. She was mid-laugh, chatting with a wealthy-looking older couple. Then, her eyes locked onto my face. Her smile didn't fade, it just froze. It was like watching a video buffer and suddenly pause. Her knuckles turned white around the stem of the glass. My father, standing next to her, stopped his sentence abruptly. His eyes dragged over me, the emerald silk, the expensive blowout, the diamond studs in my ears, the sheer, radiating confidence with the deeply confused expression of a man trying to read a map printed in a language he doesn't speak. I gave them both a slow, perfectly composed smile, a polite nod. Neither of them moved a single muscle. Neither of them breathed my name. They looked terrified. I broke eye contact, turned my back to them, and kept walking. I found a seat near the back of the ceremony aisle, politely greeted a distant cousin who looked like she had seen a ghost, and watched the room. It was an aggressive display of wealth. Women in designer gowns, men in bespoke suits, an open bar serving top-shelf liquor. Chloe had, by all visible metrics, secured a spectacularly lucrative life. I felt absolutely zero jealousy. I had no interest in her money or her life. I was simply there to exist. To be a physical, undeniable object in a room full of people who had agreed to pretend I was dead. Then, the string quartet began to play, and Chloe appeared at the top of the aisle. I will be completely honest, she looked breathtaking. She was 26, wrapped in custom Vera Wang lace, her makeup flawless, her posture impeccable. She was the absolute center of the universe, exactly as she had always been raised to be. She began her slow walk down the aisle, beaming at the crowd. And then, halfway down, her eyes swept over the back rows. She saw me. The color drained from her face so violently and so instantly that her father had to physically grip her arm to keep her from stumbling. Her breath hitched audibly. I held her panicked gaze for exactly 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Then, I casually looked down at my program. The ceremony was brief, elegant, and entirely focused on aesthetics. I watched from the back, my hands folded neatly in my lap. I studied the groom, Julian Vance. Mid-30s, tall, broad-shouldered, with dark hair and the quiet solid presence of a man who didn't need to perform his confidence. He looked at Chloe with an expression of deep, genuine adoration. Whatever web of lies she had spun for him, he truly loved the version of her he thought he was marrying. The ceremony ended. The reception began. Cocktail hour was in full swing on the massive stone terrace overlooking the grapevines. I was standing near the stone balustrade, holding a glass of sparkling water, watching the sunset paint the sky in bruised shades of purple and gold. Then, I heard heavy, deliberate footsteps approaching from behind. I turned around. Julian Vance, the groom, was walking straight toward me. He wasn't stopping to chat with guests. He was moving with the focused, urgent trajectory of a man who had recognized something impossible. As he got closer, I saw the expression on his face. I knew that look. It was the specific, desperate look of a family member in a hospital waiting room trying to place a doctor in a civilian context. He stopped 5 feet away from me. He stared. His eyes darted over my face, processing the information. "Dr. Vance?" He breathed, his voice tight with disbelief. Then, he blinked, shaking his head slowly as if trying to clear a hallucination. Wait, Maya? Why? Why didn't you ever tell me Chloe was your sister? The terrace was not empty. There were at least 20 guests within earshot, and the acoustics of the stone patio amplified everything. Suddenly, Chloe materialized from the crowd to his left. She had been watching him. She had seen him walking toward me, and the sheer panic radiating off her body was palpable. She lunged forward and grabbed his bicep, her acrylic nails digging into his tuxedo jacket. Julian, honey, what are you doing? She laughed, but the sound was high-pitched, brittle, and frantic. You know her? Julian didn't look at his new wife. He kept his eyes locked firmly on me. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, careful, and stripped of all the wedding day joy. It was the voice of an intelligent man realizing he was standing on a trapdoor. Doctor Maya Vance, he said slowly, is the surgical chief who spent 14 months putting my little brother's face back together after the refinery explosion. The silence that fell over our section of the terrace was absolute. The clinking of glasses stopped. The low murmur of wealthy gossip died instantly. I remembered him then. The pieces clicked together with the heavy, metallic finality of a vault locking. 2.5 years ago. A Tuesday night in November at Johns Hopkins. A catastrophic industrial accident at a chemical refinery outside Baltimore. A high-pressure gas line rupture. A young engineer, Leo Vance, had been caught directly in the blast radius. The injuries were horrific, the kind of trauma that makes seasoned ER nurses pale and quiet. Half of Leo's jaw had been shattered, his cheekbone pulverized, the tissue severely compromised. I remembered Julian standing outside the ICU doors. He had been wearing a torn dress shirt completely soaked in his brother's blood. He hadn't showered, he hadn't slept. He had stopped me in the hallway, not with hysterical tears, but with the cold, terrifying desperation of a man who would burn the world down to save his family. He had grabbed my arm and begged me, please. Just tell me if he's ever going to look in a mirror and recognize himself again. I had looked him dead in the eye and said, I don't make promises I can't keep, but I will not leave that operating room until I have done everything medically possible. We performed 7 surgeries over the course of 14 grueling months. I was the lead surgeon on 5 of them. We did bone grafts, nerve reconstruction, microvascular tissue transfers. I spent 18 hours under a microscope reconnecting veins the size of a human hair. By the end of it, Leo Vance could smile again. It wasn't his old smile scars pull, nerves regenerate imperfectly, trauma leaves a permanent signature, but it was a real, functional smile. Julian had sent a handwritten letter to my office after Leo's final post-op clearance. It was 2 pages long, raw, and deeply emotional. He called me a miracle worker. I had kept that letter in my desk drawer. I hadn't known his last name was Vance, or rather, I had seen it on the charts, but Vance is a common name, and why would I ever connect a desperate, grieving brother in Baltimore to my estranged, golden child sister in Ohio? Chloe had never mentioned a Julian, and my family had clearly never mentioned my name to him. My family talks about you like you're a literal saint, Julian said to me, his voice echoing in the quiet air. He said it as a raw statement of fact. My mother, who had rushed over to intervene, made a bizarre, strangled noise in the back of her throat. Chloe laughed again, a desperate, hysterical sound. Oh my God, what a crazy coincidence. That's so funny. Maya never mentioned knowing you. I haven't spoken to Maya in 12 years, my father interjected suddenly, stepping forward. He puffed out his chest, his voice sharp and dripping with the practiced authority of a man who had told his lies so many times he believed them himself. He wanted to control the narrative immediately. He wanted to make sure Julian knew I was the villain. She chose to walk away from us. We don't discuss her. Julian turned his head slowly to look at my father. The look in his eyes was chilling. Why? Julian asked. Just one word. Heavy, loaded, and demanding an answer. He was a man who had spent the last 2 years listening to his mother and brother praise Dr. Maya Vance as a savior, and he was now standing at his own wedding, discovering that his beautiful, perfect bride had a sister she had erased from existence. My mother stepped between them, her face stretched into a terrifying, unnatural mask of polite hostess charm. Oh, Julian, darling, families just drift apart. It's incredibly complicated. Maya has always been. Well, she's always struggled with her emotions. I took a sip of my sparkling water. The carbonation burned pleasantly in my throat. I felt an overwhelming wave of calm wash over me. It wasn't the calm of forgiveness. It was the cold, clinical calm of a surgeon stepping up to the operating table. Is that the medical term we're using for it now, Mom? I asked smoothly, my voice carrying effortlessly across the terrace. Chloe's eyes flashed with pure, unadulterated hatred. Do not start your dramatic bullshit at my wedding, Maya. I swear to God. I didn't start a single thing, Chloe, I replied, holding her furious gaze without blinking. Your husband asked a question. I'm just waiting for you to answer him honestly for the first time in your life. Julian was staring at Chloe. The absolute adoration that had been on his face during the vows was completely gone, replaced by a cold, terrifying calculation. His jaw tightened the exact same way it had in that hospital hallway when the surgeon told him Leo might not survive the night. He was bracing for impact. "You told me," Julian said to Chloe, his voice dropping an octave, "that your sister was deeply mentally unstable. You told me she was a pathological liar who cut the family off because she was insanely jealous of your success. You told me she was in and out of rehab." The words hung in the air, heavy and toxic. My chest tightened, but not with shock. It was exactly what I had expected. The narrative made perfect sense. How else do you explain to a wealthy, upstanding fiancé why your sister isn't at the wedding? You don't say, "We emotionally abused her until she fled." You say, "She's crazy. She's an addict. She's a jealous monster." "Julian, please, this isn't the time or the place," my mother hissed, her eyes darting around frantically at the surrounding guests, who were now openly staring, their wine glasses suspended in midair. "This is exactly the time," Julian snapped, his voice cracking like a whip. "Because the woman you all just described as a jealous, unstable addict, is the exact same woman who stood in an operating room for 14 hours straight to rebuild my brother's jaw. She is the reason Leo is sitting at table number 1 right now instead of buried in a cemetery." A collective, audible gasp rippled through the crowd. Update 2. Chloe's perfect, carefully constructed facade began to crack. It was like watching a luxury building collapse in slow motion. The structural integrity failing, pillar by pillar. She was 26 years old. She had spent her entire life being the center of the universe, the golden child who never faced a single consequence, the woman who always won, and now, she was losing. Spectacularly. In front of 200 people, suddenly, a woman stepped out from the crowd. She had been sitting near the front during the ceremony. Silver hair, impeccable posture, wearing a dark navy gown that screamed quiet, generational wealth. Victoria Vance, Julian's mother. The matriarch. Victoria walked over with the slow, terrifying elegance of an apex predator. She ignored my parents entirely and stopped directly in front of Chloe. "You told me," Victoria said, her voice eerily calm, smooth as glass but sharp enough to draw blood, "that your sister demanded a $50,000 payout from your parents to stay away from the wedding. You told me she was extorting your family. In fact, Chloe, you asked Julian for that money last month to pay off her rehab facility so she wouldn't ruin your special day." The silence on the terrace was so absolute you could hear the wind rustling through the grapevines. My brain stalled. $50,000? Rehab? Extortion? I looked at Chloe. Her face had gone from pale to a sickly, ashen gray. She was physically trembling. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Victoria turned her piercing gaze to me. "Dr. Vance, did you ever demand $50,000 from this family?" "Mrs. Vance," I said clearly, ensuring every single person in a 50-foot radius could hear me. "I make $500,000 a year as a chief of surgery. I haven't spoken to a single member of this family in 12 years. I didn't even know this wedding was happening until the invitation arrived in my mail." Julian staggered backward. He literally took 2 physical steps away from Chloe, as if she were suddenly radioactive. The betrayal on his face was absolute. It was the look of a man realizing he was about to legally bind himself to a sociopath. "Where did the money go, Chloe?" Julian asked. His voice wasn't yelling. It was a dead, hollow whisper that was infinitely more terrifying than a scream. "I wired you $50,000 from my personal account. Where did it go?" Chloe burst into tears. Real, ugly, panicked tears. "Julian, please, I can explain. The florist, the venue. Everything was so much more expensive than I thought, and my parents couldn't cover the upgrades, and I wanted it to be perfect for us. I panicked. I made up a story because I didn't want you to think I was greedy." She had stolen $50,000 from her fiancé, using my name as a scapegoat, to fund her own luxury wedding. My father looked like he was going to vomit. My mother was clutching her chest, her breathing shallow and frantic, realizing her golden child was being exposed as a fraud and a thief in front of the most important people in their social circle. Julian stared at the weeping woman in the Vera Wang dress. He didn't reach out to comfort her. He didn't offer her a handkerchief. He looked at her with pure, unadulterated disgust. "You used the woman who saved my brother's life, as a fictional villain. To steal from me," Julian said, his voice shaking with suppressed rage. He turned away from her. He looked at his mother. Victoria gave him a single, sharp nod. Julian turned back to the crowd. He didn't ask for a microphone. He didn't need one. He projected his voice across the terrace. "Ladies and gentlemen," Julian announced, his voice ringing out over the silent vineyards. "I apologize for the inconvenience, and I thank you all for traveling here today, but there will be no reception. This wedding is over. Please enjoy the open bar on your way out." Chaos erupted. It was absolute, instantaneous pandemonium. 200 people began whispering, gasping, and moving all at once. Chloe collapsed onto a stone bench, wailing hysterically, her perfect makeup running down her face in thick black streaks. My mother dropped to her knees next to her, frantically trying to shield her from the staring eyes. My father stood frozen, his mouth opening and closing like a suffocating fish. Julian didn't look back at them. He walked straight up to me. He extended his hand. "Dr. Vance," he said, his eyes entirely sincere, "I cannot express how deeply sorry I am that my family brought you into this sickness. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for everything you've done." I shook his hand. His grip was firm. "Take care of Leo, Julian," I said softly. "I always do," he replied. Then, he turned and walked off the terrace, followed closely by his mother and his brother, who gave me a small, grateful wave as he passed. I didn't stay to watch the wreckage. I had seen exactly what I needed to see. The illusion was shattered. The ghost was real, and the ghost had burned their house to the ground without striking a single match. I walked back through the massive pavilion tent. I passed the towering, 6-tier wedding cake that would never be cut. I passed the crystal centerpieces. I walked out to the valet, handed them my ticket, and got into my car. I drove back to my hotel in downtown D.C. I stopped at a 2-4-hour diner on the way. I sat in a red vinyl booth, wearing a $3,000 emerald silk gown, eating a plate of greasy French fries and drinking terrible black coffee. I sat there for an hour, listening to the hum of the fluorescent lights, and I realized something profound. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel the adrenaline rush of petty revenge, I just felt light. The massive, crushing weight I had carried in my chest since I was 17 years old was completely gone. I had finally set it down. Update 3. It has been 3 months since the vineyard. The fallout was biblical. My cousin Jessica, acting as the family's unofficial war correspondent, sent me a barrage of texts over the following weeks, detailing the absolute destruction of Chloe's life. Julian did not just cancel the wedding. He hired a team of aggressive corporate lawyers. He sued Chloe for the $50,000 she had fraudulently obtained under false pretenses. He also threatened to press criminal charges for wire fraud if she didn't pay it back immediately. My parents, desperate to save their golden child from prison and complete social ruin, had to take out a massive second mortgage on their house to pay Julian back. Chloe was forced to move back into my childhood bedroom, the same room she had selfishly converted into a vanity studio 12 years ago. She lost her wealthy fiancé, her social standing, and her pride. According to Jessica, my parents are miserable, constantly fighting about the crushing debt they are now in, and blaming each other for the disaster. My mother actually had the audacity to leave a voicemail on my hospital office phone 2 weeks ago. Her voice was trembling, entirely stripped of its usual arrogant polish. She begged me to call her back. She said they needed to talk as a family, and that we need to heal. I listened to the voicemail while reviewing patient charts. Then, I pressed delete. I didn't block her number, I just let her scream into the void. I want her to know I'm receiving the calls and actively choosing to ignore them. Let her feel what it's like to be a ghost. Yesterday, a heavy, cream-colored envelope arrived at my office at Johns Hopkins. It wasn't a wedding invitation. It was a letter from Julian Vance. It was handwritten. He told me that he and Leo were doing incredibly well. He told me that Leo had just gotten engaged to his longtime girlfriend, and that they were planning a small, private ceremony in Italy next spring. Then, I read the second paragraph. "Maya, I want you to know that the $50,000 I recovered from your sister did not go back into my bank account. I didn't want that money. It felt tainted. So, I made a donation in your name. I wired the entire sum to the Johns Hopkins Pediatric Reconstructive Surgery Wing. I know how hard you fight for those kids. Keep fighting. You are extraordinary." I sat at my desk for a very long time, staring at the ink on the paper. Then, my pager beeped. Code trauma and ER Bay 4. Severe burns. A 15-year-old girl pulled from a house fire. I folded the letter, placed it carefully in the top drawer of my desk, and locked it. I stood up, smoothed my scrubs, and walked out into the brightly lit hallway. I scrubbed in. I stood over the operating table, looking down at a terrified, broken child who thought her life was over. "You're going to be okay," I whispered to her as the anesthesia took hold. "I'm going to put you back together." And I did. The text message illuminated my phone screen at exactly 7:14 p.m. on a rainy Thursday evening. I was standing in the sprawling, glass-walled lobby of my company's headquarters in Kendall Square, Boston, watching the city lights reflect off the Charles River. I had been working for 18 hours straight, fueled by nothing but cold brew coffee and the adrenaline of an impending corporate milestone. "Maya, about the wedding next month. We need to talk." I stopped walking. My CTO, Sam, a brilliant engineer I'd poached from Google 3 years ago, was walking beside me, animatedly breaking down the latency reductions in our newest neural network architecture. "Give me 1 second, Sam," I murmured, swiping my thumb across the glass to open the full message from my older brother, Julian. "Claire and I have been finalizing the guest list and the seating arrangements." Her colleagues from the Washington Post are flying in, along with some pretty high-profile politicians and media executives. She won a Pulitzer last year, Maya. This is a massive networking event for her career, and the optics have to be perfect. You work in IT support, or a help desk, or whatever it is you do. It's just not the same level of society. We think it would be better if you skip the ceremony and the reception. It would be less awkward for everyone, especially you. We'll grab a casual dinner when we get back from the Maldives. Hope you understand. I read the words. Then I read them again. A cold, hollow sensation settled in the pit of my stomach, quickly replaced by a sharp, burning disbelief. Sam noticed my sudden stillness. He paused, his tablet lowered. Everything all right, Maya? You look like you just saw a ghost in the server room. My brother, I said, my voice eerily calm. He just uninvited me from his wedding. Sam blinked, adjusting his glasses. What? Why? Did you guys have a fight? No, I replied, staring at the glowing text. He uninvited me because his fiancée is too important to be seen with someone who works in IT support. He thinks I'm going to embarrass them in front of the journalists. Sam's jaw actually dropped. He looked around the lobby, a lobby that belonged to a building with my company's logo glowing brightly at the top of it. Does your brother not know that you are the founder and CEO of a $2.5 billion artificial intelligence company? Apparently not, I whispered. I had founded Aura Cognition 5 years ago, fresh out of a grueling PhD program at MIT focusing on predictive machine learning. We had developed a proprietary, groundbreaking natural language processing algorithm that could predict and map out complex logistical supply chain failures before they happened. Our software powered international shipping conglomerates, national defense logistics, and major pharmaceutical distributions. We had 410 employees. We had sleek, state-of-the-art offices in Boston, London, Tokyo, and Austin. Just 2 weeks ago, we had closed our Series E funding round, which slapped a verifiable $2.5 billion valuation on the company. I owned 42% of it. I was, by all definitions, a billionaire on paper. And next Tuesday, Forbes was sending a journalist to interview me for a massive cover feature on their 30 Under 30 list for global technology disruptors. My brother Julian, who was 4 years older than me, was a vice president of regional finance at a mid-sized wealth management firm in Chicago. He made good money, maybe $200,000 a year, drove a leased Porsche, wore heavily branded designer suits, and was engaged to Claire Lynn. Claire was a powerhouse investigative journalist for the Washington Post who had recently won a Pulitzer Prize for a blistering multi-part series exposing dark money in local real estate markets. I had met Claire exactly 3 times in my life. The first was at their lavish engagement party in a Chicago penthouse a year ago. She had been polite but utterly consumed by her phone, constantly stepping away to take calls from her editor. The second time was a brief family Thanksgiving where she spent the entire dinner aggressively fact-checking a source on her laptop. The third time was a brief video call. Every single time Julian introduced me to her, or anyone else for that matter, he used the exact same dismissive tone. This is my little sister, Maya. She works in tech. He never elaborated. He never asked what tech meant. He never asked for the name of my company. He never visited my office, despite flying to Boston for business at least twice a year. He had never even bothered to type my name into a Google search bar. To be entirely fair, I had stopped trying to correct him years ago. When I first launched the startup out of a cramped, moldy apartment in Cambridge, I told my parents and Julian I was building a company. When we landed our first massive enterprise client, a multinational logistics firm, I told them my business was scaling. When we raised $50 million in our Series B, I mentioned I had secured major funding, but I never sat Julian down and forced him to comprehend the magnitude of my success. Why would I? Every time I tried to talk about my algorithms, his eyes would glaze over. He would interrupt me to brag about his golf handicap or a new client he took to a steakhouse. Our parents were no better. Julian was the golden boy. He was the varsity athlete, the charismatic frat president, the son who fit perfectly into their traditional, country club mold of success. When Julian graduated with his bachelor's degree, my parents threw a catered party for 200 people, and bought him a $60,000 luxury sedan. When I defended my PhD thesis at MIT, a thesis that literally laid the groundwork for $1 billion technology, they didn't even show up. They claimed they couldn't make the drive because it was the same weekend as Julian's amateur golf tournament. I had made peace with being the invisible, nerdy sister. I had long ago stopped seeking their validation because I was too busy building an empire. But being explicitly banned from my only brother's wedding because he thought my imaginary helpdesk job would stain his social climbing, that was a new, breathtaking level of disrespect. Standing in the lobby, I typed a very simple, 2-word response to his text. Message received. No anger, no explanations, no desperate pleas to be included. Just a cold, hard acknowledgement. Julian didn't reply. He probably felt a wave of relief that I hadn't put up a fight. Sam was still staring at me, his brow furrowed with genuine concern. Maya, are you seriously just going to let that slide? You could buy his entire firm and fire him tomorrow if you wanted to. I don't need to do anything, Sam, I said, slipping my phone into my pocket. Let's get back to the latency issue. We have a board meeting on Monday. I drove back to my modest 2-bedroom townhouse in Brookline that night. Despite my net worth, I lived simply. I drove a reliable Volvo. I wore comfortable, high-quality clothes without flashy logos. All my wealth was tied up in equity, reinvested into my employees, or sitting in diversified trusts I rarely looked at. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, feeling a dull ache in my chest. I remembered when we were kids, how Julian used to lock me out of the house because my weird computer games annoyed him. I remembered my mother telling me to try to be more like your brother when I spent my weekends coding instead of going to high school parties. They had always needed me to be the failure so Julian could shine brighter by comparison. The next morning, I walked into my office. My executive assistant, Chloe, was waiting at my desk with a steaming cup of matcha and a printed itinerary. Good morning, boss. Chloe said brightly. I just got the final confirmation email from the Forbes editorial team regarding your cover interview next Tuesday. They are sending their top tech culture writer to do the profile. You're going to love this. Who is it? I asked, taking a sip of the matcha. Claire Lynn, Chloe announced, tapping the paper. She just transitioned to a senior feature role. She won a Pulitzer last year. It's a massive get for us. She's doing a deep dive into the psychology of young, female disruptors in male-dominated spaces. My stomach plummeted so fast I felt dizzy. I set the cup down, my hand shaking slightly. Chloe. Are you absolutely sure the journalist's name is Claire Lynn? Positive, Chloe said, pointing to the email header. Is there a problem? Do you know her? I stared at the name on the paper. Claire Lynn, my brother's fiancée. The woman who, less than 12 hours ago, had supposedly agreed that I was too low class to attend her wedding. Julian had uninvited me to protect Claire from my embarrassing IT job. And Claire was flying to Boston to interview a mysterious billionaire tech genius, completely unaware that the billionaire was the very same sister she had just banished from her wedding. A rational person would have cancelled. A professional would have called Forbes, cited a conflict of interest, and requested a different journalist, but I didn't. A dark, potent wave of vindication washed over me. I wanted to see it. I needed to see the exact moment the illusion shattered. I wanted to look into the eyes of the woman marrying my brother and watch her realize that the family she was marrying into was built on a foundation of delusions and lies. No problem at all, Chloe. I smiled, a sharp, dangerous edge to my voice. Confirm the appointment. Let's give Claire Lynn an interview she will never, ever forget. Tuesday morning arrived with a crisp, biting Boston chill. I woke up at 5 a.m., went for a run along the river, and then took my time getting ready. I didn't dress up to look like a stereotypical billionaire. I dressed like myself. I wore a perfectly tailored pair of dark navy slacks, a crisp white silk blouse, and a structured blazer. I slipped on my MIT class ring and a pair of simple diamond studs. I looked formidable. I looked like a woman who commanded rooms and controlled markets. At 9:45 a.m., I was sitting behind my massive oak desk, reviewing the latest quarterly projections. At exactly 9:55 a.m., Chloe's voice crackled over the intercom. Miss Vance, Claire Lynn from Forbes has arrived. I've set her up in the glass executive boardroom overlooking the city. Thank you, Chloe. Give me 2 minutes. I stood up, smoothed my blazer, and picked up my tablet. I walked down the hallway, my heels clicking rhythmically against the polished hardwood floors. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass walls of the boardroom, I could see her. Claire looked impeccably polished. She wore a designer trench coat over a chic, muted gray dress. Her hair was perfectly blown out. She was unzipping a leather tote bag, pulling out a digital voice recorder and a legal pad filled with meticulous notes. She looked important. She looked like someone who belonged at the center of high society. I pushed the glass door open. Claire didn't look up immediately. She was still adjusting her microphone. Thank you so much for having me, she said smoothly, her professional journalist persona fully engaged. I've been looking forward to this interview for weeks. The work Aura Cognition is doing in predictive logistics is nothing short of revolutionary, Miss Vance. I appreciate that, Claire, I said quietly, stepping fully into the room and letting the heavy glass door click shut behind me. Claire froze. The pen in her hand stopped moving. She slowly raised her head, her eyes locking onto my face. For 5 agonizing seconds, the room was completely silent. I watched her brain misfire. I watched her eyes dart from my face, to the expensive blazer, to the sprawling Boston skyline behind me, and back to my face. Maya? She whispered, her voice cracking in confusion. Hello, Claire, I said, pulling out the leather chair across from her and sitting down gracefully. I placed my tablet on the table and folded my hands. Claire looked like she had been physically struck. She looked down at her notes, then back up at me. She blinked rapidly, her mouth opening and closing. What are you doing here? Do you work in this building? Maya, I'm about to interview the CEO of this company. You need to leave this room. I don't think I do, I replied, leaning back slightly. Maya, please, Claire said, a hint of panic edging into her tone. This is a Forbes cover story. I am interviewing Maya Vance, the founder of Aura Cognition. If you work in the IT department here, I can't have you interrupting. I don't work in the IT department, Claire, I interrupted, my voice steady and commanding. I never have. Claire stared at me, the color rapidly draining from her face. But, Julian said. Julian said I work in tech support. Or a help desk. Or whatever it is he told you to justify uninviting me from your wedding last Thursday, I said, watching her carefully. But Julian has never asked me what I actually do, not once in 5 years. I tapped the screen of my tablet, waking it up to display the Aura Cognition logo next to my name and title. I am Maya Vance, I stated clearly. I hold a PhD in predictive machine learning from MIT. I hold 22 patents in artificial intelligence architecture. I founded this company 5 years ago, and as of our Series E last month, my company is valued at $2.5 billion. Welcome to my office, Claire. Claire physically recoiled, pressing her back against her chair. Her eyes were wide with sheer, unadulterated horror. She looked down at her legal pad. The name Maya Vance was written at the top in bold letters. You're her, Claire breathed, the realization crashing down on her like a physical weight. The Maya Vance. The MIT prodigy. The billionaire. You're Julian's little sister. I am, I confirmed. But, he told me. Claire stammered, her polished composure completely shattering. She pressed her hands against her temples. He told me you fixed computers. He told me you were socially awkward, barely scraping by, and that you would feel out of place around my colleagues from the post. He told me you agreed it was best if you didn't come to the wedding because you couldn't afford the dress code. A hot spark of anger flared in my chest, but I kept my face impassive. He told you I couldn't afford it? Yes. Claire whispered, her eyes filling with a mixture of shame and fury. He said you were struggling with debt. He said he was trying to protect you from feeling inadequate around successful people. That, Claire, I said softly, but with absolute authority. I haven't had debt since I was 22. I could buy the venue you're getting married at with the spare capital in my checking account. My brother didn't uninvite me to protect me. He uninvited me because he is deeply, pathologically insecure, and he needed you to believe he was the only successful person in our family. Claire closed her eyes. When she opened them, the professional journalist was gone, replaced by a woman realizing she was about to marry a pathological liar. Oh my God, she breathed. I agreed to uninvite you. I sent the finalized guest list without you on it. I am so sorry. I am mortified. I feel sick. You acted on the information you were given, I said fairly. I don't blame you, Claire. I blame the man who lied to you. Now, we have an hour and a half scheduled for this interview. Do you want to pack up your things, or do you want to talk about artificial intelligence? Claire looked at me for a long, quiet moment. I saw the exact moment the Pulitzer-winning investigative journalist took over. Her eyes hardened. Her posture straightened. We are going to do this interview, Claire said, her voice dropping an octave, practically vibrating with cold fury. I am going to write the best damn profile Forbes has ever published. I am going to make sure the entire world knows exactly who you are. And then, I am going to have a very long, very destructive conversation with my fiancé. For the next 90 minutes, Claire was a machine. She asked brilliant, piercing questions. We didn't talk about Julian, we talked about my algorithms, we talked about the sexism in venture capital. We talked about the grueling years I spent sleeping under my desk, eating stale protein bars, writing code until my fingers bled, while my family ignored my existence. She asked about my vision for the future of global logistics. She was incredible at her job. By the end of the interview, we weren't just subject and journalist. There was a profound, unspoken respect between us. When she finally clicked the voice recorder off, the silence returned to the room. Claire slowly packed her equipment into her tote bag. Maya, Claire said, looking up at me, can I ask you a personal question? Go ahead. Why didn't you expose him earlier? Why let him think you were a nobody? I sighed, looking out the glass window at the city. Because when I started, I wanted them to ask. I wanted my brother to call me and say, hey Maya, how's the startup? What are you building? But he never did. He only ever called to brag about his own promotions. After a while, the silence became a test. A test to see if he would ever care about me just for being me, without needing a billionaire title to validate my existence. He failed the test every single day for 5 years. Claire nodded slowly, a profound sadness in her eyes. He didn't just fail you, Maya, he lied to me. He built an entire persona around being the wealthy, successful patriarch of his family. He told my parents he was supporting you financially. My head snapped back. He told your parents what? He told my father he sends you money every month to help with your rent, Claire said, her voice trembling with rage. He used it to show how generous and family-oriented he is. I let out a harsh, bitter laugh. Claire, I haven't taken a dime from my family since I was 18. In fact, I secretly paid off our parents' mortgage 3 years ago through an anonymous trust. They think they won some obscure bank lottery. Claire's jaw tightened so hard I thought her teeth might crack. She zipped her bag shut with a violent tug. Thank you for your time, Miss Vance. The article will run next Wednesday. I suggest you turn your phone off when it does. She walked out of the room, her heels striking the floor like a drumbeat of war. Update 1. The fallout in the smear campaign. The Forbes article dropped online at 6 a.m. the following Wednesday. The headline was massive: the $2.5 billion secret, how to 8-year-old Maya Vance built an AI empire in silence. Claire had written a masterpiece. It was a sprawling, deeply emotional, and incredibly technical profile. She painted me as a relentless visionary who succeeded not because of a supportive background, but in spite of a family that completely overlooked her. She didn't name Julian directly, but she included a devastating paragraph about how, even as she revolutionized global logistics, her own family assumed she worked a low-level help desk job, blinded by their own traditional biases. By 8 a.m., my phone began to vibrate. By 9 a.m., it was practically melting. I had 47 missed calls. 20 of them were from my parents. 15 were from Julian. The rest were from extended family members, old high school classmates, and college professors. I ignored all of them. I went to work, led a board meeting, and ate a salad at my desk. At 1 p.m., I finally listened to the voicemails. Julian's first voicemail, left at 6:30 a.m. Maya, what the hell is this? Forbes, $2 billion? Is this a prank? Did you pay someone to write a fake article? Call me back immediately. Claire isn't answering her phone and I'm freaking out. Julian's second voicemail, left at 8:15 a.m. Maya, pick up the goddamn phone. My boss just walked into my office with a magazine. Everyone at my firm is asking why I never told them my sister is a tech billionaire. You made me look like an idiot. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you lie to me for 5 years? Julian's third voicemail, left at 11:45 a.m. You malicious little bitch. You planned this, didn't you? You set me up. Claire just called me. She called off the wedding. She told my parents everything. She told my bosses I lied about supporting you. My firm is initiating a review of my accounts because they think I'm a compulsive liar. You ruined my life. Fix this. Call Claire and tell her it was a misunderstanding. I sat at my desk, listening to my brother blame me for his own lies. He wasn't apologizing for uninviting me, he wasn't apologizing for ignoring my life. He was screaming at me because his house of cards had finally collapsed. Then, my mother called. I decided to answer. Maya Vance. My mother shrieked the second the line connected. What on earth is going on? My phone has been ringing off the hook. Your Aunt Susan just asked me why we never told her you were on the cover of Forbes. Hello Mom, I said calmly. I assume you read the article. I skimmed it, she cried. Maya, is it true? Is your company really worth that much money? Why didn't you tell us? We're your parents. We would have supported you. You track. Mom. I sighed, rubbing my temples. I tried to tell you. 5 years ago, I told you I started a company. You told me it was a cute hobby and asked when I was going to get a real job with benefits. 3 years ago, I told you I raised $50 million. You changed the subject to Julian's new golf clubs. You never cared. That's not fair. She wailed defensively. You were always so secretive. But that doesn't matter right now. Maya, you need to fix what you did to your brother. My grip on the phone tightened. What I did to him. He is devastated. My mother sobbed. Claire called off the wedding. She packed up her apartment and moved out this morning. She sent a mass email to all the guests saying the wedding is cancelled due to irreconcilable moral differences. Julian is a mess. He's hyperventilating. You need to call Claire right now and tell her you lied to her. Tell her you forced Julian to keep your wealth a secret because of taxes or something. Give him an alibi. I actually laughed. A cold, hard laugh that echoed in my office. You want me to lie to a Pulitzer-winning journalist to cover up the fact that Julian is a narcissistic fraud? He is your brother. She screamed. He is family. You have more money than God, Maya, you don't need this wedding, but Julian needs Claire. Her family is wealthy. Her father is a judge. Julian already paid for the venue and the caterers. He's in debt, Maya. That made me pause. What do you mean he's in debt? He makes $200,000 a year. My mother hesitated, her voice dropping to a nervous whisper. Julian wanted to impress Claire's family, he wanted to look like an equal. He took out loans, Maya. Massive loans to pay for a $100,000 wedding. He was expecting to pay it off with the cash gifts from Claire's rich relatives. If the wedding doesn't happen, he's ruined. You have to bail him out. It's the least you can do after humiliating him in Forbes. I felt a terrifying, icy calm wash over my brain. Mom, listen to me very carefully. I am not calling Claire. I am not bailing him out. Julian uninvited me from his wedding because he thought I fixed printers and would embarrass him. He dug his own grave. Now he gets to lie in it. I hung up and blocked her number. Update 2. The audacity, the fraud, and the final climax. It has been exactly 1 month since the Forbes article ran, and the absolute nuclear fallout of my family's delusion has reached a climax I couldn't have predicted if I tried. Things escalated rapidly. After Claire dumped Julian, she didn't just walk away. As an investigative journalist, her instincts were triggered. Julian's lies about supporting me financially made her wonder what else he was lying about. So, she did a quiet background dig into his finances before she fully untangled her assets from his. What she found was spectacular. Julian hadn't just taken out a few personal loans for the wedding. Julian had a massive gambling problem he had hidden from everyone. He had been day trading on margin accounts and losing heavily. To cover his losses and fund the lavish lifestyle he used to trap Claire, he had committed fraud. Specifically, he had forged my signature. 3 days ago, my corporate legal team received an alert. A regional bank in Chicago was attempting to contact me regarding a defaulted $250,000 business loan. My lead counsel brought it to my desk, thoroughly confused, because Cognition doesn't bank with regional branches. When we pulled the documents, I saw it. 2 years ago, Julian had taken out a $250,000 loan. On the guarantor line, he had forged my name and listed my company, Cognition, as collateral. He had assumed that because I was a nobody working a help desk job, I would never have the resources or the legal team to find out, and he planned to pay it back before it ever flagged. But when the wedding was cancelled and his financial life collapsed, he defaulted. The bank saw the Forbes article, realized who I was, and came knocking for their money. My lawyers asked me how I wanted to proceed. I told them to do their jobs. They immediately filed a police report for felony fraud and identity theft. The bank initiated a massive investigation. Julian's wealth management firm caught wind of the police inquiry and fired him on the spot for gross ethical violations. Within 48 hours, Julian went from a high-flying, arrogant finance bro engaged to a Pulitzer winner, to an unemployed, single man facing potential federal prison time for wire fraud. This led to the most unhinged family confrontation of my life. Last night, I was at my townhouse when there was a frantic, violent pounding on my front door. I checked the security cameras. It was my parents. They had driven all the way from Connecticut to Boston. I opened the door, flanked by the private security guard I had hired since the article dropped. My father looked aged by 10 years. My mother was practically hysterical. "Call off the lawyers." My father bellowed, trying to push past my guard, but failing. "Maya, call them off right now. Are you insane? You are going to send your own brother to prison." My brother committed felony fraud and forged my signature on a $250,000 loan, I said, leaning against the doorframe, sipping a glass of water. "I didn't send him to prison. His own arrogance did. He was desperate," my mother cried, tears streaming down her face. "He made a mistake. He just wanted to give Claire the wedding she deserved." "You have $2 billion, Maya. $250,000 is literally pocket change to you. You could pay it off right now with a single phone call and make this all go away." "I could," I agreed, my voice completely devoid of emotion. "I could pay it off in 10 seconds, but I won't." My father's face turned purple. "You vindictive, selfish little brat. We raised you, we gave you everything. And you are going to destroy your family over a grudge about a wedding invitation?" "This isn't about a wedding invitation, Dad," I said, my voice finally rising, cutting through the cold night air like a knife. "This is about 28 years of being treated like garbage. This is about you skipping my MIT graduation for a golf tournament. This is about Julian treating me like a peasant he had to hide in the basement so he could play pretend with the elite. He stole my identity. He risked my company, the company I built with my own blood and sweat, while you all ignored me. If he had asked me for help 2 years ago, I might have given it to him. But he didn't. He stole from me because he thought I was too stupid to catch him." "Maya, please," my mother begged, falling to her knees on my porch. "They are going to arrest him. He has no money. He has no job. The bank is foreclosing on his condo. We had to co-sign a loan just to pay for his legal retainer. We are drowning, Maya. We remortgaged our house to help him. If you don't pay this off, we are going to lose our home." I looked down at my mother, weeping on the concrete. For a fraction of a second, a ghost of pity fluttered in my chest. But then I remembered the text message. "You work in IT support. It's just not the same level of society. Remember 3 years ago?" I asked softly. "When the bank randomly forgave your mortgage? When you threw a huge party because you thought it was a clerical error in your favor?" My parents froze, looking up at me in horror as the realization dawned on them. "That was me," I whispered. "I paid off your house. I gave you a debt-free life. And you just remortgaged it to save a criminal who despises me." My father stepped back, his mouth hanging open. "I am not paying a single cent," I said with finality. "Julian is going to face the consequences of his actions. If he goes to prison, I hope he uses the time to learn some humility. If you lose your house because you blindly threw your money at his lies, that is your choice. You chose your golden child, now you get to pay for him. I stepped back inside and closed the door. This morning, I received a frantic text from Julian. It wasn't angry. It was utterly broken. Maya, please. I'm sitting in a police station. They're charging me. I have nothing left. Claire is gone. My career is over. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I was jealous of you. I was always jealous of how smart you were. I just wanted to be the successful one for once. Please don't let them lock me up. I'll do anything. I'll clean your office floors. Just please. I didn't block him. I wanted him to see that the message was marked as read. I walked into my glass-walled office, looked out over the Boston skyline, and sat down at my desk. Sam came in a few minutes later, holding a stack of acquisition files. Good morning, boss, Sam smiled. Ready to change the world today? Absolutely, Sam, I smiled back, opening my laptop. Let's get to work. Dad paid me $10,000 to stay away from his high society wedding. So I showed up as the owner of the resort and destroyed his fake life. Your presence would ruin the atmosphere. You remind me too much of the past. The letter from my father read, accompanied by a $10,000 check paying me to stay away from his wedding. He had spent the last 7 years erasing me from his life, and now he was spending $250,000 to celebrate his fresh start. What he didn't know, and what I was about to reveal in front of 150 of his elite new friends, was that he had booked his extravagant wedding at the very mountain resort that I owned. My name is Maya Lin. I am 28 years old, and for the better part of a decade, I have been a ghost in my own father's life. To understand how I ended up standing in a custom designer gown, holding the deed to the property where my father was saying his vows to a woman who didn't know I existed, you have to understand how we broke apart. It started 7 years ago. I was 21, still in my senior year of college, when my mother died. It wasn't a long, drawn-out illness where we had time to say goodbye. It was a ruptured brain aneurysm. One Tuesday evening, she was in the kitchen of our home in Raleigh, North Carolina, laughing on the phone with her sister, and the next second, she collapsed. By the time the paramedics arrived, she was already gone. My mother was the glue of our family. She was a vibrant, warm-hearted public school administrator who balanced my father's intense, workaholic nature. My father, Arthur Lin, was a corporate acquisitions director. He was a man who understood numbers, contracts, and bottom lines, but he didn't understand how to process grief. They had been married for 25 years. When she died, something inside him snapped. He didn't just mourn, he completely shut down. And worst of all, he couldn't look at me. I am the spitting image of my mother. I have her dark hair, her exact smile, and her mannerisms. In the weeks following the funeral, the house was suffocatingly silent. Every time I walked into a room, my father would flinch and find an excuse to leave. 4 months after we buried her, he sat me down at the kitchen table. The house was already packed in boxes. I can't do this anymore, Maya, he said, staring at a spot on the wall just past my shoulder. Being in this house, being around you, it's a constant reminder of everything I've lost. I need a clean break. I need to start over somewhere else. He sold my childhood home the very next week. He handed me a cashier's check for $50,000. Consider this your early inheritance, he told me, his voice devoid of any warmth. Use it to get on your feet. I'm moving to Atlanta. I need space. And just like that, he was gone. He drove off to start a new life, leaving his 21-year-old grieving daughter standing in the driveway with a piece of paper and a shattered family. I moved to Charlotte, North Carolina. The first few years were a blur of trauma and survival. We spoke maybe twice a year, stilted, awkward phone calls on holidays where he asked generic questions like how is the weather, and, are you working hard? He never asked about my grief. He never asked about my friends, my dreams, or my struggles. I gave him the same shallow answers he wanted to hear. I realized very quickly that my father didn't want a daughter anymore. He wanted a clean slate. So, I gave it to him. I took the $50,000 he gave me and lived as frugally as humanly possible. I got a job as a junior data analyst at a struggling tech startup. I was making $55,000 a year, living in a cramped, windowless studio apartment, eating ramen, and throwing myself entirely into my work to avoid the crushing weight of my mother's absence. The startup was building an AI-driven logistics platform. It was brilliant software, but we were bleeding cash. 2 years in, our CEO pulled the core team into a meeting. He was desperate. He offered a massive equity stake to any early employee willing to inject personal capital to keep the lights on for another 6 months while we courted major buyers. It was a massive gamble. Startup failure rates are astronomical. But I looked at my bank account, looked at the $50,000 my father had given me to get on my feet, and I thought about my mother. She always told me I was braver than I knew. I invested the entire $50,000 in exchange for a 4% equity stake in the company. It was the most stressful 18 months of my life. I didn't sleep. I coded, analyzed data, and practically lived at the office. But the gamble paid off. In late 2021, a massive global logistics conglomerate acquired our startup for $155 million. My 4% stake paid out $6.2 million. I was 24 years old. When the money hit my account, I sat on my thrifted couch and cried until I threw up. I wanted to call my mother so badly. I looked at my phone, hovering over my father's contact name. I hadn't spoken to him in 8 months. I hit dial. It rang 4 times before he answered. "Maya, is everything okay?" he asked, sounding inconvenienced. "Yeah, Dad. Everything is fine. I had some good news at work today." "That's nice, sweetheart. Listen, I'm actually stepping into a board meeting. Can we catch up around Thanksgiving?" "Sure, Dad. Have a good meeting." I hung up. He didn't ask. He never asked. So, I never told him. I took my $6.2 million and completely changed my life in absolute silence. I hired a top-tier wealth management firm. My advisor, Julian, asked me what I wanted to do with the capital. I told him I wanted to build an empire. I wanted tangible assets, real estate, something beautiful that generated passive income. For 6 months, we toured properties across the East Coast. Nothing clicked until Julian brought me a dossier for a property in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. It was called Whispering Pines Estate. It was a sprawling, 60-room boutique mountain resort sitting on 200 acres of pristine alpine forest. It had a massive timber-framed Grand Lodge, a deteriorating spa, and a stunning outdoor amphitheater overlooking the valleys. The owners were in their 70s and desperate to retire. The property was bleeding money due to poor management, but the bones were magnificent. They were asking $15 million. I visited the property anonymously, walked through the grand hall with its soaring 40-foot ceilings and crystal chandeliers, and fell in love. I made an aggressive, all-cash offer with a 30-day close. We settled at $13.5 million. At 25 years old, I became the sole owner of Whispering Pines Estate. I buried my ownership behind a Delaware LLC called Apex Summit Holdings. Publicly, my name was nowhere to be found. I kept my studio apartment in Charlotte but spent most of my time at the resort. I poured an additional $1.5 million of a business loan into heavy renovations. I completely gutted and modernized the guest suites, brought in a Michelin-trained chef to revamp the restaurant, and aggressively marketed the estate as an ultra-luxury, exclusive wedding and corporate retreat venue. I hired a brilliant general manager named Elena, a ruthless perfectionist who handled the day-to-day operations and front-facing client relations. Within 2 years, we turned the sinking ship around. By 2023, Whispering Pines was fully booked 2 years out. We were generating $4.5 million in annual revenue with a net profit of over $2.5 million. I was quiet, wealthy, and successful. And my father still thought I was a struggling data analyst making $50,000 a year. Then came January 2024. My phone rang. It was my father. "Maya, I have some big news," he said, his voice lighter than I had heard it in years. "I'm getting married." I froze. "Married? Dad, I didn't even know you were dating anyone." "Her name is Chloe. She's wonderful. She's an art curator here in Atlanta. We met at a charity gala a year ago. She's brought so much light back into my life." That's great, Dad, congratulations." My chest felt tight. 7 years of silence, and now he was starting a whole new family. "The wedding is going to be this October. It's going to be quite an event. Chloe's family is very well connected. I'd like you to be there, Maya, but..." He hesitated. "But what?" "Chloe doesn't really know the intricacies of our relationship." I told her, "We're just both very busy professionals, who live in different states. She doesn't know about the fallout after your mother passed. I'd like to keep it that way. I just want this to be a joyous occasion without any heavy baggage." He was asking me to play the role of the distant but happy daughter. He wanted a prop for his wedding photos to prove he wasn't a deadbeat dad. I swallowed the lump in my throat. "Send me the invitation, Dad. I'll be there." 3 months later, a heavy, cream-colored, gold foil-stamped envelope arrived in my mail. I opened it and pulled out the invitation. "Chloe Kensington and Arthur Lynn request the honor of your presence. Saturday, the 12th of October, 2024. Whispering Pines Estate, Blue Ridge Mountains, North Carolina." I stopped breathing. I stared at the elegant cursive font, Whispering Pines Estate, My Times Resort. My father and his new high society bride had unknowingly booked their luxury destination wedding at the exact property I owned. I immediately picked up my phone and called Elena, my general manager. "Elena, tell me everything you have on the Lynn Kensington wedding in October." I heard her typing on her keyboard. "Ah, yes. The Kensington party, full estate buyout, for 3 days. 150 guests. They are a handful, to put it mildly. The bride has changed the floral arrangements 6 times and is demanding we fly in specific white truffles from Italy for the rehearsal dinner. The groom is footing the bill. They've already paid the $125,000 deposit. Total projected package is currently sitting at $250,000. Why do you ask? Do you know them? The groom is my father, I said softly, dead silence on the line. Then, Elena's voice dropped an octave. Excuse me? He doesn't know I own the place. He thinks I'm a low-level data analyst. He booked it through his fiancée's wedding planner. Maya. What do you want me to do? I can cancel the contract. I can cite a maintenance emergency. I can refund their deposit right now. I looked at the invitation in my hands. A dark, cold sense of clarity washed over me. No. Do not cancel a thing. Give them exactly what they want. Approve every lavish upgrade. Let them pay the final balance in full. But Elena? I want to be CC'd on every single email, every invoice, and every demand they make. I want to know exactly what kind of life my father is buying. Understood, Elena said, a hint of a smirk in her voice. I'll keep you in the loop. A week later, another envelope arrived at my apartment. This one wasn't an invitation. It was a typed letter from my father. Maya, I am writing this because it is difficult to say over the phone. Chloe and I have been finalizing the details for the wedding, and we are going for a very specific, high society aesthetic. Her family is deeply embedded in the Atlanta elite, and the guest list is filled with executives, politicians, and socialites. Frankly, I think you would feel very out of place. More importantly, seeing you there, you remind me too much of the past. You look exactly like your mother. This day is about my future, and having you there would just bring up old grief and ruin the atmosphere I am trying to build. I know this sounds harsh, but I think it is best for everyone if you do not attend. Please consider this a private matter. I am enclosing a check for $10,000. Treat yourself to a nice vacation that weekend on me. We can grab dinner the next time I am in Charlotte. Best, Dad. A $10,000 bribe. He was paying me to stay away from his wedding because looking at my face would ruin his vibe. He was ashamed of me. He wanted to parade his new, wealthy life without the stain of the daughter he abandoned. I didn't cash the check. I pinned it to my refrigerator. Over the next 6 months, I watched from the shadows as my father bled money into my company. Chloe was a nightmare client. She demanded the staff wear custom-tailored uniforms matching her wedding colors. She demanded we drain and refill the decorative fountains because the water didn't look crisp enough. She added a 12-piece orchestra, a custom fireworks display, and an open bar featuring exclusively top-shelf imported liquors. Elena happily accommodated every ridiculous request, tacking on exorbitant upcharges. By September, the final invoice had ballooned to $285,000. My father paid it in full, via wire transfer, straight into my holding company's account. October 12th arrived. The weather was a crisp, perfect autumn day. The mountains were ablaze with red and gold leaves. I drove up to the estate early in the morning and parked my Porsche Panamera in my private, gated owner's garage beneath the lodge. I went straight up to my owner's suite on the top floor. One entire wall of my suite was a one-way glass window that overlooked the grand lawn and the outdoor amphitheater. I poured myself a glass of sparkling water and watched the circus begin. At 3 p.m., the guests started arriving in a parade of Mercedes, Bentleys, and Range Rovers. Women in designer gowns and men in bespoke tuxedos mingled on the lawn. I saw Chloe's family old Southern money, dripping in diamonds and condescension. And then, I saw my father. He looked impeccably groomed in a velvet tuxedo. He was laughing, shaking hands, playing the role of the wealthy, sophisticated patriarch. He looked happier than I had ever seen him. He had completely shed the skin of the man who wept in our Raleigh kitchen. At 4:30 p.m., the ceremony began. I watched from above as Chloe walked down the aisle in a custom Vera Wang gown that easily cost $20,000. I watched my father tear up as she approached. I listened through the estate's PA monitor system as they exchanged vows. You taught me how to love again, my father said to her, his voice echoing over the mountains. You showed me that family is the most important thing in the world. I promised to never take our bond for granted. I felt a cold laugh escape my lips. Family. After the ceremony, the guests moved into the grand hall for the reception. The room was breathtaking. Thousands of imported white orchids hung from the ceiling. The 12-piece orchestra played soft jazz. Waiters in white gloves circulated with champagne and caviar. It was time. I had brought a dress specifically for this occasion. It wasn't a guest's dress. It was an owner's dress. A sleek, floor-length, emerald green silk gown that fit me like a glove. I clasped my mother's diamond tennis bracelet around my wrist, the only piece of jewelry of hers I had kept. I applied a sharp red lip, slipped into my Christian Louboutin heels, and took the private elevator down to the ground floor. I waited in the kitchen corridor, watching the reception through the service doors. Elena was standing nearby, holding a clipboard, looking like a general ready for war. They just finished the main course. Elena whispered to me. The best man is about to give his speech. Perfect, I said. You know the cue. Out on the floor, my father's new brother-in-law stood up with a microphone. Arthur, The man boomed. When Chloe first brought you home, we were skeptical. But watching you tonight, seeing the man you are, a man of integrity, a man who values family above all else, a man who has built an incredible life from the ground up, we are honored to welcome you into the Kensington family. To Arthur and Chloe. The room erupted in applause. My father beamed, raising his crystal flute. I nodded at Elena. Elena walked out of the service doors, her heels clicking sharply against the marble floor. She bypassed the waiters, bypassed the head table, and walked directly up to my father. The room began to quiet down as guests noticed the stern-looking general manager interrupting the groom. Mr. Lin, Elena said, her voice carrying clearly without a microphone. I apologize for the interruption, but there is an urgent matter regarding the estate that requires your immediate attention. My father looked annoyed, his smile faltering. Can't this wait? We're in the middle of the toasts. Speak to my wedding planner. I'm afraid not, sir, Elena replied coldly. The owner of the property is here on site, and she insists on speaking with you immediately regarding a discrepancy. A murmur rippled through the room. Chloe looked alarmed. The owner? What discrepancy? Arthur, what is going on? I have no idea, my father stammered, trying to maintain his composure. He looked at Elena. Fine. Where is she? Elena turned toward the service doors and gestured. Right here, sir. I pushed the doors open and stepped out into the grand hall. The lighting caught the emerald silk of my dress. I walked slowly, deliberately, my heels echoing in the sudden, deafening silence of the room. I kept my eyes locked entirely on my father. As I got closer, I watched his face undergo a terrifying transformation. First, it was polite confusion. Then, a flicker of recognition. Then, absolute, blood-draining horror. His jaw literally dropped. He gripped the edge of the table so hard his knuckles turned white. Hello, Dad. I said. My voice was calm, steady, and amplified by the sheer silence of 150 people holding their breath. Chloe looked back and forth between us, her perfectly contoured face twisting in confusion. Dad? Arthur, who is this woman? My father couldn't speak. He was hyperventilating, his eyes darting around the room like a trapped animal. Maya, what? How are you? I'm sorry to interrupt the celebration, I said, projecting my voice so the Kensington family at the front tables could hear every single word. I just wanted to personally thank you for choosing Whispering Pines Estate for your special day. As the sole owner of this property, I always like to personally greet my highest paying clients. Chloe stood up, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. You own this venue? Arthur, you said your daughter was a broke data analyst. You said she couldn't afford to travel for the wedding. He said a lot of things, Chloe, I replied, turning my gaze to her. Did he also tell you that he sent me a $10,000 check 2 months ago, explicitly paying me to stay away from this wedding because looking at me would ruin his atmosphere? Gasps erupted from the tables. Several of Chloe's relatives whispered furiously to each other. Maya, please. My father finally choked out, standing up, his face flushed a deep, humiliating crimson. Please, not here. Not now. We can go into the office and talk about this. Talk about what, Dad? I asked, taking a step closer. Talk about how you sold my childhood home 4 months after Mom died, handed me 50 grand, and abandoned me to start a new life. Talk about how you haven't asked me a single question about my life in 7 years. If you had bothered to ask, you might have known that my tech startup got acquired for $150 million. You might have known I bought this estate 3 years ago. But you didn't ask. You just wanted to pretend I didn't exist so you could play the perfect family man for your new wealthy friends. Arthur, is this true? Chloe demanded, her voice shrill with panic. Did you bribe your own daughter not to come to our wedding? My father looked at his new bride, absolute panic in his eyes. Chloe, sweetheart, please understand, it's complicated. She looks just like her mother. It was too painful. Too painful? I interrupted, my voice dropping to a vicious whisper that somehow carried through the entire hall. You spent $285,000 on a wedding at Times My Times property, depositing money directly into Times My Times bank account, all while telling people I was too poor to attend. You don't know the meaning of pain, you only know cowardice. I reached into my designer clutch, pulled out the folded $10,000 check he had sent me, and dropped it onto his dinner plate, right on top of his imported Italian truffles. Keep your bribe, Arthur, I said coldly. Consider it a discount on the venue. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. You have the estate until 10 a.m. tomorrow. After that, I expect you off my property. I didn't wait for a response. I turned around and walked back down the aisle of tables. The silence was so profound I could hear the rustle of my silk dress. No one stopped me. No one said a word. Update 1. I went back up to my suite and watched the fallout through the glass. The reception imploded within 10 minutes. Chloe's father stood up, threw his napkin on the table, and started screaming at my father. I couldn't hear the exact words, but the body language was clear. He was calling off the hounds. Chloe burst into dramatic tears and ran out of the hall, followed by her bridesmaids. By 8 p.m., a wedding that was supposed to go until 2 a.m. was completely empty. Guests were quietly shuffling out, getting into their cars, and leaving. The 12-piece orchestra packed up their instruments and awkwardly shuffled out the back doors. My father was left sitting completely alone at the head table in a massive, empty ballroom, staring at the $10,000 check sitting on his plate. The next morning, Elena texted me at 7 a.m. "They are gone." The groom left in a taxi, the bride left in her father's car. The suite is clear. I didn't hear from him for 3 days. Then, my phone started blowing up. He called me 42 times in the span of 48 hours. He left agonizing, weeping voicemails begging for forgiveness, begging me to call Chloe and explain that he was just a grieving widower who made a mistake. I finally answered on the 43rd call. "Maya. Oh my God, Maya, please." He sobbed into the phone. "My life is ruined. Chloe left me, her father is demanding I pay them back for their half of the wedding expenses. I'm going to be ruined socially and financially. Please, you have to talk to her. Tell her I was just traumatized by your mother's death. Tell her I'm a good man." "You aren't a good man, Dad," I said flatly. "A good man doesn't throw his daughter away because she's inconvenient to his grief. A good man doesn't bribe his child to stay in the shadows. You built a house of cards based on lies, and I just happened to be the one who owned the table you built it on. I'm your father." He screamed desperately. "No," I replied. "You're just a client. And your event has concluded. Do not contact me again." I hung up and blocked his number. Update 2. It has been 6 months since the wedding. The fallout was more spectacular than I could have ever imagined. Chloe formally annulled the marriage 3 weeks after the ceremony. Because she came from old Atlanta money, her family practically blacklisted my father from his own industry. His corporate acquisitions firm, heavily reliant on the social networking of the elite, let him go quietly due to the scandal. He was forced to downsize his life drastically, moving into a small condo outside the city. But here is the absolute craziest twist of all. 2 months ago, I got an email from Chloe, not an angry email, but a deeply apologetic one. She wrote that she was horrified by what my father had done to me. She explained that she values family above everything, and discovering that the man she was marrying could discard his own flesh and blood terrified her. She formally apologized for any pain she inadvertently caused by going along with his lies. We ended up meeting for coffee in Charlotte. She was actually incredibly intelligent and completely blindsided by his facade. During our conversation, she asked me in-depth questions about my business model and my plans for Whispering Pines. Last week, Chloe's family's massive real estate conglomerate officially booked Whispering Pines Estate for their annual corporate retreat. It's a $400,000 contract. Not only that, but the story of the owner's revenge at the wedding became a legendary piece of gossip among the East Coast elite. Far from ruining my business, the drama actually made the venue more times exclusive. People love a location with a story. Our bookings have surged by 40%. I am currently sitting in my penthouse in Charlotte, looking over the blueprints for my second property acquisition, a beachfront resort in South Carolina. My father tried to reach out one last time via a handwritten letter. He said he is in intense therapy, finally confronting the grief of losing my mother, and realizing the monster he became. He asked if there was any universe where we could sit down and start over. I took his letter, walked over to my fireplace, and tossed it in. I don't need to start over with him. I already started over by myself, and the empire I built has no room for the man who tried to erase me. Mom tried to publicly shame me on Facebook after I refused to be her unpaid handyman. My nuclear response cost her every single friend, family member, and $15,000. My parents sat at the Thanksgiving table and loudly declared my motherless children were a burden compared to my sister's perfect kids. So, I calmly put down my fork, canceled the 3 months of free home renovations I had been doing for them, and walked out, leaving them to get scammed out of $15,000 by a fake contractor, while the entire family watched their golden reputation burn to the ground. My wife, Rachel, passed away 3 years ago from a sudden, aggressive illness. It shattered my world completely. Overnight, I became a single father to my daughter, Chloe, who was just 7 at the time, and my son, Noah, who was barely 4. The grief was a physical weight, a suffocating blanket that made just getting out of bed feel like a monumental task. But I did it. I learned to braid hair, I learned to cook edible dinners, I learned to hide my tears in the shower, so my kids wouldn't see me break. I was drowning, but I was keeping my kids afloat. When my parents, Arthur and Helen, bought a sprawling, dilapidated 1920s Victorian fixer-upper in the wealthy suburb of Oak Park, they came to me. I work as a structural engineer and I've always been incredibly handy. The house was a disaster: water damage, rotted joists, ancient knob and tube wiring, and plumbing that looked like it was made of paper mache. They asked me to fix it up for them because hiring a general contractor would cost them a fortune they didn't want to spend. I agreed. I didn't complain. They were my parents, and I thought helping them was just the right thing to do. I spent 3 months acting as their personal, unpaid general contractor. Every single weekend, every free evening after I put my kids to bed, I was at that house. I spent hours in the damp, spider-infested crawlspace cutting corroded galvanized pipe and sweating copper. I pulled new Romex wire through stubborn plaster walls, breathing in decades of fiberglass and dust. I sanded hardwood floors until my hands were blistered and calloused. I was exhausted, running on fumes and black coffee, but I wanted to do this for them. In return, I asked for exactly one thing: occasional babysitting. I didn't ask for money. I didn't ask for them to pay for my gas. I just asked that maybe once or twice a month, they watch Chloe and Noah for a few hours so I could go grocery shopping in peace, or maybe just sleep for an uninterrupted afternoon. They agreed, acting like they were doing me the biggest favor in the world. Things were fine until Thanksgiving. We were all gathered at my Aunt Susan's house. The table was groaning under the weight of turkey, stuffing, and a dozen side dishes. The house smelled of cinnamon and roasted meat, a warm, inviting atmosphere that completely masked the underlying tension. My parents were holding court at the head of the table, soaking up the attention, while my sister, Sarah, the undisputed golden child of the family, sat nearby with her wealthy husband. Her 2 kids were silently glued to their iPads with their headphones on, completely ignoring the family. We were right in the middle of dinner when my dad deliberately clinked his glass, put down his fork, and looked directly at me. The table went quiet, expecting a toast. Instead, he said, "Liam, your mother and I have decided we're not going to babysit your kids anymore." At first, I thought it was a bizarre, poorly timed joke. I let out a nervous chuckle, but his face was deadpan serious. The silence in the dining room became deafening. He continued, his voice loud enough for everyone, including my children, to hear. He said they were exhausted by my kids. He said Chloe and Noah were too much to handle, and were becoming a massive burden on their retirement. And then came the absolute worst part. He pointed at Sarah's kids, who hadn't looked up from their screens once, and said, "Look at Sarah's children. They are so well behaved, so quiet, so easy. Yours are just chaotic, Liam. We simply can't deal with them anymore. You need to figure something else out." I looked over at Sarah. She didn't say a word. She just sat there, taking a slow sip of her wine, a faint, uncomfortable smile on her face. Something inside me snapped. It wasn't just anger. It was a deep, visceral disgust. I had spent 3 months bleeding in their freezing house for free. They had never had to lift a single finger, sitting comfortably in their rented condo while I breathed in toxic dust for them. And now, they were publicly humiliating my motherless children, calling them a burden, telling them they weren't good enough. I took a deep breath, keeping my voice terrifyingly calm. I looked my dad dead in the eye and said, "Is that right? Understood. Then I'm completely done fixing your house." The silence that followed was absolute. My dad just stared at me, his mouth slightly open as if I had just reached across the turkey and slapped him across the face. My mom immediately jumped in, her voice high-pitched and frantic, trying to smooth things over. "Liam, don't be ridiculous. You don't understand how hard it is for us at our age. We've done so much for you, we just need a break." She made it sound like I was dumping my kids on them every single day, when in reality, they had watched them exactly 3 times in the last 2 months. Before I could even respond, the rest of the table erupted. My Aunt Susan slammed her hand on the table. "Helen, are you out of your mind? You do not talk about your grandchildren like that, especially right in front of them." My Uncle Dave, a retired cop with zero filter, pointed a finger at my dad. "Arthur, the kid has saved you at least 40 grand in labor, and you're complaining about watching your own flesh and blood for 4 hours a month? You're out of line." Through all of this, Sarah remained entirely silent, just soaking up the praise for her perfect iPad zombie kids. I didn't want to hear anymore. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the hardwood. "Thank you for a great Thanksgiving dinner, Aunt Susan," I said, my voice eerily steady. "I'm really thankful for the hospitality. But we're leaving." I turned to Chloe and Noah, who were looking down at their plates, looking absolutely crushed. "Come on, guys. Get your coats." We walked to the car, leaving a dining room full of stunned, arguing relatives. The car ride home was one of the hardest moments of my life. From the backseat, Chloe's small voice broke the silence. "Dad, why did Grandpa say we're a burden? Why doesn't Grandma like us as much as our cousins?" I had to pull the car over. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white, fighting back tears of absolute rage. I turned around to look at them. "Listen to me," I said, making sure they met my eyes. "The world isn't always fair, and sometimes, even grandparents aren't the nicest people, but you are not a burden. You are the best things that have ever happened to me, and I love you both more than anything in this entire world. What Grandpa said is a lie. Never forget that." I put them to bed that night feeling utterly exhausted but completely resolute. I had no regrets about walking out, but the pain of betrayal was a heavy stone in my chest. The next morning, I woke up to 68 missed calls and a flood of text messages. When I saw the number on my screen, my stomach initially sank, thinking someone had ended up in the hospital. I immediately called my mom back. The second she answered, she started screaming as if I had personally set her Oak Park house on fire. "Liam, you need to get over to the condo right now." "Why? What happened?" I asked, my voice flat. She dodged the question, just hysterically insisting I come over. My dad grabbed the phone from her, his tone tense, furious, but trying to maintain control. "Just get over here, Liam. We need to talk." I knew exactly what this was about. They had woken up, realized they had no one to finish their plumbing or electrical work, and panic had set in. I still needed to pick up some of the kids' toys and winter gear they had left at the condo, so I decided to go over and get it over with. I told them I'd be there in an hour. When I walked into their condo, the atmosphere was suffocating. My mom was pacing holes into the carpet. My dad was standing in the kitchen with his arms crossed, looking like a disappointed principal. And surprisingly, Sarah was sitting on the couch, her legs crossed, acting like she was there to moderate a peace treaty. As soon as the door clicked shut, the ambush began. My mom started, "Liam, don't you think you severely overreacted yesterday?" I just stared at her. "Overreacted?" My dad stepped forward. "Look, we're sorry if your feelings were hurt, but you can't just throw a tantrum and refuse to finish the house over a minor disagreement. The drywall needs to go up this weekend." I actually laughed out loud. It was a harsh, bitter sound. There it was, that was the naked truth. This wasn't about family. This wasn't about repairing the relationship with my kids. This was entirely about the free labor. I shook my head slowly. "Let me make sure I understand this perfectly. You publicly call my kids a burden. You say they're too much for you. You compare them to Sarah's kids in front of the entire extended family. And now, when I say I won't do the backbreaking work you begged me to do for free, I'm the one with the problem?" My mother gasped and put her hand to her chest, playing the ultimate victim. "That is incredibly unfair, Liam. We have done so much for you. We raised you. We helped you when Rachel died." Sarah finally uncrossed her legs and spoke up. "Mom? Dad? You really shouldn't have compared the kids like that." It was pretty messed up. For the first time, my parents looked genuinely shocked. My mom blinked at her golden daughter. "Sarah, you don't think we were right? His kids are out of control?" Sarah shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "It doesn't matter if you're right or not. You don't say that in front of the kids. It's just a bad look." I didn't expect Sarah to say that. She wasn't exactly rushing to my defense, but she wasn't blindly taking their side either. But my dad, completely ignoring his favorite daughter's warning, turned his glare back to me. "Liam, we just want this childish nonsense to be over. You are not going to cut us off over something so small. You are going to finish that house." I looked him dead in the eye, feeling a surge of pure ice in my veins. "Watch me." My mom let out a dramatic shriek, as if I had just threatened her life. My dad started to yell, but I completely ignored them. I walked past them, went to the hall closet, grabbed Chloe's winter coat and Noah's boots, and headed straight for the front door. That's when my mom fired her final shot. "Liam, you are being incredibly selfish." I stopped dead in my tracks, my hand hovered over the doorknob. Me? Selfish? After 3 months of giving up every weekend? After missing my own kids' bedtimes to lay their tile? After never complaining once about the thousands of dollars in free labor I was providing, I turned around, my eyes burning with a fury I had never felt before. "Selfish? You want me to break my back working on your house, but you won't even look after your own grandchildren for a few hours. You demand my time, my sweat, my effort, and my energy, but the absolute second I need a tiny bit of support, it's suddenly too much for you. You don't have to babysit ever again. But I am never stepping foot in that house again. Hire a contractor." I walked out and slammed the door behind me. Edit for those asking in the comments. A lot of you are asking why I even agreed to do the house in the first place, and why I didn't see the red flags earlier. The brutal truth is, my parents have always been difficult, narcissistic people. But after Rachel died, I was desperate for a village. I was terrified of raising my kids entirely alone. I wanted my children to have their grandparents. I foolishly thought that by proving my worth, by literally bleeding for them in that house, I could earn their love and secure a safety net for my kids. I know now how pathetic that sounds, but profound grief makes you do crazy, irrational things to hold on to family. Update 1. Things escalated drastically over the next few weeks. First, they tried the silent treatment, assuming I would come crawling back. When that failed, they tried to guilt trip me. When that didn't work, they resorted to outright begging. Because now, they had a massive, expensive problem on their hands. For the first week, I ignored all their calls and texts. My mom tried the classic manipulation. "We're getting older, Liam. The stress of this unfinished house is affecting my heart. We won't be around forever." I swiped right and deleted it. Then my dad sent a massive paragraph about family loyalty and how I was being completely unreasonable over a tiny misunderstanding. Deleted. About a week after Thanksgiving, my dad sent a text that actually made me laugh until my ribs hurt. "Liam, Your mother and I have decided to forgive you for your outburst. Can you come finish the drywall this Saturday? Forgive me? The sheer audacity was mind-blowing. I didn't reply. That's when they realized they were in deep trouble. I found out later from Aunt Susan that they had called 3 licensed contractors in Oak Park. Because I had left the house completely gutted with exposed wiring and open plumbing, the contractors quoted them nightmare rates. The cheapest quote to finish the job was $45,000. My parents didn't have that kind of liquid cash. They shifted to bribery. My mom left a voicemail promising they would start babysitting again if I just came back. I ignored it. My dad texted that they would consider apologizing to the kids if I came over to negotiate. Ignored. Then, 2 days later, my sister Sarah showed up at my apartment completely unannounced. I opened the door and saw her standing there, looking incredibly stressed, holding 2 coffees. "We need to talk," she said. I reluctantly let her in. She sat at my kitchen island, took a long sip of her coffee, and just stared at me. Finally, she sighed. "They called a contractor, Liam." I crossed my arms. "Good. So they finally opened their wallets. Problem solved." Sarah winced, rubbing her forehead. "No. There's a massive problem. They got scammed." I froze. "What?" She nodded slowly. "Dad refused to pay the $45,000 quotes. He said it was extortion. So, he went on a local community Facebook group and found some guy named Fast Fix Bob who promised to finish the entire house for $20,000. Because Dad is incredibly arrogant and thinks he's smarter than everyone else, he paid the guy $15,000 up front for materials and permits." I couldn't help it. A bark of laughter escaped my throat. "Let me guess. Bob is gone?" Sarah gave me a grim look. "He came in last Tuesday, took a sledgehammer to the remaining original kitchen cabinets, loaded them into his truck, and drove off. His phone number is disconnected. His Facebook profile is deleted. He completely vanished. Liam, they lost 15 grand. I stopped laughing. 15 grand? Wait a minute, where did they even get $15,000 in cash? I thought all their money was tied up in the mortgage. Sarah looked down at her hands. They borrowed it. From family. That caught me entirely off guard. Who? She hesitated. Uncle Dave gave them 5 grand, Aunt Susan gave them 5, and they took 5 from Nana's savings account. I sat back in my chair, absolutely stunned. They had borrowed thousands of dollars from multiple family members just to avoid admitting they needed me, and to avoid apologizing. And now they were $15,000 in the hole, with a house that was in worse shape than when I left it. That is wildly insane, I muttered. But it's not my problem. Sarah nodded in agreement. I know. And I explicitly told them that. That made me pause. You what? She looked up, her eyes fierce. I told them they were idiots. I told them they should have just apologized to you at Thanksgiving. I told them they brought every single bit of this onto themselves. For the first time in my entire life, I felt the dynamic of our family physically shift. Sarah, the golden child, the one who could do no wrong, the one they had weaponized against me for decades, was actually taking my side. She leaned forward, dropping her voice. Liam, they are incredibly desperate. They want you to come back to fix the house and bail them out so they don't have to tell Dave and Susan they lost their money. They're still acting stubborn, but they know they messed up. I narrowed my eyes. And what do you think I should do? Sarah gave me a cold, calculated smile. I think you should make them beg. Hearing my sister say that completely threw me off. You really think they'll do that? They don't have a choice, she replied. For the first time ever, they aren't in control. You hold all the cards. I took her advice. I didn't go that day. I didn't go the next day. I let them sit in their self-created disaster. I let them sweat out the panic of owing Uncle Dave, a man who does not take disrespect lightly, $5,000. 4 days later, my mom broke. She sent a massive, rambling text message. It was a chaotic mix of half apologies and bizarre excuses. She admitted they were perhaps slightly unfair and that they spoke out of turn, but the funniest part was the ending. We should have handled things differently, but you also have to admit you overreacted and abandoned us. Even when facing financial ruin, they still had to throw the blame on me. I left her on read. The next night, Sarah called me. Okay, she said, sounding exhausted. I think they're actually breaking. They told me to tell you they are genuinely sorry. They couldn't tell me themselves? I asked. They're terrified of you, Liam. They asked me if I thought you would ever let them see Chloe and Noah again. They're actually scared they pushed you completely out of their lives. I agreed to meet them, but strictly on my terms. I told them to come to my apartment. When they walked in, they looked 10 years older. My mom had clearly been crying for days. My dad looked utterly defeated, his usual arrogant posture completely gone. I sat at my kitchen table, didn't offer them a drink, and waited. Finally, my dad looked at the floor and sighed. We messed up, Liam. We were incredibly wrong. He went on a long tangent about how they were frustrated, tired, and stressed about the house renovations. He admitted they said unforgivable things. My mom chimed in, her voice trembling. We love you, Liam, and we love the kids. We are so sorry. I let them sit in the heavy silence for a full minute. I wanted them to feel the weight of their actions. Then I spoke, my voice cold and absolute. I am not finishing your house. My mom gasped, tears immediately spilling over. My dad tensed up. Liam, please, we are begging you. I cut him off sharply. You had 3 months of my blood, sweat, and free labor. You had my help whenever you snapped your fingers. And the one tiny thing I asked for in return, basic respect and a little help with my motherless kids, was too much for you. I am completely done. I forgive you, because holding on to this anger is exhausting, but I am never fixing your house. Silence. My dad looked like he was going to be sick. However, I continued, standing up. I am willing to let you remain in my children's lives under strict conditions. You will never treat me like an unpaid servant again. You will never speak about my kids like they are a burden. And you will never, ever compare them to Sarah's kids again. If you cross that line even once, you will never see us again. Do you understand? They nodded vigorously, crying. They had absolutely no other choice. Later that night, Sarah called me again. I have to tell you the real reason why they did it, Liam, the real reason they snapped at Thanksgiving. I'm listening, I said. They were jealous, she revealed. When Rachel died, the whole family rallied around you. You became the center of attention, the tragic hero, the amazing single dad. Everyone respected you. Mom and dad are narcissists. They are used to being the center of the family. They are used to me being the perfect daughter. They hated that people were looking at you with admiration. They wanted to tear you down to put you back in your place as the lesser sibling. I sat in the dark, processing that deep, sickening truth. My parents weren't just tired. They were bitter, resentful, and deeply jealous of the support I received after my wife's death. It was vile. It only confirmed that I had made the right choice in stepping back. Update 2. For a few weeks, there was an uneasy peace. My parents were on their absolute best behavior. They didn't push boundaries. They didn't mention the house. They managed to scrape together a loan to pay back Uncle Dave and Aunt Susan, though they lied and told them the contractor just didn't work out. They had to hire a real company to fix the house, putting themselves massively into debt. It was almost peaceful, until my mother's narcissistic tendencies flared up again. One Sunday afternoon, my Aunt Susan called me. Liam, honey, have you seen what your mother just posted on Facebook? I immediately opened the app. There, at the top of my feed, was a massive, dramatic post from my mom. It was a masterpiece of manipulative vague booking. It read, "It breaks a mother's heart to see how selfish the younger generation has become. You sacrifice your entire life to raise your children, give them everything, and the moment you ask for a little grace in your old age, they turn their backs on you. Family is supposed to be about unconditional love and helping each other. It's devastating when some people forget where they came from and abandon you when you need them most. At least Arthur and I still have our amazing daughter, Sarah, who has never left our side and knows the true meaning of loyalty." She didn't use my name, but every single person in our extended family knew exactly who she was talking about. She was trying to spin the narrative. She was trying to make herself the victim of a cruel, ungrateful son. That was it, the absolute final straw. I cracked my knuckles, hit the comment button, and dropped a nuclear bomb. I wrote, "You're absolutely right, Mom. Family should help each other unconditionally. That's exactly why I spent 3 months, completely free of charge, gutting your Oak Park house, pulling raw sewage pipes, rewiring your electrical, and saving you $40,000 in labor while you sat comfortably in your rented condo. That's why I asked for absolutely nothing in return except that you treat my motherless children with basic respect. And when you publicly called my kids a massive burden at Thanksgiving and compared them unfavorably to Sarah's kids, I realized you don't want family. You want unpaid servants. I'm not playing that role anymore. Also, since we are being honest on Facebook, maybe you should tell everyone how Dad got scammed out of $15,000 by a fake contractor because he was too cheap to hire a professional after I walked out. Did you tell Uncle Dave and Nana where their money really went?" I hit send. And then I sat back and watched the absolute chaos unfold in real time. Within 5 minutes, my phone started vibrating off the desk. The floodgates opened in the comment section. First was Uncle Dave. "Helen, is this true? Did Arthur give my $5,000 to a scammer? Answer your phone right now." Then Aunt Susan. "This is utterly disgusting. Helen, Liam gave you everything and you repaid him by insulting Rachel's children? And you lied to us about the money? Unbelievable." Then my grandmother. "Nana, I am heartbroken. You told me you needed my savings because Liam maliciously destroyed your plumbing. I see the truth now." Comment after comment poured in, dragging my parents through the mud. And then, the absolute killing blow came from my sister, Sarah. Sarah commented, "I love Mom and Dad, but Liam is telling the 100% truth. They treated him horribly, they insulted his kids, and they lied to the family about the money. Liam has every right to walk away." My golden sister. The one my mother literally just praised in the post as the loyal daughter. Even she, completely publicly defected. I watched my parents' carefully curated, pristine reputation completely disintegrate in the span of 30 minutes. About an hour later, the entire post was frantically deleted. My mom tried to call me 6 times. I didn't answer. Then she sent a text. "Liam, was that really necessary to embarrass us like that?" I simply replied, "Was your post necessary? Enjoy the bed you made." A few days later, my father finally gave up. He sent a single, defeated text message. "We were completely wrong. We are so sorry. We will never speak of this again. No excuses, no blame, just unconditional surrender." I never worked on their house again. They had to take out a massive second mortgage to pay the licensed contractors to fix the scammers' mess and finish the house. I never let them guilt trip me into anything again. I am now in complete control. If they want to see Chloe and Noah, they ask politely, and we only go if my kids actually want to see them. And the absolute best part? They have never, ever compared my kids to Sarah's kids again. They know that if they utter one single disrespectful word, it will be the last time they ever see us. I put them in their place. The family knows exactly who they really are, and for the first time in my life, I am completely free. Top comments. User 1. The fact that they borrowed money from the grandmother and lied about you destroying the plumbing is borderline sociopathic. You didn't just burn the bridge, you called in an airstrike on it. Absolutely brilliant response to that Facebook post. User 2. Sarah is the real MVP here. Golden children usually protect the toxic parents to keep their inheritance and status, but she saw the writing on the wall and threw them under the bus where they belonged. Good on her for protecting you and your kids. User 3. As a single dad who also lost his wife, my heart broke for you and your kids. The sheer audacity to call children who lost their mother a burden just because they act like normal kids is unforgivable. You are an amazing father, Liam. Let them drown in their debt. My parents ignored my existence to worship my golden brother. When his career tanked, they tried to hijack my success. My response ruined them. My father stood up at my 26th birthday dinner, delivered a tear-jerking, 10-minute speech about my twin brother's achievements, and then turned to me, raised his glass, and muttered exactly 7 words, "And happy birthday to you, too, Caleb." I walked out of the restaurant that night, cut my family off, and quietly built a massive $500,000 company, only to watch my father's secret financial ruin bring him crawling to my doorstep a year later begging for a bailout. Original post. For our 26th birthday, my twin brother got a customized toast, a deeply emotional speech, and a private dining room full of tears and applause. When the clapping finally died down, my dad cleared his throat, looked in my general direction, and said, "And happy birthday to you, too, Caleb." Everyone immediately went back to eating their expensive steaks. I sat there in the stifling noise of clinking silverware for exactly 10 more minutes. Then, I quietly pushed my chair back, took my fiancé's hand, and walked out of my family's life. My name is Caleb. I am 26 years old, and I want to tell you about the excruciating night I finally realized I had been cast as a silent background character in the movie of my own family's life. I don't mean that in some poetic, metaphorical sense, I mean it quite literally. My father looked me dead in the eye at a party that was supposedly for both of us, gave me 7 obligatory words, and then turned back to his meal like I was an annoying commercial break he had been waiting to end. But I am getting ahead of myself. Let me back up and give you the context of how a family breaks apart so quietly that nobody even hears the snap. I have a twin brother named Liam. We are fraternal twins, not identical, which I think is a crucial detail here because people always expected us to be vastly different, and we absolutely were. Liam was the loud one. He was the golden athlete, the charismatic extrovert, the kind of guy who could walk into a crowded room and immediately have 6 people laughing hysterically at a joke he just made up. He played varsity baseball and football in high school, was crowned homecoming king, and had the kind of perfect, symmetrical jawline that made the old ladies at our church in Richmond, Virginia, constantly stop my mother to say, "Oh, Sarah, you must be bursting with pride." And she was. They both were. My parents worshipped the ground Liam walked on. Me? I was the quiet one. I liked reading thick historical biographies. I liked the smell of sawdust and building intricate things with my hands. I spent the vast majority of my high school years tucked away in the dusty wood shop or isolated in my bedroom, meticulously sketching out complex furniture designs on graph paper. I wasn't some antisocial outcast or a weird recluse. I had a solid group of friends, I went to normal teenage parties, and I had a lovely girlfriend for most of my junior year. I just wasn't Liam. And in my family's household, not being Liam was apparently an unforgivable deal breaker. We grew up in a very affluent, manicured suburb just outside of Richmond. Our dad, Tom, was a high-rolling partner at a commercial real estate firm. Our mom, Sarah, was a cosmetic dental hygienist who treated neighborhood gossip like a competitive sport. We had a sprawling house, a massive backyard with a pool, and a golden retriever named Buster, who was, without a shadow of a doubt, the only objectively good member of our family because Buster loved everyone equally. Buster was the only one who didn't keep score. I should make one thing incredibly clear: Liam and I actually got along fine when we were growing up. We weren't those magical, telepathic twins who finished each other's sentences, but we shared a bedroom until we were 13, played the exact same video games, and bickered over whose turn it was to walk Buster in the freezing rain. Liam wasn't actively malicious or mean to me. He wasn't even consciously aware of the massive psychological disparity happening under our roof. There is a very distinct difference between a villain who actively hurts you and a person who blindly benefits from a rigged system they didn't personally build. Liam was the latter. At least, he was back then. The blatant favoritism wasn't always a screaming siren when we were little kids. It was a slow, insidious drip. It was subtle, plausible deniability. It was the way my dad would charge his camcorder battery to film every single agonizing second of Liam's baseball tournaments, but completely forget to show up to my state-level woodworking showcase at school. It was the specific way my mom would introduce us at large family gatherings. She would firmly wrap her arm around Liam's broad shoulders, beam with radiant joy, and say, "This is Liam, our absolute superstar. He just got scouted for a Division I scholarship." Then, she would vaguely gesture in my direction with a dismissive nod and add, "And this is Caleb. Period. End of sentence." No accolades, no context, no pride, just my name and the heavy, unspoken implication that I was merely the leftover spare. For years, I lied to myself. I convinced myself that it didn't bother me. I built up this impenetrable internal narrative where I was the mature, stoic son. I was the independent one who didn't require constant external validation. I was above keeping score. Spoiler alert, I was absolutely keeping score, carving tally marks into the walls of my own mind. I just didn't have anyone who cared enough to look at the scoreboard. When we graduated high school, Liam secured a partial athletic scholarship to play baseball at a decent university in Atlanta. It was treated like a royal coronation. My parents threw a massive, catered celebration in our backyard. My grandparents flew in from out of state. My dad actually cried real, trembling, cinematic tears over a scholarship that barely covered 40% of the tuition. Meanwhile, I got accepted into a highly prestigious, fiercely competitive trade program for master furniture making and advanced woodcraft in Charlottesville, Virginia. It was a small, elite cohort offering hands-on apprenticeships with master artisans. When I nervously presented my acceptance letter at the dinner table, my mom briefly glanced at it and sighed, "Oh, that's nice, honey. But will you eventually get a real college degree, too?" My dad simply asked how much the tools would cost before immediately changing the subject to Liam's upcoming freshman orientation schedule. That interaction became the permanent blueprint for our entire adult lives. Liam breathes, the family throws a parade. Caleb achieves a milestone, the family politely shrugs. Liam graduated college with a generic communications degree, massive blowout party at a country club. I finished my elite artisan program, secured my own workshop space, and started getting high-paying commissions for custom hardwood furniture. My mom asked if I had considered applying for a stable management job at Home Depot. Liam got engaged to his incredibly sweet, bubbly girlfriend, Paige. My parents hosted a lavish, 5-course engagement dinner downtown. I started dating a brilliant, fiercely independent woman named Maya who I met at a local arts festival in Charlottesville, and my parents didn't even bother to meet her for almost 14 months, because they simply never asked a single question about my personal life. Maya noticed the toxic dynamic before I was ever willing to verbalize it. She would occasionally accompany me to the rare family dinners in Richmond and just sit there in stunned silence, watching my parents orbit around Liam like he was the literal blazing sun. She watched my dad aggressively interrogate Liam about his corporate job, his fantasy football brackets, his golf swing, and his weekend drinking plans, and then never once pivot to ask me a single question about my life. After one particularly agonizing Thanksgiving, Maya looked at me in the dark cabin of my truck on the drive back to Charlottesville and softly asked, "Caleb, does your family even know you exist?" I tried to laugh it off, but the question landed in the center of my chest like a block of lead. By the time our 26th birthday rolled around, I had quietly built a very solid, incredibly fulfilling life for myself. I had a small but rapidly expanding custom furniture business. I was handcrafting massive dining tables, complex bookshelves, and intricate bed frames, heirloom pieces that wealthy clients were paying serious money to own. I had just been featured in a regional architectural design magazine. Maya and I had been together for 3 years, and we had just moved into a beautiful craftsman house we were renting with an ironclad option to buy. I was happy. I was stubbornly, quietly happy, like a stubborn weed that had learned to bloom in completely barren soil despite nobody ever bothering to water it. Our parents aggressively insisted on throwing a joint birthday dinner. Turning 26 felt like a milestone, my mom claimed. They booked the private back room at a very expensive, dimly lit steakhouse in Richmond and invited about 35 people. It was a mix of extended family, my parents' country club friends, Liam's rowdy college buddies, and Paige's wealthy parents. The invitation read, "Come celebrate Liam and Caleb's 26th birthday. Equal billing, at least in ink." Maya and I drove in from Charlottesville the evening before. We were forced to stay at a nearby Marriott because my parents' guest room had recently been converted into what my mother unironically called the Liam Memory Room. It was a literal, terrifying shrine to my brother's athletic glory days. Trophies lined custom shelving, framed newspaper clippings covered the walls, and his high school baseball jerseys were professionally mounted in shadow boxes. Maya took one look inside that room, didn't utter a single word, and just squeezed my hand so hard her knuckles turned white. The night of the birthday dinner, Maya and I arrived exactly on time. The private room was aggressively decorated. Silver balloons, a massive custom banner, and an enormous tiered cake with both of our names scrawled in icing. Liam was already there, holding court, shaking hands, hugging aunts, and just radiating that effortless golden retriever energy he always had. I walked in, gave my mom a stiff hug, nodded at my dad, and then strategically retreated to the shadowy edges of the room, quietly nursing a club soda and catching up with an older cousin. Dinner was finally served around 7:30 p.m. The steaks were perfectly cooked, the wine was flowing, and the ambient noise of 35 people laughing was deafening. And then, my dad stood up at the head of the long table. He dramatically clinked his crystal glass with a knife. The entire room fell into a hushed, reverent silence. I sat up a little straighter. I thought to myself, okay, here we go. We are 26 years old. This is a joint party. Surely, this will be balanced. What happened over the next 10 minutes is permanently seared into my brain, and honestly, looking back now, I am profoundly grateful that it happened because it was the brutal slap to the face that finally woke me from a 26-year coma. My dad held his glass high, a warm, glowing smile plastered across his face, the exact smile I had spent my entire miserable childhood desperately trying to earn. He immediately launched into a monologue about Liam. He talked about the terrifying day we were born, specifically focusing on how Liam came out first, screaming his lungs out, ready to conquer the world. He talked about Liam's first steps, his first words, his first home run. He recounted a wildly exaggerated story about Liam at age 8, standing up to a bully on the playground, and how my dad knew right then and there that his son was destined for greatness. He talked about Liam's college baseball career, his magnetic personality, and the way he lights up every single room he enters. He praised Paige, talking about how proud he was that Liam had secured such a wonderful future wife. He talked about Liam's new mid-level corporate job in Atlanta and how he just knew his boy was going to climb straight to the top of the executive ladder. It went on for 10 minutes. 10 full, agonizing, uninterrupted minutes of my father standing in front of 35 people, pouring his entire soul out about my twin brother. Extended family members were dabbing their eyes with linen napkins. My mom was openly weeping. Paige had her hand dramatically pressed over her heart. Liam sat there looking deeply humbled and grateful. And I sat exactly 3 seats down, staring at my half-eaten mashed potatoes, feeling a massive, invisible fault line crack open inside my chest. Everything I had been holding together with duct tape and sheer stubbornness for 26 years was splintering. When my dad finally finished his poetic masterpiece about Liam, he paused. He took a deep, theatrical breath. He turned his head slightly to the left, looked at me, and said, "And happy birthday to you, too, Caleb." He raised his glass in my general direction. A few oblivious people around the table mumbled, "Happy birthday, Caleb," in that deeply awkward, obligatory tone you use when someone suddenly reminds you there is a second person in the room. And then, my dad sat down. The conversation immediately resumed, the clinking of silverware returned. That was it, 7 words. After 600 seconds of pure, unadulterated poetry about my brother, I received 7 words in a vague gesture like I was a forgotten postscript at the bottom of a love letter addressed to someone else. I sat completely frozen for about 10 minutes. I robotically cut my steak. I moved a piece of asparagus around my plate. I took a sip of ice water. Underneath the heavy tablecloth, Maya had her hand resting firmly on my knee, her fingers digging into my leg. I could feel her burning gaze on the side of my face, but I absolutely refused to look back at her because I knew, with absolute certainty, that if I met her eyes, I would completely shatter. I could feel my throat constricting. My eyes were stinging with hot, humiliating tears, and I swore to God I was not going to give them the satisfaction of seeing me break. Not here. Not in front of 35 people who had just silently watched my own father verbally erase me from my own birthday. I carefully folded my linen napkin, placed it next to my plate, pushed my heavy chair back, leaned over to Maya, and whispered, "I need to leave right now." She didn't hesitate. She instantly grabbed her purse, stood up, and took my arm. Nobody even noticed us at first. We were already halfway to the heavy wooden exit doors when my aunt finally spotted us and called out, "Caleb, where are you going?" "They haven't even brought out the cake yet." I didn't stop walking. I just threw a glance over my shoulder and flatly said, "I'm not feeling well. Tell everyone goodbye." And we walked out into the cool Virginia night. The drive back to the Marriott was suffocatingly silent for the first 5 miles, I gripping the steering wheel so hard my hands were shaking. Eventually, I abruptly pulled my truck into an empty gas station parking lot, slammed the gear into park, and just sat there staring blankly at the flickering fluorescent lights of the convenience store. Maya didn't push me to speak. She didn't offer empty platitudes. She just sat quietly and waited. And then, the tidal wave hit me. The realization I had been out running for my entire life finally caught up and slammed into me. I wasn't sad anymore. I was furiously, violently angry. It wasn't a loud, explosive anger. It was a cold, quiet rage. The kind of rage that starts in the pit of your stomach and pumps ice water through your veins. 26 years of being the other one. 26 years of being a tiny footnote in my own family's history. 26 years of watching my parents pour every single ounce of love, attention, financial support, and pride into Liam while I stood 3 feet away pretending the starvation didn't hurt. And for what? Because I preferred building things in a quiet shop instead of throwing a leather ball on a grassy field? Because I wasn't a loud, boisterous spectacle? Maya finally broke the silence. Her voice was trembling with her own anger. She looked at me and said, "You do not deserve this, Caleb. You have never deserved this, and I am not going to sit here and watch you keep pretending that this is acceptable. They don't see you, and they never will." I nodded slowly. I couldn't trust my voice to speak. When we finally got back to our hotel room, my phone started vibrating relentlessly. My mom had texted first. "Where did you go? Your father is very upset. You completely embarrassed us in front of everyone by storming out early. Liam is worried about you." I stared at the screen, letting out a dark, hollow laugh. Notice the incredible framing of that text message. My father times is upset. I times embarrassed times them. Liam times is worried. Not a single word asking times why times I left. Not a single shred of self-awareness that anyone in that room understood what had just transpired. Liam texted me a few minutes later, "Hey bro, you good? Mom said you bounced. Hope you're feeling okay. Wish you could have stayed for the cake, it was red velvet." He wasn't trying to be malicious. That is the deeply tragic thing about Liam, he isn't inherently cruel. He has just been so thoroughly cemented as the center of the universe for so long that he lacks the basic capacity to perceive the gross imbalance. Asking Liam to notice the favoritism is like asking a fish to notice the water it swims in. I didn't respond to a single message. Maya and I sat on the edge of that cheap hotel bed, and for the first time in my entire adult life, I laid it all out. I talked about every single ignored milestone. I talked about the time I won first place in a prestigious regional woodworking competition at 17, and my parents completely forgot to attend because Liam had a times practice scrimmage. A practice scrimmage. Not even a real game. I told her about the time I overheard my dad telling my uncle that he was deeply concerned I lacked ambition, while I was literally standing in the garage sanding a custom coffee table I had just been paid $600 to build. Maya listened to all of it, holding my hands. Then she asked a question that fundamentally altered my brain chemistry. "Caleb, you have been waiting 26 years for them to finally see you. What if they never do? What are you going to do then?" I didn't have an answer that night, but the question burrowed deep into my skull. The next morning, my mom called twice. I let it ring into the void. Then, shockingly, my dad called. My dad never called my cell phone. I watched his name flash on the screen, feeling a brief, pathetic flutter of hope that maybe, just maybe, he was calling to apologize. I let it go to voicemail. I listened to it later in the truck. The message was, "Caleb, your mother says you left because you felt sick. Hope you're better. Call us when you get a chance. Liam wants to grab brunch before you drive back." No apology, no self-awareness, just a casual dismissal. Maya and I checked out of the hotel, drove the 2 hours back to Charlottesville, and I didn't call any of them. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel a crushing wave of guilt. I felt completely, utterly done. Not in a dramatic, screaming, bridge-burning way. Done in the quiet, permanent way, the way where you finally accept that a phone works both ways, and if they wanted to reach you, they would. I decided right then and there to stop showing up to tables where no place was set for me. Update 1. The first month after the birthday disaster was bizarrely quiet. I simply stopped initiating contact. I stopped calling on Sunday afternoons. I stopped texting my mom first. I stopped being the invisible glue desperately holding my side of the relationship together. And you want to know the most pathetic part? It took them almost 4 entire weeks to notice I was gone. 28 days passed before my mom finally sent a text, "Haven't heard from you. Everything okay?" It wasn't a panicked phone call. It was a casual text, like she was checking to see if a neglected houseplant was still green. I replied, "Yep, just busy with work." She replied with a thumbs up emoji. That was the entirety of our communication for the next 3 months. During this silence, Maya gently but persistently pushed me into therapy. I started seeing a brilliant psychologist named Dr. Aris. During our very first session, I recounted the birthday dinner story. Dr. Aris just leaned back, steepled his fingers, and asked, "Caleb, how long have you been performing the role of okayness just to make your parents comfortable with their own neglect?" I stared at him for a full minute before bursting into tears. Therapy shattered me and slowly rebuilt me. I realized my obsession with being the low-maintenance, independent son was a trauma response. If my parents didn't value me, I convinced myself that needing their validation was a weakness. I had twisted their profound neglect into my own identity and proudly called it maturity. Dr. Aris taught me how to set ironclad boundaries. He told me, "You can love people from a distance without constantly handing them the knife they used to stab you." While I was doing the grueling emotional work in the background, something explosive was happening with my business. Right around the time of the birthday fallout, I was contacted by a very high-profile interior designer named Elena, based out of Raleigh, North Carolina. She had seen my work in the architectural magazine and wanted to commission a massive, custom dining set for a wealthy client's new estate. A massive Appalachian walnut table, 10 matching chairs, and a sprawling buffet. The budget she offered was staggering, $22,000. Imposter syndrome screamed in my head, but Maya stood directly behind my office chair and refused to let me move until I typed out the acceptance email. I spent 4 grueling months on that dining set. I am talking 16-hour days in my shop, meticulously hand-selecting every single slab of walnut, cutting complex dovetail joints that nobody would ever even see, just because I demanded absolute perfection. When I finally delivered the pieces to the estate, the client actually burst into tears. She called it the most exquisite furniture she had ever seen. Elena took professional photographs, plastered them all over her high-profile design portfolio, and tagged my business. That was the spark that ignited a powder keg. Within 3 months, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. Elena referred me to 4 other luxury designers. A boutique hotel in downtown Charlottesville commissioned me to build custom, live-edge headboards and nightstands for 30 luxury suites. A high-end restaurant owner ordered a massive 30-foot epoxy river bar top. I was drowning in lucrative work. I had to hire my first full-time employee, a brilliant craftsman named Sam. 2 months later, I hired a joinery specialist named Chloe. By the end of the summer, I officially incorporated as Caleb Vance Woodworks. I signed a commercial lease on a massive 15,000 square foot warehouse. I had a team of 6 people. I had a sleek website Maya designed. I was pulling in more money in a month than I used to make in a year. I was finally building an empire with my own name on it. That same summer, I proposed to Maya. I did it on the wraparound porch of the house we had just officially purchased together. I custom carved a ring box out of rare black walnut, featuring a tiny, intricate inlay of the Blue Ridge Mountains. She said yes before I even finished my sentence. It was the happiest moment of my life, and I didn't bother telling my parents about the engagement for 3 full weeks. When I finally casually mentioned it during a brief, strained phone call with my mom, her immediate response was, "Oh, that's nice. You know, Paige and Liam are thinking about buying a bigger house in Atlanta soon." I just smiled, said goodbye, and hung up. I didn't even feel the sting anymore. We skipped Thanksgiving in Richmond. We hosted our own massive Friendsgiving in Charlottesville. My mom sent a barrage of passive-aggressive texts about how disappointed my father was, but I just ignored them. We skipped Christmas, too. I was completely detached. I was finally free. And then, the universe delivered a massive plot twist. In early April, Liam got laid off. The corporate marketing firm he worked for in Atlanta went bankrupt, and despite Liam being the golden child of the universe, his charm couldn't save him from corporate restructuring. He called me to vent, sounding genuinely terrified and lost. I felt terrible for him. Regardless of our parents' toxicity, Liam was still my brother, and I didn't want him to suffer. I offered him emotional support and told him to keep his head up. But 2 days later my phone rang. The caller ID said Times Tom Vance. My father, the man who had given me 7 words for my birthday, was calling me on a random Tuesday afternoon. Curiosity got the better of me, so I answered. "Caleb," my dad started, his voice dripping with an unnatural, forced camaraderie. "Your brother is in a really tough spot. I was wondering if you might have some menial work for him at your little shop. Just something to keep cash in his pocket while he figures his life out." I sat back in my leather office chair and stared at the ceiling. My father, who had never once asked about my business, who had never visited my shop, who had never even looked at my website, was now calling to demand I give his favorite son a pity job at my company. I kept my voice dangerously calm. "Dad, do you even know what my company does?" There was a long, awkward silence on the line. You build furniture, right? Tables and stuff?" Tables and stuff. I had just signed a massive $75,000 commercial contract to furnish a luxury resort. I had 6 employees on payroll. And my father thought I made tables and stuff in a garage. I politely informed him that my commercial manufacturing facility was not equipped to hire unskilled laborers with 0 woodworking experience, and that Liam should focus on his own career field. My dad's voice instantly turned cold. I just thought family was supposed to help family. Caleb. The hypocrisy was so thick it was practically choking me. A month later, my mom called with a new tactic. She brightly announced that she, my dad, Liam, and Paige wanted to drive up to Charlottesville for a weekend to finally see our new house and visit the little shop. Maya looked at me and said, "Let them come. It's time they step into your world." I agreed to host them for exactly one afternoon, a house tour, a shop tour, and a dinner. The Saturday they arrived was exactly 1 year after the birthday disaster. They pulled into the driveway of our beautiful craftsman home. My mom walked inside, looked at the stunning, custom-built furniture filling every room, and said, "Oh, this is cute," in the same tone you use to compliment a child's macaroni art. My dad was mostly silent. Liam, however, looked genuinely shocked. He kept running his hands over the dining table, muttering, "Dude, you built this? This is incredible." Then, I took them to the commercial shop. This was the moment I had been waiting for. I unlocked the heavy steel doors to my 15,000 square foot warehouse. The massive industrial saws were humming, the air smelled of rich cedar and lacquer, and my 6 employees were busy assembling high-end pieces. I walked my family past the massive lumber racks, the high-tech CNC machines, and the dedicated finishing rooms. I pointed to the design board covered in blueprints for luxury hotels. My dad stopped dead in the middle of the warehouse floor. He looked at the massive scale of the operation, the expensive machinery, the stacks of completed luxury furniture waiting for freight shipping. For the first time in 26 years, I saw something break behind his eyes. He looked completely caught off guard. He swallowed hard and quietly muttered, This is a real operation you have here." I didn't say a word. I just smiled. But the real explosion was waiting for us at dinner. Update 2. I booked a table at an upscale, quiet restaurant in downtown Charlottesville. I wanted this conversation on my turf. For the first hour, the conversation was agonizingly superficial. But right as dessert was being served, my mom couldn't help herself. She leaned across the table, put on her best pleading face, and said, "Caleb, honey, are you absolutely sure you can't find a little corner in your shop for Liam? Just a small management role? It would mean the absolute world to your father and me. A little corner in my shop." I carefully set my fork down. Maya slipped her hand onto my knee. I looked directly at my mother, my voice devoid of any emotion. "Mom, before I answer that, I need to ask you a question. Do you have any idea what my company's gross revenue was last year?" My mom blinked, completely confused. My dad slowly looked up from his coffee. Liam and Paige froze. "It was just over $410,000, I stated clearly. I have 6 full-time employees. I have commercial contracts, spanning 4 states. I am currently outfitting a $75,000 luxury resort in the mountains. This is not a little shop I run out of a garage. This is a massive corporate entity. It is my life's work. And the fact that you are sitting here, begging me to invent a fake job for your golden child in a business you know absolutely nothing about, tells me everything I need to know." The table went dead silent. The air was sucked entirely out of the room. My mom's jaw actually dropped. But it was my dad's reaction that changed everything. My dad didn't look proud. He didn't look ashamed. His eyes suddenly lit up with a frantic, desperate kind of greed. He leaned forward, his hands trembling slightly, and the massive, shocking twist of my family's perfect facade finally revealed itself. "Caleb," my dad started, his voice cracking. "Son, that is incredible. Truly, I am so proud of you. In fact, your mother and I have been meaning to talk to you about a family investment opportunity." Liam looked at our dad, his brow furrowed in utter confusion. "Dad, what are you talking about?" My dad ignored Liam entirely, his desperate eyes locked onto me. The truth spilled out like vomit. For the past 3 years, the commercial real estate market in Richmond had been completely brutalizing my father's firm. He was practically bankrupt. But instead of downsizing their lavish lifestyle, my dad had secretly taken out a massive second mortgage on their Richmond house to keep up appearances. Worse, he confessed that he had been secretly funneling tens of thousands of dollars to Liam to help pay for Liam's extravagant wedding and luxury apartment in Atlanta, using high-interest credit lines. My dad had built an entire mountain of debt just to maintain the illusion that Liam was a massive success and that our family was flawless. "The bank is threatening foreclosure, Caleb," my dad whispered, looking around the restaurant nervously. "I thought if Liam got a job with you, he could start paying me back. But if your business is pulling in $500,000, Caleb, I need a loan. I need $150,000 to save the family home. Family helps family, right?" I sat there, completely paralyzed by the sheer audacity. The 26 years of neglect, the birthday speech, the constant dismissal. It wasn't just blind favoritism. It was transactional. My dad only worshipped Liam because Liam fit the aesthetic of a successful son. And the absolute second Liam faltered, and the second my dad realized times was the one hoarding the actual wealth, he immediately tried to pivot and bleed me dry to save his own skin. I looked at Liam, My brother looked like he had just been hit by a freight train. The horror dawning on his face was absolute. Liam finally realized that he wasn't truly loved, he was just a shiny trophy our dad used to stroke his own ego. And now that the trophy was tarnished, Dad was trying to pawn it off. I looked back at my father. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I just felt a profound, overwhelming sense of pity. Dad, I said softly, leaning over the table. I remember my 26th birthday. I remember sitting there while you talked about Liam for 10 minutes. And then you looked at me, and you gave me exactly 7 words. Do you remember what they were? My dad swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. He couldn't speak. I stood up from the table, dropped a $100 bill on the wood to cover my meal, and looked down at the man who had ignored me my entire life. I have exactly 7 words for you now, I said, making sure every syllable landed like a hammer strike. I will never give you a dime. I took Maya's hand and walked out of the restaurant, leaving them sitting in the wreckage of their own making. That was a year ago. The fallout was apocalyptic. My dad's firm completely collapsed, and the bank foreclosed on the Richmond house. My parents are currently renting a tiny 2-bedroom apartment and fighting constantly. I haven't spoken to either of them since that night in the restaurant, and I never will again. The truly surprising part of this story is Liam. That night shattered the golden illusion for him. He realized our parents had financially weaponized his life and set him up for failure just to brag to their country club friends. Liam completely cut ties with our dad, too. Without the toxic pressure of being the perfect son, Liam actually humbled himself. He moved to a smaller, affordable apartment with Paige, took a grueling entry-level job in a completely different industry, and started going to intense therapy. We talk on the phone once a week now. It's awkward, and we have a lot of baggage to unpack, but for the first time in our lives, we are actually building a real brotherhood without our parents pulling the strings. As for me, Caleb Vance Woodworks just cleared $600,000 in revenue this year. Maya and I got married last month in the backyard of our beautiful home, surrounded by friends who actually see us and love us. My parents weren't invited. Liam was my best man. If you are out there reading this, and you are the invisible child in your family, I want you to hear this loud and clear. The people who refuse to see your worth do not hold the pen to your story. Stop begging for a seat at their table. Walk away, build your own table with your own 2 hands, and only invite the people who actually value the craftsmanship. Top comments. User 1. The absolute unmitigated gall of your father to ignore you for 26 years, call your life's work a little shop, and then immediately pivot to begging for $150K when he realized you were rich. The 7 words line at the end was pure cinematic perfection. You dropped a nuke on that table. User 2. I am so incredibly happy for Liam's character arc. Most golden children never wake up from the delusion. The fact that he realized your dad was just using him as a prop to fund his own ego, and then actively chose to cut him off and rebuild a relationship with you, is the best plot twist here. User 3. I will never give you a dime. Exactly 7 words. I literally got chills reading that. You built an empire out of the scraps they threw at you, and when they tried to eat at your table, you served them nothing but reality. Masterpiece. Wishing you and Maya a beautiful marriage. You'd be homeless without us. Dad smirked while my brother stole my food. I said nothing, just moved out in secret, and exposed his illegal. You'd be homeless without us. My dad smirked after I caught them illegally opening my mail to demand more rent from my new salary. So, I secretly packed my bags, cut off the electricity, internet, and subscriptions I was funding, and left them in the dark to discover the massive financial fraud I was about to pin right back on him. Original post. My name is Marcus. I'm 28 years old, and I grew up in a household where love was always treated like a transactional commodity, and I was the only one paying full price. I am the oldest of 3 children, and from the moment I was old enough to hold a broom, I was treated less like a son and more like an indentured servant whose primary purpose was to subsidize the family's comfort. My parents, particularly my father, subscribed to a very specific, twisted philosophy. Respect is something you earn through blood and sweat, but absolute obedience is demanded by default. And if you happen to be the firstborn child, your obedience came with a heavy interest rate attached. You were expected to set the flawless example, maintain the fragile peace, and hold the entire household together, even when every other person in the house refused to lift a single finger. For the longest time, growing up, I genuinely believed this was just how the world worked. I thought all parents ruthlessly guilt-tripped their kids into scrubbing the floors and doing the heavy landscaping while slapping the label of teaching responsibility on it. I thought it was completely standard practice to be charged rent the second you turned 17 because, as my dad loved to repeat like a broken record, the real world doesn't hand out free rides. Here is the kicker: we weren't poor, we were actually far from it. My dad worked as a senior logistics manager for a major distribution company, bringing in a very comfortable salary. My mom worked as a freelance bookkeeper, entirely remote, setting her own hours. We lived in a sprawling 4-bedroom house in a nice suburban neighborhood. We had a massive, manicured backyard, 2 late model SUVs in the driveway, and there was always plenty of cash flowing for lavish birthday parties, brand name clothes, and expensive dinners out at steakhouses. But my parents harbored this bizarre obsession with hardening us for the cruel realities of the world, only, that so-called hardening was exclusively directed at me. My younger siblings lived in an entirely different universe. My brother Liam, who is 2 years younger than me, could literally crash his car into a neighbor's brick mailbox while texting, and somehow my parents would spin the narrative to make him the tragic victim of a poorly placed structure. My sister Chloe, who is currently 19 and a freshman in college, had a bedroom that looked like an Apple Store showroom. She had gadgets and electronics I couldn't even dream of affording when I was her age. Meanwhile, I had to wage absolute war just to get a Wi-Fi extender that reached my bedroom in the unfinished basement, a damp, concrete-walled dungeon for which I was charged exactly $500 a month in rent. I started working the moment it was legally permissible. At 15, I got a grueling part-time job at a massive supermarket chain, spending hours on my feet bagging groceries, retrieving carts in the freezing snow, and scrubbing massive spills in the aisles. Eventually, I transitioned to a warehouse job, loading heavy pallets on the night shift while trying to drag myself through the final years of high school. My parents made their stance crystal clear: if I wanted a vehicle, gas money, car insurance, or literally anything beyond the absolute bare minimum of tap water and basic shelter, it was entirely on my shoulders. When I finally got my driver's license, I drained my meager savings account to purchase a rusted-out, dented 2004 Honda Civic that rattled violently if you pushed it past 60 miles an hour. When I pulled that awful car into the driveway for the first time, my dad stood on the porch, crossed his arms, smirked, and said, "Looks like you're finally learning how the real world works, Marcus." At the time, my desperate, validation-starved teenage brain thought he was expressing pride. But looking back with the clarity of adulthood, I realize he just thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle of my struggle. It reinforced his rigid belief system that the world was a brutal meat grinder and that kids needed to be shoved into it early. After I graduated high school, the concept of going straight to a 4-year university was completely off the table. I simply didn't have the funds, and my parents weren't offering a single dime of assistance. If you want a fancy college degree, my dad lectured me over dinner one night, you go out and get a job that pays for tuition. Or you take out loans and drown in them like everyone else. But you are absolutely not living in this house for free while you figure yourself out playing beer pong. So, I didn't go to college. Instead, I worked a soul-crushing rotation of warehouse shifts, late-night delivery gigs, and weekend retail jobs, doing absolutely anything I could to keep handing over my $500 rent every first of the month while painfully scraping together a small savings cushion. During the exhausting hours between shifts, I started aggressively pursuing IT certifications online. I taught myself advanced networking, server administration, cloud architecture, and the complex basics of enterprise cybersecurity. It was a brutal, sleep-deprived existence, especially while working 40 to 50 hours a week of physical labor, but I gritted my teeth and made it happen. By the time I turned 25, my relentless grinding finally paid off. I landed a fantastic full-time, fully remote position doing high-level tech support and network infrastructure management for a rapidly growing mid-size logistics software firm. It wasn't quite a 6-figure salary yet, but it was incredibly stable, came with full benefits, and most importantly, it was an achievement that belonged entirely to me. I finally had a tiny sliver of breathing room in my life. I was still living in the damp basement, still handing over my rent money with absolute precision, and still enduring a barrage of passive-aggressive commentary every time I had to skip a Sunday family dinner because I was stuck on an emergency server maintenance call. But the sheer panic of poverty was gone. I actually started browsing apartment listings, dreaming of getting my own quiet place, maybe even enrolling in night classes to finally get that bachelor's degree. And then, the global pandemic turned the world upside down. Almost overnight, the entire dynamic of the house shifted. Liam, who had been lazily working as a bartender downtown, lost his job when the restaurants shut down. He immediately packed up his apartment and moved back into his old, spacious upstairs bedroom. Naturally, my parents, who had spent my entire life insisting I pay rent because the universe owes nobody a living, suddenly decided that Liam didn't need to contribute a single cent. "He's going through an incredibly stressful transition right now," my mom cooed softly, patting his shoulder. "This is a global crisis. It's simply not the time to add financial pressure to his plate." Meanwhile, Chloe, whose college campus had closed, moved back home to take her classes online. She completely inverted her schedule, sleeping until 2 in the afternoon and then blasting obnoxious TikToks and reality TV shows at maximum volume through the thin floorboards directly above my basement workspace well into the early hours of the morning. Through all of this chaos, I kept my head down. I kept working my demanding remote job, kept paying my $500 rent without fail, kept buying the bulk of the household groceries, and kept getting ruthlessly guilt-tripped every time I politely asked for 10 minutes of quiet so I could lead a crucial Zoom meeting with my company's executives. It genuinely felt like I was a paying guest in a terrible hotel that I was secretly funding out of my own pocket, except the management actively despised me and the other guests were receiving complimentary room service. The situation deteriorated rapidly when Liam started making snide, degrading comments about my profession. Must be real nice to just sit around in your pajamas all day. He'd sneer from the kitchen island, casually sipping the expensive cold brew coffee I had purchased with my own money. Or he'd say, some of us actually do real, physical labor, Marcus. We don't just sit in a dark basement clicking a mouse and pretending it's hard work. My dad would chuckle from his recliner, treating Liam's blatant disrespect like it was a hilarious inside joke. Your brother isn't entirely wrong, Marcus, my dad chimed in one evening. If the power grid fails, what exactly are you going to do? You're not exactly an essential worker, are you? I wanted to scream until my lungs gave out. I wanted to violently list off every single bill I was covering, every grocery run I made, every time I fixed their broken laptops and shattered phones. Instead, I just bit my tongue, nodded blankly, and retreated to my basement. The absolute breaking point happened on a humid Tuesday night. I had just finished a grueling 12-hour shift. The company's primary servers had crashed, we were fighting off a sophisticated phishing attack, and 3 of my key team members were out sick. My brain felt like it had been put through a blender. All I wanted in the entire world was to go upstairs, make the elaborate chicken and rice meal I had specifically prepped the night before, and stare blankly at a screen until I fell asleep. But when I trudged up the stairs and opened the refrigerator, my jaw dropped. Half of the groceries I had purchased just 2 days prior were completely gone. My expensive protein shakes, my carefully portioned chicken breasts, my specialized pre-workout meals, all of it had vanished. I slowly turned around and looked into the living room. There was Liam, sprawled across the sofa, shirtless, mindlessly playing a video game, and loudly burping up the distinct smell of my garlic herb chicken. You're welcome, he muttered, not even bothering to take his eyes off the television screen. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my heart rate from exploding. I walked over and asked him, very calmly, why he continually felt entitled to take my expensive groceries when he didn't contribute a single dollar to the household expenses. He just paused his game, leaned back, and laughed directly in my face. Bro, chill out. What's mine is yours, right? That's what family is for. Stop being such a tightwad. I brought the issue up to my parents that night at the dinner table. I wasn't screaming. I wasn't throwing accusations. I simply asked, in a measured tone, if we could establish some basic boundaries in the house. I suggested we could label our food, or maybe set up a shared grocery budget, just something to maintain order. That was when my dad slammed his heavy fist down on the wooden dining table so hard the silverware rattled. You are acting like a damn ungrateful guest in your own home, he snapped, his face turning a dangerous shade of red. You think you're somehow better than your brother just because you managed to get some cushy desk job and print out a little IT certificate. Let me remind you of reality, Marcus. You would be completely homeless without us. You live in this house because your mother and I generously allow you to, don't you ever forget that. I looked at him. I looked at my mother, who was silently staring at her plate, refusing to intervene. I looked at Liam, who was failing to hide a smug grin. I didn't say a single word. Not then. I just calmly stood up from my chair, walked down the stairs to the basement, closed my door, and sat on the edge of my mattress for a very, very long time. Something deep inside my chest shifted that night. It felt entirely different from all the previous arguments. It wasn't the first time my dad had pulled the "you'd be homeless" card to assert his dominance, but for some reason, this time, the words didn't sting. They didn't make me feel small or inadequate. They didn't feel like a reflection of my supposed failures. It just felt like crystal clear clarity. That was the exact moment I fully accepted that I was not going to stay in this house much longer. But I also made a silent vow to myself, if I was going to leave, I absolutely was not going to fade away quietly. And I was definitely not going to continue secretly funding their comfortable, oblivious lives while they treated me like a piece of garbage stuck to the bottom of their shoes. Update 1. The meticulous planning began the very next morning. I didn't just pack a duffel bag and storm out in a fit of rage. That would have been too easy for them to dismiss as a childish tantrum. I needed a flawless execution. When I sat at my desk and genuinely began to audit my life, the sheer scale of my financial entanglement with my family made my stomach churn. My name was attached to significantly more things than I cared to admit. The high-speed fiber internet that the whole family relied on? Solely under my name and my credit card. The monthly electricity and gas bills? Technically split in the online portal, but my card was the only one set to auto-pay, meaning I had been covering the entire house's massive energy consumption for the last 3 years. The entire suite of streaming services, Netflix, Hulu, Disney+, Spotify Premium, Amazon Prime, all registered to my email, all charged to my accounts. At some point, without any formal discussion, I had quietly morphed into the foundational load-bearing pillar of the household's entire logistical and financial structure. And the wildest part was that they genuinely believed they were the ones supporting Times Me. The sheer audacity of their delusion was put on full display later that week. I woke up to my sister Chloe stomping aggressively around the upstairs hallway. Apparently, she couldn't find her expensive AirPods. Before I could even pour my morning coffee, she barged to the top of the basement stairs and launched into a full-blown interrogation. "Did you steal them?" she demanded, crossing her arms and glaring down at me like I was a convicted thief. "Why would I steal your headphones, Chloe? I have my own," I replied, utterly exhausted. "Because I borrowed your Bluetooth speaker last month and accidentally broke it, and you got mad. So, obviously you took my AirPods as revenge." I just stared at her. That was the level of logic I was dealing with. She had wronged me, so in her mind, I was the villain plotting petty retaliation. I shook my head, told her to ask Liam, and walked away. Later that same afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was a Venmo request from my mother. The amount was $55.20, accompanied by a cold little note: household groceries and cleaning supplies. There was no prior discussion, no context, just a digital demand for my money. The absolute best part of this ridiculous request? I had literally done a massive grocery run 3 days prior, spending $95 of my own hard-earned money on essentials: eggs, milk, chicken, toilet paper, laundry detergent, stuff that absolutely nobody thanked me for, and stuff I watched evaporate into Liam's stomach in record time. I hit the decline button without a second thought. 30 minutes later, my phone lit up with a text message. "Mom, did you decline the payment request on purpose?" "Oh. Me. Yes. Mom, that is incredibly selfish, Marcus. We are a family. We all have to contribute to this household." "Me. I do contribute. I just bought $95 worth of groceries on Monday." "Mom, that was your personal choice. This request is for the shared items I purchased. You need to pay your fair share." "Me. I didn't ask for any of those items, and no one ever offers to split the cost of the food I buy that Liam eats. I'm not paying it." She didn't respond to the text, but the energy at the dinner table that evening was absolutely toxic. The air was thick and freezing cold. My mother completely refused to look in my direction. My father kept aggressively clearing his throat every few minutes, his jaw clenched tight, practically vibrating with the urge to scream at me but trying to maintain his intimidating silence. Chloe was entirely ignoring the tension, snapping photos of her mashed potatoes to post on Instagram, curating her fake aesthetic life. Then Liam, ever the instigator, decided to play his favorite role of provocateur. "So," he said casually, aggressively stabbing a piece of chicken with his fork, "I heard you're refusing to pay Mom back for the groceries." I kept my eyes on my plate and didn't answer. "Kind of a pathetic, low blow considering she literally gave birth to you and raised you," Liam pushed, grinning over his water glass. I remained completely silent, chewing my food methodically. "Marcus," my dad barked, his voice slicing through the room like a whip, "answer your brother when he speaks to you." "I am not answering anyone at this table. This is a dinner, not a legal deposition," I replied, my voice dangerously calm. "You are sitting under our roof." My dad exploded, slamming his hand on the table again. "When we ask you a question, you answer it." I slowly wiped my mouth with a napkin, stood up from the table, and looked him dead in the eyes. "Then maybe I won't be sitting under your roof much longer." My mom finally broke her silence, letting out a harsh, mocking laugh. "Oh, please, where exactly are you going to go, Marcus? You think you're actually ready to survive out in the real world on your own? Everything you have right now is because of us." Because of us. Those 3 words echoed in my skull. They genuinely believed that my grueling IT job, my late-night study sessions, my carefully guarded savings account, none of it was my own merit. In their twisted reality, I was just a charity case who had been handed a scholarship to life, and they were the benevolent, long-suffering donors. I didn't utter another syllable. I turned my back on them and walked down into the basement. That night, I pulled up my financial spreadsheets and got to work. I analyzed my bank accounts, calculated exactly what it would take to secure a decent apartment, and started rapidly browsing rental listings on the far opposite side of the city. I quietly called a few close friends, asking for recommendations on property management companies. I created a massive, comprehensive checklist: transfer the Wi-Fi, remove my credit cards from all household autopays, physically pack my electronics, secure a moving truck. I knew it would take a solid 2 weeks to meticulously untangle my digital and financial footprint from the house, but I was absolutely determined to execute it flawlessly. I wanted to leave cleanly, silently, without giving them the satisfaction of a screaming match, but making sure the bridge was thoroughly incinerated behind me. Over the next week, I began the invisible extraction process. I contacted the fiber internet provider, informed them I was relocating, and scheduled a hard cutoff date for the service, 2 weeks from that Monday. Perfect. I logged into the electricity and gas portals, fully removed my primary credit card information, deleted my user profile, and let the accounts default back to the physical property address. My dad would eventually receive a massive paper bill in the mail. He could figure it out. Meanwhile, life upstairs carried on in blissful, ignorant entitlement. Liam continued to raid my remaining groceries. Chloe permanently borrowed my backup power banks. My mom sent me yet another Venmo request, this time for $28.50 for cleaning supplies. I let it sit in the pending folder, entirely ignored. Then came the catastrophic boiling point. It was a Thursday evening. I had been trapped in back-to-back virtual meetings since 8 a.m. When I finally emerged from the basement to grab a glass of water, I noticed something deeply unsettling. There was laughter coming from the kitchen. It wasn't normal laughter. It was that strange, conspiratorial, fake family joy that only ever surfaced when they were collectively gossiping about someone else's misery. My dad was sitting at the head of the island counter, grinning from ear to ear. Liam was leaning against the fridge, scrolling on his phone and chuckling. My mom wore a deeply smug, satisfied little smile, and Chloe was whispering excitedly. As I walked into the kitchen, the laughter abruptly stopped. And then I saw it. Laying flat on the marble counter was a crisp, white envelope. It was torn open. My name was printed clearly on the front window, right next to the official logo of my corporate employer. It was my quarterly bonus and updated salary pay stub. They had intercepted my mail, physically torn it open, and read it. I froze in my tracks. My chest tightened so violently I could barely draw breath. My heart started thudding with that heavy, sickening rhythm that hits when you realize your most sacred boundaries have been completely violated. Well, Marcus, my dad said, leaning back in his stool, his eyes gleaming with greedy satisfaction. You certainly didn't bother to tell us you were pulling in that kind of money now. I looked at him, then down at the brutally opened envelope, and then back at him. My mind was completely blank with fury. Seeing as your financial situation has vastly improved, my dad continued, crossing his arms, maybe it's time you start paying a much higher, fairer share of the rent around here. We're all struggling to keep this house afloat, you know. I slowly turned my gaze to my mother. You opened my private, federally protected mail. She had the absolute unmitigated audacity to simply shrug her shoulders. Oh, calm down. It came to our house address. It had our last name on it. We were just curious. Yeah, bro, relax, Liam chimed in, scoffing. It's not like we hacked into your bank account and stole the cash. Stop being so dramatic. You crossed a massive line, I said, my voice dropping to a terrifyingly quiet, hard register. Oh, stop with the dramatic victim routine. My dad snapped, his faux-friendly demeanor instantly vanishing. We have housed you, fed you, and supported you for your entire life. You think you can just live under my roof and keep financial secrets from us now? I took a slow step backward. My fists were clenched so tightly my knuckles were bone white, but I wasn't shaking with rage. I was filled with something infinitely deeper, something intensely final. This was the point of no return. They had explicitly invaded my privacy, laughed at my professional success, and were now blatantly using it as ammunition to extort more money from me. That was the exact second the master plan fully solidified in my mind. I wasn't just going to leave. I was going to take every single ounce of comfort, convenience, and financial stability I had provided them, and I was going to rip it out from under their feet like a magician pulling a tablecloth. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't engage in their pathetic argument. I simply relaxed my fists, gave a slow, deliberate nod, and said, okay. They all stopped and stared at me, visibly confused by my complete lack of resistance. What exactly does okay mean? My mom asked, her smug smile faltering slightly. It means you're absolutely right, I said softly, stepping backward toward the basement door. I shouldn't keep any more secrets from you. And then I turned around and walked down the stairs. What I didn't tell them in that moment was that I had already found a beautiful, quiet apartment. I didn't tell them that I had already signed the lease electronically earlier that morning. I didn't tell them that in exactly 3 days, I was moving out forever, and I was taking every single digital and financial thread I owned with me. When the utilities started bouncing, when the fridge ran empty, when their beloved Amazon Prime deliveries halted, they would realize exactly what my silence meant. But I wasn't done yet. Because there was one final, devastating piece of the puzzle I was going to uncover before I vanished. I didn't sleep a single wink that night. I lay flat on my back on my miserable basement mattress, fully clothed, staring blankly up at the exposed pipes on the ceiling. The dull, rhythmic hum of my server fan was the only sound keeping me company. My brain was trapped in an endless loop, replaying my dad's greedy smirk, Liam's mocking laugh, and the sight of my torn open mail sitting on the counter like a communal piece of trash. There was a crushing heaviness in my chest, not sadness, but an ancient, bone-deep exhaustion. I had spent nearly 3 decades shrinking myself to keep the peace, acting as the designated emotional sponge and financial safety net. They had relentlessly chipped away at my soul until there was barely anything left, and now, they wanted to consume the rest. I had exactly 3 days to execute the extraction. The apartment I had secured was a modest, second-floor one-bedroom unit on the far edge of the city. It wasn't a luxury penthouse, but it had large windows, pristine hardwood floors, and most importantly, an ironclad lock on the door that only I held the key to. No more damp concrete. No more passive-aggressive stomping on the ceiling. No more forced family dinners designed to tear me down. But I couldn't just casually pack my boxes and walk out the front door. If they sensed even a hint that I was escaping, they would actively sabotage the process. They would suddenly invent massive household emergencies. Marcus, the garage door is broken, you need to fix it before you go. Marcus, Mom needs you to drive her across town. Marcus, Liam needs a loan. They would do everything in their power to stall me, drain me, and keep me trapped in my role as the useful idiot. So, I operated like a ghost. On Friday morning, while they were all asleep, I finalized the utility purge. I scheduled the high-speed fiber internet to completely terminate at exactly 8 a.m. on Monday. I permanently canceled the entire suite of streaming services: Netflix, Hulu, Disney+, Spotify, HBO Max. I went into every single account settings page and clicked sign out of all devices. They wouldn't even realize what was happening until they tried to load a movie on Sunday night and hit a massive paywall. I completely revoked the autopay mandates on the home's electricity, water, and natural gas portals. I redirected my massive Amazon Prime account to default to a secure locker hub near my new apartment. I even contacted the post office and executed a strict change of address forward for all my mail, ensuring nothing would ever land in their greedy hands again. On Saturday, the physical extraction began. I packed my belongings methodically, moving in tiny, invisible increments. A few textbooks here, a stack of winter clothes there. My expensive external hard drive slipped into my laptop bag. I carefully disassembled my secondary monitors and boxed them up, leaving just the primary screen active so my desk still looked perfectly normal. Every time I smuggled a load of boxes out to my car, I parked 2 blocks away, sneaking through the neighborhood like a burglar escaping my own prison. And then, Sunday morning arrived. I woke up at 4:30 a.m., the house was dead silent. I carried the final, heavy loads up the stairs: my remaining clothes, my bathroom supplies, my kitchen prep containers. The very last item I grabbed from my basement desk was a small, cheap wooden photo frame. It held a picture of me from my high school graduation. In the photo, my smile was crooked and uncertain, and my parents were standing directly behind me, their heavy hands resting firmly on my shoulders. When I was younger, I thought that physical touch represented parental support. Looking at it now, in the cold light of dawn, I realized it looked exactly like they were physically holding me down, preventing me from moving forward. I took the photo out of the frame, tossed it into the metal trash bin, and left the empty frame face down on the desk. I walked out to my car, started the engine, and drove away. The drive to my new apartment took exactly 22 minutes. But those 22 minutes felt longer, heavier, and more profound than the entire 28 years of my life leading up to that moment. Every single stoplight I passed felt like a ticking countdown. Every turn of the steering wheel was a physical step away from the toxicity. When I finally unlocked the door to my new apartment and stepped inside, the air smelled like fresh white paint, lemon cleaner, and old pine wood. The large furniture I had ordered wasn't scheduled to arrive until Tuesday, so for the first 2 days, it was just me, a pile of cardboard boxes, and a premium air mattress I had purchased. But the silence. The silence was absolutely intoxicating. It wasn't the hostile, suffocating, minefield silence of my parents' house, where you were constantly waiting for the next screaming match to detonate. It was a thick, peaceful, golden silence. I could hear the faint, distant sound of city traffic. I could hear a dog barking happily in the courtyard below. I sat cross-legged on the bare hardwood floor for hours, my laptop open on my knees, just watching the afternoon sunlight slowly crawl across the living room wall. For the first time in my entire existence, I did not feel small. But the inevitable storm was brewing. Update 2. The chaos erupted precisely on Monday morning, right on schedule. They didn't fully realize I was completely gone until the essential services began collapsing around them. The barrage of text messages started hitting my phone at exactly 8:15 a.m. First, it was my mother. Mom, Marcus, the internet is completely down. Chloe needs to log into her college portal for a midterm. Can you restart the basement router? Mom, Marcus, are you awake? The power in the kitchen just flickered and now the fridge is beeping. Did you forget to pay the bill? The bill. Mom, we are literally sitting in the dark right now. Answer, your phone. I simply swiped the notifications away, sipping my hot coffee in my sunlit kitchen. Then, Liam's text started rolling in. Liam, bro, what the hell did you do to the Wi-Fi? I'm in the middle of a ranked match. Liam, hello, are you even downstairs? Mom is freaking out. Liam, Did you seriously change the Netflix password? You're being incredibly petty. Still, I maintained absolute radio silence. By Tuesday afternoon, the panic had fully set in. I woke up to 14 missed calls and a massive, rambling voicemail from my dad. When I pressed play, his voice sounded entirely different. The arrogant, booming authority he constantly wielded was completely stripped away, replaced by a frantic, breathless uncertainty. Marcus, listen to me. We need to talk immediately. Things have gotten incredibly complicated here. The utility companies are saying the accounts were closed. There's been some sort of massive misunderstanding. You cannot just cut off the entire house like this. That is not how a family operates. Call me back the second you get this message. I sat at my new desk and let out a dark, hollow laugh. That is not how a family operates. It was the ultimate, sickening irony. They had been operating exactly like that toward me for my entire life, using me, draining me, treating me like a disposable resource, and the absolute second I mirrored their energy and cut off their supply, it was suddenly a catastrophic crime against the concept of family. 2 full weeks passed. I completely ignored their endless barrage of calls, texts, and manipulative emails. I focused entirely on my new life. I decorated my apartment. I bought a real, comfortable bed. I poured my energy into my IT job, optimizing server architectures and closing out support tickets with record speed. My department manager actually scheduled a one-on-one call just to tell me he was incredibly impressed with the sudden surge in my productivity and offered me a spot on the senior infrastructure team, which came with a massive 20% pay bump. I was thriving. The miserable, battered version of Marcus who lived in a damp basement and begged for scraps of parental affection was dead. But just when I thought I had smoothly sailed into the sunset, the universe decided to drop a nuclear bomb in my lap. It happened on a quiet Thursday night. I was casually migrating some of my old digital files from my personal cloud storage to a new encrypted drive. Out of pure, idle curiosity, I logged into a very old, secondary email account I hadn't actively used in nearly 3 years, the one I used to use for junk mail and old college applications. As the inbox slowly populated, my eyes locked onto an email thread sitting near the top, flagged with a bright red urgency icon. It was from a company called Apex Financial Recovery. The subject line read, "Final notice, intent to litigate, joint account, ending in 4409. My blood turned to absolute ice. I didn't recognize the account number. I didn't recognize the collection agency. I aggressively clicked the email, my heart hammering against my ribs, and downloaded the attached PDF statement. There it was, printed in stark, black and white legal text. A massive, revolving home improvement line of credit. The total outstanding balance was a staggering $8,240.60. And right there, listed as the primary cosigner, was my full legal name, my date of birth, and my social security number. The secondary account holder was my father. I sat frozen in my ergonomic desk chair, the soft blue light of my dual monitors washing over my face as pure, unadulterated shock mutated into blinding rage. Suddenly, every single confusing piece of the puzzle violently snapped into place. I forced my brain to rewind 3 years. I was 25, working brutally long night shifts, utterly exhausted. My dad had casually approached me one morning in the kitchen, sliding a stack of dense, legal-looking paperwork across the island. He told me it was just a standard municipal form he needed my signature on to approve some minor exterior renovations to the house, claiming the city needed all adult residents to sign off. I was naive, sleep-deprived, and desperate to appease him, so I blindly scribbled my signature where he pointed. He hadn't been getting a permit. He had been secretly tying my pristine credit profile to a massive, high-interest line of credit. He had immediately maxed it out, likely to fund their lavish lifestyle, and had completely stopped making the minimum payments over 8 months ago. The collection agency had been aggressively emailing this old inbox because I had long since changed my primary contact info. This was the real reason he had completely lost his mind when I moved out. It wasn't about the $500 basement rent, it wasn't about the grocery money. It was about him losing physical access to the human meat shield he had illegally tied to his catastrophic financial mess. He had secretly built a massive debt bomb, strapped it to my back, and smiled in my face while doing it. I didn't scream. I didn't throw my keyboard. I didn't call him to weep and demand answers. The old Marcus would have done that. The new Marcus was a highly trained systems administrator who specialized in dissecting complex problems and aggressively neutralizing threats. I immediately went to work. Step 1. I pulled my comprehensive, 3-bureau credit report. There it was, a massive red stain dragging my excellent credit score down into the dirt. A severely delinquent $8,240.60 account. Step 2. I picked up my phone and called Maya, a friend from my old warehouse days who had since graduated law school and worked in consumer advocacy and financial litigation. I calmly explained the entire situation, sending her the PDFs over a secure link. Maya was silent for a long moment. "Marcus, This is textbook financial abuse, she said, her voice dead serious. It happens constantly in toxic families. Is it technically illegal? It's a massive gray area because your physical signature is on the document, even if it was obtained under entirely false pretenses. But here is exactly what we are going to do. We are going to file a massive, aggressive fraud dispute with all 3 credit bureaus. We are going to place a hard security freeze on your entire identity. And we are going to force the original creditor to launch a full internal investigation into the origin of the debt. Will that affect him? I asked, my voice terrifyingly calm. Oh, absolutely, Maya replied, a hint of vicious satisfaction in her tone. If you formally dispute your liability and flag the account as deceptive, the creditor will immediately shift the entire legal and financial burden squarely onto the secondary holder, your father. They will freeze his remaining assets, tank his personal credit score into the abyss, and come after him for the full balance immediately. Good, I whispered. Let's burn it down. I spent the next 48 hours compiling a devastating dossier of evidence. I gathered every single bank statement proving I had never received or benefited from a single dollar of that $8,000 credit line. I drafted a sworn, notarized affidavit legally, stating I was intentionally misled regarding the nature of the financial documents I signed. I submitted the massive packet to the credit bureaus and the collection agency via certified mail. But I realized I wasn't quite finished. If we were playing scorched earth, I was going to salt the fields. I logged into the tax preparation software I had used to generously help Liam file his taxes 2 years prior. My email was still the master recovery account. I could see that Liam had an unfiled draft return sitting in the system for the previous tax year. He hadn't reported his massive cash tips from his bartending job. He had been bragging about dodging taxes for months. I didn't hack his account, I just used the public, anonymous IRS tip line to submit a highly detailed report regarding a specific bartender failing to declare substantial cash income at his specific former place of employment. Let the federal government deal with the golden boy. Then, I meticulously scrubbed myself from every remaining emergency contact list, medical portal, and school registry tied to my family. I was a ghost. The inevitable physical confrontation finally occurred 2 weeks later. I was walking back to my apartment building on a Friday evening, carrying 2 heavy bags of groceries. As I approached the front steps, a silver SUV aggressively swerved to the curb. The door flew open, and my dad stepped out. He looked absolutely terrible. His face was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and the arrogant, untouchable aura he usually projected was completely shattered. Marcus, he barked, marching toward me, though his voice lacked its usual booming power. We need to talk right now. I stopped on the concrete steps, placing my grocery bags down. I didn't flinch. I just stared at him with absolute, freezing indifference. You think you can just play these sick little games? He demanded, pointing a trembling finger at my chest. I just got a certified letter from the bank. They froze my checking account. They are demanding $8,000 in full. What the hell did you tell them? I told them the exact truth, I replied, my voice perfectly level. I told them I was fraudulently misled into co-signing a massive credit line that I never benefited from. We are your family, he screamed, his face turning purple, spit flying from his lips. You don't sick the damn credit bureaus on your own father. I put a roof over your head. You wouldn't have survived without me. No, I said, taking one deliberate step down the stairs, forcing him to physically step back. You wouldn't have survived the last 3 years without times me. You used my name, my credit, and my paycheck to fund your pathetic, fake wealthy lifestyle, and when I finally stopped bleeding myself dry for you, you panicked. His jaw dropped. He literally had no response. For the first time in 28 years, the great, terrifying patriarch was completely speechless. Do not ever come to my home again, I said softly. If you do, I will call the police, and I will hand them the rest of the documentation I have regarding your financial activities. I picked up my groceries, walked up the stairs, went inside, and locked the heavy deadbolt. I didn't look back. A month later, the final verdict arrived in my mailbox. The credit bureaus had completely sided with my dispute. The fraudulent account was permanently wiped from my credit profile, my score skyrocketed back to the high 700 CES, and the entire $8,240.60 debt, along with massive penalty fees, was legally chained exclusively to my father's name. As a final act of closure, I logged into the old shared Google Drive folder that I used to manage for the family. I deleted every single photo, tax document, and recipe. I created one single, master folder and titled it Contributions. Inside, I uploaded hundreds of PDFs, every grocery receipt I had ever paid, every Venmo transfer I had sent, the $500 rent receipts, and finally, a screenshot of the official credit dispute resolution completely absolving me of his secret debt. I left a single text document in the folder. It read, "This is everything I sacrificed for this family. I used to think love was something I had to continuously purchase from you. I now realize you were just bankrupt, and I am done paying your debts. Do not ever contact me again. I removed myself as the owner, transferred access to his email, and permanently deleted the account from my devices. It has been a year and a half since that day. I am now a senior systems engineer. I bought a beautiful new car, no rust, no rattling. I spend my weekends hiking, traveling, and hosting game nights with friends who actually value my presence, not my wallet. Last week, a distant aunt accidentally forwarded me a digital photo. It was from Liam's recent, shockingly scaled down courthouse wedding. In the picture, my dad looked 10 years older, hollowed out and exhausted. My mom looked miserable. Liam and Chloe were staring at their phones. They were standing in the same frame, but they looked like four total strangers who had been forced into a room together. I looked at the photo for a long time. I didn't feel anger. I didn't feel vindicated, I just felt a profound, overwhelming sense of peace. They had built their entire kingdom out of control, manipulation, and my stolen money. And the second I walked out the door and locked it behind me, the entire castle crumbled to dust. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity of your dad to pull the "you'd be homeless without us" card while literally using your stolen identity to artificially prop up his own fake lifestyle is genuinely sickening. You didn't just burn the bridge, you nuked it from orbit. Incredible execution on the credit dispute. User 2. IT guy here. The way you systematically shut down every single digital tether, the Wi-Fi, the Netflix, the Amazon Prime is pure poetry. They thought you were just a human ATM. Reporting the golden child brother to the IRS for tax evasion was the cherry on top of this beautiful revenge Sunday. Enjoy your peace. User 3. It is wild how toxic parents will absolutely drain their most responsible child dry, coddle the useless ones, and then act completely blindsided when the responsible one finally snaps and leaves. Good on you for protecting your credit and your future. Never look back. You need to struggle. My brother smirked while spending our parents' money, so I sabotaged his college acceptance and took the $250,000 grant. Therefore, when my parents showed up to brag about his acceptance into my university, I publicly humiliated them on stage before proving to the dean that his entire admission portfolio was stolen from me. My parents had been secretly funding my younger brother's extravagant lifestyle while telling me that they were too broke to pay for my college education because I wouldn't amount to anything. My birthday was on a Thursday that was dreary and drenched in rain. The party, the cake, and the candles were all absent. There was nothing more than a peculiar and suffocatingly quiet meal, during which my parents kept exchanging tense glances as if they were anticipating the detonation of a bomb. A memory that sticks out in my mind is that the meatloaf was dry, the potatoes were cold, and the quiet in the dining room was deafening. As I sat there, rearranging the food on my plate and listening to the sound of raindrops hitting the window, I truly pondered the possibility that they had some kind of surprise in store for me. Perhaps a celebration that is postponed. Maybe a card with a message that is significant to you. I had been working as a grocery clerk on a part-time basis since I was 16 years old, and I had only recently been admitted into the media arts program at a famous state university. I had been maintaining perfect grades throughout this period. When I thought they were finally going to tell me that they were proud, I thought this was the moment. The answer is no. After dinner, my mother wiped her mouth with a tissue, cleared her throat, and then asked my father, "Leo, would you be able to come sit in the living room? We need to talk." My father was already situated in his usual leather chair, with his legs crossed and his arms wrapped securely across his chest. That expression on his face, the one in which he makes an effort to be authoritative but ultimately gives the impression that he is making an excessive amount of effort, was already causing major alarm bells to go off in my head. The sweat was dripping from my hands as I sat down opposite of them. "We just want to be honest with you," my mother started out by saying. Despite being entirely rehearsed, her voice was eerily calm and frightening. "We never really saved up anything for your college." I blinked many times as the words lingered in the air. I attempted to grasp the meaning of what she was saying. Even before I had a chance to respond, my father expressed his opinion, as if he was unable to contain his justification any longer. He said this while leaning forward and putting his elbows on his knees. "It's not that we didn't want to, Leo," he made the statement. "It's just, well, looking at your track record, we honestly didn't think you'd actually go. We didn't think you'd amount to much academically." It made me laugh. My initial reaction was not that it was hilarious. Rather, it was that the ridiculousness of the remark was so shocking that I felt perhaps this was a cruel joke. They did not appear to be smiling. Just now, my mother gave me a look that was exhausted and even pitying. "You were always kind of unfocused, you know? You're just not naturally gifted like your brother." Moreover, there it was. It was the dreadful reality that was put out on the coffee table. The younger brother of mine, Julian. The infant, of golden hue. Since he was 6 years old, the kid who was on the honor list and received private soccer lessons, costly tutors, and whatever else his heart desired. The fact that he has always been their unrivaled favorite is despite the fact that I love my brother very much. In the past several months, When Julian turned 17, they threw him a large surprise party, complete with a shiny SUV that cost $35,000 and was parked in front of the house with a red bow on it. They made a passing reference to the fact that they had a substantial education fund prepared for him. For the occasion of my 19th birthday, a lecture on my inherent inadequacies was delivered to me, along with a chilly dinner. Neither did I yell. No, I did not cry. On the other hand, I did not provide them with the satisfaction of an emotional upset. I did nothing but sit there, gently nodding my head and pretending that my chest was not collapsing. I responded, okay, with a voice that was unnaturally steady. I stood up, went back to my room, closed the door, and stared at the ceiling for what seemed like an eternity. Thank you for telling me, I said. That evening, I took the initiative to submit applications for every grant, scholarship, and late-night employment that I could discover. I started doing odd jobs on campus, picked up graveyard shifts at a local warehouse, and even coached high school students in basic coding for extra income. All of these things were done in order to make ends meet. My determination to attend college was so strong that I would do everything to make it happen, even if it meant crawling across shattered glass. In the future, 8 months from now, I was in the middle of my second semester, entirely self-sufficient financially, and living in a cramped apartment off campus that was dripping with drafts. In order to make sure that my rent was paid, I was doing 2 jobs that were really difficult, sleeping for no more than 4 hours a night, and skipping meals. And still, my mother would send me a text message every few weeks, saying something along the lines of, "You've been really distant lately, Leo. Is everything okay?" Or, even worse, she would send one of those manipulative, guilt-tripping texts, which would read, "We're still your family. You can't just ignore us forever because you're busy." It was as if I owed them a sense of proximity after they had abandoned me. It is as if I am the one who is fleeing without any apparent reason. The fact that they regularly boasted about Julian's potential on social media was the thing that truly drove the knife further. Even though Julian was unsure of whether or not he wanted to attend college, they went ahead and treated his future as if it were a high-value investment. While everything was going on, I was working 1-2-hour shifts in a warehouse and passing advanced media examinations with hardly enough stamina to keep my eyes open despite the workload. For the first time in several months, I went back to my hometown last week. The primary reason for my trip was to retrieve my winter coat. I stepped into the living room and found my mother showing a friend a picture of Julian, who was smiling as if he had just cured a disease. The picture was of Julian holding up a preliminary acceptance letter to a minor art school. She exuded an unbelievable amount of pride. It was as if I were absolutely invisible as I stood there in the doorway. Upon the departure of the friend, my mother turned around, gave me a firm hug, and let out a sigh. "You look exhausted, Leo. Maybe if you let us help, you wouldn't have to run yourself into the ground like this." Assistance? What? They wanted to assist now? Nothing came out of my mouth. I simply smiled and nodded before grabbing my coat. That night, however, I experienced a shift in my core beliefs. It dawned on me that they would never consider having me as anything other than a backup plan, that which comes after, a child who, for some reason, was unable to fail. Furthermore, it is possible that the fact that I did not crumble when they allowed me to fall was the thing that bothered them the most. First update. I did not recover from my illness until a few days following that visit, and I'm not referring to the sniffles here. I mean, someone who is so sick that their lungs are rattling and they have a fever dream. I reached 103 degrees as my temperature skyrocketed. I had the sensation that my throat was lined with shattered glass, and the pain throughout my body was so intense that even the act of rolling over on my mattress caused tears to well up in my eyes. Immediately after I was forced to call out of my warehouse job, I realized that I was going to be late with my rent payment by approximately $60. I was lying in the dark, underneath a thin blanket, and stared at the paint on the ceiling that was flaking off. I was shaking terribly. I texted my mother because I was feeling completely and utterly alone. It wasn't that I asked for money. I typed the following: "I've been really sick for days, fever won't break, can't work, I feel awful." A buzzing sound came from my phone 3 excruciating hours later. "Oh no, hope you feel better soon, drink some hot tea. Maybe Julian can drop off some soup if he has time between his soccer games." Julian did not show up. My body was so weak that I was unable to rise, so I spent 2 days hallucinating in a chilly flat while drinking water from the faucet. When the fever finally broke on the 3rd day, I dragged my hollow, shivering body down 3 flights of stairs to check the mailbox. I discovered that the mailbox was empty. The envelope contained a collection of vibrant colors. On the front of a greeting card that was purchased from a dollar store, there was a cartoon bear. The contents of the package included a crisp $20 cash and a letter that said, "You've always been a fighter. We believe in you. Love, Mom and Dad." Inside the package, $2 in total. With that bill in my hand, I stood in the drab lobby of my building all by myself. One evening later, while I was lying in bed and going through my phone, I came across a post that my father had made on Facebook. In a photograph taken at an electronics store, He had included Julian as a tag. The text read, "Upgrading our favorite artist's gear. Nothing but the best for Julian's senior year." In the picture, Julian was smiling while carrying a brand new iPad Pro that cost $1,200. After 2 weeks had passed, I ran into Julian while I was on campus. He was participating in a tour for prospective students. I was shocked to see him, but he appeared to be glad to see me. "Hey man, are you still doing that warehouse thing?" I spoke with a monotone voice and stated, "I am still paying my own way." It seemed to him like a prank that only he knew about. After that, he uttered the words that would forever alter the course of my life. "You know, Mom and Dad were actually going to help with your tuition at one point. They had the money set aside. But they thought it might make you complacent. Like you'd stop trying." I couldn't move, and the blood began to flow from my face. "What?" "Yeah," he said, totally ignorant to the bomb that he had just dropped to the environment. "They said you needed to struggle a little to stay motivated. Like if they handed you money, you'd just waste it on something stupid. Anyway, I gotta run. I'm meeting the admissions director." After he left, I was left standing on the concrete path with no one else around. It was in their possession. They have made the decision to watch me go hungry. Despite the fact that they witnessed me deteriorating my physical health by working night shifts and suffering in a cold apartment, they managed to convince themselves that it was a commendable exercise in character development. It was a day that I did not attend class. I strolled behind the library on campus, sat down on the chilly ground, and stared at the wall for a considerable amount of time. On the other hand, beneath the raging, poisonous wrath that was building up in my chest, I was experiencing an overpowering sense of clarity. There was nothing else I could have demonstrated to them, and there was no reason for me to ever get their acceptance again. I drove myself into overdrive. It was then that I woke up. I submitted an application for a big technological innovation grant from a university that is quite competitive. For the educational technology platform that I had been coding in my limited spare time, I presented a prototype. The site was intended to assist students from low-income families in gaining access to premium tutoring services. About a month later, I received the email. The grant was awarded to me, $3,500 right away, in addition to a monthly allowance. Over the course of a year, I finally made a purchase of actual groceries. I made all of my rent payments 2 months in advance. I purchased a winter coat that is warm. Moreover, I refrained from speaking at any point. I kept it a secret from my folks. Julian did not know about it. I allowed them to continue to believe that I was a miserable failure who was striving to survive. My technological project, which I called Novatech Tutors, gradually acquired traction. I formed a partnership with a professor of business, obtained investment from angel investors through the respected Blake Foundation, and all of a sudden, I was sitting on a seed round of funding worth $250,000. At the age of 20, I was running a real business that also included the employment of interns. The next step was the audacity. My father decided to call me out of the blue. "Hey Leo, quick question, do you still have your old external hard drive? Julian is applying to your university's media arts program, and his computer crashed. We thought he could use your old drive to store his portfolio." "No, Dad," I responded with delicacy. "I lost that drive months ago." As he scoffed, "Oh, well, whatever," he said. "Julian's portfolio is incredible anyway, he's a shoo-in." After a few days had passed, I received an email from Dr. Aris, who is the administrator of the Media Arts Department and also serves as my personal mentor. The request to visit his office was made by him. As soon as I took a seat, he fixed his gaze on me over his glasses. "Leo, I received an application for our elite summer internship program from a Julian Monroe. He listed you as his primary academic reference. He says you heavily mentored his digital design work." My jaw became very tense. By using my identity, Julian had attempted to acquire a highly paid internship without even asking me for permission. "Dr. Aris," I answered in a cool and collected manner, "Julian is my brother. However, I cannot in good conscience recommend him for this position. He lacks a fundamental work ethic, and I have never mentored his designs. I apologize for him wasting your time." Instantaneously, Julian was not accepted into the internship program. In a heated text message that he sent to me later that night, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the university's unfairness. Just before returning to my coding, I gave my phone a kind smile. But the most surprising part was still to come. For the sole purpose of observation, I went home for a brief visit of 2 hours during the Thanksgiving holiday. The masterpiece admittance portfolio that Julian had created was being displayed on the television in the living room. They were so overjoyed that they were on the verge of crying. Taking a sip of water while standing in the rear of the room, I directed my gaze toward the screen. My heart came to a stop. It is the wireframes, techniques for darkening the image. These particular vector geometries are used. That was my property. Prior to my departure from the house 2 years ago, I had forgotten to remove an old external hard drive off the kitchen counter. Julian hadn't simply snooped through it, He had copied the entire directory of my high school advanced placement art and early college design files. The colors had been altered, the titles had been changed, and he was now submitting my blood, sweat, and tears as his own admission portfolio. After discreetly recording the screen, noting the names of the files, and leaving the house without uttering a single word, I withdrew my phone from my pocket. I had the original files stored in my private cloud computing account, complete with metadata that was timestamped, creation logs, and version histories that went all the way back to 2021. I was holding a loaded gun, and I made the decision to hold off on pulling the trigger until they were standing in front of the largest throng that I could possibly imagine. The second update. This means that Julian will be attending the university. During the enormous, university-wide freshman orientation week, my parents were overjoyed and boasted on Facebook about their prodigy son. They packed up their cars and drove down to attend the event. Without a doubt, they were completely unaware of the nightmare that I had planned for them. The orientation was held in the largest auditorium of the university, which was an acoustic marvel packed to the brim with over 2,000 incoming freshmen and their parents who were smiling with pride. There was a palpable sense of tense tension in the air. I was one of 5 upperclassmen who had been carefully picked to participate in the Student Success and Resilience panel. I sat on the stage wearing a navy suit that was sharply fitted and had been purchased totally with the money that was provided by my own company. Upon looking out over the multitude of faces, I was able to recognize everyone without delay. The center aisle of the 4th row. My mother was beaming with delight while wearing a colorful floral dress, while my father was sitting with his arms crossed and appearing extremely arrogant. Julian was slouching in his fashionable hoodie. The moderator, who was a senior dean, did not call out my name until the session was over, at which point they became aware that I was a member of the panel. The sudden snapping of my mother's head caused me to worry that she would suffer from whiplash. In a physical sense, my father's mouth dropped. "Leo Monroe," the provost said with a grin. "You are one of our top research fellows, a Blake Foundation grant recipient, and the CEO of a rising tech startup. Why don't you tell these new students how you overcame adversity to get here?" I moved to the middle of the stage, grabbed the microphone, and stood up to address the audience. I peered right into the eyes of my mother, who was trembling with fear. I began by saying, I wasn't supposed to make it here, and my voice reverberated across the entirety of the enormous hall. Not because I wasn't capable, but because the people who were supposed to protect me actively decided to watch me fail. When I turned 19, my parents sat me down and told me they refused to pay a single cent for my education because they didn't think I would amount to anything. Within the audience, there was a collective gasp that reverberated. Thousands of parents uncomfortable adjusted their positions. As I watched my father drop deeper into his chair, I noticed that his face was turning a blotchy, angry red. My younger brother, who is sitting in the 4th row right now, was given a $35,000 car and a fully funded tuition. I was given a lecture. I worked 1-2-hour night shifts at a warehouse. I lived in a freezing apartment. I starved. I got violently ill and was handed a $20 bill while my brother was handed a $1,200 tablet. I paused, allowing the oppressive silence to fill the room. They later admitted they had the money, but wanted me to suffer to build character. But pressure either breaks you or sharpens you. I chose to get sharper. I built a company from nothing. I secured $250,000 in funding. And I did it entirely without them. The crowd went into a frenzy. The applause began as a quiet murmur, and gradually increased to a level that was deafening. The professors were given a nod. Cheering was coming from other students. The public exposure of my parents as monsters in front of 2,000 people left them absolutely frozen and unable to participate. It appeared as though Julian was wishing that the floor would consume him completely. On the other hand, the speech was merely the appetizer. For the VIP reception, I had reserved the main course for the event. Immediately following the panel, my parents made a frantic attempt to circumvent security in order to enter the catered VIP alumni luncheon in order to face me. They were able to sneak through the doors and were approaching me with faces contorted due to the intense anger they were feeling. As tears of humiliation streamed down her face, my mother snarled something to the effect of, "How dare you? You embarrassed us in front of everyone. You vindictive, ungrateful little." I interrupted with a voice that was as frigid as ice. "Save it," I said. I made a motion toward the enormous projection screen that was located at the front of the room. It was displaying a series of accomplishments that were performed by the most eminent scholars at the university. Leo Monroe, CEO of Novatech, Blake Foundation Scholar, and recipient of the Academic Excellence Award, was the name of the slide that I displayed on the screen. I moved closer to them and remarked, "I didn't invite you in here to gloat." As I moved closer to them, I invited you in here so you could be present for Julian's meeting. In a manner that was perfectly timed, Dr. Aris and the Dean of Admissions from the university approached our circle. They did not appear to be in a good mood. "Mr. and Mrs. Monroe," expressed the Dean in a commanding manner, "we need to have an immediate discussion regarding Julian's admission status." The chest of my father was swelled up. "If this is about the lies Leo just told on stage, Dr. Eris interrupted him by saying, "This is about academic fraud," while simultaneously handing my father a big manila folder. 3 days ago, Leo provided the integrity board with timestamped metadata, original cloud files, and creation logs dating back to 2021. We have cross-referenced these files with Julian's admission portfolio. Every single digital design, wireframe, and vector graphic Julian submitted was stolen directly from Leo's hard drive. With her hands flying to her mouth, my mother let out a cry that was completely suffocating. Julian was abruptly hyperventilating, and his face was as pale as a ghost. She shifted her attention to him. "Julian, tell them it's a mistake. Julian, tell them," she pleaded with him desperately. In fact, Julian was unable to even look at her. He leaned in close to his costly sneakers and murmured, "I just needed a few pieces to bulk it up. I didn't think he'd notice." As he peered at them, what I replied was, "You stole my entire high school AP art directory." And my tone was devoid of any pity. "You took my work, slapped your name on it, and used it to steal a spot from a deserving student." When the dean glanced at Julian, he did so with absolute disdain. "Julian Monroe, effective immediately, your acceptance to this university is permanently revoked. You will be blacklisted from the state university system for severe academic dishonesty. Please escort yourself off campus." After that, there was a complete and utter breakdown that was biblical. My mother sobbed uncontrollably and sank into a chair, pleading with the dean to reconsider his decision. She even offered to write a check and make a gift instead of protesting. My father began to yell at me, and his veins began to pop in his neck. He called me a psychopath, a monster, and a jealous freak who had destroyed his brother's life because of a petty grudge. At the same time as I was fixing my suit jacket, I calmly responded, "I did not destroy his life. He destroyed his own life the second he decided to become a thief. And you destroyed your family the second you decided I wasn't worth loving." They did not wait for me to respond to them. The moment I went out of the VIP reception and into the crisp evening air, I turned my back on them and walked towards the exit. As I strolled across the campus that I had successfully taken control of, I got into my recently leased automobile, which I had funded with my own bright mind, and I drove away, leaving them to drown in the mess that they had made. My parents are currently drowning in debt as a result of the non-refundable deposits that they put down for Julian's fancy dorm. I recently learned through the grapevine that Julian is now working as a cashier at a local fast food business. What about me? Just now, I put my signature on a large contract that will allow Novatech to grow into 3 specific states. They wanted me to have a terrible time. And so I did. After that, I emerged victorious. Top comments. User 1. The sense of complete and utter terror that they must have experienced when the dean handed them that folder is taking my breath away. Were they truly under the impression that they could mistreat you, ignore you, and then parade your brother around across your campus? What a brazen act. Good luck with your success, OP. You must have earned each and every dime. I felt chills just reading it. User 2. Pressure either breaks you or sharpens you. Damn, that was a powerful statement. Thanks for watching this video. While you were starving and establishing a tech empire, your brother physically stole your intellectual property since he was too lazy to do the work. This occurred while you were building your empire. This location has karma that is absolutely flawless. According to User 3, the fact that they stated they had the money but withheld it in order to build character constitutes a clear example of psychological abuse. It was important to them to have a dog that they could kick yet would still beg for snacks. It was clear that you are a wolf to them. King, you should be congratulated on the seed round of $250,000. Proceed to flourish. My mother stole my credit card to fund my deadbeat brother's lifestyle, so I evicted her and gave the property to strangers. Original post. I always genuinely believed that if you treated your family right, if you poured your blood, sweat, and tears into making their lives easier, they would treat you the same way in return. I thought love was reciprocal. It turns out, to my mother and my younger brother, I was nothing more than a walking, breathing wallet with a pulse and a conveniently high credit limit. My mother, Brenda, raised us alone after my dad dipped out and vanished into the wind when I was 9 years old. She worked 2 grueling jobs, often coming home smelling like cheap diner coffee and industrial floor cleaner, and she carried herself like a martyr. I will be the first to admit that she was tough, and I deeply admired her relentless strength when I was growing up. The older I got, the more an intense, burning desire to repay her consumed me. So, I put my head down. I worked obsessively hard, stayed out of trouble, got a highly specialized degree in software engineering, built my own freelance tech consulting business from the ground up, and eventually scaled it into a massive enterprise that paid extraordinarily well. By the time I was 28, I was consistently making mid-6 figures. By 32, I had my own incorporated company with 5 full-time employees and a seemingly endless pipeline of lucrative corporate clients. I was living incredibly comfortably, and I didn't hesitate for a single second when I finally had the financial liquidity to give back to the woman who raised me. The very first major financial move I made was buying her a house. It wasn't an absurdly fancy mansion, but it was a beautiful, newly renovated 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom craftsman-style home in a quiet, tree-lined suburb of Portland, Oregon. It had a massive, fenced-in backyard for her golden retriever, Buster, and a wraparound porch she had always dreamed of. I paid for the entire property in cash, exactly $315,000. No mortgage, no hidden debt, no strings attached. I simply walked into her cramped apartment, handed her the freshly cut keys, and told her that she would never have to worry about paying a landlord ever again. She broke down sobbing in that exact moment, clutching my face and telling me I was her absolute angel, her rock, her savior, and like a naive fool, I completely believed her. A year after that, I officially retired her. I told her to march into her retail job, hand in her 2 weeks' notice, and just relax for the rest of her life. She was 61 years old. Her knees were completely shot from decades of standing on unforgiving concrete floors, and she complained bitterly about hating every single second of her job. From that day forward, I made absolutely sure that every single one of her bills was paid on time, completely on autopilot. Utilities, property taxes, comprehensive car insurance, weekly groceries, and even her premium health insurance plan. Every single month, on the first of the month, I quietly deposited a generous allowance directly into her checking account and never missed a single transfer. I even put her on a brand new unlimited phone plan and added her to my family Netflix, Spotify, Hulu, and Amazon Prime accounts. I genuinely thought that was what love in action looked like. That is exactly what family does for each other, right? Then, there is my younger brother, Derek. He is 29 years old and the absolute, polar opposite of me in every conceivable metric. He dropped out of the local community college after barely surviving 2 semesters. He has never managed to hold down a job for longer than 4 months because he always claims his managers are disrespectful or the work is beneath his intelligence. He lived with our mom well into his late 20s, sleeping until 2 in the afternoon, aggressively gaming all night until the sun came up, and constantly racking up expensive speeding tickets and severe bank overdraft fees. Somehow, no matter what catastrophic mess he created, my mother would instantly swoop in and fix it without a second thought. She foolishly co-signed his car loan, which he immediately defaulted on. She paid off his maxed-out credit card debt just this once, at least 7 different times that I know of. And whenever I gently, carefully tried to ask why he never had to face any real-world consequences for his horrendous actions, she always gave me the exact same rehearsed, dismissive answer. He's just going through a tough phase, Marcus. He will grow out of it eventually. You need to be more understanding. That so-called phase, by the way, is still actively happening at age 29. He has never moved out. He is still living entirely off her credit cards, which are secretly funded by my money. He still absolutely refuses to work. He still has a million pathetic excuses. But mom viciously insists that he is just finding his true path and that I should immediately stop comparing him to myself. As if that was ever the actual point of my concern. The tragic thing is, I never really pushed the issue. I kept my mouth shut. I kept showing up to family events. I kept silently paying the massive bills. I kept playing the role of the dutiful, perfect son because I desperately didn't want to be perceived as petty, jealous, or controlling. I just wanted family peace. But deep down in the darkest corners of my mind, I think I always secretly hoped that she would eventually see the massive, glaring difference between us. I hoped that one day, she would pull me aside, look me dead in the eyes, and say, "Marcus, thank you so much for absolutely everything. I am so incredibly proud of the man you have become." That day never arrived. Instead, a few weeks ago, we had a massive family cookout at her place to celebrate the start of summer. I had meticulously organized the entire event myself. I paid over $800 for premium barbecue catering, bought the brand new, $1,200 navy blue wicker patio furniture set she had explicitly said she wanted, and even hired a professional landscaping crew to come mow, edge, and fertilize the lawn that very morning so everything looked absolutely pristine for our relatives. Everyone came. Aunts, uncles, distant cousins, and a few of Derek's deadbeat friends, who conveniently showed up just in exact time to eat the expensive food and drink my expensive beer. I honestly didn't mind at first. I was in a genuinely great mood, just happy to see the whole family together and enjoying the beautiful weather. At one specific point in the late afternoon, I was standing quietly on the wooden deck with a cold beer in my hand, casually chatting with my cousin Chloe about her new job, when I suddenly heard my own name being mentioned from the middle of the backyard. I slowly turned my head and saw my mother standing right by the massive stainless steel grill, laughing hysterically with a large group of our closest relatives. "Marcus gives us nothing but absolute headaches," she said, her voice obnoxiously loud enough for at least a dozen people to hear clearly. I honestly wish he was so much more like Derek. For a split second, my brain completely short-circuited. I thought I had misheard her over the sound of the music. But then, she repeated it, shaking her head dramatically like I was some massive, exhausting burden she had been dragging behind her for decades. Derek never complains about anything. He just goes with the flow and makes me smile. Marcus always has to make everything so incredibly serious and stressful. There was this agonizing, suspended pause, like the entire backyard took a collective, uncomfortable breath, and then, inexplicably, everyone laughed. Even Derek, who was lazily leaning against the wooden fence with his arms crossed, was smirking like he was soaking in the ultimate victory. I don't even know how to properly describe what I felt in that exact moment. Pure, burning embarrassment, sure. But mostly, I just felt entirely hollowed out. It felt like something deep inside my chest physically cracked open, and every ounce of love, obligation, and respect I had for that woman completely spilled out into the dirt. All those years of incredibly stressful late-night bank transfers, canceled personal vacations, panic attacks, and severe stress migraines from overworking just to make absolutely sure she was financially secure. All of it was instantly erased with one careless, cruel comment and a chorus of cheap chuckles. I didn't scream. I didn't throw my drink. I didn't say a single word in that moment. I simply forced a completely dead smile, took a slow sip of my beer, turned around, and walked back inside the air-conditioned house. I desperately needed a second to breathe. Maybe much more than a second. I stood completely frozen in the middle of her kitchen, staring blankly at the stainless steel refrigerator I had bought her, listening to the raucous laughter from outside grow even louder. And for the very first time in my entire 32 years of existence, I asked myself a question I had never dared to entertain before: what in the actual hell am I doing all of this for? Not even 5 minutes later, Derek casually strolled into the kitchen to grab another loaded plate of food. He didn't even bother to look me in the eyes as he aggressively muttered, "Man, you really pissed Mom off last week when you told her not to use your premium credit card for her random Amazon purchases. Maybe you should just stop being so cheap and let her buy what she wants. You have the money." That was the exact moment I knew it wasn't a simple misunderstanding. It wasn't a bad joke. That massive crack in my chest split entirely wide open, severing whatever invisible cord had been tying me to them. And that was the precise moment, standing on the pristine hardwood floors I had paid for, that something fundamental inside my brain permanently shifted. I didn't yell at Derek. I didn't storm out in a dramatic rage. I didn't shed a single tear. But in that instant, I made a silent, unbreakable vow. I was completely, utterly done. And if my own mother truly thought I gave her nothing but headaches, well, I was about to meticulously show her what it really looked like when I stopped giving her absolutely anything at all. Update 1. Let's just say the ensuing fallout was significantly louder and more chaotic than I ever could have expected, and it eventually ended with blinding blue police lights flashing furiously in her driveway. But I am getting slightly ahead of myself. I didn't leave the cookout right away that day. I probably should have. I should have packed up my shattered pride, driven home, and let my sudden absence speak louder than any words. But I didn't. I stood in that kitchen for what felt like an eternity, staring blankly out the window over the sink, watching my mother happily toss paper plates into a massive trash bag while laughing with Derek like nothing had happened. Like I wasn't even a human being with feelings. I kept hearing her cruel words playing on an infinite, torturous loop in my mind. "You give us nothing but headaches. I wish you were more like your brother." Each time those toxic words echoed in my head, they took on a darker, heavier shape. At first, my desperate brain tried to rationalize it. I thought maybe she was just trying to impress the relatives, exaggerating her struggles like she sometimes did for attention. But no matter how hard I tried to mentally reframe the situation, it kept boiling down to the exact same ugly, unavoidable truth. She meant every single syllable. That wasn't a one-off, drunken comment. That was her core belief. After a few agonizing minutes, my cousin Chloe walked into the kitchen, deep concern etched all over her face. "Marcus, are you okay?" Then, she asked very quietly, glancing nervously toward the backyard. "I really don't think Aunt Brenda meant it like that. You know how she gets when she has an audience." I forced a completely dead, robotic smile. "Yeah, Chloe, I'm totally fine." But I wasn't. I wasn't even in the same universe as fine. I stayed until the bitter end of the incredibly long party. I silently helped clean up the massive mess, took down the heavy folding tables, bagged all the dripping trash, and even meticulously loaded the leftover catering into Tupperware containers like a good, obedient little helper. I didn't say a single word about what had happened. Not to my mother, not to Derek, not to anyone. Because at that specific point, I wasn't feeling hot, fiery anger. I was completely stunned. Stunned at how effortlessly years of massive financial and emotional sacrifice could be casually erased with one sentence. Stunned that absolutely no one, not even the relatives who knew exactly who funded this entire lifestyle, had stepped in to say, "Hey, Brenda, that's really not fair." I realized in that profound moment that no one ever would defend me. 3 agonizing days passed in total silence. I didn't call her. I didn't send a text. And most importantly, I absolutely did not send her the usual, massive money transfer on the first of the month. I logically figured she would eventually reach out, genuinely ask if something was wrong, maybe even offer a half-hearted apology for embarrassing me. But no. On the morning of the fourth day, she finally messaged me a single, incredibly entitled line. Did the bank mess up the deposit? No. Hi Marcus. No. Hope you're having a good week. Just a cold, calculated expectation. That is exactly what I was reduced to in her eyes. A standing financial order. A human auto-pay system. And when the free money didn't magically arrive on its strict schedule, she acted like it was a technical glitch, like I was a malfunctioning ATM. I stared at that glowing message on my phone screen for a very long time before finally responding. I typed out a dozen different drafts, each one more venomous and bitter than the last. In the end, I deleted them all, and just wrote, "No deposit this month. We need to have a serious talk first." She didn't reply. A full 24 hours passed in dead silence. Then, on the evening of the fifth day, Derek actually called me, which was an incredibly rare occurrence. I almost let it go straight to voicemail, but morbid curiosity got the absolute better of me. "What is your actual deal, man?" he aggressively demanded, his voice already dripping with unearned defensiveness. "Mom has been freaking out all day because you're randomly punishing her or something. You can't just pull stuff like this out of nowhere. She has bills." "I'm not punishing anyone, Derek," I said, my voice shockingly calm and steady. "I just want a conversation. A real, honest one." Derek loudly scoffed into the receiver. "You are severely overreacting." She was obviously joking at the party. Everyone laughed. "It wasn't that deep, bro." It was deep enough for her to say it twice. I completely deadpanned. In front of our entire extended family. "God, you're being so incredibly sensitive," he groaned. That specific word "times sensitive" times violently hit a raw nerve. It always did. It is the exact, manipulative word toxic people use when they desperately want to completely dismiss your valid pain without taking even an ounce of personal responsibility for inflicting it. And Derek knew exactly what he was doing. "You know what, Derek?" I said very slowly, enunciating every single word. "Tell Mom I am more than happy to talk whenever she is finally ready to be honest about how she views me. Until then, I am officially stepping back." And before he could stutter a reply, I hung up the phone. That was the very first real boundary I had ever successfully drawn with them in my entire life. And honestly, it felt incredibly unfamiliar. It wasn't empowering yet. It didn't feel like a massive victory. It just felt entirely foreign, like wearing a heavy jacket that belonged to someone else. I wasn't used to saying no. I was deeply conditioned to fixing things, to throwing money at problems, to frantically smoothing over any family tension. But something fundamental inside my soul had permanently changed, something I couldn't unfeel. A full week passed, then 2 weeks. Still absolutely nothing. No phone calls, no text messages, no apology, just stubborn, arrogant silence. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, my mother's premium auto insurance company called my personal cell phone. The polite representative informed me that the automatic monthly payment of $215 had been declined. Apparently, she had given them my secondary credit card number years ago, and I had simply never bothered to take it off file. It had been so incredibly long, I completely forgot it was even linked to her account. That is exactly how many random things I had been blindly covering for her. The rep politely asked if I wanted to update the card information. "No," I said firmly. "I want you to completely remove that card from the file permanently. Do not charge it again." The very next afternoon, I received a genuinely furious voicemail from my mother. It wasn't filled with motherly concern. It wasn't filled with regret for her actions. It was pure, unadulterated fury. "I just got a terrifying notice in the mail saying my car insurance got completely canceled. What in the hell are you doing, Marcus? Are you actively trying to ruin my life? After absolutely everything I have sacrificed and done for you, I cannot believe you are doing this. You are acting like a petulant child. Call me back immediately and fix this." That voicemail was the exact moment the final switch in my brain permanently flipped from profound sadness to cold, calculating anger. I played her hysterical message back 3 separate times just to make absolutely sure I wasn't imagining things. There was absolutely no mention of the party, no mention of the cruel things she had said. Just massive, unchecked outrage that the luxurious perks of having a rich son were rapidly disappearing, that her free ride finally hit a massive bump in the road. I finally replied with a single, devastating text message. "If I am nothing but a massive headache to you, I will completely stop being one from now on. Take care of your own bills, Brenda." She didn't respond to that text, but Derek absolutely did. He aggressively texted me that very night in full-on attack mode. He sent literal paragraphs of wild accusations, screaming through the screen that I was cruelly abandoning our mother, that I was a narcissistic, selfish prick, that I only ever helped her financially so I could feel vastly superior to him, that she had been hysterically crying all day because of my cruelty, and that I was maliciously taking away her stability just to desperately prove a point. And honestly, maybe a tiny part of that last line was actually true, Maybe I was trying to prove a point. But it wasn't about petty revenge, not yet, anyway, it was about absolute clarity. I deeply wanted them to finally feel exactly what it was like when the massive, expensive support system they totally took for granted suddenly stopped being automatic. I wanted them to experience life when the person they actively ignored and insulted finally started acting like his own life mattered. That sudden clarity did not sit well with the rest of the family. Over the next few days, I started getting an onslaught of calls from extended family members, aunts, uncles, and even distant cousins I barely spoke to once a year. All of them aggressively telling me that I was severely hurting my mother, that she was worried sick about my mental health, that she couldn't sleep at night, that she was just a poor old woman trying her absolute best, and that she absolutely didn't deserve this kind of horrific treatment from her golden child. Golden child. That was an absolute laugh. If they only knew the terrifying reality of the situation, it all finally came to a massive, explosive head about a month later. I desperately needed some old financial documents and a few boxes of childhood memorabilia I had left up in the attic of the house years ago. I didn't want to go inside, but a huge part of me needed absolute closure. I drove over and knocked loudly on the front door. No answer. I knocked again. Nothing. So, I used my spare key and unlocked the deadbolt. I logically figured she might be out running errands. What I found when I walked into the house made my heart completely sink into my stomach. The beautiful house I had bought was an absolute, unmitigated disaster zone. Massive piles of rotting dishes were stacked precariously in the sink. The kitchen trash was violently overflowing onto the hardwood. The expensive stainless fridge was covered in sticky fingerprints and nearly empty. It looked like absolutely no one had bothered to clean a single surface in over a month. I slowly walked through the living room and saw Derek completely passed out on the expensive sectional sofa, a PlayStation controller loosely held in his hand, with at least a dozen empty Red Bull cans and crumpled fast food wrappers scattered all around him on the floor. He groggily woke up when he heard me pull the heavy attic stairs down. "Yo, what the hell are you doing here?" he aggressively mumbled, sitting up and violently rubbing his bloodshot eyes. "You can't just barge in like that." "It is literally my house," I said flatly, staring at the disgusting stain on the rug beneath him. He completely froze for a second, his brain desperately trying to process my words. "You gave this house to Mom." "No, Derek. I bought it for her to live in. That is legally not the same thing," I stated, my voice completely devoid of emotion. He fiercely glared at me, standing up. "You are really pulling this technical bullshit now, after all these years?" "I am not pulling anything. I am grabbing my personal boxes and I am leaving." As I hauled the first heavy cardboard box down the wooden stairs, I clearly heard him mutter under his breath, "This is exactly why literally nobody in this family likes you." I stopped dead, mid-step. The air in the room felt instantly freezing. "What did you just say to me?" He aggressively stepped forward, crossing his arms, trying to physically intimidate me. "You think you are so much better than everyone else just because you have a fancy company and money? You're not. You're a miserable control freak. That is literally all you have ever been." I felt my chest painfully tighten, but the anger completely overtook the sadness. "You have been living in this house for entirely free, eating the expensive groceries I bought, gaming all damn day while Mom frantically covers up your pathetic mistakes with my money. And I am the problem here? She loves me because I don't constantly throw my money in her face to control her," he screamed. I laughed, a harsh, bitter sound that echoed in the filthy living room. "No, Derek. She loves you because you do absolutely nothing. Because you never, ever challenge her toxic behavior. Because you happily let her believe all her own delusions." He stepped dangerously close, his face rapidly flushing dark red. "Get the fuck out." I didn't move an inch. I stared directly into his soul. "Tell her I came for my stuff. Tell her I am completely done being her financial safety net. She is entirely on her own now." He violently shoved past me and aggressively slammed the heavy front door behind me as I walked out onto the porch. I didn't look back as I loaded my boxes into my car. But exactly 2 days later, something horrific happened that permanently changed the entire trajectory of this situation. I received a massive, flashing fraud alert on one of my oldest, highest limit credit cards. There were over $850 in unauthorized Amazon purchases that I absolutely did not make. When I frantically logged into the portal and checked the exact shipping address for the fraudulent orders, my blood ran completely cold. It was her address, not Derek's. Not some random Russian hacker. My own mother had intentionally stolen my credit card information. Even after the massive fight, after the cruel messages, after the boundary I drew, after the complete silence, she had maliciously dug up an old, forgotten card number one I hadn't actively used in over 3 years and illegally used it to buy luxury items without asking. That was when the ultimate, soul-crushing betrayal truly hit home. This wasn't just familial disrespect anymore. This wasn't just a toxic dynamic. This was literal, premeditated theft. And it came directly from the one person I had nearly destroyed my own mental health to support. The one person I naively thought I could implicitly trust. The one person who had the absolute audacity to publicly declare that I gave her nothing but headaches. That was the exact moment the dark, calculating gears started rapidly turning in my head. Because if she wanted to act like none of my massive sacrifices mattered, then I was going to meticulously show her exactly how much they did. And I was going to start by legally taking back absolutely everything I had ever given her. But I genuinely had no idea just how insanely far she and Derek would go to try and stop me. Not yet. Not until the frantic screaming started and the neighbors called the police. It is incredibly strange how deep betrayal doesn't always hit you instantly like a physical punch to the jaw. Sometimes, it settles in incredibly slow, like a thick, toxic fog filling a sealed room until you literally cannot see what is right in front of you anymore. That is exactly how it felt. Standing entirely alone in my quiet, dark apartment with the glaring red fraud alert still blinking aggressively on my phone screen, staring intently at the shipping address. My mother's legal name. My mother's street. My mother's house. The exact house that I bought. The house that I paid for in cash. She didn't even make a pathetic attempt to hide her crime. No apology, no warning, just a quiet, malicious little heist right out of my digital wallet. And here is the psychological part that truly broke me. She absolutely must have known I would eventually find out. Credit cards get flagged by algorithms, monthly statements get reviewed by accountants, shipping addresses get easily traced. There is absolutely no logical way she thought she would get away with stealing $850 forever. But that wasn't the actual point of her actions. The point was that she fundamentally did not care. She felt so incredibly entitled to my wealth that she believed she could just take it, and I would eventually roll over and accept it like I always did. That was the absolute turning point. That was the moment I completely hit rock bottom. Because no matter how much I had desperately convinced myself over the last decade that my intense sacrifices were worth it, they weren't. Not to her. Not to Derek. Probably not to half the extended family who still blindly thought I was acting out because I finally dared to draw a single boundary. I immediately called the bank, permanently canceled the compromised card, reported the unauthorized charges as explicit fraud, and filed an official claim. The bank easily refunded the money after a brief investigation, but something deep inside my soul stayed permanently broken. The next few weeks were absolute hell. I will be completely honest about that. I stopped sleeping more than 2 hours a night. I stopped eating anything other than dry cereal. My normally pristine work slipped drastically. I started missing crucial client deadlines, something I had literally never done in my entire career. My incredible employees covered for me the absolute best they could, but I could easily tell they were deeply confused and concerned. I wasn't mentally present. Not in Zoom meetings, not in emails, not even in my own head. I would sit frozen at my expensive mahogany desk and just stare blankly at the wall. Not at anything in particular, just desperately trying to understand how things got this incredibly bad. Because it wasn't just about the stolen money, or the cancelled card, or even the humiliating barbecue. It was about feeling completely invisible as a human being. I had spent so much of my adult life desperately trying to earn my mother's love that I didn't realize how entirely transactional it had become. And when the financial transaction stopped, so did the illusion of her love. That devastating realization cut deeper than any knife ever could. For a solid month, I rapidly spiraled. I didn't go out with friends, I didn't return casual texts, I completely ignored incoming calls. My normally spotless luxury apartment turned into an absolute disaster zone. Empty, rotting takeout containers covered the kitchen island, dirty laundry piled up in massive mounds, and unopened mail stacked dangerously high on the counter. I had always proudly thought of myself as the put-together one, the hyper-stable one, the one who never, ever let things fall apart. But now I was a complete wreck, and still, not one single phone call from my mother. Not even a fake, manipulative, "How are you?" Just dead, punishing silence. Derek aggressively texted me exactly once during that dark time. Just one incredibly cruel sentence, "You happy now, psycho?" I immediately blocked his phone number without replying. Eventually, my brilliant executive assistant, Sarah, pulled me aside during a private Zoom meeting. "Marcus," she said incredibly gently, her brow furrowed in deep concern, "do you want me to completely reschedule this week's client pitches?" I blinked at the screen, confused. "What? No. Why? Marcus, you haven't sent over the final code edits for the massive Montgomery software pitch, and you completely missed the vital strategy call yesterday afternoon." I frantically looked at the digital calendar. She was absolutely right. I hadn't even noticed what day it was. Sarah hesitated for a moment, then softly added, "You absolutely do not have to tell me what is going on in your personal life, but if you need time off, please take it. The team will manage everything. We've got your back." That simple, genuine kindness from an employee almost completely broke me. After the call ended, I slowly shut my laptop, and sat in the deafening silence of my apartment. Then, I finally forced myself to stand up, grabbed a massive trash bag, and started meticulously cleaning. Slowly, like my body was painfully waking up from a decade-long coma, I aggressively scrubbed the dishes, took out the recycling, and ran 3 heavy loads of laundry. It wasn't much, but it was a necessary start. Later that exact night, I went for a very long walk. It was freezing outside. The kind of biting, sharp cold that physically stings your cheeks and violently clears your foggy head. I left my cell phone on the counter at home. No music, no podcasts, no digital distractions. Just me, my white breath pluming in the freezing air, and the rhythmic sound of my shoes hitting the wet pavement. That walk turned into a nightly habit. Every single night I walked a little further, thought a little clearer, and somewhere in the middle of all that physical movement, something monumental started to shift in my brain. I began aggressively writing again. Not writing complex code for corporate clients, but writing for my own sanity. Nothing fancy, just a cheap leather notebook and a black pen. I wrote down absolutely everything I was feeling. The profound betrayal, the boiling anger, the countless years I had completely lost trying to be enough for a woman who only saw my bank account. And as I wrote page after page, I started to finally see the horrifying patterns I hadn't noticed before. I clearly saw how I had constantly made myself incredibly small just to keep the fragile family peace, how I had silently tolerated cruel insults disguised as jokes, how I had completely convinced myself that giving them endless amounts of money would eventually buy me basic human respect, and absolutely worst of all, how I had never once asked for a single thing in return, not even basic human decency. That horrifying realization hit me like a massive, unstoppable freight train. I wasn't just a victim, I was heavily complicit. I had actively allowed it to happen. I had financially trained them to treat me this exact way. But now I was completely, unapologetically done. The rise from the ashes didn't happen perfectly overnight. It never does. But it absolutely did happen. The very first real, tangible step came when I officially decided to separate myself entirely emotionally, financially, and legally from my toxic mother. I scheduled a high-priority meeting with a ruthless lawyer named Mr. Sterling, a man who highly specialized in complex property law and vicious family disputes. I sat in his intimidating, glass-walled office and laid absolutely everything out on the massive conference table: the initial purchase of the house, the countless utility bills, the fraudulent credit card charges, the verbal abuse. He listened completely quietly, taking meticulous notes, then firmly said, "Marcus, you have significantly more absolute control over this situation than you think." I quickly learned that while I had verbally gifted the house to her in practice, the official legal deed was still 100% strictly under my name. I had never officially transferred the ownership. Part of me had always intended to, but some deep, hidden instinct had always held me back. Call it a gut feeling. Mr. Sterling raised a gray eyebrow. That is incredibly good news for you, because if you want to officially remove someone from the premises, you absolutely can. You are the sole legal owner. They are legally classified as tenants at will or licensees depending on how we frame it. We can legally evict them. That specific sentence sparked a massive fire inside me. I didn't move on the eviction right away, but the legal seed was firmly planted. In the meantime, I fiercely focused on rapidly rebuilding my tech business, aggressively reconnecting with old clients, delegating tasks much better, and creating rigid professional structure. Sarah was an absolute godsend. She handled more corporate chaos than I ever realized. With her incredible help, I completely restructured our client contracts, significantly raised our hourly rates, and brought on 3 new senior freelancers to drastically lighten the workload. The money started heavily flowing again. Not just flowing, but aggressively growing. And for the very first time in my adult life, I actively started spending that money on myself. I booked an expensive, luxurious weekend trip to the snowy mountains, stayed in a gorgeous, isolated cabin with absolutely no Wi-Fi, just thick books, premium coffee, and a roaring fireplace. I didn't tell a single soul where I was going. I just went, and it felt exactly like finally exhaling after 32 years of holding my breath. Back home in the city, I finally started intense therapy. I found a brilliant psychologist named Dr. Vance, a man with the kind of incredibly calming voice that could easily talk you off a skyscraper ledge without ever raising a decibel. He systematically helped me unpack the massive emotional knots I had tightly tied myself into. The crushing guilt, the pathetic people-pleasing, the terrifying fear of being totally unloved if I ever dared to say the word no. One specific day, during an intense session, Dr. Vance looked at me and asked, "Marcus, what do you genuinely think real love looks like?" I didn't know how to properly answer. So, he gently asked again, what would it actually look like if it wasn't a strict financial transaction? I sat in heavy silence for a very long time, staring at the clock on his wall. Eventually, I quietly said, "Safe. I think it would feel completely safe." That profound answer stayed permanently with me, and it made me clearly realize that what I had been desperately chasing with my mother and Derek wasn't love at all. It was cheap validation. And that is absolutely not the same thing. So, I completely stopped chasing. I didn't tell them a single word about the therapy, or the massive legal consult, or the huge new business wins. I didn't post anything on social media. I didn't call. I didn't try to rub my success in their faces because this new, peaceful part of my life was entirely mine. And for once, it didn't revolve around desperately trying to win anyone over. Then, one rainy Tuesday morning, weeks after that fraudulent Amazon charge, I received a thick envelope in the mail. There was no return address, just my legal name angrily scrawled in handwriting I instantly recognized. It was a massive, 4-page handwritten letter from my mother. It didn't start with, "I am so sorry." It didn't start with, "I really miss you." It started with pure, unadulterated blame. "I genuinely do not know why you are maliciously doing this to me." The toxic letter rambled on, aggressively stating that she was financially struggling, that the house desperately needed expensive repairs, that Derek had been heroically doing his absolute best, but things were completely falling apart, that she felt totally abandoned, and that she never, ever thought I would be the kind of cruel monster to turn my back on my own flesh and blood. At the very bottom of the last page, she wrote the sentence that sealed her fate. "I gave you life, Marcus. The absolute least you could do is make it financially easier for me to live it." That horrific sentence stuck with me for days, not because it was remotely true, but because it explicitly revealed absolutely everything I needed to know. She truly didn't see me as a human being. She saw me as a basic utility, a tool to be used until it broke. And that was the absolute final confirmation my brain needed. I calmly folded the letter, tucked it safely into a manila legal folder, and placed it securely in my desk drawer. I wasn't going to rage. I wasn't going to scream. I wasn't going to aggressively throw things. No. I was going to do the one specific thing that absolutely terrified them the most. I was going to take back total control. And I already knew exactly how I was going to start, by legally serving an official, court-backed eviction notice. But right before I could execute that plan, something massive happened that shook absolutely everything loose. Something that instantly took the entire situation from a quiet, sad family drama to a highly explosive public disaster. And it started with an incredibly panicked phone call from a neighbor, a sweet older woman named Mrs. Gable. Update 2. I hadn't heard a single word from Mrs. Gable in well over a year, but the frantic voicemail she left on my phone chilled me to the absolute bone. "Marcus, honey, I genuinely don't know how to say this, but there are 4 police cruisers currently parked in your driveway with their lights flashing." When I saw her name flash on my screen as she called back, I almost didn't answer. She was my mother's immediate next-door neighbor, the incredibly observant kind that always noticed when someone parked a little too close to the fire hydrant or let their grass grow half an inch too long. But she was always incredibly nice to me. She used to bring over warm apple pies during the holidays back when I still visited. She even gave me a beautiful, handwritten thank you card the very week I initially surprised my mom with the house, saying it was so incredibly nice to see a successful young man taking such good care of his aging mother. So, when I picked up the phone and heard her trembling voice say, "Marcus, the cops are surrounding the house," my entire body froze. "What exactly happened, Mrs. Gable?" I asked, my heart instantly pounding against my ribs. "I am really not sure, dear. They pulled up about 15 minutes ago. Incredibly loud knocking, shining bright flashlights in all the windows. It looked like they were aggressively trying to talk to your brother, Derek. He absolutely wouldn't open the front door at first. They had to threaten to break it down." My mouth went completely dry. "Did someone call them? Did you call them?" No, I absolutely didn't call them. But something really bad is going on over there, Marcus. And listen, I probably shouldn't say this, but Derek has been having some incredibly sketchy, dangerous-looking people over lately. Lots of loud noise at night. Screaming and arguing in the yard. I've seen strange cars I've never seen before, staying for just 10 or 15 minutes, in and out. It looks like, well, you know." That statement stopped me completely cold. I hadn't set a single foot near that property in almost 2 full months. I hadn't even driven past the neighborhood. I had emotionally detached myself so incredibly hard that it almost didn't feel like my house anymore. But now, with literal armed police officers standing on my porch dealing with whatever illegal mess Derek was running, it suddenly was my times house again in every single legal sense. If he was dealing drugs or running a trap house out of my property, I could be legally liable. "I deeply appreciate the call, Mrs. Gable," I said, my voice eerily calm. "I will handle this immediately." I hung up the phone and just sat in the dark. That was the exact moment absolutely everything crystallized in my mind. The years of quiet, pathetic tolerance. The slow, agonizing unraveling of my mental health. The disgusting way my massive generosity had been twisted, abused, and violently weaponized against me. All of it came into hyper-sharp focus, bitter and cold like a winter wind across an open wound. And I knew right then that the time for any hesitation or mercy was entirely over. I wasn't going to ask nicely anymore. I wasn't going to patiently wait for them to miraculously find their non-existent conscience. I was going to legally take absolutely everything back. And this time, I was going to do it my exact way. That very night, I drove over to the neighborhood. It was almost midnight by the time I quietly pulled up and parked halfway down the dark street from the house. I didn't want to be seen. Not yet. I sat completely still in my car for 20 minutes, the engine off, just watching. The house looked incredibly dark and sinister. Only the faint, erratic flicker of a massive TV screen lit the living room window. I didn't approach the door. I wasn't there to start a physical fight. I was there to gather vital legal information. And sure enough, even in the dead silence of the night, things did not look right at all. There was a strange, beat-up car parked aggressively over the curb in the driveway. Not Derek's car, not Mom's SUV, some rusting sedan with heavily tinted windows and a missing hubcap. I carefully wrote down the exact license plate number. Then, I quietly stepped out and took a few high-resolution pictures from the public sidewalk. Nothing illegal, just enough to document the horrific exterior condition of the property. The massive piles of trash overflowing the bins, the broken porch light, the completely overgrown grass, it looked entirely abandoned. Or much worse, like the beautiful house was rapidly starting to rot from the inside out. I drove straight home and immediately pulled out the original legal deed from my fireproof safe, still 100% in my name. No legal transfer, no cosigner, no hidden clauses. I was the absolute sole owner. That was absolutely all the ammunition I needed to proceed. The next morning, I made a strict, uncompromising list. 1. Consult Mr. Sterling immediately. 2. Draft and file the formal, 30-day legal eviction paperwork. 3. Notify the utility companies and schedule the cancellation of all remaining non-essential accounts in my name, cable, ultra-fast internet, premium streaming. 4. Completely freeze any remaining automatic payments tied to the physical property. 5. Schedule an emergency locksmith and a professional general contractor for a massive full inspection immediately post-eviction. But there was one massive legal loophole I hadn't prepared for. The will. I hadn't thought about my last will and testament in years. But as I pulled up the old legal files from when I first bought the house, I suddenly remembered something Mr. Sterling had casually mentioned back then. If this property stays strictly under your name, it won't pass to your mother automatically unless she is explicitly listed in a will or a trust. Right now, she is a legal guest, nothing more. I hadn't written a formal will. Back then, I was 30, young, and felt invincible. But now? Now I had a massive reason to write one. Because the terrifying thought that my mother or Derek might one day inherit the very house they systematically trashed and abused made my skin physically crawl. So, I called Mr. Sterling again. This wasn't just about basic protection anymore. It was about meticulously setting up the board for absolute checkmate. The legal eviction paperwork was surprisingly straightforward because there had absolutely never been a signed lease or formal rental agreement. Derek and Mom were legally considered tenants at will or long-term guests. And as the sole homeowner, I had the absolute legal right to revoke that license at any time, provided I gave them the state-mandated 30-day notice. Still, Mr. Sterling explicitly warned me, Marcus, this will absolutely not be smooth. They will violently fight this. They might falsely claim you verbally gifted it to them. They might try to legally argue you abandoned the property. But as long as your name is on that original deed, we hold the absolute high ground. Good. I wanted the high ground. Next came the utilities. I couldn't legally shut off the water or electricity while they were occupying it. That's an illegal self-help eviction. But I absolutely could cancel the $150 month high-speed internet, the $100 premium cable package, and the landscaping service. I scheduled all of them to be terminated immediately. Let them sit in the dark ages. Let them feel the floor violently shift beneath them. Then, I contacted the massive bank that still held the homeowner's insurance policy. I informed them of the police presence and told them I was actively evicting the tenants due to severe property misuse. Then, the contractors. I hired an expensive, highly rated team to do a massive full walkthrough and structural inspection the absolute second the eviction cleared, just in case there was massive damage I needed to file a civil lawsuit for. And then, I finally got to work on the trust. I legally named a specific local charity as the absolute sole beneficiary of the property. Should anything tragic happen to me, I set up an ironclad living trust to entirely bypass the probate process, and I specifically had Mr. Sterling add a vicious, unbreakable clause: no blood relative who has previously resided in this physical home shall ever have any legal claim to its contents, its equity, or its future sale proceeds. That felt incredibly good. No, that felt absolutely right. 3 days later, I officially filed the eviction with the county court. The notice had to be legally served in person, so I hired a massive, intimidating process server. And here is exactly where things got incredibly theatrical, because Derek absolutely did not take it well. According to the detailed report from the server, Derek aggressively answered the front door at 2 p.m. in filthy pajama pants and a massive gaming headset. He saw the thick legal envelope, read my name, and violently yelled, Are you seriously doing this? From Marcus S. The server just calmly said, I don't ask any questions, sir. I just deliver the legal documents. Then, Derek violently tried to slam the heavy door and physically throw the papers back out onto the lawn, but the server had already legally documented the delivery with a body camera. It was 100% official. The legal clock officially started ticking. They had exactly 30 days. 30 days to voluntarily pack their massive amount of garbage and leave the house, or get physically, forcefully removed by armed law enforcement. The text message came exactly an hour later from my mother. After absolutely everything I sacrificed and did for you. No explanation, no apology for the massive credit card theft, no mention of the police, just those exact, manipulative words. I didn't reply, but that specific night, I slept significantly better than I had in 6 months. Over the next week, I got absolutely bombarded. Countless blocked phone numbers, hysterical voicemails from unknown callers, aggressive Facebook messages from distant cousins I hadn't heard from in a decade. All of them suddenly very, very interested in how incredibly cruel and heartless I was being to my poor, defenseless, aging mother. I didn't respond to a single one of them. But I meticulously kept records. I saved every screenshot, downloaded every voicemail, documented absolutely everything. Because I wasn't just playing defense anymore, I was actively preparing for the massive storm. And oh, the storm absolutely came. Just not exactly how I logically expected. See, the precise moment Derek and my mother realized I wasn't just bluffing to get an apology, something inside their brains completely snapped. I genuinely don't know if it was massive ego, sheer panic, or pure, unadulterated entitlement, but they didn't even try to fight the legal eviction in court. They tried something else entirely. Something incredibly reckless. It started with a violently broken window. Mrs. Gable called me again, whispering that she saw a massive rock go straight through the expensive living room glass late one night. The local cops came, but there were no arrests made. Then, 2 nights later, she called again. This time, it was significantly louder. Yelling, screaming, multiple sirens. And that was when she dropped the absolute bombshell. Marcus, they called the police on times you. Apparently, Derek had hysterically told the responding officers that I was actively threatening their lives. He lied and said I had been violently harassing them. He claimed I was financially and emotionally abusing an elderly woman. All absolute, verifiable lies, but incredibly loud ones. The officers obviously didn't arrest me because I wasn't even in the same zip code, but they documented the wild accusations, which meant I had to legally do the exact same. I immediately called Mr. Sterling, filed a massive, evidence-backed counterstatement, submitted my own extensive ring camera evidence showing I hadn't been near the property, and then I made the absolute final call. I scheduled the emergency locksmith. Not for that specific day, but for the exact minute after the 30-day eviction clock officially ran out. The precise day they were legally required to be gone. And if they weren't, well, Mr. Sterling had already filed the aggressive motion for physical removal. I was perfectly happy to let the county sheriffs violently handle it, because I was completely done playing the hero. I was entirely done being the good, compliant son. And if they genuinely thought they could bluff, scream, and lie their way out of this legal reality, they had absolutely no idea who they were dealing with anymore. Because I hadn't just taken back control of the narrative. I had the law, the deed, the keys, and something significantly more dangerous than any of that, a meticulously executed plan. The morning of the final eviction, the weather was a classic Pacific Northwest drizzle. Overcast, gray, and completely miserable. I parked my car across the street, windows rolled up, a hot black coffee in my hand, quietly watching the beautiful house I had once bought as an act of pure love, become the tragic stage for a massive reckoning I never thought I would have to deliver. 8:58 a.m. 2 massive sheriff's department SUVs rolled up right on exact time. They weren't in a frantic rush. No blaring sirens, just 2 heavily armed officers in full tactical uniforms, 1 male, 1 female. Both looked incredibly calm and unreadable, like they had physically dragged entitled people out of houses 1,000 times before, because they absolutely had. They weren't here to play family therapist or referee an argument. They were here to strictly enforce a court order. I slowly stepped out of my car and followed a safe distance behind as they confidently walked up the cracked driveway. The physical state of the property was horrifying. Massive piles of trash littered the once pristine yard. A huge black garbage bag was violently slumped open near the porch steps, its disgusting contents completely spilling out. Empty family-sized chip bags, hundreds of cigarette butts, and an old, rotting pizza box with massive flies buzzing aggressively around it. The place looked significantly worse than an abandoned frat house. The male deputy stepped onto the porch and knocked incredibly hard on the door. County Sheriff's Department, open the door immediately. No answer. The house was dead silent. The female deputy looked down at her heavy clipboard, double-checked the exact legal address, and then knocked again, significantly firmer this time. Open up, or we will breach the door. Still absolutely nothing. Then, just as she reached for her shoulder radio to call it in, the heavy door slowly creaked open, and there stood Derek. He looked absolutely atrocious. Like he hadn't slept in a week. His filthy gray hoodie was completely inside out, his eyes were violently bloodshot, and he smelled like stale weed and panic. He blinked rapidly at the armed officers like his brain couldn't possibly process what was actually happening. Behind him, from deep inside the dark hallway, I could hear my mother's trembling voice echo. "Derek? Who is it? Anyway?" The female deputy immediately raised her authoritative voice. "We are here to strictly enforce a court-ordered legal eviction. You have had exactly 30 days to vacate these premises. That legal deadline has officially passed. You need to gather your immediate belongings and leave the physical property immediately, or you will be arrested for trespassing." Derek's mouth gaped open, but absolutely no words came out. I quietly stepped up onto the porch behind the officers and looked him dead in the eyes. "You have exactly 1 hour, Derek." He looked over the male deputy's broad shoulder and finally saw me standing there. His face instantly twisted into pure, unadulterated hatred. "This is incredibly low, Marcus, even for a sociopath like you." The male deputy immediately stepped forward, cutting off the argument. "Sir, you need to start rapidly gathering your personal belongings right now. You can bring exactly what you can carry in one trip. If you leave anything substantial behind, you will have to legally make arrangements with the property owner to retrieve it later." Derek's jaw violently clenched. "We literally don't have anywhere else to go. You can't do this." I stayed completely, stone cold silent. Because that was absolutely not my problem anymore. Exactly an hour later, the front lawn looked like a tragic yard sale, gone horribly wrong. 3 massive, overstuffed suitcases. A huge plastic tub full of tangled gaming cords and chargers. 4 black garbage bags aggressively stuffed with dirty clothes. And 1 massive, 6.5-inch flat-screen OLED TV that Derek clearly thought he could just take with him, even though I had bought it with my own money 2 years ago. He violently fought the absolute hardest over that specific TV. "Come on, man," he desperately pleaded, sweating profusely in the cold drizzle. "You don't even use this. Just let me take it." "NM." I slowly shook my head. "You don't live here anymore, Derek. Put it down." He aggressively muttered something under his breath, something that heavily included the words ungrateful and prick, but he didn't push it any further. Not with 2 armed deputies standing 3 feet away with their hands resting near their belts. Mom came out next. She was dramatically holding her expensive leather purse like it weighed 100 pounds. She didn't look at me, not even a single glance. She just stood frozen on the wet porch, her jaw impossibly tight, her eyes red and puffy, desperately waiting for someone, anyone, to offer her a shred of sympathy. Absolutely no one did. Finally, the female deputy handed me the official legal clearance form. "The premises are officially clear, sir. They are out. It is 100% yours." Then. I nodded respectfully. "Thank you, officers." They got into their cruisers and left, and I stood entirely alone on the wet porch, the brand new keys from the locksmith heavy in my hand. I didn't say a single parting word to my mother or Derek as they aggressively shoved their trash bags into Derek's rusted car. I didn't gloat, I didn't smile. I simply turned around, unlocked the new deadbolt, and walked into my house. The horrific smell violently hit me first. It was a putrid mix of rotting food, damp, dirty laundry, and something vaguely chemical, like spilled rubbing alcohol mixed with cheap dollar store cleaner. I physically held my breath and stepped deeper inside. The living room was completely trashed. The expensive sofa cushions were deeply stained with unknown substances. The beautiful wooden coffee table was entirely covered in cigarette ash and sticky soda residue. Someone had bizarrely drawn on the pristine drywall in what looked like thick, black permanent marker paranoid, chaotic sketches of video game characters and random words. The expensive hallway carpet had dozens of deep cigarette burns melted into the fibers. In the kitchen, the massive fridge was completely empty except for a rotting, half-eaten rotisserie chicken and a single jar of pickles. There were greasy pizza boxes stacked dangerously high on the expensive gas stove like someone had been using them as actual plates. Then I walked into my old master bedroom, the massive room I had generously given to my mother. The walls were completely covered in hundreds of yellow sticky notes. Quotes, rambling Bible verses, and deeply paranoid, victim mentality notes like, "He is trying to take it all from me," and, "My own son, deeply betrayed me." I felt absolutely sick to my stomach. I closed the door and walked out to the backyard. I found the expensive $800 grill completely rusted out, full of half-burnt foil trays. There was a huge stack of violently broken lawn chairs, and a massive pile of cigarette butts intentionally arranged in the shape of a crude smiley face on the patio. It was an absolute circus of disrespect, but it was officially my circus now. I spent the next 3 weeks aggressively gutting the entire place. I didn't even try to salvage anything. I hired an expensive, hazmat-level crew to do a massive deep clean. I paid contractors to repaint every single wall in a calming sage green, rip out every inch of the ruined carpet, install brand new, highly durable hardwood floors, and completely replace all the damaged bathroom fixtures. I explicitly told them I wanted the whole place chemically disinfected from top to bottom. I absolutely did not care about the massive $25,000 cost. And when they were finally done, it looked spectacular. Brand new. Fresh paint, highly polished floors, clean, breathable air. The house looked like it had been desperately waiting all along to be rescued from them. And for the very first time since I originally bought it, it actually felt like it was mine. But I didn't sell it. I didn't rent it out to some random tech bros, either. I turned it into something significantly better. I turned it into a fully funded transitional home for foster kids aging out of the broken system. I partnered heavily with a massive local nonprofit organization in Portland that specifically specializes in helping 1-8-year-olds who legally age out of foster care but have absolutely nowhere safe to go. These are kids who have suffered real trauma, who desperately need short-term, stable housing while they actively look for jobs, apply for apartments, and enroll in community college. I legally donated the total use of the house to their incredible program, but I strictly kept the actual property ownership under a massive, ironclad foundation I created with Mr. Sterling. That specific way, the house could never, ever be sold, never be legally claimed by any family member, and never be touched by anyone except the charitable organization I deeply trusted. When the final massive stack of legal paperwork was officially signed, I stood on the beautiful wraparound porch one last time, and I genuinely smiled. Because I had finally accomplished exactly what I set out to do from the very beginning, I provided a safe, beautiful home for someone who actually deserved it. As for my mother and Derek, they actually tried to sue me. Well, my mother tried to sue me. She filed a completely ridiculous, desperate claim in small claims court, aggressively stating that I had illegally evicted her and basically stolen her house. She legally claimed it was a binding verbal gift and said I had explicitly promised it to her in front of multiple witnesses. Her so-called witnesses were two distant cousins who hadn't even been in the same state during the cookout. The exhausted judge completely dismissed the frivolous case in under 10 minutes. Mr. Sterling didn't even have to speak a single word in my defense. Derek completely disappeared from the radar for a long while after that humiliating defeat. Mrs. Gable eventually told me that he crashed on a random friend's couch for a few miserable weeks, then literally tried living out of his rusting car. At some point, the car got legally repossessed by the bank because he hadn't made a payment in 6 months. My mother was forced to move into a cramped, one-bedroom apartment with her older sister. They are reportedly not speaking to each other anymore because they constantly fight over money. Apparently, my Aunt Helen brutally told her, "Brenda, you violently burned down the only bridge that ever actually tried to hold you up." I honestly don't know for a fact if that quote is true, but I really like the sound of it. It has been exactly 7 months since the eviction. The house is currently full. 3 incredible, hard-working young adults live there right now. 2 girls and 1 guy, each with actual jobs, real goals, and their own safe, clean room for the very first time in their entire lives. The nonprofit organization checks in on them weekly. I quietly stop by sometimes, parking down the street, just to make absolutely sure everything is still peaceful and in place. None of those kids have any idea who I actually am. They don't need to know. This massive undertaking wasn't about getting public recognition or a pat on the back. This was purely about redemption. Not their redemption. Mine. I absolutely lost my mother that terrible day at the BBQ. Or maybe, if I am being completely honest with myself, I never really had her to begin with. But I absolutely found something else in the devastating aftermath. Something infinitely stronger. I found genuine peace. I found a real purpose. And I found out that sometimes, the absolute best revenge isn't just taking back what was maliciously stolen from you. It is taking exactly what they violently tried to ruin, and using it to build something incredibly beautiful. I bought my mother a $315,000 house, and in the absolute end, I gave it to people who actually knew how to live in it with peace and gratitude. Top comments. User 1. The fact that your mother dug up an old credit card to steal $850 from you times after times you had been paying for her entire life is the most narcissistic, entitled thing I have ever read. She literally viewed you as a bank account, not a son. Good on you for setting up that trust. User 2. You burned the only bridge that ever tried to hold you up. Aunt Helen dropping absolute bars. Derek is a classic golden child who will never survive in the real world. Turning the property into a foster home is the ultimate pro-revenge. You gave it to kids who actually appreciate it. User 3. I am a lawyer and I just want to say your legal strategy was absolutely flawless. Keeping the deed in your name saved you years of probate nightmare and equity battles. The clause in the trust preventing any blood relative who lived there from claiming it is a masterclass in petty legal brilliance. Well done, Marcus. My family funded my wife's secret affair with my brother. So I bought their debt, foreclosed on their house, and let them beg in the rain. My parents actively financed my wife's secret hotel rendezvous with my older brother, then helped him get me fired so I couldn't afford a divorce lawyer to fight back. Today, they stood shivering in the freezing Seattle rain, desperately begging my security guards for 5 minutes with the billionaire CEO who just foreclosed on their entire lives, having absolutely no idea the man they were pleading with was me. Before I tell you exactly how I systematically dismantled their lives and took everything from them, hit that like button if you believe karma always collects its debts, and let me know where you are watching from in the comments. Now, let's go back to where this absolute nightmare started. I am standing right now on the 50th floor of my company's headquarters in downtown Seattle. The floor-to-ceiling windows offer a spectacular, panoramic view of the Puget Sound and the sprawling city skyline. It is a view that costs more per month in commercial leasing than my parents made in an entire decade. The glass is incredibly thick, completely soundproof, keeping the chaotic noise of the city completely at bay, but my eyes are not focused on the beautiful horizon or the ferries crossing the dark water. They are locked dead on the street level below. The rain is coming down in aggressive, unforgiving sheets today. It is the kind of miserable, bone-chilling Pacific Northwest downpour that soaks right through your clothes, ruins your leather shoes, and sinks deep into your soul. Down there on the concrete pavement, shivering under a useless, wind-battered black umbrella, is my older brother, Liam. Next to him is Maya, the woman I once stood before God and promised my life to, clutching a cheap transparent raincoat tightly around her shoulders, her dark hair plastered to the sides of her face, and huddled slightly behind them, looking infinitely smaller, older, and more fragile than I have ever seen them in my entire life, are my parents, Richard and Helen. They look utterly pathetic. They look exactly like the kind of people who have run out of options, run out of money, and finally run out of lies to tell themselves. They are aggressively demanding to see the owner of the massive conglomerate that just effectively ended their luxurious, fake lives. Just 5 minutes ago, the head security guard at the marble front desk in the lobby called up to my private office. His voice was hesitant, highly professional, but clearly uncomfortable, asking if I wanted to receive the frantic, soaking wet family causing a massive scene near the elevators. They were shouting about illegal lawsuits, about unfair business practices, aggressively demanding to speak to the boss. I took a slow sip of my black coffee, looked at the blinking light on my desk phone, and told the guard to lock the revolving glass doors and let them wait out there in the freezing rain. Looking down at them from this incredible height, you would think I would feel a massive rush of pure, unadulterated joy. You would think I would be laughing out loud, popping open a bottle of vintage champagne, and celebrating my ultimate victory over the people who maliciously threw me to the wolves. But the absolute truth is, I just feel a deep, cold emptiness inside my chest, followed quickly by a profound, heavy sense of relief. It took me 3 brutal years of absolute hell to build this flavor science and beverage extraction empire. 3 years of blood, sweat, tears, sleepless nights, and an absolutely ruthless legal strategy to get to this exact moment in time. I did not get lucky. I orchestrated this outcome. I meticulously planned every single lawsuit, every hostile corporate acquisition, and every strategic market maneuver to ensure that when the hammer finally fell, it would completely crush the very foundation of their arrogance and their bank accounts. People ask me all the time how I became so successful so quickly in such a highly competitive industry. They see the tailored charcoal suits, the luxury cars parked in my private underground garage, and the rapidly expanding business portfolio, and they naturally assume I had some massive inheritance waiting for me. They assume I had a wealthy, connected mentor who simply handed me the keys to the kingdom. They do not know that my relentless drive was forged in the absolute ultimate betrayal. They do not know that my ambition is fueled by the sickening memory of my own mother handing my wife the keys to a luxury hotel room so she could sleep with my own brother. When you lose everything in the blink of an eye, your marriage, your family, your dignity, your savings, and your entire sense of reality, you only have 2 choices in this world. You can let the suffocating grief swallow you whole, let the dark depression become your permanent address, and live the rest of your life as a bitter, broken victim. Or you can take all that burning rage, all that toxic waste they carelessly dumped on you, and use it as high-octane rocket fuel. I chose the latter. I chose to weaponize my heartbreak. I chose to build a fortress so high they could never touch me again. Standing here watching the harsh rain batter their shoulders, my mind inevitably drifts back to the very beginning of my life. I realize now, with the crystal clear, painful vision of hindsight, that the warning signs were always there, flashing right in front of my face. The blatant favoritism, the subtle cutting digs at the dinner table, the way I was always treated like a second-class citizen in the very home I grew up in. I was born into a family that viewed me not as a beloved son, but as a backup plan, a safety net they could happily trample on whenever it suited their needs. I just stubbornly refused to see it until they forced me to look at the ugly, undeniable truth. I grew up in a very average, seemingly perfect middle-class family in the sprawling suburbs of Seattle. From the outside looking in, we looked like the quintessential American dream. We lived in a 2-story craftsman house with a perfectly manicured lawn situated at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. My father, Richard, was the president of the local HOA, always shaking hands, organizing neighborhood watch programs, and playing the role of the highly responsible, upstanding civic leader. My mother, Helen, baked intricate pastries for the community bake sales, and hosted massive summer barbecues. We smiled widely for the annual holiday cards, projecting an impenetrable image of total domestic bliss to our neighbors. But behind those freshly painted front doors, my family made it painfully obvious who the star of the show really was, and it was never me. Liam, my older brother by 3 years, was the undeniable, untouchable golden child. He was incredibly charismatic, naturally athletic, and possessed this arrogant, easy confidence that my parents absolutely adored. When Liam expressed a passing interest in joining an elite, highly competitive traveling soccer league, my parents signed him up without a single second thought. They bought all the top-tier expensive gear, drove across state lines every single weekend, stayed in expensive hotels, and cheered wildly at every single game. When I, at age 12, asked to join a basic community science program because I was deeply fascinated by chemistry and flavor profiles, my mother sighed heavily, as if my simple request was an enormous, unbearable burden on the family. She looked at me, rubbed her temples, and told me that they were stretched far too thin right now, and maybe we could look into it next year. Next year came and went, and absolutely nothing happened. My childhood dreams and interests were simply collateral damage in the grand, expensive project of funding Liam's perfect life. The blatant, unapologetic favoritism hit a sickening, unforgettable peak during our teenage years. I will never forget my 18th birthday as long as I live. For Liam's 18th birthday, my parents had secretly dipped heavily into their retirement savings and bought him a car. It was not just any practical used car, it was a used BMW. They threw a massive catered party, invited the whole neighborhood, rented a huge white tent for the backyard, and paraded him around like royalty. My father gave a long, tearful speech about how Liam was destined for absolute greatness. When I finally turned 18 3 years later, I did not even bother asking for a car. I already knew my place in the hierarchy. What I received was a cheap, dry sheet cake from a grocery store, heavily discounted because the icing was smeared, and a generic greeting card that said they were proud of me. But the memory that truly cemented my complete lack of worth in their eyes was a Christmas morning a few years later. My parents always went completely overboard for Liam during the holidays. That year, Liam tore open a custom leather briefcase and an incredibly expensive vintage watch. I sat there on the living room floor in my worn-out jeans and opened a small, flat cardboard box. Inside was a multi-pack of plain white socks and a $50 Amazon gift card. My mother looked at me with a perfectly straight face, her eyes practically daring me to complain, and said, "We spent the exact same amount on you both this year, Julian. Don't look so disappointed." I didn't let their emotional neglect destroy my future. I worked my absolute hardest in high school because I genuinely felt like I had to prove my worth to the world just to justify my existence. I worked 2 grueling part-time jobs during college, one flipping burgers and smelling constantly like stale cooking grease, and another stocking heavy boxes on warehouse shelves overnight just to afford my tuition. My parents claimed they couldn't help me financially, citing the tough economy. Yet, they were somehow magically managing to pay for Liam's entire MBA program and his luxurious downtown apartment. I majored in chemical engineering with a deep focus on flavor science. It was my absolute passion. While Liam was out aggressively networking, playing golf, and partying on our parents' dime, I was in the university lab learning how to isolate chemical compounds, deeply understanding how flavor and scent powerfully tie to human memory and raw emotion. I wanted to create high-end, revolutionary extraction methods for the specialty coffee industry. During my senior year, I was working at a small boutique coffee roastery in the city. It was not glamorous, but I was surrounded by the raw materials I loved, barely making minimum wage. That is exactly where I met Maya. Maya walked into the shop one rainy Tuesday afternoon. She was stunning, elegant, soft-spoken, with a warm smile that completely disarmed my usually guarded nature. I spent a full hour showing her different complex roast profiles, explaining the intricate chemistry behind the bright acidity of Ethiopian beans and the deep, lingering chocolate notes of Sumatran blends. She didn't just listen politely, she leaned in. She looked at me right in the eyes like I was the most fascinating person in the world. No one had ever taken that kind of genuine, undivided interest in me before. We started dating almost immediately. She didn't care that I was a broke college student grinding through a minimum wage job. She admired my intense ambition. For the first time in my entire life, I felt like I was somebody's absolute priority. I proposed to her 2 years later. I meticulously saved up every single spare dime from my meager junior flavor scientist salary, skipping meals to afford a beautiful, modest diamond ring. When I eagerly drove to my parents' house to tell them we were officially engaged, my mother barely looked up from her glossy magazine. She took a slow sip of her wine and said, "Well, I hope her family has money, Julian, because you certainly do not." Our wedding day should have been the happiest day of my life, but Liam made absolutely sure to cast his toxic, suffocating shadow over every single moment of it. Liam showed up late in a custom-tailored tuxedo that cost more than my entire wedding budget. He spent the entire reception heavily drinking premium liquor, dominating every conversation, and aggressively networking. But what really made my blood boil was a moment toward the end of the night. I was walking back from the restroom when I saw Liam corner Maya near the open bar. He was leaning in way too close, invading her personal space. I heard him say, his voice dripping with arrogance, "Wow, Julian really hit the jackpot, didn't he? I didn't think my little brother had it in him to land a woman like you. You could do so much better, you know." I fully expected Maya to slap his face. I expected her to walk away in total disgust. Instead, I stood frozen and watched Maya laugh. It was not a polite, uncomfortable chuckle. It was a genuine, flushed, throaty laugh. She reached out and touched his arm lightly before turning away. At the time, I forcefully brushed it off. I trusted my wife implicitly. I had absolutely no idea that the foundation of my life was already rotting from the inside out. Update 1. The first year of our marriage was good. I proudly landed a junior scientist position at a mid-sized reputable beverage company in the city. The starting salary wasn't making us rich, but it paid the mortgage on our small townhouse. I was working long, grueling hours in the laboratory, volunteering for extra projects, trying desperately to secure a major promotion so we could start a family. But right around our second wedding anniversary, things started to significantly shift. A dark, suffocating tension slowly crept into our home. It started with Liam. He began showing up completely unannounced at our place. I mean, letting himself in with a spare key mid-afternoon on regular weekdays, always dressed to the nines in his expensive designer gear. Because I was working late at the lab almost every night, I wasn't there for most of these random visits. I would come home utterly exhausted to find Liam sitting comfortably on my couch, drinking my expensive scotch, with Maya sitting entirely too close to him on the cushions. When I asked her later what he was doing there, Maya would just smile dismissively, actively avoiding eye contact, and say, "Oh, he was just in the neighborhood. Don't be so paranoid and jealous, Julian." Then Maya herself began to drastically change. She began complaining constantly and bitterly about our modest house, our aging used car, and my totally average income. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she was wearing brand new designer dresses and carrying authentic luxury handbags that easily cost more than my entire monthly mortgage payment. When I confronted her, she vaguely claimed she got an unexpected cash bonus at her administrative job. The ultimate turning point, the exact moment my entire reality permanently fractured into a million jagged pieces, happened on a rainy Thursday in late October. I had come home early because a sudden power outage at the main laboratory canceled our afternoon trials. I walked into the house, and it was dead silent. I went upstairs to our bedroom to change. As I reached into the closet, I accidentally knocked over Liam's incredibly expensive wool coat, which he had inexplicably left draped over a chair in our bedroom the night before. When the heavy coat hit the hardwood floor, a folded piece of thick glossy paper slipped out of the inside breast pocket. I picked it up, and my eyes automatically caught the embossed gold logo at the top. It was an itemized receipt for the Times Cascade Luxury Lodge, one of the most exclusive, ridiculously expensive boutique hotels in the entire region. The dates printed on the receipt were for the previous weekend, a specific weekend Maya explicitly told me she was going on a girls' wellness retreat with her younger sister, Sophie. The luxury suite was booked under Liam's name. The total was over $4,000. But what truly stopped my breath, what made the blood literally turn to freezing ice in my veins, was the payment method printed clearly at the bottom. The last 4 digits of the credit card printed on the receipt did not belong to Liam. I recognized those 4 specific digits instantly because I had personally set up the online banking portal for my parents years ago. It was my mother's premium high-limit credit card. I stood there frozen in my bedroom, the piece of paper trembling so violently in my hands that I could barely read the numbers anymore. Liam wasn't just sleeping with my wife. My parents were literally paying for the hotel room. I grabbed my car keys, ran out of the house into the pouring rain, and drove straight to Maya's sister's apartment. I hammered my fists on Sophie's door until she finally answered. When she saw the look of absolute murder on my face, all the color instantly drained from hers. She knew. I didn't yell. I just held up the crumpled hotel receipt, my voice terrifyingly calm, and said, "Tell me the absolute truth right now, Sophie, or I swear to God, I will subpoena your phone records during the divorce discovery process." Sophie immediately broke down, crying hysterically. She confessed absolutely everything. She told me Maya and Liam had been secretly sleeping together for over 8 months. They would constantly use her as a fake alibi. But then Sophie dropped the absolute crushing blow that destroyed me. She admitted, sobbing, that she had felt so incredibly guilty about the affair that she had secretly gone to my mother, Helen, 3 months ago, practically begging her to intervene and stop Liam from destroying my marriage. Do you know what my loving mother told Sophie? My mother told her to keep her mouth shut and mind her own business. My mother stated clearly that Liam was a highly successful man who could give Maya the luxurious life she truly deserved, and that I was just a poor scientist holding Maya back. I later discovered through a ruthless private investigator that my parents had quietly sold a valuable piece of rural family real estate they owned specifically to pad my mother's bank account so she could seamlessly fund Liam's extravagant lifestyle and his secret hotel hookups with my wife without raising flags. They literally sold family property to finance my utter destruction. I didn't sleep a single second that entire night. I sat in the pitch dark in my freezing car, staring blankly at the dashboard clock. I needed a bulletproof plan. I knew with absolute certainty that if I confronted them immediately in a blind emotional rage, they would instantly gaslight me. I needed to secure my personal finances first. I needed to keep my stable job, secure that impending promotion to director, and use the increased salary to hire the absolute best, most vicious divorce attorney in the city. The next morning, I drove to the beverage company headquarters, running on nothing but pure adrenaline and shattering heartbreak. I planned to go straight to HR to request an emergency advance on my salary. But my highly manipulative brother had vastly different plans for me. As soon as I walked through the heavy glass doors of the lobby, 2 large corporate security guards and a senior representative from HR intercepted me. They escorted me directly into the corner office of my boss, David. David wouldn't even make eye contact with me. He stared firmly down at his massive mahogany desk, sliding a thick manila folder across the polished wood. "Julian, we are letting you go," David muttered, his voice tight and rehearsed. "Effective immediately. Security will escort you to your desk to pack your personal belongings, and then you are to leave the premises." I stared at him, my mind completely short-circuiting. My performance reviews had been absolutely flawless for 2 years. David shifted extremely uncomfortably. "There have been several complaints about your general attitude and your recent mental stability. We are aggressively restructuring." It was a blatant, disgusting lie. It made absolutely zero sense until a few days later when a sympathetic coworker called me off the record. She let it slip that Liam had recently taken David out for an incredibly expensive steak dinner. Liam's massive logistics and packaging company was a major supplier to our lab. Liam had aggressively leveraged his massive corporate weight, explicitly threatening to pull a multi-million-dollar supply contract unless David fired me on the spot. Liam had boldly claimed I was mentally unstable and causing toxic drama. David, the pathetic coward that he was, gladly took the bribe and threw me straight under the bus. Liam hadn't just stolen my wife. He had systematically, maliciously orchestrated the total destruction of my career so I wouldn't have the financial resources to fight back against him in court. I was publicly escorted out of the building by security. I drove back to the townhouse, my chest incredibly tight with a cold, terrifying clarity. I walked through the front door, and there was Maya, standing right in the middle of the living room. She was zipping up a massive, expensive designer suitcase. She looked up at me, her face completely hardened, entirely void of any of the warmth or love I once foolishly believed she had for me. She looked at me like I was a disgusting stranger. "I am leaving you, Julian," she said, her voice dripping with absolute unapologetic disdain. "I am filing for divorce today. I want you out of this house by the end of the week." She didn't even try to hide the betrayal anymore. She knew I had been fired. She and Liam had planned this exact vicious sequence of events perfectly to leave me completely paralyzed, broke, and defenseless. She walked right past me, dragging her expensive luggage I now knew my own mother had paid for, and walked out the front door. Through the window, I watched her get into Liam's black Porsche idling by the curb. They just drove away. I stood there completely alone in the empty living room of a house I could no longer afford, with absolutely no job, no wife, no family, and almost nothing left in my bank account. The silence of the house was absolute, heavy, and deafening. But as I stood there in the absolute wreckage, something deep inside my soul permanently shifted. The weak, desperate Julian who constantly wanted his parents' approval died right there. I walked over to my cardboard box from work and pulled out my personal leather-bound chemistry notebook. It contained all my proprietary, unreleased, highly advanced formulas for revolutionary coffee extraction. I made a silent, unbreakable vow to myself. They thought they had buried me deep in the dirt, but they forgot one absolutely crucial thing: I was a master scientist. I knew exactly how to mix highly volatile elements to create an explosive, unstoppable reaction. I didn't need a family anymore. I needed an empire. And I was going to build it directly on top of their absolute total ruin. Update 2. The divorce process was an absolute, unmitigated bloodbath. Because I had absolutely no inheritance and no salary whatsoever thanks to Liam's malicious corporate sabotage, I was completely at their financial mercy. Maya hired the most ruthless, notoriously expensive divorce lawyer in the city. Her retainer was paid for entirely by my mother's premium credit card. I walked into that cold courtroom representing myself. Maya's lawyer systematically, ruthlessly stripped away absolutely everything I had ever worked for. They took the townhouse, citing my sudden lack of a stable salary. They took the meager, hard-earned savings we had meticulously built in our joint account. I walked out of that depressing courthouse on a freezing Tuesday morning with absolutely nothing to my name but my beat-up aging sedan and my leather-bound notebook. I was forced to move into a tiny, windowless studio apartment in the absolute worst, most dangerous part of town. The ancient radiator barely worked, and the sickening smell of stale cigarette smoke was baked permanently into the peeling wallpaper. I survived strictly on cheap ramen noodles and sheer unadulterated hatred. I swallowed my pride and took a grueling, back-breaking night shift job at a massive, incredibly dangerous industrial food processing plant. I spent my nights physically mixing heavy drums of industrial solvents from midnight to 8:00 the morning just to pay my exorbitant rent. But the absolute second I clocked out and dragged myself back to that terrible apartment, the real meaningful work began. I transformed my tiny, cramped kitchen counter into a sophisticated makeshift laboratory. I spent absolutely every single spare dime I earned on raw, high-grade specialty coffee beans and professional glass beakers. I worked until my eyes physically blurred and my calloused hands shook violently from pure exhaustion. I wasn't just brewing coffee, I was literally distilling my rage, my heartbreak, and my trauma into a tangible physical product. I engineered a cold extraction process that was vastly more complex, incredibly sophisticated, and undeniably superior to anything on the market. It yielded a concentrate so smooth and perfectly balanced it tasted like pure luxury. After 8 brutal months of relentless failure and hundreds of ruined batches, I finally cracked the perfect chemical code. I bottled the dark liquid in cheap glass vials, printed homemade minimalist labels at a local coffee shop, and called the brand Times Apex Extracts. I started aggressively peddling my product to independent boutique owners and exclusive high-end cafes across the city. I was flatly rejected 99 times. People looked at my homemade packaging and literally laughed in my face. But on the 100th try, a highly respected cafe owner in the wealthy financial district agreed to put 5 small bottles on his front counter just to get me to leave. Those 5 bottles completely sold out in 4 hours. The very next day, he frantically called me and ordered 20 more. The week after that, he demanded 100. Word of mouth spread like absolute wildfire among the city's wealthy elite. The massive, life-altering turning point came when a highly prominent, wildly successful venture capitalist named Nolan walked into that specific cafe. Nolan bought a bottle of Times Apex, immediately recognized the unprecedented quality, tracked down my personal phone number, and aggressively demanded a business meeting. I walked into his massive glass-walled corner office wearing a cheap, ill-fitting suit from a thrift store. I sat down, looked him dead in the eye, and gave him the raw, undeniable chemistry and the incredibly high profit margins of the product. Nolan was blown away. He immediately introduced me to Mr. Vance, a quiet, incredibly ruthless billionaire investor who controlled a massive private equity firm. Mr. Vance meticulously looked at my proprietary formulas, looked at the desperate burning fire in my eyes, and wrote me a massive seed funding check that fundamentally changed the entire trajectory of my life forever. He didn't just give me working capital, he gave me an entire fully operational manufacturing plant and a global distribution network. Over the next 3 grueling but triumphant years, Apex Extracts completely exploded. We launched a massive full line of premium ready-to-drink beverages and commercial concentrates. We got picked up by massive national retailers. We became the absolute fastest-growing specialty beverage brand in the entire country. I was making millions of dollars, investing heavily in prime commercial real estate, and building an impenetrable corporate fortress, all while Liam, Maya, and my parents smugly thought I was rotting away in a gutter somewhere. I intentionally used a pseudonym for the press and stayed completely off all social media. I wanted my massive new wealth to be entirely invisible. And while I was steadily, relentlessly climbing to the absolute peak of the mountain, Liam was actively, arrogantly digging his own financial grave. Liam had inherited his highly lucrative regional logistics company from his wealthy former father-in-law, from his first brief marriage, before he stole my wife. But Liam was absolutely not a competent businessman. He was a spoiled, deeply arrogant golden child who firmly believed massive success was his divine birthright. He spent his days playing expensive rounds of golf, taking 3-hour alcohol-fueled martini lunches, and aggressively micromanaging his best employees right into the ground. He actively alienated his biggest corporate clients with his insufferable ego. Within 2 short years of stealing Maya, Liam's logistics company was heavily, dangerously bleeding cash to maintain their absurdly lavish fake lifestyle, the brand new Porsche, the designer clothes, the ridiculously expensive international vacations they constantly posted online. Liam started secretly taking out massive, high-interest corporate loans from predatory lenders. He recklessly leveraged the entire infrastructure of the company. My parents, utterly, hopelessly blinded by their lifelong delusional worship of him, actually co-signed a massive secondary loan to bail him out. They voluntarily put the deed to their beloved pristine Craftsman house up as collateral. They actually genuinely believed he was just going through a temporary rough patch. I watched it all happen in real time through the meticulous, highly detailed financial reports of my expensive private investigators and my elite corporate lawyers. I knew exactly how much crippling debt they were in. I knew exactly which specific banking institutions held their toxic loans. And because I now had substantially more liquid capital than I ever knew what to do with, I legally created a complex series of anonymous corporate shell companies. Slowly, methodically, and completely legally, my shell companies began quietly buying up their massive debt portfolios. I bought the commercial loans holding Liam's failing logistics company hostage. I bought the secondary mortgage on my parents' suburban house. I became their sole anonymous, completely merciless creditor. They thought they owed money to massive, faceless banking institutions. They had absolutely no idea they owed every single red cent to the younger son they had casually thrown away like garbage. The trap was fully, perfectly set. The steel jaws were wide open. All I had to do was sit back and wait for them to run out of cash. And inevitably, they absolutely did. Liam missed one massive loan payment, then two, then three, then. The banks, acting entirely on my strict, merciless, legally binding orders, flatly refused any extensions or restructuring. We aggressively called in the entirety of the massive loans. We initiated the aggressive rapid foreclosure process on the family real estate. We completely froze the corporate assets and the payroll accounts. We completely pulled the rug out from under their fake plastic lives in a matter of 48 hours. Absolute total panic set in. My lawyers informed me that Liam had been frantically calling the holding company's main line for 3 days straight, aggressively demanding to speak to the CEO, screaming wildly about unfair business practices. Finally, after letting him sweat in absolute terror, I told my executive secretary to grant him a formal meeting. I specifically scheduled it for a rainy Tuesday afternoon. I wanted them to physically feel the bitter cold. I wanted them to step right into the trap of their own blind arrogance. And they walked right into it, completely blissfully oblivious to the absolute slaughter that was waiting for them on the 50th floor. The incredibly heavy solid mahogany doors to my massive executive boardroom are completely soundproofed. I was sitting quietly at the head of the massive 20-foot polished granite conference table. The room was intentionally dimly lit, the massive floor-to-ceiling windows right behind me casting my dark silhouette sharply against the gray, stormy sky. My lead corporate attorney stood quietly by the window, securely holding a thick black leather binder containing every single devastating financial document and asset seizure order we had meticulously prepared. The intercom buzzed. "Send them in," I said, my voice completely devoid of any emotion. The double doors swung open, pushed forcefully by Liam. He marched into the room first, his supposedly expensive suit deeply wrinkled and damp from the pouring rain outside, his face flushed an angry red with absolute arrogant indignation. Maya followed right behind him, nervously clutching a wet designer handbag, looking around the incredibly opulent boardroom with wide, fearful eyes. And then came my parents, shuffling in slowly, looking exhausted and totally terrified. They didn't look at me at first because the bright light was directly behind me. I was just a dark imposing figure. Listen to me very carefully. Liam started shouting immediately, marching up to the table and slamming his hand down hard on the polished granite edge. "I don't care who you think you are or what kind of illegal predatory lending operation you are running. You cannot just illegally seize my corporate assets without a standard grace period. I am a highly respected businessman. I will aggressively drag your entire holding company into a massive, highly public lawsuit. My parents' real estate is totally, completely off limits." I let him finish his pathetic rant. I let the echo of his empty, desperate threats completely die out in the massive, silent room. The heavy silence stretched out for 10 agonizing, suffocating seconds. Then, I slowly leaned forward into the overhead light. I deliberately rested my elbows on the cold granite table, intertwined my fingers, and looked directly, piercingly into my older brother's eyes. "You do not have the money for a massive lawsuit, Liam," I said calmly, my voice incredibly steady, low, and cold as ice. "You do not even have the money to pay for the parking meter downstairs on the street." Liam completely, totally froze. His jaw physically dropped open. All the angry red color instantly violently drained from his face, leaving him looking like a pale, terrified ghost. He stumbled backward half a step, completely losing his balance, physically bumping into Maya. Maya let out a sharp, highly audible gasp, her trembling hand flying up to cover her mouth. She recognized me instantly. My mother, Helen, let out a strange, horrible choking sound, desperately grabbing my father's arm for physical support. My father just stared at me, his brain entirely unable to process the reality sitting in front of him. "Julian?" My mother whispered, her voice trembling so violently it physically cracked. "What? What are you doing sitting there? Where is the owner of the company?" I smiled at her. It was absolutely not a happy smile. It was the terrifying cold smile of an apex predator. "I am the owner, mother," I said, leaning back comfortably in my expensive leather chair, savoring the absolute shock on their faces. "I am the sole owner of the holding company." I own the private equity firm that bought out your bank. Which legally means, as of 48 hours ago, I own Liam's logistics company. I own Liam's fancy Porsche. And I hold the absolute legal deed to your beautiful pristine craftsman house. This is a joke, Liam stammered uncontrollably, shaking his head frantically in total denial. This is a massive, sick, elaborate joke. You are a broke, pathetic flavor scientist. You got fired for being unstable. You do not have this kind of massive corporate capital. I nodded silently toward my lawyer. He stepped forward from the shadows, calmly opening the heavy leather binder, and tossed 4 incredibly thick stacks of legally binding documents directly in front of them on the granite table. The loud slap of the paper hitting the stone echoed in the room. These are the certified legally binding financial transfer records, my attorney said, his tone entirely clinical. My client legally acquired your outstanding corporate debt 3 months ago. He also legally acquired the secondary mortgage. You are in total catastrophic default. The foreclosure and the corporate asset seizure are entirely legal, binding, and actively being enforced by local authorities as we speak. Liam looked down at the massive stacks of papers, his hands visibly shaking as he frantically flipped through the pages. He saw his own signatures. He saw my new legal corporate name at the top. The absolute crushing reality of his complete destruction finally crashed down. Julian, please, Maya stepped forward, stepping right in front of Liam, her voice suddenly entirely different. Gone was the absolute disdain and cruelty she showed me the day she packed her bags. Now, she sounded incredibly sweet, highly desperate, actively trying to manufacture fake tears. You absolutely do not have to do this to us. We are family. We made mistakes. Terrible mistakes, but we can fix this. We can work out a payment plan. I looked at her, searching my own soul and feeling absolutely nothing but total indifference. You made a very clear choice, Maya. You boldly chose the man with the Porsche. But you foolishly forgot that a car is just metal, and metal eventually rusts. You backed the wrong horse, and now you have to walk. My mother violently pushed past Maya, real terrified tears streaming rapidly down her wrinkled face. Julian, sweetheart, my beautiful baby boy, please, you absolutely cannot take our family home. We have lived there for 30 years. All your precious childhood memories are in that house. You can severely punish Liam if you want, but do not punish your own loving parents. We love you so much. I stood up slowly, planting both of my hands firmly on the table, leaning aggressively over the granite to look my mother dead in her terrified eyes. Childhood memories? I asked, keeping my voice dangerously low. You mean the precious memory of you sitting in your kitchen telling Sophie that I was a pathetic loser holding Maya back? You mean the heartwarming memory of you secretly selling your valuable rural real estate specifically to fund your favorite son's expensive hotel room so he could comfortably sleep with my wife behind my back? You actively, intentionally financed my absolute destruction, Mother. You handed them the knife, paid for the blade, and happily watched them stab me. Do not you dare stand in my boardroom and try to use the word love. My father suddenly yelled, desperately trying to summon some pathetic patriarchal authority. You are being incredibly vindictive and cruel, Julian. Blood is thicker than water. You must forgive your family. You are right, Richard, I shot back instantly, calling him by his first name for the very first time in my entire life, watching him flinch at the disrespect. Blood is much thicker. It is messier, and it permanently stains everything it touches. You consciously chosen Liam over me since the day I was born. So now you get to fully live with him. You get to figure out exactly how to survive in the real world when the golden child permanently loses all his gold. Liam suddenly lunged forward with a feral scream, aggressively grabbing the heavy legal documents and violently tearing them in half, throwing the shredded pieces across the boardroom. I will fight you to the bitter end, he screamed, spit flying from his mouth. I will hire every single ruthless lawyer in this state. I will completely destroy you. With what money? I asked quietly. That simple question stopped him cold in his tracks. He froze, his hands still raised in the air. Your corporate payroll accounts are entirely frozen, I explained slowly. Your personal premium credit cards are completely maxed out and deactivated. Your house is currently being padlocked by the county sheriff's department as we speak. You are completely, utterly destitute. You are exactly where you intentionally left me 3 years ago. The only difference is I had the incredible brains and the massive drive to build an empire out of absolutely nothing. You do not even know how to make your own cup of coffee without paying someone else to do it. Make sad. I pressed the intercom button firmly. Security, we are entirely finished here. Please promptly escort these 4 individuals off the premises. If they resist, call the police, and have them formally arrested for trespassing. As the security guards walked swiftly into the room, Maya started sobbing hysterically, sinking to her knees on the expensive carpet. My mother was wailing loudly, grabbing my father's jacket. Liam just stood there, completely paralyzed, staring at me like he was looking at the actual devil himself. Get out of my building, I said firmly, turning my back to them completely and looking out the massive window at the pouring rain. And never ever try to contact me again. The immediate fallout from that boardroom meeting was completely absolute and shockingly fast. The entire fragile, debt-ridden structure of their fake lives completely disintegrated into dust within days. The bank officially seized Liam's logistics company the very next morning, locking the doors and liquidating the physical assets. The shiny Porsche was aggressively towed right out of his driveway by the repo men before noon while his wealthy neighbors watched. My parents were formally legally evicted from their beloved pristine house by the end of the week. The absolute humiliation of the entire neighborhood actively watching the armed sheriff enforce the foreclosure notice broke my mother completely. She became a total social pariah overnight. They were forced to move into a cramped, depressing two-bedroom apartment in a highly dangerous neighborhood. To pay the new rent, my father was forced to take a grueling minimum-wage night shift job as a security guard at a local drafty warehouse. But the absolute most poetic, mind-blowing twist of pure karma, the massive secondary explosion that completely vaporized whatever tiny shred was left of Liam's fragile sanity, happened about a month later. I was sitting quietly in my office when my private unlisted cell phone rang. It was Sophie, Maya's younger sister. Her voice was highly frantic and filled with a dark, twisted kind of amusement. "Julian," she said, "you are absolutely not going to believe what just happened. After everything they did to you, you deserve to know." Sophie quickly explained that about 8 months ago, Maya had excitedly publicly announced she was pregnant. Liam had been insufferably proud, aggressively bragging to everyone at the country club about his impending fatherhood. Maya had given birth to a baby boy exactly 2 weeks after my hostile corporate takeover officially stripped them of all their money. The extreme suffocating stress of losing the luxury lifestyle had caused a massive violent fracture in their already toxic relationship. Liam, terrified and broke, violently demanded to know how they were going to afford raising a child when they could barely afford groceries. In the middle of a massive screaming match in their tiny, newly rented apartment, Maya finally snapped under the pressure and confessed the ultimate, devastating truth. The baby wasn't Liam's. During the last year, while Liam was busy arrogantly running his company into the ground, Maya had gotten incredibly bored. She had started sleeping with her expensive, highly muscular personal trainer at the luxury gym Liam was paying thousands of dollars a month for. She had intentionally lied about the paternity, actively planning to trap Liam into funding her wealthy lifestyle forever. But now that Liam was totally broke, the new baby was nothing but a massive financial anchor, and she maliciously threw the painful truth right in his face just to hurt him. The woman he utterly destroyed his own younger brother to steal had done the exact same horrifying thing to him. Liam completely, totally lost his mind. He physically destroyed the small apartment in a blind feral rage, throwing furniture through the windows. The police were called by terrified neighbors. Maya immediately filed a massive restrictive restraining order against him. A quick DNA test proved he wasn't the biological father. He was publicly, brutally, completely humiliated. Everyone in their elite social circle found out the sordid details. Liam was left with absolutely nothing: no company, no money, no fancy cars, no wife, no child, and a totally ruined professional reputation. The last I heard, he was working as a low-level minimum wage dispatcher for a cheap trucking company, living in a rented filthy room, drinking cheap beer, and aggressively blaming everyone else in the world for his massive failures. My parents tried to desperately reach out to me a few times, sending pathetic handwritten letters begging for forgiveness and asking for cash loans. I simply handed them to my assistant and told her to put them directly into the industrial shredder. They made their choice a long time ago. Now they get to choke on the absolute reality of who their golden child really is. Walking away from the absolute wreckage of my old life, leaving them crying in that boardroom, was the most incredibly liberating feeling I have ever experienced. I established an impenetrable titanium boundary. The very next day, I legally dropped my father's last name entirely. I went to the county courthouse and officially changed my legal last name to Apex. I was no longer the unwanted, unloved son of a pathetic, toxic family. I was the absolute master of my own destiny. About a year after the boardroom confrontation, I attended a highly exclusive charity gala I was personally sponsoring. That is where I finally met Elena. Elena was an independent commercial architect, incredibly smart, sharp-witted, and wildly passionate about her career. We started talking casually, and I was instantly captivated. For our first few weeks of dating, I intentionally didn't tell her about my massive wealth. We just went to quiet local coffee shops and walked through city parks. She fell deeply in love with Julian the man, not Julian the billionaire CEO. When I finally brought her to my massive penthouse and explained my business empire, she genuinely didn't care about the money. She cared about the intense drive and the incredible resilience it took to build it. She was the complete total opposite of Maya in every conceivable way. We are officially getting married next spring. We are actively planning a very small, incredibly private wedding in a beautiful secluded botanical garden. There will be absolutely no toxic relatives invited. By family, I exclusively mean the family we have actively, carefully chosen. We are also actively talking about starting a family of our own soon. I have already set up a massive ironclad trust fund for our future children. But vastly more importantly, I have made a sacred unbreakable vow to myself. I will never ever treat one child differently than another. I will give them the unconditional fierce love and protection that I was completely denied by my own parents. Looking back at the absolute nightmare I survived, I realized something incredibly profound. I used to desperately wish that none of it had ever happened. But sitting here today, looking out at the massive city I completely conquered, holding Elena's hand, I wouldn't change a single agonizing second of it. The absolute unforgiving cruelty of my parents and the sickening betrayal of my brother and my wife did not destroy me like they planned, it forged me. It violently burned away every single ounce of weakness inside my soul, leaving behind nothing but unbreakable, hardened steel. They arrogantly tried to bury me deep in the dirt so Liam could shine brighter. But they didn't realize I was a seed. And from that dark dirt, I grew into a massive towering tree that now completely blocks out their sun. Top comments. User 1. The fact that your mom literally sold family real estate to fund your wife's hotel hookups with your brother is the most diabolical, evil thing I've ever read on this app. Buying their debt and foreclosing on them was the ultimate chef's kiss of karma. You didn't just burn the bridge, you nuked the entire city. User 2. Liam finding out the baby was the personal trainer's right after losing his entire company is proof that the universe has a sense of humor. Maya really thought she secured the bag, only to find out the bag was empty and on fire. Glad you found Elena and built a real life, OP. User 3. I actually gasped out loud when you told Liam he couldn't even afford the parking meter downstairs. The level of meticulous planning it took to buy up their debt through shell companies is insane. You literally became a supervillain to the people who created you, and I am 100% here for it. You stole his future. Mom screamed when I revealed my $28 million tech sale, then she tried to hack my bank. What my lawyer did next made them lose it all. Original post. My name is Liam, I am 31 years old. For 3 decades, my family made it painfully, undeniably clear who the golden child of the household was. But last Christmas, when I firmly refused to hand over $17 million of my own hard-earned money, my 3-4-year-old brother collapsed, sobbing hysterically on the hardwood floor while my mother screamed that I had stolen his future. While I sat there quietly digesting my holiday dinner and my family's sheer, unadulterated entitlement, my parents declared I owed my brother my entire life's work. They shamed me in front of a dozen extended relatives right there in the dining room. But there was one crucial thing they didn't know. I had already secured the most ruthless corporate lawyer in Boston, and I had a digital paper trail that was about to expose the darkest, most pathetic financial secret they had been desperately hiding for years. To understand the sheer insanity of that Christmas dinner, you have to understand the suffocating shadow I grew up in. In my family, my older brother Noah was the blazing sun, and I was just the cold, dead rock orbiting somewhere in the dark. The favoritism wasn't subtle. It was broadcasted loudly every single day. When Noah sneezed, my mother, Margaret, would rush him to the pediatrician, convinced he had a rare ailment. When I was 10, I fell out of an elm tree and broke my collarbone. The bone was literally tenting my skin. I walked into the kitchen crying, clutching my shoulder. My mother looked up from her iPad, sighed heavily, and gave me a 10-minute lecture about how reckless I was and how unexpected medical copays were going to ruin their monthly budget. When Noah graduated high school with perfectly average grades, my parents threw a massive catered party. They drained their savings to cover his out-of-state private college tuition and paid his rent for a luxury downtown apartment. Meanwhile, I attended the local community college. There was absolutely no college fund left for me. I worked brutal night shifts at a greasy 2-4-hour diner just to afford my textbooks. I lived in a cramped studio that smelled like mildew, eating generic ramen noodles for years. Whenever I asked for a little help, even just a $200 loan to fix the alternator on my beat-up Toyota, my dad, Robert, would give me a stern speech about building character. Noah floated through life on a cloud of unearned privilege. In his late 20s, he got involved in a shady crypto pyramid scheme and racked up $45,000 in credit card debt. Did he get a speech about responsibility? No. My parents swooped in like superheroes, took out a second mortgage, and cleared his debts completely. By the time I turned 30, I received a store-bought birthday card in the mail containing a crisp $20 bill and a sticky note from Mom. Don't spend it all in one place. I remember sitting on the edge of my mattress, holding that 20, laughing until my ribs physically ached. I stopped expecting fairness. Instead, I channeled every ounce of that simmering rejection into my work. I taught myself complex coding at night after my diner shifts. I noticed a massive gap in how commercial real estate firms handled their supply chain logistics, and I started building a software solution. It was grueling. There were nights I slept on the floor of my tiny office because I couldn't afford to keep the apartment heater on. I pitched my software to 50 different firms and got 50 rejections. But I didn't stop. Finally, a mid-sized Boston firm took a chance. It worked perfectly. Word spread. Suddenly, I had 10 clients, then 50. I scaled quietly, pouring every cent of profit back into the business. My family had absolutely no idea because they never once asked about my life. Fast forward a decade, a massive tech conglomerate approached me, wanting to buy my software outright. The negotiations took 6 months. When the final paperwork was drawn up, I sat in a sleek boardroom, gripped the heavy pen, and signed my name. The deal closed for $28 million. I didn't buy a yacht. I drove back to my modest apartment, sat in the dark, and stared at the digital balance of 7 zeros. I had won, and I made a conscious decision to keep it a secret, just to see how long it would take for my family to notice I was a success. They never did, until that fateful Christmas dinner. The house smelled of roasted turkey and pine needles. Noah was sitting at the head of the table in an $800 cashmere sweater, his wife Chloe nodding along to his stories about his demanding corporate job. I was in the overflow seating near the kitchen. Then, Aunt Diane, the family wildcard who didn't care about Mom's image, leaned across the table. "So, Liam," she smiled, "I heard a rumor from a friend in the tech sector. How's the software business? Word is you closed a massive deal." Massive. The clinking of silverware stopped. The entire table went dead silent. Mom blinked, her fork paused halfway to her mouth. Noah tilted his head, a condescending smirk on his lips. "What deal?" "Liam just tinkers with computers." I set my water glass down. My heart was thumping a heavy rhythm against my ribs, but my voice came out completely calm. "I sold my company last year," I said simply. "The acquisition went through 10 months ago. It sold for $28 million. The warm, cinnamon-scented air was instantly sucked out of the room. Aunt Diane beamed, but Mom's face contorted into a mask of pure horror. Noah went pale. The smirk vanished, replaced by a flushed red that crept up his neck. 28. What? He stammered. "Million," I repeated. It was a detonation. Noah started shaking his head. He let out a breathless laugh, his voice pitching up into a frantic whine. "That's not fair. You can't have that kind of money." He pushed his chair back so violently it nearly tipped over. He stood up, hands trembling, and then, my 3-4-year-old brother collapsed onto the floor. He dropped to his knees, buried his face in his hands, and started sobbing. Deep, chest-heaving sobs like a toddler. He looked up at me, tears streaming, pointing a trembling finger. "It is not fair. I did everything right. You need to give me at least 17 million. I deserve it. You owe me." Before I could even process the hallucination unfolding before me, Mom slammed both hands flat onto the dining table. The crystal wine glasses rattled. "You stole his future," she screamed, her eyes bulging. "You robbed your brother of what should have been his. How dare you keep this money a secret?" I didn't say a word. I stood up slowly, picked up my coat, looked at my father who was cowardly staring at his plate, and walked out the front door into the freezing December air. I thought the worst was over. I was so incredibly wrong. Edit. A lot of you are asking why I didn't just call the police immediately when the fraud happened. I wanted to, but my lawyer advised me to gather undeniable, airtight forensic proof and trap them in mediation first. If I just called the cops, they could have played dumb or hidden assets. I needed them cornered legally where they couldn't lie their way out. Update 1. 2 days after Christmas, Mom called me, demanding I transfer the $17 million because Noah was having a mental breakdown and I owed them for raising me. She ended the call with a desperate threat. "If you don't do the right thing, there will be consequences." An hour later, an automated alert popped up on my phone from my primary wealth management bank. "Suspicious login attempt blocked." My stomach dropped. I logged into my secure portal. Someone had tried to log in 4 times and initiate a massive wire transfer. The destination routing number? Noah's personal checking account. They used my old security questions, my first pet, the street I grew up on. I grabbed my keys and drove straight to my parents' house. I pulled into the driveway and froze. Sitting right there, gleaming under the winter sun, was a brand new, slate gray Aston Martin Vantage. It had temporary dealer plates and a massive red velvet bow on the windshield. Noah walked out the front door, jingling the keys, a smug grin plastered across his face. Mom was right behind him. "Nice ride, huh?" Noah called out. Figured I deserved a little pick-me-up. Mom and Dad helped me get a head start on my inheritance. "How exactly did you pay for this?" I asked, my voice deadly quiet. "I know you're drowning in debt." Mom lifted her chin with cold defiance. "You refuse to act like a brother, so we expedited what is fair. Consider this car in advance. You'll pay us back for it." I peered through the window at the dealership paperwork sitting on the passenger seat. I saw the logo of a high-end downtown dealership, and I saw the edge of a signature line. I pulled out my phone, walked down the sidewalk ignoring my mother's screams, and dialed the finance manager. I claimed suspected identity theft. After checking the file, the manager told me the horrifying truth. My name was listed as the primary guarantor on a $165,000 short-term bridge loan. They had received a digital DocuSign from my verified secondary family email address that morning. When the bank hack failed, my mother had used an old shared family computer, accessed an old email I rarely checked, and forged my digital signature to buy my brother a luxury sports car. I walked back up the driveway. "You forged my signature on a loan document," I said softly. Mom's eyes flickered with panic before she masked it with anger. "We did what we had to do," she shouted. "Enjoy the car, Noah," I said, turning my back. "Because it's the last thing you will ever get." I drove straight to Victoria, the corporate attorney who handled my acquisition. She is a shark in a tailored suit who drinks black espresso and views human emotion as an exploitable weakness. I showed her the bank alerts and the loan documents. She hired a forensic accountant and a private investigator. Within 48 hours, we moved all my assets into blind trusts, changed every password, and secured the IP logs from my bank, proving the hack originated from my parents' Wi-Fi router. We also got the metadata tying the forged DocuSign directly to my mother's iPad. Meanwhile, Mom launched a vicious smear campaign, telling the extended family I had lost my mind and was bankrupting my brother. My cousin Mark invited me for coffee, pretending to be supportive. I noticed his phone glowing face down on the table. I flipped it over. He was recording me. Mom had bribed him with mortgage help to act as a spy. I dropped his phone into his latte, told him to tell Mom she hadn't seen anything yet, and walked out. I told Victoria to file the papers. We were going to mediation. Update 2. Mediation day arrived in late January. A bitter Boston winter storm was brewing. We sat in a freezing, glass-walled conference room on the 42nd floor. I wore dark jeans and a plain button-down. I wanted them to look at me and remember the kid they starved of affection. Mom walked in wearing a designer camel hair coat, radiating self-righteousness. Dad trailed behind, looking like a man walking to his execution. Noah strutted in wearing a custom midnight blue suit, flashing his expensive watch, looking like the rules of the universe didn't apply to him. Their sleazy lawyer, Vance, started the session with unearned swagger. Vance demanded a $6 million private settlement to resolve my clumsy misunderstanding of our fictional verbal family inheritance agreements, claiming Noah needed the money to maintain his high-stress corporate career. Victoria didn't even raise her voice. She simply unlatched her heavy leather briefcase with a sharp, echoing click. "Your framing of these events is entirely fictional," Victoria said smoothly. "We are here to explicitly discuss a systematic, highly documented effort to defraud my client." She slid Exhibit A across the mahogany table, the certified bank security logs tracing the $17 million wire transfer attempt directly to Mom's router and Noah's checking account. Mom scoffed loudly. "We are his parents. We have a fundamental right to manage his estate." "I am 31 years old," I interrupted, staring a hole through her. "I don't have an estate for you to manage. You tried to steal my money because Noah threw a temper tantrum." Victoria then dropped Exhibit B, the forged Aston Martin loan documents and a sworn affidavit from the dealership manager confirming the financing was approved solely based on my forged liquid assets. "Wire fraud, identity theft, grand larceny," Victoria listed coldly. "If we leave this room without a full unconditional settlement on our terms, I will hand this binder to the district attorney. Your clients will face severe federal indictments by Friday." Vance, their slick lawyer, visibly fractured. He looked at the IP metadata, realized his clients had lied to him, and pushed the folder away. He knew a losing hand. But Noah wasn't done. He slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted in cornered rage. "You're bluffing. You have $28 million. I have a high-level corporate salary to maintain, a pristine reputation. If you take that car, my network will think I'm failing. You owe me." I looked at Victoria. She gave a single, sharp nod. The trap was set. It was time to drop the nuclear bomb. "Let's talk about your high-level corporate salary, Noah," Victoria said, her voice dropping to a clinical register. She pulled out a thick manila envelope and spread official HR documents across the table for the judge to see. According to the subpoenaed employment records from his former firm, Noah was officially terminated for cause exactly 8 months ago for gross negligence and expensing luxury personal vacations to a corporate card. He is utterly bankrupt. The silence in the room was absolute. Dad's head snapped up so fast I thought he'd get whiplash. "Terminated?" Dad whispered in horror. "You put on a suit and leave the house every morning at 7:30. Noah was trembling violently, looking like a trapped animal. But Victoria wasn't finished. "A man without a salary cannot maintain a suburban mansion and an exclusive country club membership," she continued, turning her piercing gaze to Mom. Evelyn, desperate to protect the golden child's image, decided to secretly fund his lifestyle, but living on a fixed retirement, she didn't have the cash. Victoria slid a final document directly in front of my father. "Robert, I suggest you read this carefully. 3 months ago, your wife fraudulently forged your signature to take out a massive equity line of credit against your primary home. She remortgaged the house to the maximum limit and has been funneling the cash to Noah. Your entire family is irreversibly bankrupt. My father let out a breathless, agonizing gasp. He picked up the document with violently shaking hands, staring at his forged signature. He slowly turned to his wife of 40 years as if she were a terrifying stranger. "You remortgaged our home behind my back?" he roared, standing up so fast his chair scraped loudly. "How were you going to fix a $500,000 debt?" Mom finally broke. She burst into hysterical, narcissistic tears, pointing a shaking finger directly at my chest. "Liam was going to fix it," she wailed. "He has $28 million sitting doing nothing. He was supposed to pay off the mortgage and give Noah the rest. He owed us for giving him a life." The terrifying sickness of her twisted logic hung in the freezing air. She had destroyed her own life, ruined my father's retirement, and enabled my brother's total failure, all under the psychotic assumption that my bank account was her personal unlimited insurance policy. Noah slumped forward, weeping openly, the grand facade of the untouchable older brother violently ripped away to reveal a pathetic fraud. "Victoria delivered our non-negotiable terms. I pay $0. The Aston Martin is surrendered back to the dealership today, with Mom and Noah personally responsible for depreciation fees. Finally, they must sign an ironclad no-contact order and a strict NDA regarding my finances. If they ever contact me or speak of my wealth, the criminal wire fraud charges get filed immediately." Vance didn't even argue. He placed his gold pen on the table and told Dad to sign it or watch his wife go to federal prison for 3 to 5 years. Dad's fight was completely gone. He signed his name, severing his right to ever ask me for a dime. Mom glared at me, mascara running down her face in ugly streaks. "You are destroying this family," she hissed. "I didn't destroy this family, Mom," I said, projecting a coldness I didn't know I possessed. "You destroyed it when you decided my sole purpose was to serve as a backup plan for Noah. I'm just holding up the mirror." "Sign the paper." She aggressively scrawled her name, throwing the pen across the table. It hit Noah in the chest. Silently weeping, Noah signed his fictional inheritance and his luxury lifestyle away forever. I stood up, buttoned my blazer, and walked out the glass doors. I didn't look back. The exact moment I stepped into the hallway, a crushing, invisible weight I had carried for 31 years evaporated. I felt a profound, unshakable sense of absolute freedom. The fallout was merciless. The next morning at 8 a.m., a heavy-duty tow truck arrived at my parents' house. The gossiping neighbors watched in shocked silence as the Aston Martin was unceremoniously dragged out of the driveway. I then did an exclusive interview with a tech journalist about my startup journey, detailing my brutal night shifts, my lack of family support, and my total self-reliance. The article went viral. Aunt Diane shared it. The truth about Noah's firing and my parents' secret mortgage leaked through the family grapevine, and their carefully constructed facade collapsed overnight. It's been a year. Noah's wife Chloe divorced him and took the dog. He now rents a cramped one-bedroom apartment on the bad side of town, working a miserable telemarketing job to pay off his crushing debt. My parents were forced to sell their suburban home to cover the secret second mortgage. They downsized to a tiny 2-bedroom condo in a cheaper county, completely exiled from their old social circle. As for me, I bought a sprawling piece of heavily wooded land in the mountains and built a custom sanctuary with massive floor-to-ceiling windows. But more importantly, I started a mentorship foundation for young, underprivileged entrepreneurs from broken homes. I sit with kids who have been told they aren't good enough, and I fund their startup ideas. I give them the one crucial thing my family intentionally withheld from me: unconditional support. I survived the toxic shadow of the golden child, built an untouchable empire in the dark, and when they tried to drag me down, I locked the door and threw away the key forever. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity of your mother to forge a second mortgage on her husband's house and then casually assume you would foot the bill because you owed her for giving birth to you. Victoria is a terrifying, magnificent queen. Good on you for walking away and never looking back. User 2. Noah throwing a literal toddler tantrum on the floor at 34 years old tells you everything you need to know about how they raised him. He never had to face a single consequence in his life until that mediation room. Enjoy the mountain house, Liam, you earned every single cent. User 3. Dropping your cousin's phone into his latte is the most incredibly satisfying petty revenge I've ever read. It's insane how the entire family was perfectly fine with enabling Noah's delusions, but the second you succeeded through pure hard work, you were the villain. Keep thriving. My parents promised my newly home to my brother because his business failed, so I stripped the place bare and legally evicted them without a second thought. My brother Julian always had a favorite phrase he loved to throw in my face: "You just don't understand what it's like to take risks." He would say it with this condescending little smirk, usually right before asking our parents for another handout. I was always the practical one in the family. I went to a state college, graduated with a solid degree, started working at a corporate firm, and slowly but surely advanced in my career. I played it safe, and I was proud of it. Julian, on the other hand, was the self-proclaimed visionary. He was the risk-taker, the golden child who chased wild dreams, the one who was destined to build an empire and become a millionaire. That was the narrative my parents obsessively pushed. While I was putting in 50-hour weeks, Julian was bouncing from one failed startup to another, always shielded from the consequences of his actions by our parents' endless emotional and financial safety nets. All my quiet effort and dedication finally paid off when I landed an incredible job. I was hired as a project manager at a massive multinational company. It was exactly the position I had been grinding for, complete with a fantastic salary and incredible benefits. The only problem was the location. My new office was deep in downtown Chicago, and I was still living out in the distant suburbs. 2 hours to get there in the morning traffic. 2 hours to get back at night. 4 hours of my day, every single day, just gone. After only 3 weeks, I was a walking zombie. The commute was destroying my physical and mental health. I knew I couldn't keep going like this, so I decided I desperately needed to find an apartment closer to the city. That weekend, I went to my parents' house for our mandatory Sunday family dinner. Over roast chicken and mashed potatoes, I casually mentioned my commute situation and my plan to start apartment hunting. My parents exchanged this very specific, knowing look. Then, my mom set down her fork and smiled. "We might have a solution for you, Chloe," she said. "Do you remember that old condo that belonged to your aunt? The vintage one in Lincoln Park that I inherited?" She took a sip of her wine before continuing. "The tenants just moved out, so it's completely empty right now, and it's only a 10-minute train ride from your new office. If you want it, it's yours." Of course, I remembered the condo. I had spent countless holidays there as a kid. I immediately asked how much the rent would be, bracing myself for city prices. But my mom gave me a number $900 a month that was absurdly low for the area. I could easily afford it. I got incredibly excited and immediately said yes. I didn't even think twice. It felt like, for once, my parents were actually looking out for me. The moment the apartment situation was settled, my parents seamlessly shifted the conversation back to Julian, their absolute favorite topic in the world. Meanwhile, Julian had recently landed a few new contracts for his boutique logistics company. He was expanding, hiring a few drivers, and acting like he was the next Jeff Bezos. His business was growing, and things were going great for him. And as always, my life was viewed as the stable, mundane baseline. I was the boring daughter pushing papers in a cubicle, while he was the brilliant golden child changing the world. The next day after work, I drove over to check out the condo. Let me tell you, the previous tenants had treated the place like a glorified frat house. It was an absolute disaster. The original hardwood floors were scuffed and stained, the walls were coated in this depressing, nicotine-stained yellow paint, and the kitchen looked like it hadn't been updated since 1985. The only piece of furniture left behind was this hideous, lumpy, plaid armchair sitting right in the middle of the living room. I immediately called my mom. "Hey, Mom, the location is perfect, but the place needs a lot of work. Do you mind if I do some renovations? At my own expense, of course." She sounded completely indifferent. "Don't go overboard, Chloe. Don't paint the walls black or do anything crazy, but fine, remodel it however you like. Just don't ask us to pay for it." That was all the permission I needed. That exact same night, I started building mood boards on Pinterest and binge-watching home renovation tutorials on YouTube. For the next 6 straight months, I dedicated every single ounce of my free time and disposable income to renovating that condo. After my grueling days at the office, I would take the train straight to the apartment. I spent my nights sanding floors, measuring wall space, testing paint swatches, and checking prices at hardware stores. I visited every single furniture outlet in the greater Chicago area. I tested dozens of mattresses and sectionals. I learned how to mount a massive flat-screen TV to brick, how to install modern floating shelves, how to replace outdated light fixtures with sleek, modern chandeliers, and how to tile a kitchen backsplash. I painted the cabinets a gorgeous midnight blue and added brushed gold hardware. I did absolutely everything with my own 2 hands. Every weekend was dedicated to the condo. Every evening was dedicated to the condo. And in the end, it was breathtaking. It was exactly how I had envisioned it. I walked around the space one night, a glass of wine in my hand, looking at everything with immense pride. I genuinely couldn't believe I had done it all on my own. It felt like a luxury penthouse. I couldn't wait for my mom to see what I had accomplished. I invited her over for dinner that Friday. When she arrived, she didn't say a word at first. She walked through the hallway, inspecting the new lighting, running her hand over the freshly painted walls, and staring at the modernized kitchen. She looked around very seriously, as she always did, scrutinizing every tiny detail. Finally, she turned to me, her eyes wide. "It's incredible, Chloe. I genuinely can't believe it." My mom rarely gave me compliments, so this felt monumental. Then, she walked over and hugged me, a real, tight, lingering hug. Not just a quick, obligatory pat on the back, but a genuine embrace. In that moment, I stupidly thought I had finally earned her respect. I thought I had finally proven my worth. 2 weeks later, we had another Sunday family dinner. I was practically vibrating with excitement because I had some massive news to share. I had been promoted. My salary had bumped up significantly, I was given my own department to lead, and I was handling high-level corporate accounts. I had grown so much in my company in such a short amount of time, and I couldn't wait to tell my family. About halfway through dinner, there was a lull in the conversation. I took a deep breath and smiled. Hey, I actually have some really great news to share. I got promoted to senior project director this week. My mom, who was in the middle of cutting her steak, barely even glanced up at me. Oh, that's great, sweetie. Good for you, she mumbled dismissively. Literally 3 seconds later, my dad cleared his throat and shifted the conversation entirely. So, Julian, tell us about the new fleet, and just like that, my massive career milestone was erased. But that's when the real conversation of the night began, and the tone shifted drastically. Julian's logistics company was tanking. Apparently, a massive corporate competitor with state-of-the-art tracking technology and millions in venture capital had moved into the city. They were undercutting his prices and stealing all his clients. Julian's business was bleeding money, and everything he had built was on the verge of total collapse. My dad looked around the table with a grim expression and announced that he and my mom had decided to take out a second mortgage on their house. They were going to give Julian a massive loan so he could try to keep his company afloat and pivot his business model. I put my fork down and looked at them, genuinely concerned. Are you guys sure about this? Look. This new competitor is a corporate giant. It's going to be nearly impossible to compete with their tech infrastructure and their endless cash flow. Throwing more money at a failing business model is incredibly risky. Julian slammed his hand on the table, making the silverware rattle. He glared at me with pure venom. My parents looked at me with identical expressions of disgust. You don't know the first thing about real business, Chloe, my dad snapped. You've always played it safe. You sit in a comfortable, air-conditioned office typing emails, so you don't understand anything about taking real risks and being an entrepreneur. Basically, I was told to shut my mouth and keep my opinions to myself. Then my mom looked right at me and delivered the line that would eventually become the catalyst for everything that followed. Family always helps family, Chloe. Remember that. I bit my tongue and didn't say another word. Fine. Let them burn their money. The next few months were an absolute, unmitigated disaster for Julian. Despite the massive cash injection from my parents, his business completely crashed. He filed for bankruptcy. One Tuesday afternoon, my mom called me, crying, to tell me that Julian and his incredibly high-maintenance wife, Mia, had lost their luxury downtown loft and were moving into my parents' guest bedrooms. Just try to imagine the dynamic. My mom called me a few days later, whispering into the phone. Oh, Chloe, Mia is just really struggling with this transition. You know how she is. She's always been so concerned about appearances, and now she has to tell her country club friends she's living with her in-laws. It's so hard on her. Yeah, let me tell you about my sister-in-law. Mia is the absolute worst. She spent the last 3 years bragging on Instagram about being a CEO's wife, posting photos of designer bags and luxury vacations paid for by Julian's eventually doomed company. Now, she was slumming it in suburbia, and she was making everyone miserable. That weekend, as usual, I went to my parents' house for dinner. Of course, Julian and Mia were there, both looking like martyrs. As soon as we sat down to eat, Julian launched into this heavily rehearsed, victim mentality speech about how the market was rigged, how big corporations destroy innovation, and how unfair everything was. Then, right in the middle of dessert, Mia sighed dramatically, pushed her plate away, and rubbed her temples. I just don't think I can handle living like this much longer. With all due respect to you guys, no offense, but Julian and I are adults. We need our own space. We need our dignity back. Julian reached over, patted Mia's hand, then turned to my parents with a sickeningly casual tone. Hey, Mom, Dad, what's the deal with Aunt's old condo in the city? Guys, I wish you could have seen my face. I practically choked on my water. I immediately sat up straight and said, hello? The deal is that I live there. I spent 6 months remodeling the entire place. I pay rent. This person right here lives there. They completely ignored me. It was like I hadn't even spoken. My mom's face instantly lit up with excitement. Oh, Julian, that's a brilliant idea. Chloe made the place look absolutely beautiful. She renovated everything, the floors, the kitchen, the bathroom. It looks like a luxury suite now. Julian and Mia looked at each other. They exchanged this slow, calculating, greedy look that made my blood run cold. I felt a heavy, nauseating knot form in my gut. You know that instinctual feeling when you just know something terrible is about to happen? I felt it, but I silently told myself, no, they wouldn't dare. Even they aren't that cruel. This is not happening. Update 1. I left that dinner feeling incredibly uneasy, but I tried to convince myself I was just being paranoid. I had spent 6 whole months renovating that condo with my own sweat and tears. I had a verbal agreement with my mom. They wouldn't just throw me out. 2 days later, I was walking up the stairs to my apartment, exhausted from a massive project launch at work. I was just thinking about what show I was going to binge on Netflix when I reached my door. I put my key in the lock, but the door was already unlocked. I pushed it open and heard familiar voices echoing from my living room. I walked in and froze. My mom, Julian, and Mia were standing right in the middle of my living room. I immediately dropped my bag. Mom, what is going on? What are you guys doing here? You didn't call me. You didn't ask for permission. What is this? I am. My mom turned to me, her face completely hardened. With absolute audacity, she crossed her arms and said, I have a spare key, Chloe. I'm the legal owner of this property. I can come inside whenever I please. She didn't even have the decency to look me in the eye. To give you a clear picture of the sheer disrespect happening, Mia was casually walking around my apartment, running her hands over my custom curtains, opening my kitchen cabinets, and inspecting the marble countertops. She practically waltzed into my bedroom, checked out my custom closet organizer, and peeked into my bathroom. She was literally inspecting my home as if she were a wealthy buyer at an open house. When she finally finished her little tour, she walked back into the living room, sat down gracefully on my expensive velvet sofa, smiled with this smug, cat-like grin, and looked at Julian. This place is absolutely perfect, babe. We can definitely move in by next weekend. I felt my heart pound against my ribs. What? Excuse me? I live here. I renovated this entire place. This is my home. What the hell are you talking about? My mom stepped forward, cutting me off with a sharp wave of her hand. Excuse me, Chloe, but I am the owner of this deed. I decide who lives here and who doesn't. Your brother is going through a devastating crisis right now. He and Mia need a fresh start in the city to network and rebuild. I was completely stunned. My brain was short-circuiting. Are you serious right now? What about all the work I did? The money I spent? I painted these walls. I fixed the floors. I bought every single appliance and piece of furniture in this room. I built this home. Then, my own mother looked at me with eyes so cold I barely recognized her. Well, since you renovated it, the property value has skyrocketed. The market rate for an apartment this nice in Lincoln Park is at least $2,700 a month. So, if you can't pay the new rent of $2,700 starting on the first of the month, you have exactly 1 week to pack your things and leave. Guys, obviously, I knew there was absolutely no way I was going to pay triple my current rent just to stay in a place I had already poured thousands of dollars into fixing. It was extortion. And my coward of a brother? He just stood there, staring at the floor, not saying a single word to defend me. My mom grabbed her purse. You have 1 week, Chloe, we expect the keys by Sunday. Then, the three of them walked out the door, leaving me standing alone in the dead silence of my living room. I could have broken down. I could have cried all night, but anger is a much better motivator than sadness. I didn't shed a single tear. Instead, I walked straight to my laptop, opened it, and started hunting. I searched with a frantic, cold determination. By 2 a.m., I had found the perfect place, a sleek, modern high-rise apartment in River North, closer to my office, with floor-to-ceiling windows. The next morning, I called my boss and told him I had a family emergency and couldn't come in. It was the first time I had called out in 3 years. By 9 a.m., I was touring the new apartment. By 10 a.m., I had signed the lease, paid the security deposit, and secured the keys. Then, I pulled out my phone and called a premium, same-day moving company. I told them I needed a full extraction immediately. I paid a ridiculous emergency fee, but I didn't care. I wanted everything gone. When the moving crew arrived at my condo, I stood in the center of the room with a mug of black coffee, orchestrating the entire process like a battlefield commander. That sofa? Mine. Load it up. The custom TV mount? Unbolt it. The floating shelves? Take them down. The smart thermostat? Unscrew it. I have the old plastic one in a box somewhere. I was ruthless. I made them dismantle the custom closet racks I had built. I even made a worker unscrew the luxury rainfall shower head I had installed in the bathroom and replace it with the rusty, calcified original one I had saved in a drawer. I took the modern light fixtures down and left bare bulbs hanging from the wires. I took the custom cabinet handles off, leaving the doors bare. Load it up. Let's go. Into the truck. Everything goes. By the time the movers finally packed the last box, the apartment looked exactly like the depressing, dilapidated dump it was on the very first day I walked in. The only thing left in the entire place was that hideous, lumpy, plaid armchair sitting dead center in the living room. Everything else, every ounce of charm, every piece of comfort was gone. I locked the door, put the keys in a plain white envelope, drove past my parents' house, slipped the envelope under their front door, and drove away to my beautiful new high-rise. The next morning, absolute nuclear chaos broke loose. At 7 a.m. sharp, my phone started vibrating off the nightstand. My mom, Julian, Mia. My screen was lighting up like a slot machine. I ignored them all. I calmly got out of bed, made myself a fresh cappuccino, stood by my floor-to-ceiling window watching the city wake up, and only after I finished my drink did I decide to engage. I answered my mom's 14th call. Hello? How could you do this? She practically screamed into the microphone. What makes you think you had the right to completely gut the apartment? You stripped the fixtures. You took the cabinet handles. How dare you leave it like this for your brother? I kept my voice terrifyingly calm. Listen to me very carefully. I had every legal right to take those things because I bought every single one of them with my own money. I have a binder full of receipts. I didn't touch your walls, and I didn't rip up your floors. But the furniture, the hardware, the lighting, that was mine. If you want, I can email you the PDF of the receipts right now. My mom completely lost her mind. She called me words I literally cannot type out on Reddit without getting banned. Julian and Mia started bombarding me with unhinged text messages, accusing me of being a jealous, spiteful psycho who wanted to see them fail. I didn't reply to a single text. I stayed completely silent, blocked their numbers temporarily to get some peace, and focused entirely on settling into my gorgeous new home. We didn't speak for an entire month. I won't lie and say it was easy. I did think about them. I wondered if my mom was still making her Sunday roasts. I wondered what Julian and Mia were sleeping on in that empty, echoing apartment. Sometimes, a wave of nostalgia would hit me, but every time it did, I vividly remembered the look on Mia's face when she claimed my home as her own, and the guilt vanished instantly. Exactly 1 month later, my mom called me from my dad's phone. I almost didn't pick up, but morbid curiosity got the better of me. The very first thing she said, with no greeting, was, "I didn't receive your rent transfer for the first of the month." I actually burst out laughing. A deep, genuine laugh. "Of course you didn't, Mom. You evicted me. Remember? I moved out. I don't live there anymore." She stuttered, clearly flustered. "Well, we thought you would at least keep paying your original rent amount. You know we took out a massive second mortgage to help Julian. Julian can't afford to pay us rent right now because he's unemployed and trying to network. We are drowning in this loan payment. We thought you would continue paying the $900 to help us out." Family helps family, Chloe. Guys, read that again. She actually, genuinely expected me to pay rent for an apartment I was kicked out of, so that my brother and his snobby wife could live there for free, because they took out a loan for his failed business. "So," I said, my voice dripping with venom, "you're throwing the family helps family line at me now, when you are the ones who need my money? Tell me, Mom, does family kick their daughter out onto the street with 1 week's notice to make room for her brother?" There was a long, painful silence. Finally, she whispered, "I am so incredibly disappointed in you." "Funny," I replied. I was just about to say the exact same thing. I hung up. I went into my settings and permanently blocked her number. Then I blocked Julian, then Mia, then my dad. Every single one of them. Gone. Update 2. Over a year went by. I maintained contact with a few cousins who kept me updated on the family drama. According to the grapevine, Julian had convinced my parents to fund yet another brilliant business venture, some kind of artisanal, subscription-based coffee brand. My parents had drained their savings and were actively going around to all our aunts, uncles, and cousins, begging for investments. Every single relative firmly said no. My cousin told me over drinks one night that my parents were drowning in debt and were on the verge of losing their own house. She looked at me sympathetically and asked, "So, how are you handling all this?" I took a sip of my cocktail and smiled. A year ago, this would have destroyed me, but now? Not my circus, not my monkeys. Professionally, I was thriving. I had been promoted again to vice president of operations. My salary had skyrocketed to a level I never thought possible. I was managing massive international accounts, flying first class for business trips, and building serious wealth. But as time went on, I realized something. I still wanted grandma's condo. It wasn't just about the property value, it was the principle. That place held my childhood memories, and I was the one who had restored it. No matter how easily they had stolen it from me, it felt like it belonged to me. And now, with massive cash reserves and my parents backed into a financial corner, I finally had the leverage to take it back. It didn't take long for the trap to spring. One evening, my phone rang from an unknown number. I answered cautiously. "Chloe?" It was my mother. Her voice sounded frail, hesitant, entirely stripped of its usual arrogance. I let out a low chuckle. "Well, look who it is. I thought you were disappointed in me." She sighed heavily. "Look, Chloe. I know things ended terribly between us. But, I really need to talk to you." I stayed completely silent, letting her sweat. She kept going, the desperation bleeding into her tone. "Julian. His new business isn't doing well. The suppliers backed out. Your father and I are in a very, very complicated financial situation. We are entirely tapped out." "Uh-huh," I murmured, staring at my immaculate manicure. "We need a loan, Chloe, a substantial one. Just $65,000 to help us consolidate the debt and keep Julian's company afloat while he pivots." The cherry on top. I smiled so wide it actually hurt my cheeks. "Interesting. And tell me, Mom, how many other relatives slammed the door in your face before you finally swallowed your pride and called the daughter you evicted? Silence. Oh, come on. I pushed. You really think I don't know? You're only calling me because no bank will touch you, and the rest of the family is sick of funding Julian's delusions. That's not, she started to protest. It's exactly that. I interrupted sharply. But guess what? Today is your lucky day. I will give you the $65,000. I heard her gasp in relief. Oh, Chloe, thank you, On one condition, I cut in, my voice dropping an octave. The tension on the line was suffocating. What condition? The Lincoln Park condo, I said slowly, savoring every single syllable. I want the deed. Officially. Papers signed, notarized, and fully transferred into my name. Today. But, my mother stammered, panic rising in her voice. No buts, take it or leave it right now. A long, agonizing pause. I could hear her ragged breathing. If you're so confident Julian is a genius who will turn things around, then you have absolutely nothing to worry about, right? I taunted. If he succeeds, you pay me back the $65,000, and we can discuss transferring the property back. But until then, the deed is mine. It's collateral. I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew my parents. They would do what they always did, blindly bet on Julian. And I knew for a fact Julian would never, ever be able to pay off a $65,000 debt. The condo would be permanently mine. I'll have to talk to your father, she whispered. You have 24 hours, I replied, and hung up. 3 days later, I was sitting in my parents' living room with my lawyer. It felt like a hostage negotiation. My mother sat across from me, clutching a pen, her face pale and bitter. My father looked like a broken man, staring blankly at the coffee table. Julian and Mia were standing in the corner, refusing to make eye contact with me. The transfer documents are all in order, my lawyer stated smoothly, sliding the paperwork across the table. My father signed first, his hand shaking slightly. My mother hesitated, glaring at me with pure hatred, before aggressively signing her name. I took the papers, checked the signatures, and slid them into my leather briefcase. The $65,000 will be wired to your account by 5 p.m., I said casually, standing up and buttoning my blazer. Oh, and Julian? Since I am now the legal owner of the property you currently reside in, my lawyer will be emailing you a standard lease agreement tomorrow. Your rent will be $1,500 a month. Due on the 1st. Don't be late. Julian's jaw practically unhinged, but he didn't say a word. For the next 8 months, things were quiet. Julian and Mia actually paid their rent on time, mostly because they knew I would legally evict them the second they missed a payment. I hired contractors to go back into the condo and redo the floors and paint the walls. I wanted my property kept in pristine condition. Then, the deadline for the $65,000 loan repayment arrived. My mother called me, demanding a meeting at the condo. When I walked in, my parents, Julian, and Mia were all sitting in the living room. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. We have the money, my father announced, sliding a cashier's check across the kitchen island. I raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. I picked up the check. It was real. $65,000. Great, I said, slipping it into my purse. Debt settled. Glad doing business with you. Now, sign the house back over to us, my mother demanded, crossing her arms defensively. I stopped walking and slowly turned around. Excuse me? The house, Chloe. We paid you back. Now transfer the deed back into our names. That was the agreement. Yes. Yes. I looked at them, letting a slow, cruel smile spread across my face. No. Julian jumped up from his stool. What do you mean, no? That was the deal. It was collateral. Show me the contract, I said flatly. What? My father stammered. Show me the legally binding contract stating that I am obligated to sell this property back to you upon repayment of the loan. They all froze. There was no contract. My lawyer had drafted a straight sale of the property for $65,000. The money they just handed me? Legally, that was just them paying me back a personal loan. The real estate transfer was a completely separate, fully executed legal transaction. I owned the house free and clear. We had a verbal agreement. My mother shrieked, her face turning crimson. Oh, did we? I laughed bitterly. Just like we had a verbal agreement that I could live here after I spent thousands of dollars renovating it? Tell me, Mom, where did you suddenly get $65,000 from anyway? My parents exchanged terrified glances. Julian looked at the floor. Oh my God, I realized, the pieces clicking together. You didn't make this money. You borrowed it from somewhere else, didn't you? A high-interest lender? You went into even more debt just to try and trick me into giving the house back. The deafening silence confirmed everything. They were truly pathetic. You stole from us. Mia screamed hysterically, gripping the edge of the counter. I didn't steal anything, I fired back, my voice echoing off the walls. I bought this property, I set the terms. You lied to me, you used me, and you threw me out like garbage. You thought I was stupid enough to let you walk all over me again? You're delusional. Julian took a threatening step toward me, his fists clenched. You vicious, jealous bitch. You planned this from the start. I didn't flinch. I stared right into his eyes. The only thing I did, Julian, was teach you a lesson in real business. I'm not responsible for the fact that you're an incompetent failure who needs mommy and daddy to constantly clean up your messes. I turned to the door, my hand on the knob. By the way, since the lease expired yesterday, we are now month to month. The new rent for this unit is $4,500 a month. You have until Friday to pay the first installment, or I will file formal eviction papers. I walked out and slammed the door behind me. They didn't pay. They couldn't. Exactly 3 days later, while they were at my parents' house plotting their next move, I executed my final play. I hired a massive moving crew, unlocked the condo, and had every single piece of their furniture, clothing, and personal belongings packed up. We drove it all to my parents' house in the suburbs and unloaded it directly into their driveway. Boxes, mattresses, clothes, just a mountain of their failures sitting in the cul-de-sac. When my phone inevitably blew up with furious, screaming voicemails from Julian threatening to kill me, I simply texted back, "Your belongings have been returned. The locks have been changed. Do not contact me again." Of course, they tried to sue me. Julian convinced my parents to hire a desperate, cheap lawyer to file a lawsuit claiming bad faith, and citing our verbal agreement to return the property. The day of the hearing was the most satisfying day of my entire life. I sat in the polished wooden courtroom in a tailored designer suit, completely relaxed. Julian, my mother, and my father sat across the aisle, looking exhausted and broke. My lawyer stood up and simply presented the signed, notarized, and legally filed deed. The judge, an older, no-nonsense man, adjusted his glasses, read the document, and looked down at Julian. "Mr. Julian, do you possess any written, signed contract proving that the defendant agreed to return this property to you?" Julian swallowed hard, his face pale. "No, Your Honor, but it was a verbal agreement between family. She tricked us." The judge actually scoffed. "A verbal agreement? Regarding the transfer of real estate?" "Sir, under the statute of frauds, any contract for the sale or transfer of land must be in writing to be enforceable. You signed over the deed. The defendant legally owns the property. I don't care about your family drama." The judge slammed his gavel. Case dismissed with prejudice. Julian looked like he was going to vomit. My mother buried her face in her hands and started sobbing uncontrollably. My father just stared blankly ahead, finally realizing that he had sacrificed his entire financial future for a son who was completely useless. As I walked out of the courtroom, Julian was waiting in the hallway. His eyes were red, burning with absolute hatred. "You destroyed this family," he hissed at me as I walked past. I stopped, looked him up and down, and smiled. "No, Julian. I just finally gave you the consequences you've been running from your entire life." I walked out of the courthouse into the bright Chicago sunlight and never looked back. Today, I still own the condo. I rent it out to a lovely young couple for $3,200 a month, which completely covers the mortgage on my luxury high-rise. Julian's coffee business went bankrupt 6 months later. My parents had to sell their house in the suburbs to pay off the high-interest loan they took out to try and trick me, and they currently live in a cramped 2-bedroom apartment with Julian and Mia. They spent their entire lives worshipping a spoiled, incompetent son, while treating me like dirt. In the end, they got exactly the life they invested in. And me? I got everything I ever wanted. Top comments. User 1. The sheer audacity of them throwing you out of a home you renovated, demanding you still pay rent, and then trying to trick you with a fake loan shark payout is mind-blowing. You played this like an absolute grandmaster in chess. Enjoy that rent money. User 2. Statute of frauds for the absolute win. Anyone who knows anything about real estate knows you never transfer a deed without a legally binding buyback clause. Your parents let their blind love for their golden child completely blind them to basic legal logic. Beautiful revenge. User 3. It's hilarious how Mia was walking around your apartment touching your custom curtains like she was on HGTV, only to end up living in a cramped apartment with her in-laws because her CEO husband couldn't actually run a business. Karma didn't just knock, you drove the karma bus right through their front door. You're not real family. My brother laughed as my parents abandoned me in Hawaii. So, I pressed one button and evaporated their entire wealth. My parents and brother secretly canceled my $12,000 luxury hotel room right before a massive family vacation just to pay off the overdue lease on my brother's Ferrari. They laughed in my face and told me to go sleep in a cheap motel, completely unaware that 6 months ago, my grandfather secretly made me the sole legal executor of our multi-million-dollar family trust fund. I am Liam, and I am 33 years old. For 3 decades, I was the invisible, discarded scapegoat of my own flesh and blood. The ultimate betrayal finally happened on what was supposed to be a unifying family getaway to Hawaii. My own parents and my older brother deliberately and maliciously stranded me in the opulent, crowded lobby of a 5-star oceanfront resort. While I stood there, completely helpless, my brother announced to the entire room that he only booked accommodations for his definition of the real family. My parents physically turned their backs, pretending not to know me, while dozens of wealthy guests watched my public humiliation unfold. But there was one massive, life-altering secret they did not know. 6 months prior, my grandfather had quietly brought in his corporate lawyer to restructure his entire estate, secretly making me the sole manager of the massive family trust fund and our commercial real estate portfolio. They thought they were throwing me out on the street to suffer. They had absolutely no idea they were actually signing their own financial death warrants. To truly understand the absolute insanity of that moment in the hotel lobby, you have to understand the toxic dynamic that governed my household for my entire life. For as long as my memory reaches back, my older brother Marcus, who is now 38, was treated as the ultimate investment. I was treated as the discarded insurance policy. If Marcus was the brilliant sun around which my parents eagerly orbited, I was the cold, dark, empty space completely ignored in the background. When it came time for college, my parents, Richard and Helen, sat me down at our granite kitchen table. They looked me dead in the eye and explained that the college fund they had supposedly been saving for 18 years was entirely depleted. They didn't apologize. They told me Marcus urgently needed the massive sum of money to fund a highly prestigious tech startup because he was clearly destined for corporate greatness. They looked at me, a straight-A student, and told me I was tough and resilient enough to figure it out on my own. I ended up working 80 brutal hours a week. I juggled agonizing night shifts at a greasy local diner, scrubbing floors, and taking orders from drunk college kids, while working dawn shifts at a campus biochemistry laboratory cleaning beakers. I did all of this just to keep the electricity turned on in my cramped, freezing off-campus apartment in Seattle and to pay my exorbitant tuition bills on time. I eventually graduated with top academic honors, carrying zero debt. The day I finally graduated, my parents didn't even bother to attend my ceremony. In reality, they were busy throwing a lavish, catered outdoor party for Marcus because his failed startup had pivoted into a vague influencer agency. Their grand graduation gift to him was a brand new, custom-ordered Ferrari. Marcus's entire extravagant existence was funded by our grandfather, Silas. Grandfather Silas was a ruthless, self-made industrialist with a massive fortune built in manufacturing. As his physical health began to sharply decline, he entrusted the daily complex management of his vast wealth to a longtime family accountant named Paul. My parents and Marcus immediately treated Paul like their own personal limitless ATM machine. Marcus built an entire fake personality on social media, branding himself as a brilliant venture capitalist. In reality, his lavish lifestyle was entirely subsidized by a staggering $35,000 monthly allowance pulled directly from the family trust fund. The massive turning point in my life happened exactly 2 years ago. I was visiting my grandfather in Massachusetts. He was slowly recovering from a minor stroke. He asked me, purely out of desperation, to help him organize some highly confusing tax documents. Because of my extensive background in rigorous pharmaceutical research, my brain is naturally wired to quickly analyze massive sets of complex data. It only took me 3 focused hours to realize the numbers did not align at all. Paul, the highly trusted family accountant, was systematically bleeding the trust fund dry. He was inflating basic administrative expenses, creating incredibly complex ghost invoices, and funneling massive amounts of untraceable cash directly into Marcus's private accounts to secretly fund his increasingly reckless lifestyle. I printed the undeniable proof and presented the raw data to my grandfather. Grandfather Silas sat silently in his worn leather chair for a very long time. He finally realized the family legacy he had spent his entire life building was completely rotting from the inside out. The very next morning, Paul was quietly and ruthlessly fired under the very real threat of a massive life-ruining lawsuit. Over the course of 3 weeks, Grandfather Silas completely and legally restructured the entire trust fund. He ruthlessly removed my parents and Marcus from any position of influence, oversight, or future control. He legally made me the sole executive and the only active authorized manager of the trust fund. He fully recognized that the brutal crucible of my childhood had ultimately forged the only person in the family capable of handling real, massive power without being instantly corrupted by it. We kept this a total absolute secret. The monthly allowance checks continued to flow seamlessly to my parents and Marcus. Grandfather Silas wanted to perform one final test. He gave them enough rope, silently waiting to see what they would do with it. For months, I quietly watched the bank statements roll across my desk. I watched my parents sink $200,000 into a non-refundable deposit for an ultra-luxury retirement community. They constantly looked down on me because I chose to drive a reliable used sedan, and lived in a modest apartment in Seattle. They openly mocked my demanding career, laughing and calling me a broke lab rat. They had absolutely no idea that the lab rat they despised was the exact man personally approving the transfer of their financial lifeblood. Every single month, I secretly held their entire world in the palm of my hand. And then, the week before our scheduled family trip to Hawaii, the massive cracks in Marcus's perfectly curated facade finally began to splinter wide open. I was sitting at my desk when my personal cell phone began vibrating aggressively. It was Elena, Marcus's wife. Elena and I were never close. From the moment she married into the family, she was entirely bought into Marcus's toxic lifestyle. So, when I answered the phone and instantly heard her hyperventilating, I immediately knew something catastrophic had happened. Through panicked gasps for air, the ugly truth spilled out. The $35,000 monthly allowance from the trust fund was suddenly no longer enough to cover Marcus's rapidly expanding vanity. He had secretly opened over a dozen high-limit credit cards and completely maxed every single one of them out. But the immediate terrifying crisis was the car. The lease on Marcus's beloved custom-ordered Ferrari was in total default. The luxury dealership had officially sent a final legally binding notice of repossession. If he did not come up with exactly $18,000 in cash by the end of the week, a heavy-duty tow truck was going to violently drag the car away in front of all their wealthy, judgmental neighbors. Elena openly begged me for money. She aggressively asked me for a massive personal loan. She threatened that if the crushing financial stress continued for one more week, she was going to file for a highly publicized divorce and seek full custody of their 6-year-old daughter, Mia. I felt a very sharp pang of genuine sympathy for my young niece, who was entirely innocent in this mess, but I kept my voice in a calm, flat tone. I told her clearly that I could not and would not help them out of a hole they dug themselves. She cursed at me, calling me a deeply selfish, heartless brother, and slammed the phone down. I knew Marcus was getting desperate. But, I still severely underestimated the absolute depths of my family's moral depravity until exactly 3 days later. I was at my parents' house helping my dad set up a new laptop before our flight. He had carelessly left his iPad unlocked on the kitchen island. A bright banner notification popped up from Marcus. "Did you handle the hotel situation yet? I need that cash transfer today to stop the repo guys from taking the car." My blood instantly ran freezing cold. I tapped the screen, opening the entire conversation thread between my father, my mother, and Marcus. Marcus had fully confessed his total financial ruin to them. Instead of holding him accountable, my parents went into full panic mode to fiercely protect the golden child's fragile ego. It was my mother who suggested the ultimate betrayal. I read her exact typed words: "Liam doesn't really need to stay at the luxury resort with us. We will just cancel his premium Ocean View suite and secretly take the full refund. It's almost $12,000 back to the card. We can pull the rest from our personal checking account to save the car. Liam makes a good salary now. He can easily afford to get his own cheap room somewhere else. He is used to roughing it anyway." My father immediately replied, "Good idea, Helen. Do not tell him anything until we actually get there. If we tell him now, he might refuse to get on the plane. We will just play dumb and tell the front desk there was a massive booking error." I stood frozen in the kitchen. For years, I had foolishly held onto a tiny pathetic shred of hope that my parents still harbored some basic fundamental level of human love for me. Reading that text thread killed that pathetic hope instantly and forever. They were fully willing to strand their own son in another state, steal the money specifically allocated for my accommodation, and publicly humiliate me. All just to protect Marcus's fake public image. I didn't scream. I carefully set the iPad down, walked out of the house, and drove away in total suffocating silence. The agonizing hurt was gone. What remained in my chest was a cold, highly calculated determination. I decided right then and there to let them spring their pathetic little trap at the hotel, and then I was going to turn around and burn their entire fake kingdom to the absolute ground. Update 1. The long flight to Hawaii was absolutely suffocating. My parents and Marcus sat comfortably in first class, completely funded by the Trust's generous travel allowance. I sat far back in economy class, having proudly paid for my own ticket. Inside my carry-on bag was a beautifully wrapped velvet box containing a delicate pearl necklace I had purchased for my young niece, Mia. Touching the soft velvet of the box was the only thing that kept me mentally grounded. When we finally arrived at the Ocean Edge Resort, my family aggressively marched through the grand, towering entrance like returning royalty. I intentionally hung back. I casually caught the eye of the hotel's general manager, a distinguished man named Victor. I had met Victor several times in highly confidential meetings regarding the Trust's commercial real estate investments. Victor knew exactly who I was. He started walking over to offer me a complimentary upgrade, but I gave him a very subtle, incredibly sharp shake of my head. I pointed my eyes directly toward Marcus and my parents at the front desk. Victor instantly read the tension, nodded slightly, and gracefully stepped back into the shadows. I finally walked slowly up to the polished mahogany counter just as Marcus was finishing his grand theatrical performance. I stood there perfectly still, listening to the deeply apologetic young clerk, "Jenna, tell me my reservation simply did not exist in their system." I listened to my older brother loudly declare his absolute supremacy. He looked at me, smirked, and loudly declared to everyone within earshot that he simply only made reservations for his real family. He crossed his arms and suggested I grab my suitcase and find a cheap roadside motel. Through the massive, ornate mirrors lining the lobby walls, I caught sight of my parents. My father was scrolling intensely on his phone. My mother was obsessively adjusting her expensive silk scarf. They were actively, deliberately turning their backs. Everyone was staring. They expected anger, red-faced shouting, or pathetic pleading. Marcus desperately wanted me to completely lose my temper so he could play the victim. I looked at Marcus's incredibly smug face. Then I closed my eyes for a fraction of a second and took a slow, deep breath. The burning anger that had lived in my chest for 3 decades evaporated, replaced by a crystalline, freezing clarity. I looked the young clerk directly in the eyes, entirely ignoring Marcus. I thanked her politely for her professionalism, stated I would be leaving the premises immediately, and turned on my heel. I walked straight toward the revolving glass doors without looking back. The blinding, unforgiving Hawaiian sun hit my face the exact second I pushed my way outside. For the first time in my 33 years of existence, I felt like I could finally truly breathe. I took a few deliberate steps under the deep shade of a row of towering palm trees. I reached into my tailored suit jacket, pulled out my smartphone, and directly opened a highly specialized, military-grade encrypted secure portal application. This was the master absolute control panel for the entire staggering Walker family fortune. I opened my dialer and typed in Grandfather Silas's private landline number. He answered on the second ring. His brilliant mind remained as sharp and absolutely unforgiving as a steel blade. He didn't bother saying hello. He simply asked one question. Did they do it, Liam? Did they take the bait? I kept my voice incredibly level. They did exactly what we logically predicted they would do, Grandfather. They secretly canceled my room reservation to steal the refund money. Marcus intentionally humiliated me in front of the lobby. Mom and Dad physically turned their backs on me. There was a long, incredibly heavy silence. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the massive, crushing weight of an aging patriarch permanently giving up on his own deeply flawed children. I gave them every single possible chance, Liam. A rotting diseased branch cannot be miraculously saved by watering the tree. It must be violently cut off. Lock them out, every single account. Freeze the monthly travel allowances, the housing subsidies, the discretionary spending funds. Let them finally see what the harsh, unforgiving real world feels like. You are the sole executive now. Understood completely, I replied. I ended the call. I looked back down at the glowing screen of my phone. I carefully navigated to the primary disbursement control panel. I selected Marcus's massive expense account first. A bright yellow prompt appeared. I firmly tapped confirm. The active green icon instantly changed to a dead, solid red. Next, I selected my parents' massive joint account. I tapped confirm. The icon turned red. In a matter of 30 brief seconds, standing quietly in the dark shade outside a world-class luxury resort, I legally and permanently wiped out their entire financial existence. I opened a premium ride-sharing app and ordered a black luxury SUV to take me straight back to the international airport. But I knew deep in my soul that I could not just silently disappear without explicitly delivering the final crushing educational blow. As my SUV smoothly pulled up, I crafted a new group text message to Marcus, my mother, and my father. I didn't hit send. I wanted to time the delivery perfectly. I wanted it to arrive at the exact humiliating moment their credit cards started aggressively declining at the front desk. I climbed into the quiet back seat, calmly told the driver to head to the airport, and watched the clock. 12 minutes and 30 seconds passed. Suddenly, my phone screen erupted. The caller ID boldly displayed Marcus's name. I didn't answer. Then my father's number flashed. The missed call notifications began to stack up rapidly in a frantic cascade, followed by panicked text messages. Liam, call me back right now. Did you do something to the bank accounts? The hotel is threatening to call security. They were hitting the massive, impenetrable brick wall of reality at full speed. I let 15 minutes pass. The marinating process was complete. When the phone lit up for the 20th time, I finally pressed the green button. A chaotic, high-pitched, terrified chorus of panicked voices violently erupted through the speaker. Liam, oh my God, thank God you finally picked up. My father gasped, his arrogant tone entirely replaced by raw, naked panic. Something is horribly wrong with the bank accounts. The hotel is aggressively declining all of our cards. You need to call Grandfather right now. His accountant must have made a massive error. I remained perfectly, terrifyingly silent for 5 full agonizing seconds. When I finally spoke, my voice was as cold and hard as concrete. Put me on speakerphone, right now. I want Marcus and Mom and Elena to hear every single word. There was a frantic rustling sound. You're on speaker, my father wheezed. There is no bank error, Dad, I stated slowly. Your premium cards are declining at the front desk because I manually, personally froze every single one of them exactly 15 minutes ago while I was standing in the parking lot. Total, Absolute graveyard dead silence fell over the line. Then Marcus's voice pierced through, aggressively defensive. What the hell are you talking about, Liam? You don't have the legal authorization to do that. You're just a low-level lab rat. Stop playing these sick jokes. Exactly 6 months ago, I began, letting my words drop like heavy anvils onto their fragile reality. Grandfather Silas officially legally restructured his entire estate. He discovered through undeniable data that I personally provided him that Paul was illegally funneling massive amounts of trust money to fund your pathetic, entirely fake lifestyle, Marcus. Grandfather fired him, completely rewrote the inheritance documents, and legally removed all of you from the trust entirely. He legally transferred complete, unilateral control directly to me. I am the sole executive. I am the man who has been quietly approving your lavish monthly allowances for the past half year, waiting to see if you would ever show a single shred of basic human decency toward me. I heard a sharp, painful gasp from my mother. Liam, no. Oh my God, no. Your grandfather would never leave us with nothing. He did exactly that, I replied coldly, and today, in that lobby, you proved to him exactly why he made that brilliant choice. You were perfectly happy to strand your own son in another state just to secretly steal my refund money to pay off the overdue lease on Marcus's ridiculously overpriced Ferrari. Liam, please listen to me. Marcus stammered, his arrogant facade completely shattering. The repo guys are coming to the house tomorrow. I'm going to lose the car. Elena is threatening to divorce me. I understand it perfectly. Marcus. I cut him off sharply. You drained the college fund I desperately needed to survive. You treated me like a peasant. Well, Marcus, the peasant is officially the king now, and my very first royal decree is that your gravy train is permanently derailed. The $35,000 a month is gone. You are completely on your own. Liam, you can't possibly do this to us. My mother was openly, hysterically sobbing. We paid a massive non-refundable cash deposit for the retirement community. We absolutely cannot survive. You have to help us. You actively wanted me to go find a cheap motel down the highway. I said, feeling absolutely zero remorse. I strongly suggest you take your own brilliant advice. Welcome to the unforgiving real world. Before they could scream another desperate word, I aggressively hit the red button and ended the call. I immediately went directly into my phone settings and systematically, permanently blocked all of their numbers. The profound, beautiful, heavy silence that instantly filled the interior of the car was the most incredible music I had ever heard. Update 2. 2 rapidly passing months flew by since the explosive confrontation in Hawaii. Without the constant suffocating psychological drain of my deeply toxic family dragging me down, my professional career skyrocketed. At the massive pharmaceutical company where I worked, I had been immersing myself in a highly complex clinical trial. My direct competitor, a highly arrogant senior researcher named Dr. Sterling, constantly tried to actively undermine my work and steal credit for my data analysis, but I was fundamentally changed. I was absolutely no longer the quiet, easily manipulated punching bag my family had brutally trained me to be. I meticulously gathered airtight peer-reviewed data, completely bypassed Dr. Sterling's authority, and presented my groundbreaking findings directly to the board of directors. Diana, the incredibly brilliant CEO of our company, was thoroughly impressed. She fired Dr. Sterling on the spot for gross academic dishonesty, and officially offered me his highly coveted position. I was promoted to head of global research, effectively doubling my already substantial salary. I had successfully secured my own massive financial empire, entirely independent of my grandfather's trust fund. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, the fake, carefully constructed world of my brother Marcus violently collapsed into absolute ruin. Through the dedicated family lawyer who monitored their severe financial distress, I received highly detailed updates of their rapid downfall. The absolute defining moment of Marcus's public humiliation occurred exactly 2 weeks after the Hawaii disaster. A heavy-duty commercial tow truck pulled directly into his upscale suburban driveway in the middle of a bright Saturday afternoon. The repo men aggressively hooked up the gleaming, custom-ordered $18,000 past-due Ferrari right in front of all his wealthy neighbors. Marcus literally ran out of his front door in a silk bathrobe, screaming frantically, completely losing his mind in public. But he had absolutely zero money to pay a lawyer. The wealthy neighbors stood on their pristine lawns and watched in silent judgment as his ultimate status symbol was violently dragged away. His carefully curated Instagram account went completely dark. The immense stress of actual impending poverty destroyed his marriage instantly. Elena, realizing the endless ATM machine was permanently closed, officially filed for a vicious divorce, ruthlessly seeking sole custody of their daughter, Mia. Marcus was legally forced by court order to move out of his sprawling mansion and into a tiny, depressing apartment on the dangerous side of town. My parents didn't fare any better. The luxury real estate developers aggressively demanded the rest of their massive payment. When my parents tearfully admitted they couldn't pay, they irrevocably lost their $200,000 non-refundable cash deposit. Because they broke a legally binding contract, they faced a massive lawsuit. They were violently forced to abruptly list and sell our sprawling childhood home just to cover the exorbitant legal fees. They had to painfully pack up their lives and forcefully relocate to a small, extremely basic condominium complex. The exact same parents who proudly bought Marcus a Ferrari while I scrubbed floors were now desperately clipping paper grocery coupons at the kitchen table just to survive the week. They desperately tried to reach out multiple times. The family lawyer forwarded several frantic, crying emails from my father, begging loudly for my forgiveness and pleading for a small monthly stipend. I instructed the lawyer to categorically deny every single financial request. I was absolutely not going to throw a life preserver to the very people who had happily planned to drown me. However, despite cutting the massive ropes that tied me to the sinking ship, there was one tiny, innocent thread tying me to the wreckage: my bright 6-year-old niece, Mia. One quiet Sunday afternoon, my phone chimed with a text from an unknown number. "Hi Uncle Liam, it's Mia. Mommy let me use her phone to text you. I miss you a lot. Are you still coming to visit me someday?" My heart tightened noticeably in my chest. Mia was entirely innocent in this vicious war. But I logically knew that actively re-entering her complicated life right now, while the toxic divorce and legal custody battle were violently raging, would only drag me back into the swamp. Elena would undoubtedly try to use my presence as a legal pawn or view me as a massive exploitable wallet. I walked over to my heavy oak desk and opened the bottom drawer. Sitting quietly was the small velvet box containing the delicate pearl necklace I had purchased for Mia before the disastrous trip. Giving it to her right now would mean nothing. It would just be another shiny object lost in the terrifying chaos of her parents' rapidly collapsing world. Someday, when the massive dust finally settled, when Mia was old enough to truly understand the heavy importance of standing firmly on her own 2 feet, that would be the exact perfect time to give her the meaningful gift. I wanted to actively be a strong mentor to her, not just a distant rich uncle to be exploited. I typed a careful, deeply honest reply: "I miss you too, Mia. I am working very hard right now, but I promise you I will see you soon. Keep studying hard in school and always remember to be brave." I hit send, planting a tiny, resilient seed of hope in the absolute ruins of our shattered family tree. A few days later, a highly secured package arrived at my corporate office, shipped directly from the estate in Massachusetts. Nestled inside, resting on a bed of silk, was an incredibly rare, perfectly maintained vintage Rolex watch. It was entirely unflashy, representing a true masterpiece of quiet, enduring craftsmanship. Underneath was a thick envelope containing a handwritten letter from grandfather Silas. His handwriting was noticeably shaky with his rapidly failing health, but the dark ink was pressed deeply into the paper. "Liam, awakening to the harsh, brutal truth of life sometimes brings intense agonizing pain, but it is a profoundly necessary pain. Your difficult, unwavering decision gave them an incredibly important, long overdue lesson that I failed to teach them. You boldly did what I was far too cowardly to do for 30 long years. Wear this watch every day as a constant reminder. True brilliance, true lasting power, and true unshakable peace dwell only in those rare individuals who have the immense courage to stand firmly on their own feet. You have successfully secured our real enduring legacy. I am deeply, profoundly proud of you." I gently folded the thick paper and placed it safely in the inner breast pocket of my suit jacket. I fastened the vintage watch securely around my wrist, feeling the heavy, undeniable weight of deeply earned respect. I looked out the massive window at the vibrant, bustling city of Seattle far below. The crisp winds were aggressively rustling through the tall street trees, loudly announcing the definitive beginning of a completely new, vibrant season. It wasn't just a new season for the massive city. It was the absolute beginning of a completely new, unbreakable, beautiful life for me. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity of your mother to type out, "He makes a good salary, he can just get a cheap motel," while literally stealing $12K from you to pay for her golden child's leased Ferrari is mind-blowing. The fact that you let them get all the way to Hawaii, walk up to the front desk, and try to use their cards before dropping the hammer is the most deliciously calculated revenge I have ever read. Well done, King. User 2. As someone who was also the invisible scapegoat in my family, reading this felt incredibly therapeutic. Toxic families always assume your silence is submission. They mistake your independence for weakness. Your grandfather is a legend for finally seeing the truth and restructuring the trust, but you are the real hero for actually having the spine to press the red button. Wear that vintage Rolex with absolute pride. User 3. Dr. Sterling trying to steal your research and getting fired by the CEO on the spot was the perfect cherry on top of this beautiful karma Sunday. You didn't just take down your toxic family, you cleared out the toxicity in your professional life too. I respect your decision regarding your niece, Mia, as well. Getting involved during a messy divorce would have painted a massive target on your back for Elena to demand child support from the rich uncle. You protected your peace.